Hundreds of years ago, the god of war Ye Qin-yun led millions of warriors to capture the Yellow Fortress of the Gods and all those worshipped by creatures from the lower worlds. He was the one who created the warring nation in the Nether Realm. Having crushed the sons of various great pillars, he made his enemies tremble in fear of him, but was suddenly betrayed by his beloved Luo Lin and 13th brother, Lan Shisan. Mortally wounded, Ye Qing-yun fell into the Devil's Abyss. It was the day the god of war was supposed to die, but he still maintained his equanimity. Using his merciless sword, the young god of war was able to confront his 13th brother and kill him. Such a pitiful warrior like Lan Shisan was not worthy to go against his elder brother. When Ye Qing-yun was distracted, his lover plunged a blade into his back and broke the heart of the god of war. Then he promised that he would take revenge on everyone who betrayed him. In this life, he had to not only crush the geniuses, but also kill everyone who was against him using his merciless sword and demon blade. His fate changed dramatically. The god of war was framed, imprisoned, and his meridians were destroyed. He lived with a thirst for revenge. Lan Shisan and Luo Lin turned out to be cruel and merciless guys. 100 years later, God gave the hero a second chance, and Ye Qing-yun was reborn. He became a useless disciple in the Ye family on the eastern desert continent in Shurmori City. Seeing his new body, the guy was not at all happy. It was unpleasant for him to be in the body of a weakling. All of his meridians were destroyed, so he could not absorb ki energy into his body. The heart of 10 demons was reborn with him. It was the reason that the guy became a powerful god. A few years ago, Ye Qing-yun took custody of a little girl. Returning from the pharmacy, she said that she wanted to buy the elixir of return to life for the young god, but the manager dared to hit the little girl. The girl said that the manager from the pharmacy was very strong and it was impossible to go against him. When Ye Qing-yun merged with a new body, his feelings for Rao increased. He wanted to take revenge, but the girl did not allow him to go fight. Suddenly the manager burst into their house screaming. He claimed that the girl stole the elixir of life and saved her brother's life without paying a cent for it. The manager saw that the guy, after being seriously wounded, was standing on his feet and was completely healthy. This angered him, and the man ordered his assistants to fight and kill the guy. Ye Qing-yun did not use his skills for a long time, but he decided to act. Using the shadow step of the wind, the boy became like a ghost. He could see everyone, but no one else could see him. Suddenly the guy appeared right in front of the arrogant manager and attacked him. Using Blade Fist, he began to choke the man and Manager Lee died. Blade Fist was only a mid-rank mastery skill, but was considered powerful. The manager was one of Tian's people and deserved to die. Ye Qing-yun promised his sister to take revenge on all his enemies because no one had the right to intimidate him. At this moment, Uncle Peng came into the room. The guys told him about what happened. Now the guy has restored his meridians. His fighting talent has returned again. Uncle Peng was very happy about this and took care of Li Kai's death. He ordered the guards to hide the gentleman's corpse, and the assistant managers of the pharmacy were given 100 blows and expelled from the house. Ye Qing-en didn't know what his fighting spirit would be in this life, but in order to awaken it, the guy first needed to reach the 9th level of body tempering. This demon's heart has become even darker than it was before his rebirth. In his past life, the god of war obtained the heart of 10 demons from the abyss of these 10 demons. His martial soul was the ancient green dragon beast. The 10 demon hearts are a variety of weapons, strange monsters, and the 5 elements: gold, wood, fire, water, and earth. To become the god of war, the boy had to put in a lot of effort. The source of stars, the source of power, the source of chi, and the source of momentum had to awaken at once. Only in this way could one become a powerful god. For 3 days, Ye Qing-yun reflected on his strength. This time the heart of the 10 demons was much stronger. To prevent him from delving even deeper into his thoughts, it had to plunge the guy into a coma. At that moment, he realized that this was the 9th level of body hardening. The day of awakening came too early. It had something to do with Ye Tian. If Ye Tian found out that his henchman was dead, he would definitely take revenge. So Ye Qing-yun took his sister with him and went to the arena. Suddenly, a monster jumped out of the arena towards the guys. The ferocious wolf opened its mouth wide and pounced on them. Ye Qingyun was brave and desperate. He was not afraid of the wolf. With a sharp movement, he sent his fist forward and punched the monstrous monster. The wolf fell lifeless. The wolf seemed to be magically reborn. He stood up and attacked the guy with renewed vigor. The monster directed the power of the wind at him, and a strong flow of energy surrounded the hero. Ye Qingyun had to confront the wolf. He jumped high into the air and dealt critical damage to the wolf using Blade Fist. The wolf could not withstand such a strong attack and died. The other brothers of the Ye family were unhappy. They believed that after killing the poisonous wolf, the guy would not be able to stay in the family. The martial spirit tablet in the arena could speak to the spirits of heaven and earth. She was able to unleash the potential of the fighting spirit hidden in the body of a martial artist. The awakening of the spirit began in the arena. Each brother of the Yi family was required to hit the hidden martial spirit with their aura to awaken their martial spirit. The fighting spirits could be completely different. They came in red, orange, yellow, green, purple blue, purple red gold, and 12 platinum grades. Shi Yeg was the second elder of the Ye family. He ordered Ye Xiaotian to come forward. It was his turn to awaken his fighting spirit. The boy was strong. He was born with great strength, and a year ago he tamed the poisonous wolf alone. All the brothers knew that he had reached the 9th level of body tempering. So since awakening, the Ye family had only moved forward. At this ceremony of awakening the fighting spirit, he was the main one. Everyone in the family admired him and considered him a real god. Suddenly, the narcissistic Ye Xiaotian saw Qin Yong in the crowd. Everyone around mocked the boy. He was already 15, and he still had not passed the test of fighting spirit. His brothers considered him useless. Cousin Tien considered himself the best. He decided to show everyone that he was a real genius. Concentrating, he swung his fist and hit the tablet with his fist. Xiaotian's fighting spirit awakened. Xiaotian's martial soul is a dragon tiger beast, considered an honorable martial spirit. It was a creature with a hint of blue dragon blood. One of the brothers shouted that Qin Yun had killed Xiaotian's cousin's wolf. But the hero was calm, because the wolf hurt people and almost hurt his sister. Xiaotian's assistant mocked the guy. In front of all his brothers, he called the guy the most pathetic and insulted his mother. Yet Qingyun had always been brave. He could not bear such insults and hit the assistant. Xiaotian saw this and became furious. His monster was killed and his assistant was beaten right in front of him. So Xiaotian wanted to kill his offender. The strongest fighting spirit, Dragon Tiger, attacked the boy. The Dragon Tiger's power could create pressure and defeat the young hero with ease. As a member of the Ye family, Qingyun decided to teach his impudent brother a lesson and kill his spirit to teach him how to behave. Oh professionally dodged the spirit's blows. He had a plan. At the risk of damaging his soul, Xiaotian fought desperately to kill his brother. The Dragon Tiger was a very strong and bloodthirsty spirit. Only the strongest warriors got it. Suddenly, Qingyun stopped and used his skills to trap the animal spirit in his body. He was very young, but a ruthless hero. His brothers couldn't believe their eyes. He turned out to be stronger than he seemed. The boy used the Dragon King's claw skill, which he specialized in his past life when he was young. One claw could tear through the firmament with incomparable strength. The king's claws could be transformed into dragon claws so that the energy of heaven and earth could be captured. Xiaotian's martial soul awakened and entered the first level of the energy realm. Qingyun succeeded. He killed the beast spirit, destroying the genius of the Ye family. From afar, Xiaotian's father heard that his son had awakened the yellow-class fighting spirit and came to see for himself. He saw that his son was lying on the floor and crying pitifully, having lost his spirit. Yu Yantian was furious. His anger knew no bounds. He wanted to deal with the offender and protect the honor of his son. Qingyun was not afraid of him. He always remained in a state of cool calm. The boy considered himself the one who could control other people's lives and punish spoiled and arrogant boys. The guy's words angered Yu Yantian even more. Releasing all his skills and magical fighting spirit, he attacked the hero, ready to tear him apart. At that moment, Uncle Peng appeared as if out of the ground. He decided to help the young master, because he believed that Xiaotian had brought trouble upon himself and was worthy of such honor. This battle was unexpectedly interrupted by Old Master Wu Hai, the leader of the Ye family. He said that this battle was a mistake. They were all in the same family and were a whole generation, but they fought against each other. Ye Wuhai walked up to the boy and praised him. The old man was very happy that Qing Yong's meridians had been restored, and his fighting talent had finally returned. Qing Yun said that he killed the spirit beast out of self-preservation. He wanted to leave this incident unpunished if his martial spirit turned out to be an unusual beast. Xiao Qian's father was not happy with the ending of the battle. If someone in the Ye family could not awaken their fighting spirit at the age of 15, they would be driven out of the family in disgrace. Yuan Tian wanted to take revenge on the boy, no matter what the cost, because destroying the genius Ye is a grave sin. Then Mr. Wuhai invited the boy to try his hand at this awakening ceremony. In his previous life, when Qing Yun awakened the Green Dragon's purple martial soul, he was 6 years old, so he believed that he could be even stronger in this life. He was determined to become the best and prove to everyone that he was not weak. The guy hit the tablet with force, but nothing happened. Yu Yantian laughed at the boy. He believed that there was no one who could be stronger than his son. He gloated, thinking he was right. Old man Wuhai said that he was disappointed in the guy and asked him to leave. At that moment, something incredible happened. The crowd literally watched without blinking. A golden 9-story tower appeared above Qing Yun's head. It was the source of fighting spirit. No one understood why the fighting spirit was only green back then. When Yu Yantian saw this, he was simply furious. He couldn't believe his eyes and attacked the guy with a scream. The second elder intervened and stopped the enraged Yu Yan. The hero's spirit was unusual. It was important to the Ye family, so he should not be punished. Ru was happy about Ye Qingyun's victory. She was proud of her brother. Qingyun led her to the Ye family ancestral hall, which was founded by her ancestor, Ye Chong. 300 years ago, the family was very large. The guy knew that the family had to have a good pedigree in order to always remain strong. At that moment, he felt a familiar smell. The hero closed his eyes and suddenly realized that it was the smell of the essence of his past life. In his previous life, when Qingyun was still young, he practiced the sacred martial art, blood magic armor. With the 10 demon heart as a base, 6 levels were available. To become the dragon tiger blood armor, one had to collect 50 drops of blood, collect 100 drops to become the earth spirit blood armor, and collect 500 drops to become the water spirit blood armor. To become the blood spirit of gold armor, one had to collect drops of blood essence. However, the 5th level needed 1 more drop to prove to be the bloody earth demon armor. Last time, Qing Yun possessed the hearts of 10 demons and reached the 6th level. 3 drops of essence turned into bloody devil armor that could withstand the blow of dragons and stop the thunder of heaven. Having blown up his body in a past life, the guy shed his blood throughout the continent and could not have imagined that he would see it so soon. When the heroes entered the Hall of Ancestors, one of the students said that the hall was closed to outsiders. They weren't allowed in there without the boss's order. At this moment, Qing Yun noticed that 1 lion statue at the entrance had disappeared somewhere. Several years ago, this stone lion suddenly came to life and became very powerful. The lion was fierce and killed many of the Yi family's disciples. The great patriarch stopped the lion, otherwise more people would have died because of its fangs. This situation could absorb the essence of Qing Yun's past life, and thus he came to life. When the lion's strength weakened, it became useless. Perhaps it was used for their own purposes. The head of the family wanted to sell the beast, displaying the lion in the Ye family store. Qing Yong decided that he urgently had to see it. Master Hai occupied a prominent position in the Ye family. He wanted to buy a lion and was willing to pay any price for it. Mr. Li hoped that this deal would improve their relationship with Mr. Hai, so he wanted to give the lion master as a gift. At that moment, someone's voice was heard. Ye Qing appeared on the threshold and declared that the lion was not for sale. The shop owner started yelling at the boy and ordered him to get out of the store. Qing Yun was a very serious guy. He didn't like it when someone dared to tell him things. Angry, he hit Mr. Li. The guy punched him again and again until he saw that the store owner was already barely breathing. Master Hai's assistants had to protect their master. Taking out their blades, they ran straight towards Qing Yun. The hero remained calm. He knew that no one could defeat him. He had very strong skills. With one swing of his blade, he defeated 2 of the master's assistants. Mr. Hai was furious. No one dared to kill his servants. He decided to deal with the impudent boy himself. At that moment, an incredible thing happened. The heroes used the blade fist together, and it was as if there was a connection between their fists. Unexpectedly, Master Hai said that Qing Yun's sister had very good control over her body. When she came to get medicine for her brother, she was offered to sleep in exchange, and Yeru was even willing to do that. From what he heard, Qing Yun was simply beside himself with anger. His eyes literally filled with blood. He decided that he would make the master remember this day for the rest of his life and pierced his body with his long demon blade. Master Hai screamed in pain as if his body was being twisted by thousands of ropes. His meridians were destroyed. Young Yun defeated his enemy again. The hero ordered the cage with the lion to be opened. It was a truly valuable item. Without 50 drops of stone lion blood essence, it was impossible to obtain spiritual intelligence, but there were only 45 drops of essence in his body. Qing Yun noticed that the beast only had 1 eye. At that moment the lion roared. The guy in row sat astride it, ordering the stone beast to take them to the lost eye. The lion listened to the boy as if he were trained. Growling once again, the one-eyed beast broke a hole in the ancestral hall with its body and jumped out into the street. The heroes found themselves in a mysterious place. The rocks surrounded the foggy forest as if it held some secrets. The guys realized that the lion had brought them to the Forest of Doom. This place was very dangerous. On the road, one could see the souls of people who had not yet departed. 3 years ago, the owner of the body was kidnapped and killed by his enemy in the Forest of Death. He remained to live in this forest forever. Qing Yun was reborn into the body of this poor man. The boy was sure that no matter who destroyed the meridians of this man, and no matter how strong he was, the hero was ready to avenge the dead. The heroes wandered through the forest for a long time, looking for answers to all their questions. It was very quiet in this forest. They were surrounded by tall trees, bushes, and vines, on which there was not yet a single living soul. Suddenly they saw some dark passage into the dungeon. A huge, cold monster appeared in front of them. His eyes burned with fire, and his fangs were several times larger than those of an ordinary snake. Qing Yun realized that the entrance was guarded by a powerful thunder snake. The magical monster could not be killed just like that. The hero needed to absorb the essence of the thunder python and cultivate the seal. Suddenly, an unknown wanderer suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He had excellent speed and good camouflage, wearing black Japanese ninja clothing and hiding his face under a black rice hat. The stranger skillfully wielded his spear and fearlessly attacked the cold serpent. The huge monster emitted flashes of rage from its eyes and wriggled in all directions. At that moment, something terrible happened. With all his might, the snake pushed the Japanese samurai aside. The guy was in real danger. The monster furiously attacked the boy. Opening its mouth wide, the snake wanted to devour the poor fellow whole, when suddenly someone pushed him aside. Using his abilities, Qing Yun stopped the cold killer with his steel fist. On the serpent's forehead burned the same second lost eye of the lion. Qing Yun defeated his enemy again. He had excellent mastery of his skills. The cold-blooded snake fell to the ground with a roar, its eyes turning black. Suddenly, a mysterious ninja ran into the guy. He pointed his spear at the hero and wanted to kill the boy. Qing Yun quickly dodged and jumped to the side. The samurai said that he would carry away 2 corpses from today's battle. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones were given for Qing Yun's head. In the 8 desert continents, spiritual stones were used as currency. The mysterious fat man saw Little Roo and decided that today he had a good catch in the forest. He would receive a large sum for the guy, and the snake and the girl would become souvenirs for him. Suddenly, Mentor Mina appeared in the forest. In fact, the mysterious samurai was an ordinary loser who could not even find the treasure. Qing Yun was angry, because the stupid samurai wanted to get for himself what did not belong to him. The guy hit the fat man with his fist, but did not use such force on him as to kill him. Mentor Min was afraid and begged for mercy. The fair Qing Yun promised to let him go in exchange for a magic bag. The hero took the magic bag from Ming, too. He wanted all the pathetic scoundrels to get what they deserved and to know that Qin Yun was a real warrior. In exchange for life, the stupid mentor had to give the boy a fire seed. It was pure, but the texture was not very correct. Qin Yun could detect the presence of a real fire seed, but only within 100 miles. The hero gave one magic bag to his sister and kept the second for himself. They had to hurry quickly, because the serpent still had the lion's eye. After the hero returned the second eye to the stone lion, exactly 50 drops of the blood of the guy's past life became in the lion's body. The drops of blood essence had a subtle effect on him. The boy took the blood of the entity, but it seemed to him that the spiritual intelligence was still present in the beast. Now the lion became very sad. He no longer had strength, but he still had spirit. Qin Yun said that this lion would be a gift for Ru. The snake's thunder mark disappeared. With her help, the Yin Shu seal could become the Thunder Seal. It took the guy 5 whole days to absorb 50 drops of blood from his past life. When Qin Yun tempers his body, the Heavenly Eye will reach the first level. The hero activated the 100 Eyes talent. The seal of heavenly thunder and earth was supposed to absorb its own power. Unfortunately, there had been no sign of thunder in the last few days, so this was going to take a while. Absorbing the essence of blood and thunder strengthened the body, and the combination of the bloody devil armor and the thunder seal would make the guy's body even harder and stronger. The city of Doomsday was incredibly quiet that day, as if all the people had evaporated. Voices and screams could be heard from the arena. There was a meeting of the entire Ye family in the arena, but no one was waiting for the boy there. All the brothers discussed that last time he was publicly humiliated in front of the morale monument and destroyed his morale. Ye Tian, Xiao Tian's elder brother, was very angry with Qin Yun. He spread dirty rumors and wanted to avenge his brother and take away the hero's fighting spirit. In martial arts, the worst thing for masters was that fear could appear in their hearts. By destroying Xiao Tian's soul, the hero turned the former genius of the Yi family into a real coward. Ye Tian wanted to destroy the soul of the offender and make him disabled forever. Ugly Ye Tian received a slap in the face from Qin Yun. The boy could not restrain himself because he hated such narcissistic, pompous turkeys. Ye Tian was simply furious. He was humiliated in front of all the brothers of the Ye family. But Qin Yun was serious and decided to fight Tian to the death. The duel could really be to the death. Ye Tian was already at the 7th level of spiritual power supported by the Star Academy. The people around did not understand where Ye Qing got so much courage. Ye Qing Yun was confident in his abilities. He did not consider these pitiful Ye family members to be human. If they were people, they would not have neglected the rules of the family and would not have sent his nephew to kill. Their battle for justice began. Ye Tian decided to strike first. Using the skills of his steel fist, he rushed straight towards Qin Yun with crushing force. Their strengths were almost equal. In just a few days, Qin Yun had reached the 4th level of spiritual power. The hero pointed his fist forward and furiously pushed his enemy away. All the people stood in bewilderment. Ye Tian was at the 7th level of spiritual power and should have easily defeated the boy, but his strength was not enough to knock Qin down. Even though Ye Qing had absorbed 50 drops of blood essence, he was still not as good as Ye Tian. If it weren't for the battle experience from his past life, he would not be in an advantageous position. Ye Tian did not understand why his blows were absolutely useless, because he considered himself an invincible genius. He decided that he would deal his enemy his death blow. Having awakened his fighting spirit, the angry Tian attacked the hero, a huge paw with claws quickly heading towards the boy. His strength was enormous, but Qin Yun knew that he could withstand this flow of energy. In his past life, the hero fought not with such monsters. He was very strong. He unleashed all his fighting abilities and stopped his opponent's green fighting spirit with incredible power using the blade fist. Exhausted, Ye Tian fell to the ground. The hero used all his strength and defeated the pitiful enemy. Even the difference in levels was not an obstacle to him. Ye Tian was dissatisfied with the ending and jumped to his feet. This boy could not let down the entire Ye family and the elders. Everyone believed in him. So he decided to take the victory for himself, no matter what the cost. He took a magic ball from his pocket. Ye Qingyun realized that this was a forced cultivation pill. Its price was blood and a small withdrawal of potential. With her help, Ye Tian awakened his fighting spirit, causing it to come out. Ye Tian's strength was running out, but the thirst to shed blood drove him. It was as if he was testing his fate. A huge wolf appeared in front of Qingyun, its eyes sparkling, emitting energy. The enraged wolf licked his mouth and wanted to destroy the boy's soul. Ye Tian attacked the hero, forcing his inner spirit wolf to fight. He believed that he had to win, otherwise he would no longer be able to call himself a man. When the wolf was already very close, the hero decided to act. Absorbing blood essence strengthened his body. Now he could use all the skills he had acquired. The bloody devil armor would make the guy's body even stronger and harder, so in order to protect himself, he decided to use the first-level magic bloody armor. Qin became invincible using the skills of the dragon tiger. The demon armor made the guy a powerful warrior. Directing all his energy towards the enemy, Ye Qing stopped him and dealt his critical damage. The enemy simply could not survive such an onslaught. Ye Tian could not cope. His combat strength was not enough to defeat the hero. Although Tian was at the 7th level, he could not withstand the blow of an experienced opponent. The ugly Ye Tian was thrown aside with force. This was not the end of the battle. For all the insults, the hero wanted to teach Tian a lesson for life and destroy his meridians. The guy promised to take revenge on everyone who stood in front of him. It's time for reckoning. Ye Tian fell lifelessly to the ground. He wanted to avenge his brother, but was humiliated in front of his entire family. His meridians were destroyed. If he were not Qingyun's cousin, he would have emerged from this battle dead. When Ye Yuyan saw that his second son was defeated and humiliated in front of the entire family, he became furious. His first son's soul was also destroyed, so the old man decided to avenge his sons and tear Qingyun to pieces. At this moment, his fist was stopped by the second elder. He said that Qingyun should not have been touched just because he was stronger and won the fight. Yet Qingyun's talents were now much better than they were before. The second elder said that he would tell the other elders about today's events. He was sure that they would give excellent advice. Yet Qingyun wondered who could show him the true path in all 8 continents. The boy realized that he would have to rely only on himself. The elder stood on the podium and announced that the hero had won first place in the family competition. The genius Ye Qingyun has finally returned. Since there was no objection to Qin having first place, the second elder gave the boy the family competition prize. The thunder fruit went to the winner. The thunder fruit tempered the body, making it stronger. If the fruit was consumed during thunder, one could obtain the spiritual power of the world. This would truly be a huge achievement in the guy's life. The elder called Qin to the Ye family temple because the boy still knew nothing about the secrets and stories of the family. The hero surpassed himself and became stronger, so this gave the elder hope for revenge. Young Qingyun's talent had returned, so the old man was willing to tell him the secrets of the Ye family. When Ye Qingyun walked inside, he was sure that the temple contained the essence of his past life. The ancestral tablet said that Ye Chong was the first eye of the Ye family. He possessed a green fighting spirit and unusual abilities. Step by step, he grew stronger and led the family to establish its status as one of the 8 great families on the 8 continents. The owner of the family had a furious personality. One of the powers was dissatisfied and secretly conspired. These days, the Ye family was just an ordinary family in the small doomsday town. Ye Chong did not want to be an ordinary person and worked hard to build a family business. It was almost impossible to restore the family to its former glory. In his previous life, the god of war, Ye Qingyun exploded and spilled 3,000 blood essence. The Ye family's ancestor was lucky enough to absorb part of it, otherwise he would not have been able to achieve such success. When Lord Ye Chong defended the 8 Desolation continent, he fought Bloody Lord Zun for 7 days and 7 nights. When the gentleman returned, he learned that in a family of hundreds of people, only a dozen survived. Ye Chong managed to restore the Ye family to the city. The elder dreamed that Ye Qingyun could restore the family's former glory and destroy the Shangguan family. The old man saw great potential and hope for the future in the boy. Since Ye Chong had absorbed the blood of the hero's past life, Qin promised to take revenge on all the geniuses for what they did to his ancestor. The elder decided to pass on the family's property to the boy, a first-class spiritual education. The hero couldn't believe his eyes. His old sword from a past life appeared in front of him. This broken sword was very cruel. Ye Chong's ancestor used it to defeat the world-famous Bloodlord. This was why the sword was sealed with a spirit formation. Ye Qingyun easily grabbed the dangerous sword. When he was a 7th-level master, he used a merciless sword. The old man was at a loss because not every owner of spiritual mastery managed to take the sword for himself. With this weapon, one could become cold and ruthless. The combat power would increase manifold, like a deity who could kill all enemies. This sword was made of hellish steel. It was forged by Bing Feng. He was the first master of the lower realms in 300 days. The merciless sword was broken into 9 pieces. The most important of these was the handle. With it, one could practice the ruthless kendo modern martial art of fencing with bamboo swords. The sword chose its owner. At that moment, the candles in the building went out and something incredible happened. The sword seemed to catch fire in the guy's hands and began to emit an unknown power. Suddenly, Ye Qingyun found himself in a strange, deserted place. It was like an island in the sky. Master Ye Chong himself appeared in front of him. He was moved by some kind of force. His eyes burned with a bright flame. It was as if a living ancestor began to fight with the deity, waving a magic sword. The deity was incredibly strong. It looked like the devil himself. Ye Chong fought desperately against the divine beast, the sword radiating its energy power in all directions. Suddenly Ye Qing caught his attention. Master Zhong stood before the boy as if before a god, and bowing his head, handed him a merciless sword. They were destined to meet. Now Zhong's soul is at peace, because Qingyun promised to avenge the death of his deceased ancestor. Ye Yuyan Tian was very angry all this time. He was thinking about how he could take revenge on the boy Qing. 2 of his sons lost their meridians and would never be able to train again. Ye Tian did not want to live with shame and decided to use the Blood Devil pill. She could restore meridians and stimulate the hero's potential. Tian's family was against this plan because the devil pill had huge side effects. Once ingested, the side effects could definitely linger in the future. Tian was not afraid of any side effects. He walked on the edge of the abyss. After swallowing the pill, he decided that he had to avenge his brother and kill Qin as soon as the pill took effect. Now Ye Tian had to take the time to absorb the blood while the pill was in effect. His father contacted the Bloodshed Furies sect. They could help destroy Ye Qingyun. In the evening of the same day, Qingyun looked at his sword in his room. The full sword form had absorbed a large number of evil spirits. Suddenly the guy heard a strong roar on the street. The sky was overcast with black clouds and there was tension in the air. The sound of thunder made the earth tremble. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if the whole world was on the verge of splitting apart. Suddenly the sky lit up with an electric discharge of lightning, frightening with its fury. It was raining heavily, but Qingyun knew that this was the ideal time to train with the thunder fruit. Some warriors tempered their bodies with the power of thunder. The guy ran across the wet roofs into the countryside. Master Hai was the strongest in this city. Everyone considered him a monster of the body. He noticed Qingyun and considered him a simple fool because no one in this city could undergo thunder tempering. The hero ran straight into the forest. He was looking for a suitable place and time for training. Having climbed to the very top, thousands of lightning bolts cut through the sky. This was the perfect moment. The effect of simply ingesting the fruit on the body was minimal, but with the power of thunder, the effect was very strong. Without a strong body, it was no different from trying to die. Master Hai came to the training site along with his assistants to observe the hero. They didn't believe the boy because even Master Hai failed to harden his body. At this moment, something extraordinary happened. All the thunder energy gathered around Qingyun, and a huge energy pillar appeared above him. The guy managed to harden his body and subjugate thunder. Thousands of rays of light shone from the dark thunderclouds. In Doomsday City, a person with a stronger body than Master Hai finally appeared. Qingyun seemed to control the lightning energy. The guy wanted to get an energy breakthrough. Lightning charges surrounded his body from head to toe. Suddenly, he felt someone next to him. The hero had to have something that could protect his body. Master Hai decided to interfere with this training. He burst into Qing Yun's energy space and stopped the breakthrough with his strength. Now the hero was at a disadvantage. Master Hai wanted to punish and incinerate the boy. Their fists touched in battle and their strength was almost equal, but Qing Yun turned out to be much stronger and threw the master aside. Hai Yo-ming was beaten until he vomited blood. He believed that the guy used weapons in the battle, so he was stronger. The master decided to use his spiritual power and attack the boy again. Suddenly, a fat samurai appeared from the crowd. He opened his notebook and invited everyone watching to place bets on the victory of one of the heroes. People crowded around the samurai. Everyone argued who was the real winner and bet large sums of money. It turned out that no one voted for Qin Yun. Everyone considered him a useless piece of trash. But suddenly, an unfamiliar samurai bet on Qin's victory and disappeared. Master Hai turned his attention to the mysterious man and was distracted. At that moment, Ye Qing used Blade Strike and caused enormous damage to the master. The master hit the rock, his internal energy leaving him before his eyes. He vomited blood and had almost no strength left to fight further. Having awakened his fighting spirit, Hai Yo-ming rushed towards Qing Yun with renewed vigor. The master did not use this technique with every opponent, but in this case, he was ready to do anything to kill the guy. Qin Yun was prepared for such an attack. He had no intention of giving up. Using the Dragon Claw move, he directed his energy back at his opponent. The hero was invincible. He was able to cope with the master's technique and destroyed him before he could attack the boy. After the battle, young Hai Yo-ming told his older brother what had happened. Unperturbed, Hai Ming promised to plunge thousands of knives into his brother's offender. Senior Hai Ming was very angry, but he had enough patience not to kill Qing Yun. He decided that he would embarrass the Ye family at the annual meeting. A few days later, Qing Yun finally broke through to the 5th level of mastery, and the Thunder Seal technique was completed. While the guy absorbed the thunder energy, the seal became stronger. Ye Qing waited for Senior Master Hai Ming to come to avenge his brother. The guy didn't care how strong the master was. He was ready to punish all the arrogant geniuses. The streets were filled with people. Merchants were driving around at every step. The day has arrived for the Ye family's annual meeting, which will be attended by all the family's business partners. The sound of hooves was heard on the streets of the city. Hai Gongzi and the accompanying Wang guards were approaching the Ye family's house. The meeting has already begun. All the elders of the Ye family have gathered to announce the new winner of the competition. This year, the new winner was the second grandson of the elder, Ye Qing Yun. The elder said that the boy was able to recover, and his talent became better. Now everyone in the Ye family knew that the hero had become a genius. At that moment, the powerful Hai Ming entered the hall. The Ye family had never had such close contact with the Hai family. Mr. Hai didn't expect that the guy had such a high tone at that age. He believed that Qing Yun had climbed too high. The Ye family couldn't stand the Hai family and kicked out the uninvited guests. Hai Ming's father did not like this very much. Old Uncle Peng didn't understand these rules, but he knew that he hated this family. He clashed with Hai Dadu in battle, their fists touching. Hai Dadu used the cut technique in the battle and directed all the energy towards Mr. Peng with incredible force. The blow pushed the old man back. Dissatisfied, Qing Yun was very angry. He called the entire Hai family trash and insulted every member of the Hai family. The guy believed that everyone should get what they deserved. He was not afraid of anyone. Master Hai did not listen to the insults and invited Qin to fight. The master only had the 3rd level, so Ye Qing agreed to fight on Judgment Day in 6 months. It had been quite some time since Ye's annual meeting, and it took half a year to reach a high level. With his former glory and a merciless sword, the hero should have had no difficulty in battle. Lately, Ro had been feeling unwell, constantly feeling nauseous and having headaches. She was already almost 12 years old, so her time would soon come. The girl's fighting spirit was the Black Devil Phoenix activated in her body. After some time, she could awaken her fighting spirit and pass the test in the arena. Rao showed her eyes to her brother, and Qing Yun saw 9 phoenixes there. People with so many phoenixes were very rare, so the girl's spirit must have been very strong. At that age, it was difficult to suppress the phoenix in the body. The phoenix stone had to be consumed every day to suppress the power, otherwise the muscles would tear and turn into waste. The phoenix stone was only in the phoenix family and it was impossible to obtain it. The young genius realized that he would have to use low-grade phoenix grass to suppress the evil spirit in Rue's body. Rare things like phoenix grass were hard to find on the market. Most of these items could only be purchased on the black market. There were too many people in the black market. Most of them were ruthless or lawbreakers, so all the people wore masks. Almost at the very end of the market, a huge guy with tyrannical tendencies was selling dragonflame grass, heavenly ganoderma grass, and phoenix grass. Recently, he almost beat a man to death, so everyone in the market called him crazy. The madman did not take money for the things people needed. The payment for valuable items was a fight. The winner of the fight took the item he needed. A huge weirdo beat up one of the Ye family members, calling all family members trash, so Qing Yun decided to fight the giant crazy and punish him for his long tongue. Zheng Baoqing furiously attacked the young hero. He wanted to win using his great weight. Qin Yun was not one to be timid. He took out his merciless sword and injured the madman. The hero wanted to go to the end. One blow was not enough. He swung the demon sword a second time and dealt critical damage to the fat man. The impudent merchant fell to the ground dead. The wound was incompatible with life. Their battle was unexpectedly interrupted by He Batian, the brother of the madman. The boy ignored the rules of the market, so the fierce tyrant ordered his servants to punish Qing Yun for the death of his brother and feed him to the dogs. The black market was actually a black temple and belonged to the tyrant. None of the three families ever dared to enter the black market. Qing Yun's action was tantamount to a crime against the Temple of Darkness. Qing Yun did not intend to give up just like that. The hellish steel weapon made him powerful and merciless. The boy's combat power increased several times. He swung his sword and hit one of Mr. He's servants. Without thinking for long, he decided to launch a frontal attack on the tyrant. His merciless sword from his past life obeyed him, as if they were one and the same. The guy mastered the technique of combat kendo. His sword cut through He Batian's weapon in a second before he could even attack the boy and strike. Suddenly, Qing Yun noticed some strange gentlemen in the crowd. Seeing that the necessary things and herbs were missing from the counter, the guy realized that it smelled like something was fried. The hero saw a samurai in the stranger. He was hiding a bag of herbs in his bosom and trying to hide in the crowd. When Qing Yun wanted to catch up with him, the tyrant's cry was heard from behind. He Batian ordered the boy to stop and fight. The enraged Qing Yun said that he would remember today for the rest of his life, and would fight the tyrant again and take his dog's head. The head of the blacks was really angry. He used the power of his sword heart spirit to kill his archenemy Qin. Kendo's ability was unique. Not everyone could understand it. In his previous life, Qing Yun was able to cut off several heads at once with one blow of a merciless sword. It was obvious that He Batian's sword skills could be higher than the hero's, but the boy's advantage was that he did not use spiritual power. This was a great chance to compare their swords in action. Ye Qing confidently swung his broken sword and stopped the tyrant's strike. The head of the blacks could not believe his eyes. No one had yet been able to resist him. The hero did not fight further. He ran away, promising that he would return another day and take Mr. He's head. Suddenly he noticed that same samurai in the crowd. Qing Yun took the bag from him, and He Batian ordered his servants to find the boy and take revenge. Anyone who could subdue Qin would receive 100,000 low-grade spirits. The situation was more complicated than it seemed, so the hero first came to the Ye family's medical hall to refine and transform the Phoenix pill into the 3rd level. The effect was much better than taking Phoenix herb. The medical center should have had all the necessary materials, but he was not alone in the room. A first-class alchemy master was already there perfecting a first-class pill. While first-class alchemist Liang Chao was busy refining the pill, young Master Qin decided to take away the heavenly herb to use in transformation. Liang Chao noticed this and threatened the boy with retribution. The old alchemist was angry. He launched a fireball into the grass. The old man discovered that the grass was defective. If the boy continued to insist on taking the grass, the old man would destroy it completely. Qing Yun said that the grass was an indispensable material for refining a low-quality pill without toxins. He considered the old man not a noble alchemist, Old Liang Chao told the boy to immediately apologize, bow, and present the alchemist with gifts, and only then would he be able to forgive the hero for his ignorance. At this moment, Ye Qing slapped the old man in the face without hesitation. The young master ordered the healers who worked at the medical center to beat the pitiful Liang. The little servants could no longer endure the humiliation of the nasty old man and attacked him with their fists. An alchemist like Liang was not needed by the Ye family, so Qing Yun decided to cultivate the low-quality pill himself and threw all the necessary ingredients into the cauldron. Alchemy didn't need much time to recover. A lot of fire was enough for him. Bright magical flames completely enveloped the cauldron. The 7th-level tablet could be refined just like in the old days. When the hero finished, a bright light from the cauldron threw the devil's pill to the surface. The old alchemist couldn't believe his eyes. The hero was a 3rd-rank alchemist, and he had already managed to make a tablet. Qin Yun returned home. When he entered the room, he saw that his sister was lying in bed. Her face was pale and her lips were completely dry. Ru clearly felt unwell. The guy was very frightened by her condition. He handed her a phoenix pill so that Ru could finally control the spiritual power in herself. When the girl took the pill, her consciousness began to change. The energy of the fighting spirit began to take over her. The fire sign of the phoenix appeared on the girl's forehead. Suddenly, the spirit of the girl, a merciless black phoenix, appeared. Things were really bad. Ru had not yet practiced passive energy absorption and did not know how to cope with such furious power. If she couldn't muster the strength to resist it, her muscles would be torn apart, the girl's meridians would be destroyed. Ye Qing Yun was scared. He wanted to help his sister, so he decided to act immediately. He channeled his spiritual energy to help Ru defeat the phoenix. In a past life, the hero could suppress a monster with one finger. He was confident that he could defeat Phoenix again. Ru's energy and physical ability had nothing to do with it. Absorbing this power forced the boy to use the 7th level of the realm. Suddenly, the phoenix disappeared. The hero coped, and Ru felt a triple shift of spirit. Now she has finally become a fighter. At that moment, Uncle Peng burst into the room. He came with new news. The old man said that tomorrow the Black Ore Zone will be opened. In the past, the ore was given to Ye Tian, but this time the family decided to give it to Qing Yun. Black ore was the Ye family's greatest achievement and an important weapon processing material. With it, Qin could repair his sword. The hero's reputation in the family grew, and this time he was allowed to be in charge. The next morning, the young master ordered each person to mine at least a piece of low-grade ore. Today was the deadline for completing this task. Uncle Peng could not find a place for himself. The autumn hunt was supposed to take place tomorrow. The hero had to be very careful, because he killed Ye Wutian's 2 sons, and the embittered gentleman was waiting for the moment of reckoning. Suddenly, a huge blade flew out from around the corner, cutting through the air and heading straight towards Ye Qing. The heroes noticed a black shadow running away. The figure was not breathing. Uncle Peng chased the shadow to expose the villain. The blade returned to its owner, and the son of the bloody clan appeared before the young master. These were the lands of the Ye family, so he could not be here, but the mysterious, cunning man came to kill Qing Yun. 3 years ago, the son of the blood clan tore the meridians of the young hero and wanted to take the boy's life, but he did not expect that Qin's meridians were restored again. The gentleman had the 9th level of skill. Between 2 cliffs where the bright sun was shining, the son of the bloody clan pulled out his long blade and challenged Ye Qing to fight. The martial artist who used this Qi Dao weapon had his own level, which was different from the cultivation level of the owner. The first Qi Dao realm concentrated weapon Qi, and Ye Qing Yun was at the 1st level. However, the boy's Qi Dao concept in his previous life was at the emperor level. Only partly it was a generation of sword masters. The son of the bloody clan used a phantom to deceive and take away Uncle Peng, but Ye Qing was sure that the clone would not last long, because he knew all the shortcomings of the created clone. The gentleman had been practicing fencing for 16 years, and at 17 he was the owner of Qi Dao. The cunning master swung his merciless blade and delivered his fatal blow. Suddenly he turned sharply and, like a ninja, disappeared into thin air. An incredible stream of energy was directed at the hero. Using the blade strike skill, Ye Qingyun tried to stop this force. The blow from the gentleman from the bloody clan turned out to be very strong. The boy could hardly resist the blow. Even his sword could not reflect the blow with full power. Ye Qing survived but was seriously injured. His strength was running out. Ye Wuqian was clearly involved in this. Only his family knew about the ore mine. Ye Qingyun realized that Mr. Wuqian had long ago agreed with the killer because he had not been seen for several days. Just when Yuan Tian's family thought that the killer had torn Ye Qing to shreds, someone pushed the door to the hall with force. A safe and sound Qing Yun appeared on the threshold. He accused his uncle of treason and breaking clan rules. The cunning Yuan Tian pretended to be innocent. He denied all the charges against him and said that he loved the young boy as his own son. At this moment, Ye Qingyun noticed the same deadly blade of the bloody prince in the hall. The hero realized that his uncle had deceived him and hid a murderer in the house. The son of the bloody clan was furious. He promised that he would kill the boy with his own hands. He didn't need to rush because the Ye family had a senior elder. If the bloody lord alarmed him, the consequences would be unthinkable. The Yi family's seasonal hunt should be going on soon, so the people of the bloody evil sect should be somewhere nearby. This chance could not be missed, so the bloody prince decided that he would kill the boy on the day of the seasonal hunt. All the while, Qin was advancing towards the 7th level of cultivation of the spirit world. The merciless sword Dao could not be cultivated, so the guy practiced the thunder sword art. The thunder sword art had 9 levels of thunder, just like a dragon. Although this only applied to the yellow rank, it was far from the merciless sword Dao. Ye Qingyun trained diligently, increasing the power level of his sword. Swift as lightning, the sword was like thunder. The hero had finally reached the 1st level of the thunder sword art. The autumn hunt always took place in the forest of the court. Its purpose was to develop the combat experience of each participant. Without him, it was impossible to achieve success. The winner of the hunt will be the one who receives the most demon cores to go down the mountain. Mr. Wu Hai said that he would reward the winner of the hunt with a very valuable prize. The winner would receive the Thunder Heavenly Dream Fruit, a 3rd-grade spirit fruit. No one was to be killed along the way. Ye Tian came to the Judgment Forest. He had already finished absorbing the Blood Fury pill. Not only were his meridians restored, but he also reached the realm of Baohua. The bloody evil sect was also waiting for this day, because the seasonal hunt had begun. At this time, from the other side of the forest, one of the bloody killer's servants brought the news that the Ye family's hunt had already begun. The bloody prince realized that it was time for reckoning. Qing Yun and her sister were wandering through the forest of judgment when suddenly a rustling was heard in the bushes. The heroes were literally petrified from horror. A huge monster was looking at them from the forest thickets. The hero realized that it was an explosive monkey. The wild monster rushed towards the heroes. His scream was deafening, and the earth shook from his large, strong paws. The hero was not afraid of the beast. Taking out his thunder sword, he struck the monkey again and again. The cunning bloody prince was hiding in the forest and waiting for the moment to attack and kill the boy. Suddenly, Ye Tian jumped straight from the tree. He changed a lot. The guy looked exhausted. Ru and Qin did not expect him to appear at all. Ye Tian said that his muscles had recovered and was now ready to crush Qin like an ant. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. A cruel, bloody killer appeared, as if from underground. He pulled out his long blade and struck Tian. Now the son of the bloody clan wanted to destroy his sworn enemy. He was 17 years old when he was able to condense his Kai. The master understood that the young boy could achieve great success, so he had to die. The enraged bloody lord screamed and rushed into battle. Using the 3-foot waves technique, he pointed his sword at the hero. Qing Yun was going to destroy the He Kingdom, so that none of them would harm people again. Swinging his thunder sword, he struck the master several times, leaving no chance of victory. The thunder sword was incredibly fast, like lightning. The fast thunder sword did not allow the bloody killer to take a step forward, and numerous strong blows made him vomit blood. Mr. Chi Dao's intention dissipated. The master ordered his servants to fight and kill the boy. Several of his servants rushed into battle like a bunch of kittens. They were completely defenseless and weak compared to Ye Qingyun. The hero was not afraid of them. His skills and excellent sword control were much stronger. With one swing of his sword, he pushed the three pathetic servants aside. The boy used Shadow Windstep, and this allowed him to be in an advantageous position in a second. He literally flew up to the gentleman and pointed his weapon at him. Qin wanted to scrap the enemy's spiritual power. At that same second, the old man ran to the battlefield and covered the master with his blade. Ye Qingyun jumped to the side. The old servant could not allow his master to be killed. This pitiful old man was as strong as Ye Wuhai's grandfather. He was an excellent swordsman and reached the level of Tenjin. At such a young age, the Tao of weapons was only given to celestial beings. Ye Qingyun believed that the old man had desecrated the weapon in his hand because he was willing to be a slave, having talent. Ye Qing was willing to fight the old man with his broken sword to prove his point. The opponents agreed to fight with swords. The old man was interested in what skills the boy had. This old man's sword heart was unstable, but he was still in the realm of the Tenjin Tao of weapons. It was almost impossible to defeat him in a duel with a thunder sword. Ye Qing decided that he would have to use the Tao of the merciless sword through force. At first, the hero could only absorb some of the thunder power remaining in the thunder seal to increase his strength. The battle began, and the old man's fighting spirit came out to fight. Only when the hero reached the 9th layer of the Dongling realm would he be able to use the first layer of the merciless sword Tao. With excellent sword technique, Ye Qingyun quickly advanced towards the old man. The boy struck his sword with his merciless sword. Even if the old man's weapon Tao intent was far superior, it still wouldn't help him win. Ye Qingyun realized that the old man was not a real swordsman. When the man with the sword was born, he stood proudly under the sky, and when he died, he could still smell the ink and bones. After becoming a servant, the old man's sword no longer served him. The old man of Black Rage recognized the boy as a senior master. He said that he once managed to see a crazy sword a long time ago. The sword god disappeared and disappeared for a long time. Qingyun pointed his sword at the son of the Blood Clan. He could not let the enemy go just like that. Unexpectedly, the old man stood up for the black gentleman and asked to let the poor fellow go. In exchange, the old man refused to be a member of the bloody evil sect and was willing to give Ye Qing a piece of the broken sword. It could be used to forge a new sword. For a long time, the old man kept the edge of a merciless sword. The guy didn't expect that there were 2 whole pieces of the sword in this small doomsday town. Qingyun was a ruthless master. His past life taught him not to spare his enemies. Punishment was inevitable, and the hero struck the bloody master with his dangerous sword. The prince's meridians were destroyed. The old man thanked the boy for the instruction. He considered Qingyun his elder. Thanks to Qin, the old man cleared his mind and left the bloody evil sect. He was ready to follow his Tao sword. All this time, Yu Yantian wandered through the forest in search of his eldest son. Suddenly, he saw Ye Tian dead in the bushes. The blood in his veins began to boil. He realized that Qingyun was to blame for everything. Yu Yantian's rage was uncontrollable. His eyes became bloodshot, and his thirst for revenge unleashed great strength within him. The gentleman thought that Qin had killed Tian's eldest son, and now the boy could pay for it with his life. Suddenly, Elder Ye Qing stood in Yu Yantian's way. He came to praise the new genius in the Ye family. The great elder said that on the day of the hunt, he watched closely to make sure of Qingyun's strength. At this moment, Tian's rage disappeared from his face. He learned that his son had been killed by the bloody prince. It was not difficult to determine from the wounds on the body. The gentleman admitted that 3 years ago he organized the destruction of Qin's meridians and only regretted that he had not killed the boy during all this time. 2 years ago, Yu Yantian asked the bloody evil sect to kill his brother. After so many years, there should not even be bones left of him. There was resentment in Tian. No one noticed him. He was always in the shadow of his older brother. Qingyun couldn't let anyone else take revenge for his father's death. The boy had only recently reached the 9th layer of the Dongling Kingdom, but he believed that it was his duty to avenge his father. The heroes decided to fight to the death. It was like a battle between good and evil. Yu Yantian had incredible strength. He was at the 9th layer of the Manhwa realm, and for him there was absolutely no way back. An unimaginable monster appeared in front of the young god of war. The thirst for blood and death motivated Yuyan Tian. He awakened his green fighting spirit. The crazy sand scorpion had a very strong spirit, its long tail with a stinger leaving a large shadow on the ground. The test was really intense. There was no time to think, and the hero had to act. His merciless sword was his assistant, and Qin attacked the scorpion. The boy underestimated the strength of the Manhwa realm martial artist. Yuyan Tian was a very strong opponent. As the young hero approached the scorpion, the monster swung its strong tail and forcefully threw Ye Qing aside. The crazy scorpion hit the boy with its tail, making a huge hole in the ground. All the people around froze in anticipation, but the young gentleman, like a fury, managed to slip out from under the scorpion's tail. The enemy was strong, but Ye Qingyun could not afford to lose this battle. Even if he exhausted his full potential and it resulted in damage to tendons and veins, the hero had to kill the enemy with his own hands. Yuyan Tian saw nothing in front of him that could stop him. He wanted to use self-explosion so that the entire Ye family would die, and everyone who came hunting would be buried with his son. Qingyun had no choice but to use the forbidden art. The boy wanted to save everyone, and gathering all his energy, used the ultimate soul-burning sword and stabbed it into his enemy. The difference in strength was still too big. Yuyan Tian's soul was damaged, but the forbidden art could not kill with one blow. Since there was no other way to stop Yuyan Tian from exploding himself, the only thing the young god could do was sacrifice himself. Ye Qingyun grabbed his enemy and quickly flew into the sky. It was already too late. When the hero was at a sufficient distance from the ground, there was no turning back. Yuyan Tian was torn into pieces, and a huge explosion appeared in the sky. The energy from the explosion spread in all directions in bright flashes. All the people froze in surprise, and tears appeared in Ru's eyes. She screamed loudly, pain eating her up from the inside. At that moment, her spiritual phoenix opened its wings. Half an hour later, the second elder and his disciples finally found the boy. All this time they were looking for him through the debris of trees. Nature was badly damaged by the explosion. Ru did not leave her brother a single step. The hero lay in a coma for a whole week. It was a miracle that Qin managed to survive. Ru was always by his side and never took her eyes off him. Now the hero needed to regain his strength after the tragic incident. When Ye Qingyun regained some strength, he came to the chief elder. He said that someone from the bloody evil sect was involved in the murder of his father. The people in this organization practiced the demonic blood-sucking technique. His father's death hit Qingyun hard, but he couldn't anger the bloody evil organization until he became powerful. Because of Yuyan Tian, the hunt ended early, so the elder gave the boy the winner's prize, the heavenly dream. Thunder fruit was even rarer than the thunder fruit. The heavenly dream. Thunder fruit, together with the thunder seal, repaired the damage caused to the tendons and veins by the previous forbidden arts. The pulp was so soft and sweet that many people threw away the kernels left after eating. Using one's spiritual power, one could obtain a martial art from the core. The next day, Qingyun went into the forest and decided to break the core. When the boy hit it with a stone, something magical happened. Heavenly greedy thunder erupted, and thousands of lightning enveloped the hero from head to toe. His new martial art was now Thunder Double. With its help, one could make one double of oneself. His strength will increase with his cultivation level. At that moment, someone's scream was heard in the forest. The dark wolves of the night formed a pack and caused trouble. The young girl armed herself with a sword and tried to escape from wild creatures. The quality of her sword was very high. This girl understood the Tao of the sword well. Her cultivation level also reached the second layer of the Manhwa realm, but this was not enough to defeat the pack of wolves of the night. Qingyun came closer to the girl and couldn't believe his eyes. The girl looked like his beloved Luo Lin from the past divine world. The hero couldn't believe it because their cultivation levels were different. Zi Yuying saw that the guy was trained and asked him for help. She alone could not cope against the rabid pack. The hero swung his merciless sword and in one motion threw several wolves aside to save the beautiful stranger. He was good with a sword, so this was the easiest task for him. The girl thanked the boy for saving her. She was sure that the young man had reached the level of chi solidification in the mirror of the weapon. The boy saved her life, but she could not give her life in return. Ziyu Ying carried 2 rank 4 demon cores with her and decided that she would give the guy one of them as gratitude. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of hooves. In response to the screams coming from the forest, the guard of the city house galloped up along with his servants. The city lord saw that the girl had not returned for a long time and suspected trouble. The young lady told the guard about Qing Yun's heroic deed, but he did not believe it. Feng Shao believed that the boy was the general trash of the Ye family. Although the boy was now a genius, his life was doomed to humiliation. Zia Yuying became very angry. This time she returned to find out if there were talented people in the city. The girl considered the hero a good master and decided to accept him into the Star Academy. The guard wanted to go to the academy instead of Qing Yun, so he decided to punish the guy. Feng Shao jumped on his horse and charged at the hero with wild fury. The young genius was vigilant and very careful. He took out his blade and struck the guard with great force. The disgusting Feng Shao fell to the ground in shame. Qing Yun was very unhappy with this payment. He believed that the lady had set the guard on him and wanted to leave the forest. At that moment the guard rose to his feet and decided to act. He awakened a fierce fighting spirit within himself and attacked the hero with renewed vigor. He was driven by resentment and self-esteem. He couldn't just give up. Yet Qing Yun had excellent control over his steel weapon, and thanks to the sword, he was powerful and invincible. With one movement of his sword, the boy cut off the guard's hand in a second. A few days later, Qing Yun came to check the black market again. Over the past few days, an abnormal amount of evil qi had appeared in Ru's body. The boy needed to prepare as quickly as possible. There was a nasty samurai hiding around the corner. In this market, he sold stolen things. He told the stranger that wearing a mask in the market was a death sentence. When the samurai saw who was hiding behind the mask, he was simply horrified. He told the boy that the entire black market was hunting for him, and in such an outfit, Qing Yun would not have been able to get to the market. The merchant was just a pathetic coward, so Qing Yun came up with a brilliant plan. He exchanged clothes with the samurai, and while the guards were chasing the disguised gentleman, the young hero continued his way through the market. Suddenly the boy noticed a fiery fruit on the merchant's counter. It could not be paid for with worldly things. Its cost was just one answer. The owner of the shop, Gudan, was a third-class alchemist. He handed the boy a magic brush so that he could write the answer on a piece of paper. The hero wrote an answer on paper in a second, but the merchant was not satisfied with it. He considered the answer complete nonsense and was not ready to give up the fiery fruit. Alchemist's assistant Qing Yung put his blade to the hero's throat. Ye Qing Yun said that young Qing was talented at 16 years old but was stuck in the Tenjin realm for more than 2 years. When the genius of the Ye family was about to leave, the old man gave him the fire fruit. The theme of old Gudan was related to the theory of high-class alchemists, so the hero decided to enter into an agreement with him. Ye Qing Yun decided to explain his answer to the question. In the old man's recipe, external cleaning could not clean the grass enough. It was necessary to thicken qi with internal alchemy. Among high alchemists, this was called qihua. Before gathering the inner alchemy qi, the old man needed to fully gather the alchemy qi outside his body. For this information, the boy asked old Gudan for a seed of alien fire which hung around the alchemist's neck. Suddenly the guard grabbed the hero by the shoulder. He wanted to kill the guy because he thought he was a robber. This happened very often on the black market because the mafia was a regular customer there. Qing Yun took off his hat and revealed his identity. The young genius was fearless. He promised himself to punish everyone who goes against him. Taking out his sword, he prepared to attack. He was excellent in martial arts, and the thunder fruit allowed Qing Yun to make his thunder double in a second. The enemy was defeated. One of the 4 vice-commanders of the black market fell to the ground, beaten by Qin's double. The guard threatened the boy with the rightful commander of the market. Lin Bikai was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Baohua realm and was a second-grade student at the Star Academy. he could find and fight Qing Yun with ease. Yet Qing Yun did not listen to the guard for long. The boy never spoke for long. He took out his sword, and with a quick movement of his hand, cut off the guard's head and fled the scene of the crime. The first deputy commander was simply furious when he learned that someone dared to kill the deputy commander in broad daylight. He ordered all the dark guards to find and kill the guy in the black hat. Qing Yun went to the black market again and swapped with a clothing merchant. Now a completely different mission awaited the boy. On the same day, city manager Feng learned that the genius of the Ye family had cut off his son's hand and decided to punish all family members. As the commander-in-chief of a huge army, he rushed straight to the Ye family's house. Mr. Feng ordered the Ye family elders to reveal Ye Qing's whereabouts, otherwise the entire family would be attacked by Feng's army. Qing Yun appeared on the threshold of the house. He was ready to answer for his actions. The guy said that Mr. Feng's son's skills were not good, so the nasty young master decided to attack from behind. For this, he was deprived of his hand. The Ye family's area in Doomsday City seemed too big. As the city's population grew, Hai Dadu said that the Ye family had to give up some space to the Hai family in exchange for Qing Yun's life. Ye Qing Yun was the heir to the throne of the Ye family, so the elder would never give the boy's life to be torn to pieces by the vile Hai family. At this moment, Master Gu himself appeared from the crowd. Third-class alchemists themselves were not scary, but there were too many masters who were willing to work for them. They were also supported by the Union of Alchemists. Mr. Feng was completely at a loss that the Ye family was somehow related to the alchemist. He asked old Gu not to interfere in this matter, and handed him the valuable material as a small gesture of goodwill and as a sign of respect for the city. It was like bribery. So Elder Gudan was not happy at all. He didn't understand how an ordinary manager could become the master of the city, but he allowed Feng to save his face as the manager. When furious manager Feng rushed to the Ye family's house, he smashed the sacred tablets at the entrance of the house. Qing Yun could not let this go unpunished. The created clone rushed into battle and gave Mr. Feng a good slap in the face. This angered the manager and he wanted to hit the boy back. Instead of attacking the boy, Mr. Feng walked away offended. Only Hai Dadu could not come to terms with such an ending. He needed new lands in the city, but he had no chance against the Ye family. When the Hai family members left, barking like dogs, Qing Yun called respected Elder Gu into the house. Master Gu called the boy master, despite the fact that he was much more experienced than the hero himself. In his previous life, Qing Yun was a 7th-grade alchemist. His mental strength exceeded the 70th rank, and his fire spiritual power also reached a super-strong level. After rebirth, it had not yet been measured and remained unclear. Mental power belonged to the mental range of an alchemist. With strong mental power, one could kill people with one's mind. Every 10th rank corresponded to a level. Spiritual power was the key to controlling the flames. Elder Gu was pleasantly surprised by the boy's knowledge. Qing Yun knew how to refine pills and knew everything about the fatal fire. At his age, having such knowledge of alchemy was simply incredible. In fact, the only reason Mr. Gudan came to Doomsday City was to find the fatal fire and get his hand back. This spiritual hand was of low quality. In Qing Yun's previous life, he possessed a dragon hand. It would definitely be on the list of various good hands. She was upgraded with the dragon sword. The hero could be fused with the hand and switch between two forms. The dragon's spiritual hand was a rare treasure for an alchemist. At the sight of it, all dragons were horrified. Mr. Gu's hand had been cut off a long time ago, so he decided that he did not need to be strengthened with a spiritual hand. If he absorbed fire to connect his hand, his confidence would still be less than half. Mr. Gu asked Qin to borrow a foreign fire seed and offered a Gu family token in exchange. Qing Yun did not need useless things and asked the elder for the fatal fire. Even if the success rate was small, the elder was still willing to take the risk and swallow the fire himself. Then Ye Qing Yun promised to attach the old man's hand and get the fatal fire for himself. After some time, the purification of the pill was completed. The guy didn't know how Ru felt, because she was tormented by evil qi from within, so he went to check on his sister. Ru was nowhere to be seen when Qing Yun entered the room. He froze in horror. The manager of the town hall tied up Rue and carried her away through the window. The impudent thief took the girl into the forest. Her hands and mouth were tied. She was completely alone and helpless. The manager wanted to teach the boy a lesson and destroy his dearest person. The gentleman grabbed the little girl's thin neck with his huge hand and lifted her off the ground. At that moment, the hero's cry was heard behind him. He grabbed the scoundrel's hand and pushed it to the side. Ching Yun was simply furious. He was already very close to a breakthrough. His soul burst out with anger. He had to avenge his little sister. The shameless gentleman was not a coward at all. He was ready to fight back the boy, and the spirit in his body awakened and came out. A huge, ferocious rhinoceros headed towards the hero. At that moment, something incredible happened. Rue was so worried about her brother that the fighting spirit inside the girl awakened. The merciless black phoenix appeared before the enemies, spreading its fiery wings. The manager of the town hall was very surprised to see the phoenix. He believed himself to be much stronger, so he thrust his fist forward, commanding his spirit to fight. Suddenly, someone stopped his hand. Feng Sanfeng from the Yangshe Kingdom came to protect the girl. No one had the right to raise a hand against members of the Phoenix clan. The gentleman was very afraid of Elder Fang. He literally groveled before him. Fang worked hard, thanks to which his cultivation reached the pinnacle, so the manager considered him powerful and radiant. The master thought that the manager was laughing at his bald head, and that this was an insult to him. There was no point in talking anymore. Fang decided to kill the manager. The lord from the Phoenix clan released the fiery energy of his spirit and directed it towards the pitiful lord. The manager of the town hall caught fire like a dry branch. Feng Sanfeng held the girl close to him, with her 7 phoenix marks on her body. Rue was the epitome of the beauty of the Phoenix clan. He said that no one could touch the little genius. Rue's phoenix rage exploded and had to be suppressed immediately. Ye Qingyun said that his sister needed help and handed Feng Sanfeng a fire suppression pill that could be used to suppress the evil qi. The clan expert didn't trust the boy. He considered his second-rate pill to be poisonous and thought that the boy wanted to deliberately harm the genius of the Phoenix clan. Little Rue got worse and worse. There was no time to think. Suppressing the qi with the forbidden art would be incredibly difficult. So the elder needed to use the forbidden art together with the fire suppression pill. The girl was very gifted. There was too much phoenix fury in her body. A clan expert would not be able to afford the resources of a side branch. Only thanks to these resources was it possible to suppress black anger. It was necessary to find a relative with the same resources. The black anger was suppressed. The girl was finally free. The suppression pill was indeed of high quality. Feng Sanfeng invited the girl to fully join the clan and use all the clan's resources. His clan's resources were greater than any other family in the city. The clan expert said that no one could ensure the safety of Rue, because even her brother was only a first-layer Manhwa kingdom. The phoenix rage within Rue was very strong, and the Ye family did not have enough resources to suppress this force. Ye Qingyun insisted that Rue go to the clan, promising to return to the girl in 3 years. Rue's body belonged only to herself. With tears in her eyes, the girl refused to go and said that she would not leave the Ye family even if she died. Rue had no choice but to agree. Boundless love for her brother forced her to join the clan. The girl did not want Qin to risk his life in search of grass, and the entire family to go bankrupt by constantly suppressing the qi in her body. While seeing his sister off, Ye Qingyun told her that no one should have known about her 9 phoenix. It was too dangerous. The family followed Rue with their eyes. The elders considered her their own granddaughter and were ready to spend the entire family budget to save the girl from evil forces. A few months later, Qingyun was conducting training in the forest. All this time, he was engaged in increasing his mental strength. Now the boy had reached rank 45, and Sword Dao had reached the Heiyu realm. Unexpectedly, Old Man Gu came to the training. In the past few days, the glow of the foreign fire seed had been getting brighter and brighter, so Master Gu was sure that the fatal fire was about to appear. They should have started searching at that very moment. The old man's well-being was a very important condition in the search for fire, so his assistant, Qing Yung, had to protect Mr. Gu. The heroes released the seed of someone else's fire into the air, so that it would show them the path to the fatal fire, and went to the forest of doomsday. There should have been no one in the depths of the forest, so the heroes dreamed of taking the fire quickly. The seed of someone else's fire led them to a rock deep in the forest. The place was as busy as a vegetable market. It was clear to the old man that Gu Hong had deliberately spread these alchemists. A third-class alchemist, Gu Hong, appeared in front of them. He said that the boy Qin should not have been sent to certain death. Qing Yun did not listen to the moralizing of the vile alchemist and insulted him in order to reveal his true nature. The evil Gu Hong ordered his servant, Zhu Yutian, to kill the boy. The descendant of a family of giants was already running towards the heroes, when suddenly something lit up in the cave, and a strange sound began to be heard from there. All the alchemists of the first and second ranks jumped up and ran into the cave, where a fatal fire appeared. When Master Gu wanted to go inside, Qin abruptly stopped him. The boy suggested we take a break outside and eat grapes. He knew that the fatal fire gave birth to an evil spirit at birth. The spirit devoured everyone it saw on its way, so at that moment, death awaited everyone who entered the cave. After some time, the heroes entered the cave, and what they saw literally turned them to stone. All the alchemists who ran inside were lying on the floor. They looked scary. The evil spirit did not spare anyone. He was hungry and devoured the souls of everyone who disturbed the peace of the fatal fire. The heroes had to be very careful and move on slowly. The spirit of fatal fire was a beautiful girl. She looked like a priestess of love. Her naked body was enveloped in flames, and her eyes sparkled like stars. The spirit lured young alchemists with its beauty, and when they came closer to get the fatal fire, the spirit sucked all the flesh and blood out of them. Suddenly, Gu Hong appeared in the cave. He was not afraid that the fire was stronger. The old man opened a scroll of alien fire and directed its power to the spirit. The spirit of fire laughed. He could not be frightened by such a useless thing. A low-level scroll of alien fire would not be able to help against the newborn fatal fire. With one movement of his hand, the spirit destroyed the scroll. Gu Hong was very angry. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was deprived of the opportunity to get fire. The old man ordered Zhu Yuqian to kill Ye Qing. When the descendant of the giant family rushed to hit Qing Yun, he was knocked down by a fireball. The spirit of fire became angry. No one dared to steal his sacrifice. At this moment, Qing Yun decided to act. He was clearly smarter than the giant. The young alchemist took out his sword and rushed into battle. When the sword was almost close to the spirit, the incredible force of fire pushed Qing Yun to the side. The spirit of fire was incredibly strong. The heroes needed to do something, otherwise they could all end up in a mass grave. Qing Yun already had practice in dealing with strong opponents and spirit beasts, so without hesitation, he took out the thunder sword and struck the spirit. Crazy energy attacked the spirit of fire. Thousands of lightning surrounded it, causing pain. The spirit of fire begged for mercy, but the hero struck again and again. The strength of the spirit was almost running out, and Qing Yun began to eat the fire. Suddenly, Gu Hong's giant servant ran up and attacked the hero. He wanted to kill the boy and help his master get the fire. The hero could not fight. First, he had to let the heart of the 10 demons absorb the fatal fire that had been eaten. At this moment, Qing Yun's sword stopped the giant. Zhu Yutian wanted to see what made Qing Yun invincible in the Yingshui realm to test his sword skills. His huge steel fists were hungry for battle. In his past life, Ye Qing Yun had absorbed dozens of foreign flames, giving birth to the flames of 10 demons. The flames of 10 demons resisted the will of heaven, changed fate, and burned all things. The 10-demon flame was stronger than any other flame, but it was not included in the list of alien fires. Qing Yun didn't expect that he could create it by only absorbing half of the fatal fire. Something incredible was happening. It was as if the hero had been replaced. The enormous power within the hero forced everyone around him to submit and obey him. There was a huge energy pillar above the forest. It burned with a bright flame and was visible even in the lower divine world. At the headquarters of the Lower World Alchemist Union, the Alchemist Union watched an incredible phenomenon from the forest. The aura was similar to that of the god of war. Luo Haidan was a third-class alchemist. He said that the god of war had long been dead and the 10 demon flames had disappeared with him. The Dao Hui definitely did not belong to either the alien fire or the 10 demon flames. The energy pillar was visible even in the yellow god's fortress. Lilin's lover was very cruel to Qin. She personally plunged her sword into his 10-demon heart. She was sure that if the god of war returned, he would not be able to resist her sword. After absorbing half of the alien fire, Ye Qing actually moved from the first layer of the Baohua realm to the third layer. Gu Hong was furious. All this power should have belonged to him, and he decided to destroy the boy. Gu Hong pointed his fist forward and attacked the guy with force, but Ye Qing immediately stopped his fist. The hero's strength exceeded Master Gu's capabilities. Qin threw the vile Gu Hong into the wall, and he hit the stone wall with force. Master Gu lost a lot of strength. His skills were not enough to defeat the boy. He threw a magic scroll onto the floor and a real portal opened. The old man remembered today's hatred and promised to skin the hero in the future. The big man Zhu Yutian was not ready to run away. He considered Ye Qing to be trash from the Baohua kingdom of the third layer and wanted to destroy the guy with his own hands. Ye Qing Yun hit the giant with all his might, but the blow was not strong enough. The hero broke Zhu Yutian's defense and broke his chains. It's time to show the real you. Zhu Yutian transformed before his eyes. His body became larger. Now he looked like a stone man. A fire lit up in the eyes of the ruthless Qing Yun. There was no turning back. The boy could control fire, like a newborn fire spirit. Qing Yun directed all his power at the enemy. The fire completely engulfed Zhu Yutian. The situation was out of control. Now only half of the fatal fire was available. Even half the fire gave birth to the flames of 10 demons, and the deal with the alchemist was still valid. The master used the condensation method to help Master Gu restore his spiritual hand. On this day, the old man was supposed to become a full-fledged person. Controlling his hand like a real magician, Qing Yun imbued his hand with incredible power and directed it towards the old man. The spiritual hand obediently attached itself back to Master Gu's body. Master Gu was simply shocked by what he saw. He called the boy a real master of words. He always considered the ancient texts to be fiction, but he never thought that they could be real. Now the old man needed to focus on his hand. Human energy was limited. Gudan was grateful to the hero. He was ready to help Qing Yun at any time necessary. At the High Family Arena, all the elders and disciples of the family had gathered, and the Doomsday Battle Tournament was taking place there. The winner of this tournament could receive an invitation to enter the Star Academy. The main participant in this tournament was Hai Ming. He was a ruthless master and had already easily destroyed several disciples of the Ye family in this arena. Master Hai did not follow the rules and beat his opponents to death. Ye Qing did not like this very much, and he demanded that Hai be disqualified for violations. Tournament judge Wang did not consider these rules necessary. Fights in the arena were always only to the death. He invited Hai Ming to accept the challenge from the other members of the Ye family. The news of the tournament spread throughout the city. No one could repel Hai Ming's incredible strength. His skills were too much for ordinary disciples of the Ye family. At this moment, the crowd of disciples fell silent, and young Master Qing Yun appeared in the arena. He came to fight the impudent Hai Ming. It had been 6 months since their last battle, so their swords had to touch in battle in this arena. Qing Yun had already punished many of his enemies. His skills had grown, and his sword power was becoming greater. The battle began, and the hero swung his blade and cut off Hai Ming's hand. The hero's sword was as fast as lightning. Using his new skills, he created a clone of himself, and in a matter of seconds, Master Hai's leg flew off to the side. Hai Ming's father was simply furious. He wanted to protect his son from death. Seeing that his son was in danger, Hai Dadu attacked the hero without hesitation. At that moment, something incredible happened. Suddenly, a huge paw with claws appeared in his path. It grabbed Hai Dada and threw it aside. Never before had Master Qing Yun possessed such powerful abilities. The head of the Hai family could not even get close to Qing Yun to hit him. He didn't use his power to its full potential and didn't tap into his fighting spirit. No one had ever seen Hai Dadu's fighting spirit. but he had no choice but to reveal it to everyone. Haidadu awakened his spirit, and the huge meat pig squealed in anger. Qingyun had seen many martial spirit pigs, but they were all brown or black. He was not afraid of the pink pig and pierced the animal right through the heart with his blade. Haidadu flew to the side unconscious. The entire battle was watched by the lord of the city. He was very surprised by the boy's abilities. The hero was extremely gifted, even for the academy. The battle ended, but Judge Wang was unhappy with Qin's victory. He believed that a young and ruthless hero would definitely become a demon and cause pain and suffering to people. Qingyun appeared before Lord Zi Qingdan, as if he were the supreme court. The lord pondered his decision, because at the age of 15 the boy saved his daughter and had a great future. By winning the title of Rookie King, Qin would receive support from the academy. The young master was hot-tempered and did not communicate with the lord. But Zi Qingdana's daughter was very worried that the guy had not left and invited him to enter the Star Academy. In fact, Zi Yuying was in love with the master. Her proposal was very sincere, but Qingyun refused to enter the academy. A month later, Qingyun fought against the Great Elder. This was not the same boy as before. He spent the whole month training with the Elder to become stronger and stronger. The Great Elder's cultivation level was the first layer of the Yingshu realm. He was only one step higher than the hero, but he still could not defeat Qingyun. The whole month of training made the boy progress quickly. The hero forced the Elder to use almost all of his strength, thereby proving that he was already strong enough to defend against the Yingshu realm. Now the Great Elder was calm and could let the boy go alone. The boy was about to leave for the city of Luoyang. The city was cruel. The people there were not afraid of open fight, so Qingyun needed to be very careful and attentive. Elder Wu ordered the fire spirit horse to be brought. He put 200 pieces of dark black ore in the bag next to the saddle. The Ye family no longer had anything valuable. Night fell and fog shrouded the mysterious city. Tired from the road, Qingyun stopped for the night at a hotel. He was given the best room to stay for the night. Qingyun watched the view from the window and thought about his sister Ru. They had not seen each other for quite a long time, and there was no news from her at all. Suddenly his peace was disturbed by someone's voice, a gentleman shouting in the corridor. The arrogant rich gentleman wanted to eat and demanded meat. He ordered the hotel workers to slaughter the horse of the spirit of fire and fry a juicy steak. The fat man was handing the hotel employee a silver card worth 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, Qingyun came up from behind. He said that even 3 silver cards were not enough to kill his horse. The fat man's family was considered one of the best families, so he laughed at the boy and considered him a simple beggar. Qingyun was no longer the same. His strength was now at the highest level. Using the shadow wind step skill, the hero grabbed the fat scoundrel by the face and slammed him to the ground. This was the last chance to survive. The guy let the fat man go, taking from him the Qiankun bag, which contained exactly 102 silver cards. This fat man named a specific number of cards, wanting to catch people's greed. He was not so stupid. Qingyun suspected something was wrong and went to his room. At exactly midnight, when the bright moon was shining in the sky, a mysterious man crept to the hotel and found the horse of the spirit of fire. He had evil intentions and stuck a knife into the horse. Qingyun immediately heard a strange sound. He quickly jumped from the window and ran to help, but it was too late. His horse lay in a pool of blood, and the unknown gentleman disappeared into the forest. The killer could not run far, so Qin rushed into the forest after him. The killer was walking through the forest and suddenly heard Qin's voice behind him. Fatty Jin forced the nasty guy to kill the horse, but yet Qing didn't care whose idea it was. He used his skills and lifted the stranger into the air, with Qin's magical powers tearing him apart. The next day, Qin arrived at the gates of the city of Luoyang. It was a beautiful sunny day, and a crowd of people were waiting near the entrance to get inside. The paths leading to the city were closed. Today there was a competition for newcomers to the Star Academy, so all the people crowded onto the official road. The gentleman at the entrance was selling entrance tickets. With their help, one could walk along the secret path and not have to wait in line under the scorching sun. Qingyun was very interested in this proposal. A monk from the crowd said that the closed routes allowed access to the city, but were disastrous. Today, these territories were used as a battlefield for Star Academy recruits. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the loud stomping of soldiers. The security of the Dark Temple was looking for a mysterious gentleman in a black hat who had gone down a destructive path. The soldiers asked everyone in the crowd about the guy in the black hat, but no one saw him. Turning around, the monk noticed that Qing Yun had already disappeared somewhere. Ye Qing Yun decided to skip the line and take advantage of the pass service. He followed the secret path and came across a ticket seller. The seller offered to give the boy a good discount. The hero was not one of those who paid simple, pathetic merchants. He decided to go along the path on his own and sent the gentleman back to the underworld. The guy in the hat couldn't stay in Doomsday City. The entire black market was after him. He hoped that in the city of Luoyang he could reverse his luck. Suddenly he felt cold behind his back. The gentleman had to hurry and he quickly ran away. An arrow breaking the wind landed not far from him. At this moment, Qing Yun discovered this archer in the forest. He pulled out his merciless blade and was ready to fight. The shooter turned out to be a nice girl. She was a student at the Star Academy and wore a badge on her chest. Qin's presence distracted her and she became very angry. The hero was not a student at the academy, so his attention was immediately drawn to its badge. He invited the girl to exchange and give 1 silver card in return. The girl was offended. This badge was not easy to imitate, since it was used as a prop when calculating the results of the competition. 1 card was not enough to buy such a valuable thing, so the girl refused. Suddenly she felt movements behind her. Turning her head, she saw a real clone. At that same second, Qing Yun appeared in front of her. He distracted the sweet lady's attention and took her badge, giving her a silver card in return. The badge was made of mysterious black iron. This forging material had a divine character. Without this badge, students would be eliminated from the competition, so Qing Yun came up with a brilliant plan. An hour later, Li Tiankai was hiding in one of the mountain caves. He had finally broken through to the 9th layer of the Baohua realm, the weapon Dao of the Heiyu realm. The winner of the competition would be the one who received the most badges. In his eyes, it was not a place for competition, but wheat in a field awaiting the autumn harvest. He considered himself a winner and was ready to eat this entire harvest. There was not much time left until the end of the competition, and Li Tiankai took the badges from all his classmates. Many of the guys in this competition were relaxing in the forest and fishing, so Li Tiankai considered it a complete mess. He was a slacker and found out that Qing Yun was taking all the badges. Li Tiankai was a first-class swordsman. He only needed 1 sword to fight his enemy. He attacked Qi Yun with great force, but he still didn't know who he had actually contacted. Ye Qing Yun was invulnerable, fast, and very strong. With his merciless sword, he cut Li Tian's sword into 2 pieces and easily took the badge from him. After the competition ended, the academy students had to go down the mountain. Many students came to the elder without tokens. Only Fang Shi brought 125 badges and was the leader among all the guys. The elder was at a loss. 339 badges had been brazenly stolen. This badge wasn't even worth a spirit stone. Li Tiankai spoke about a mysterious guy who broke into the 5th layer of the Baohua kingdom and took all the tokens. According to the rules, the winner was the one who brought the most badges. This time, such a person was not there, so the great elder left the matter open until the mysterious hero appeared. The students were unhappy with this decision, but the elder was persistent and said that the boy would be invited to join the academy as the rookie king and would be given any resources of the academy. A few days later, Qing Yun was calmly relaxing in the hotel bar, drinking wine and not thinking about his problems for the first time in his life. Suddenly, some arrogant guy saw the hero and decided to drive him out of the bar. Yet Qing Yun did not want bloodshed. He was in a great mood. He offered the stranger 2 silver cards and asked him to leave. Wang Bai was an overconfident guy and spilled a jug of wine on the floor. Young Qing Yun did not beat the master. It would have been too easy for him. The hero was more cunning and smarter than this guy and threw wine in Wang Bai's face. While Mr. Wang Bai was rubbing the wine from his eyes, the boy quickly left the bar. Having discovered that the enemy had disappeared from under his nose, the gentleman was simply in a wild rage. He caused a real pogrom and broke everything around him. Qing Yun tricked the academy student Wang Bai and took the bag of badges from him. These badges were capable of producing enough divine, mysterious black iron. This amount of iron was still not enough. The hero needed to find a black iron heart. Such valuable material was not sold in any store in the city. The black iron heart could be found everywhere in the lower divine world, but in the city, this item was very valuable. The merchant told the boy that he could find the heart at an auction in the Jin family's golden house. The Jin family was the richest family in Luoyang City. They were the only ones who held the Jin Sheng Jin auction in the city. A crowd of people is gathered in the city square as a drop of the blood of a 5-clawed golden dragon will be sold at today's auction. Mr. Wang Bai also came to try his luck at the auction. He did not respect anyone but himself and forcefully fought out a place for himself in the crowd. People discussed today's auction with interest. Dragon bones were found underground, and therefore there were many important people at the auction. Many martial artists collected some and allowed the alchemist to purify a drop of dragon blood. Qing Yun was very interested in this. He knew that dragons had never appeared in the 8 desert continents. He decided to find out whose blood this actually was. The hammer sounded, the ancient symbol of the judiciary. The Jin Shi Jin auction has begun. Without further ado, the auctioneer got down to business. The first lot was a bloody cloak, a good battle treasure. The cloak doubled one's combat power but could only be used once. Its starting price was 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. People from the crowd shouted the price more and more. Finally, the blood cloak was sold for 1 million low-grade spirit stones to a gentleman from the crowd. The next lot is a black iron heart. There were only 300 of them, but only 8 were shown at auction. The starting price for 300 hearts was 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. It was time to start trading. Without hesitation, Qing Yun offered 2 million low-grade spiritual stones for the iron hearts. People were very surprised at such a price. The auctioneer was perplexed, because these were just black iron hearts. 2 million spiritual stones was the highest bid, and 300 black spiritual hearts went to Ye Qing Yun. Suddenly, Mr. Jin noticed a guy. The boy's voice and figure seemed very familiar to him. The gentleman recognized Qing Yun. Last time the hero beat the fat gentleman and killed one of his men. Mr. Jin ordered his servant not to kill the boy. He wanted to have fun and wait for the right moment to tear the hero into pieces. The auctioneer presented the last table in today's auction. None of the people in the crowd had ever seen the real golden dragon blood. It was poured into a jade bottle. When the blood appeared, it would rise to the heavens. It had to be felt, and the auctioneer wanted to open the bottle. At this moment, Jin Ye intervened in the process. Being the head of the Jin family, he wanted to open the bottle himself. When Jin Ye pulled the cork out of the bottle, something incredible happened. A huge golden dragon flew out of the bottle and headed into the sky. Its long claws were the size of a human head, and a wild scream came from its mouth. The dragon rose higher and higher. All the auction guests looked at the sky, holding their breath. The sound shook the soul. Only real dragon blood could give such a feeling of fear. The blood of the golden 5-clawed dragon had no starting price, and the auction began. The auctioneer waited with interest for the start of the auction. At this moment, Ziyu Ying literally turned to stone and stopped breathing. The girl saw a vision in which she saw Qing Yun desperately fighting the dragon. Young Qing Yun realized that this blood had nothing to do with the golden dragon. In fact, he felt that it was his blood from his past life. The blood of his past self was indeed better than the blood of a dragon. Wang Bai was delighted by the dragon and offered 6 million spirit stones. 6 million of the middle class were equal to 60 million of the lower class. No matter who bought the 10-demon seal blood, Qing Yun would be able to get it back. He decided to play with Mr. Wang Bai and offered another spiritual stone. Wang Bai's family assistant came to the auction to stop the young master. His family did not have money to bid, and Wang Bai had to leave the auction. Wang Bai did not listen to the assistant. He wanted to get the dragon's blood. Every time he raised the bet higher and higher, Qing Yun would add another stone with a laugh. Wang Bai's assistant was furious and asked the guy to stop. The guy had no choice, so he borrowed money from Mr. Jin. The guy raised the bid to 10 million spirit stones. Mr. Jin gladly lent the boy money because the more Wang Bai fought with Qing Yun, the better the earnings. This whole competition only amused Qing Yun. He only wanted to laugh at poor Wang Bai, so he gave him the dragon blood. The auction would not end soon, so Qing Yun decided to leave and find out about the blacksmith. Suddenly he felt danger behind him. Using his skills, the hero created his double in a second and disappeared. The sword pierced his double without hitting the boy. Ye Qing appeared behind the young boy as if from underground. He believed that the boy was sent by Fat Jin. Without thinking, the young master awakened his fighting spirit and attacked Qin. He was clearly following someone's orders, but for the hero, this boy was just a little mouse. Qing Yun was very strong. His skills were almost perfect, and his speed reached the limit. In one motion, he took out his merciless sword and killed the young guy. Suddenly, the hero saw the beautiful Zi Yuan. Several mysterious wanderers surrounded her and invited the young witch to join them. The blood of the demon cult flowed in her veins. The girl killed several brothers of a secret sect, and they wanted to get her alive. Zi Ying was in a real trap. The black-robed boss had the power of the 5th layer of the Yingshu realm, and his 5 assistants tried to forcefully take the girl with them. At that moment, the enraged Sanju ran towards the demons. Guys in robes dared to come to the territory of the Star Academy, so the desperate Sanju decided to come to the aid of the young lady. The ugly guys ran away like dogs. Sanju was very worried about the girl and gave her a pill to restore her spirit. Seeing Qing Yun, the girl immediately realized that she had seen him before in the forest, but the hero was not at all interested in her and did not answer her any questions. Suddenly, Master Sanju flew up from behind and wanted to attack the hero from behind. Qin noticed him and stopped him with his fist. The boy managed to jump to the side but was still wounded. His opponent had the strength of the 4th layer of the Yingshu realm and was very good. Ye Qing had no time for the enemy. He needed to return the essence's blood before Wang Bai swallowed it, so the guy ran away from the battle for the first time. The mighty Sanju was confused. He could not defeat the 5th layer of the Baohua kingdom in a second. It was obvious to him that the level of the new rookie king was completely insignificant. The hero was injured by the 4th layer of the Yingshu realm. He needed to hurry up and improve his strength, so he returned to the academy. Rejoicing at his new acquisition, Wang Bai dreamed of absorbing the blood, even though it cost him 10 million medium spiritual stones. By consuming a drop of dragon blood, he would be able to change fate, and no one would be able to resist him. Opening the bottle, Wang Bai felt a strong energy. The dragon's blood was dazzling. Wang Bai heard a strange sound behind him and turned around. At that moment, the deft Ye Qing Yun took the blood essence from the master right from under his nose. Seeing Qin in front of him, Mr. Wang was very angry, his eyes filled with rage. He wanted to destroy the guy and clenched his fists. Qing Yun swallowed the blood and wanted to escape through the window, but Wei Bai was literally seething with anger. He attacked the hero with force, wanting to get his head. Without hesitation, Qing Yun stopped the impudent gentleman using his fist skills. He could no longer leave without a fight, and taking out his sword, cut the enemy into 2 parts. At this moment, Qing Yun's sword sensed danger. At this moment, the great elders appeared in front of him. They were unhappy with the hero's actions and came to punish him. Qing Yong killed a Star Academy student, so Elder Xing Hong wanted to strangle the young guy with his own hands, but the first elder was against such cruelty. He had his own measures. Fang Shi was still upset that he didn't receive the title. Qin was only at the 6th layer of the Baohua kingdom and was not worthy of the title of Rookie King. Other disciples considered Master Fang Shi a worthy candidate for the title of king. He had a strong physical body and trained hard, so he was truly the strongest member of the new students. Qing Yun considered himself the strongest among the participants and was willing to take on the responsibility of a new title, so he informed everyone that he was now the new Rookie King. Elder Xing Hong did not like this very much, and he attacked the hero with force. Stretching his hand forward, the elder was ready to grab the boy by the throat and strangle him at that very moment. Suddenly, the first elder flew up to the hero and immediately stopped Xing Hong by grabbing his hand. He was ready to protect the boy in exchange for evidence of the worthy strength of a hero. Qing Yun turned over his pouch, and 339 badges immediately fell to the ground. This number of badges was the largest among all participants. Fang Shi was simply furious. He knew that all the badges were stolen from other students at the academy and could not allow Ye Qing to call himself a king. Elder Xinghong also objected to the young hero's status. His personal disciple was killed by Qing Yun, so the elder ordered the boy to be captured and punished. Fang Shi realized that there was no time to waste and decided to act first. It was impossible to take the thief's word for it, so Fang Shi was ready to beat the boy. Fang Shi's face literally turned red with anger. His inner anger grew and released his fighting spirit. The merciless master attacked the hero, controlling his demonic wolf. The power of fire made the guy's body invulnerable and very strong. The training bore fruit, and the young master inflicted enormous damage on Fang Shi with just one middle finger. The guy's strength was too great and he seriously injured his enemy. Mr. Fang Shi lost control of his body and was thrown back with force. Fang Shi came out of the battle and was severely wounded. His arm seemed to be torn to pieces by a pair of wild wolves, and he was bleeding. If Elder Xinghong had not intervened, another person would have died at the hands of Qing Yun. He believed that the boy had definitely used a sneaky, poisonous technique and tried to heal Master Fang Shi with his own powers. Elder Xing Kongguang announced that the new rookie king of this freshman class was now Qing Yun. Contempt and vanity flashed in the hero's eyes, but the chief elder was confident that Qin would cope with his position. Since ancient times, geniuses have been arrogant, so the old man had no doubts. The academy servant took the hero to his residence at the academy. The guy's housing was 5 times larger than others, which showed how highly the academy valued the new king. Qing Yun felt the aura of a merciless sword in this academy, so he decided to stay. The cultivation level a few days ago was too low to give up studying at the academy. The hero didn't expect that in the past few days, the Sword Dao weapon realm would recover to the Tenjin realm, so he was about to go explore the new boundaries of his body. The Dan clan union sent their messenger to ask the new rookie king to join. The young hero was not interested and chased the gentleman away. The Dan Union was in the top 5 in terms of academy strength. They had excellent benefits, and the Union Master was a 16-year-old second-class alchemist. Many people wanted to join their clan, but they had no chance. The conditions offered by the Alliance were 200 second-class pills per month for this boy, and the Master hoped that Qing Yun would be happy when he heard the name of the Dan Alliance. This would allow the gentleman to pocket a few pills privately. Qing Yun was not interested in this proposal, and the gentleman offered him 10 second-class pills every month. The hero was persistent and would not have agreed even for 10,000 pills a month. The gentleman had no choice. He had to force the guy to agree in order to deceive him. He said that the boy learned insatiable virtue from his parents and called him a brat. Suddenly, Qing Yun stopped the gentleman. He said that he had changed his mind and would like to join their clan. As the master happily turned back, the new rookie king struck with a magical blow. With his blow, Qin blinded the master. He screamed in pain and scarlet blood flowed from his eyes. If Dan's alliance had found out about this, he would not have spared the young guy. The new rookie king pounced on the master again, grabbing his face and slamming the master into the ground. The enemy was defeated, but not killed. Qing Yun ordered him to return to his clan. Otherwise, the master would lose not only his eyes. Qing Yun ran through the forest near the back mountain of the academy, his sword guiding him in the right direction. Suddenly, he saw a powerful sword. Its chi was incredibly strong. The hero heard someone's voice and saw a stranger in front of him. This was his territory, and outsiders were prohibited from entering, so he drove Qing Yun out of the forest. At this moment, 2 young guys with swords surrounded the young hero. They had bad intentions and wanted to kill the boy. One of the academy students decided to attack first and threw his sword at the hero. Qing Yun's speed was very fast. He created his clone in a second. The sword hit the artificial figure, and the guy ran to the side. At the most unexpected moment, Ye Qing Yun took out a merciless sword and attacked Su's disciple from behind. The young boy managed to repel the attack of a strong sword, but had difficulty staying on his feet. The disciples were simply shocked. They had not seen such a strong master, and realized that Qing Yun had reached the Tejin kingdom and was now a very strong opponent. During his stay at the academy, the hero did not offend a single person, so he assumed that the guys were sent by old man Xing Hong. Like three rangers, the guys came together as one, forming a sword. There was no stopping them. They were like one organism and their movements were synchronous. The guys used the flying fairy technique beyond the skies. They moved as one person, and their three swords seemed to be one weapon. Qing Yun was a fearless warrior. His sword burned with fire, wanting new victories. The boy stopped the three swords with his broken steel hellblade, and all three enemies scattered in different directions. The hero's cultivation level was not high, but his strength was very great. The three beaten brothers were at a loss. They needed to report what had happened to Elder Xing Hong. Suddenly a blind gentleman came out of the forest, whom Qin had deprived of his eyes. He saw nothing around him, and waving his sword, looked for Ye Qing Yun to take revenge. Seeing this, the brothers were afraid. Now they had to be smarter and not offend the new king, otherwise they would become a target for him. Brother Li Lian Rong was the eldest, and he wrapped a blindfold around his brother's eyes. Elder Xing Hong said that the bloodthirsty Qin had gone to the back mountain of the stars, so the elder's disciples had to hurry up so as not to miss the hero. The disciples failed, but the elder knew that this time Li Lian Jun of the Yingshu kingdom had to act, so there should be no surprises against the boy of the Baoha kingdom of the sixth layer. After a while, Qing Yun reached the back mountain of stars. There was complete silence around, and suddenly he heard that some gentleman was training in the forest. From the debris of the trees, the hero realized that the man in the forest was very experienced and was trying to use the sword heart skill. The hero thought too loudly and disturbed the man. The angry old man immediately took his sword and attacked the boy. The rage was visible in his eyes. The hero parried the blow with his sword. He realized that the old man had achieved the level of weapon enlightenment in the kingdom of Tenjin and was possessed. Qing Yun threw the old man's sword aside. Fortunately, it was a sword Dao breakthrough. If this was a cultivation breakthrough, then the guy would not be able to withstand such force and stop the old man. Their fight stopped there. The old man was as if under hypnosis. The hero decided to direct his power to the stranger and make his sword hearts whole. The sword was the greatness of many warriors. It could spew out the will of the gods. He was like an earth-shaking winged lion sitting on a throne. The heart of the sword boldly crossed the skies, appearing as an aura of righteousness. It was calm, cool, and never gave up. The sword always moved with the heart, and where it pointed, that same heart was located. The old man came to his senses and finally understood the secret of the sword's heart. Now the old man finally understood the heart of the sword. It was too restless and not suitable for the Tao of the sword. The elder was simply shocked by the boy's skills because he was still so young, but he already knew how to direct his strength in the right direction. Wanting to quickly try out his new skills, the old man invited Qing Yun to fight with swords, but the hero was in a hurry and risked refusing. The old man's cultivation had long been the first layer in the Yangshi realm, and in sword Dao he was also talented. If people knew that he was being mentored by a youth, the old man would be disgraced, so he was going to take his first step and fight. They were not supposed to compete in spiritual strength, but only in swordsmanship. For winning, the old man promised the boy a piece of a broken sword. He thought that this sword contained the experience of his predecessors, but after many years of study, he found nothing. Their conversation was interrupted by the academy's inner elder. Xing Yi said that he could help the boy with any problems at the academy, regardless of whether he won or lost the competition. Without thinking for a long time, Qing Yun decided to agree and fight the old man. The elder did not need to suppress the sword Dao intent, but simply use it fully. The old man grabbed his sword and attacked the guy. He used the art of the falling sun in hopes that he could defeat the young hero. This was just an exhibition battle, so Qing Yun acted very deliberately and quickly. He easily parried the elder's blow. The old man was surprised but did not want to give up. He decided that there should be no more evasions and attacked the guy with renewed vigor. Qing Yun was prepared for a new wave of attack and used his merciless sword skills. He swung his weapon and struck, narrowly missing the old man's dignity. The old man was really lucky that the boy used a broken sword without a tip. He decided that it was time to end the battle and give the prize to the winner. The elder gave the guy the badge. From now on, Qing Yun was under his protection. The guy only needed to pour his spiritual power into him. The fight was over, the broken sword just fitting the hilt. All the materials were collected, but the hero was not sure that there would be a skilled blacksmith for this work in the city of Luoyang. While going down the mountain, the guy ran into a stranger. The gentleman drove the boy out of the way because he was in a hurry up the mountain. Suddenly, Li Lianrong realized that he had encountered the one he was looking for. The angry master of the Union, Dan, wanted to take revenge on the boy for his brother and take his life. The gentleman swung his sword and ran straight towards Qing Yun. He was sure that in a second he could kill the boy of the 6th layer of the Manhwa kingdom. With just one movement, the hero dealt critical damage to his opponent, knocking out several teeth. Even without the help of the merciless sword, the boy was very strong. All this time, Elder Xinghong watched everything that was happening. He hid behind a tree, and anger filled him from within. The thirst for revenge for the death of his student gave him an increasingly evil spirit. On one of the streets of Luoyang, a guy found a mysterious place where they offered a variety of services. An establishment called Gnome must have had some skill. On the counter, Qing Yun saw a lot of different weapons. Each of them had its own spirit, and the hero wanted to meet the creator of these weapons. This was impossible for an ordinary mortal. The hero handed the girl behind the counter 6 silver cards, and she happily let him inside. The girl led Qing Yun into the dungeon. The boss set the rule by paying enough spirit stones. To enter, you had to unravel the words on the wall. Yet Qing Yun easily read the writing on the wall out loud. The heavy door swung open and a real race dwarf ran out. The guy froze in surprise. He did not expect to see a real gnome. Qing Yun knew the language of the gnomes and greeted the old gnome. Hearing his native language, the gnome was very happy to see his new friendly guest. Dwarf Dong belonged to the Gao clan and was the only heir of the family. In his previous life, when Qing Yun was the god of war, he was the teacher of the gnome Gao Tian. The dwarf was his 7th student. Gao Tian was a strong warrior and did everything his teacher ordered him to do. In fact, the dwarf Gao Tian was Gao Dong's grandfather. When the dwarf heard the name of his deceased grandfather, he took out his hammer of the endless sky and threatened the boy. Gao Dong's grandfather was from the lower divine world, but the dwarf said that before his death, his grandfather used the last of his strength to send little Dong away from the lower divine world. The Lord of the Blood Temple and the earth killed Gao Dong's grandfather. Grandfather could have beaten the man in the scarlet robe, but he said that grandfather's master was not dead. The gnome spoke with pain in his soul about his grandfather. The man who killed him promised to tell about the whereabouts of the master in exchange for half of Gao Tian's cultivation. Grandfather gave up cultivation and received only the Lord's laughter. When Gao Dong came to the 8 desert continents, he needed to hide everywhere. He met Xiaoling, and the girl took the gnome to her place. Qing Yun told the dwarf that his grandfather was the master's 7th disciple, and the endless sky hammer and his master's sword were the pinnacle of blacksmithing. When the hero saw that same hammer of the endless sky, memories filled his subconscious. He couldn't believe that he was holding the hammer of his dead student in his hands. The hammer seemed to enchant with its powers. Suddenly, the hammer seemed to change Qing Yun. His face became angry and there was a bloody rage in his eyes. The boy radiated bad energy. At that moment, footsteps were heard. There was no one behind the store counter, and the nasty Jin went down into the dungeon with a gang of his servants. Seeing Qing Yun, he ordered his servants to attack. Qing Yun did not spare his sworn enemies. He took his merciless sword and pointed it straight at the vile member of the Jin family. The hero did not like noisy and overly talkative opponents. Qing Yun stabbed the knife into Mr. Jin with all his strength, and scarlet blood scattered in all directions. At that moment, a golden 9-story tower appeared above the hero. The tower sparkled like divine fire. Now the boy belonged to the 8th layer of the Manhwa kingdom. When the gnome first came to Luoyang, he met Mr. Jin, who wanted to kill the gnome. Gao Dun managed to escape, and for many years he was afraid to go outside. Now Jin's group was dead, but their family should have discovered it by now. Gao Dong knew how to forge weapons, so Qing Yun asked him to help him connect the pieces of the broken merciless sword. The hero came to the alchemist's union. The three flames floating in front of the Alchemist Union building symbolized that the strongest alchemist in the Union was third class. At the entrance, the guy was met by a nice girl. Qing Yun needed to prepare in advance to refine the Yingshu demon pill, so he wanted to buy it along with the Yinhua herb. At this moment, the gentleman wanted to buy a red lotus, he argued with the alchemist, proving that it was a spirit lotus. Although it bore some resemblance to a python's lotus, its body was covered with yellow dots. Hearing the argument, Qing Yun became interested. He knew that it was neither the red python lotus nor the red spirit lotus, but the red passion fire lotus. A distinctive feature of the fire lotus was the presence of a flame at the bottom. When Mr. Pangguo looked at the roots of the flower, he was stunned with surprise. There were traces of flame on the lotus roots. Mr. Pangguo had never seen a real red passion fire lotus flower. He asked the boy to reveal the secret of the differences between lotus flowers. In exchange for information, the gentleman offered to refine a second-grade pill for the boy, but Qing Yun was not interested in pills. He needed something valuable. The master had nothing more to offer the hero, so Qin wanted to leave. Then Pangguo said that he would give him this red lotus, but Ye Qing Yun did not need just one flower. For one stone, Yingshu was ready to tell the truth. The Passion Fire Red Lotus was actually a mutation variant of the Red Lotus, born from the combination of the Red Python Lotus and the Red Spirit Lotus. Its effect was stronger than that of the other two lotus flowers and combined the best components. The flower had flaws, so it was difficult for them to survive. The lotus could only grow in conditions of intense fire. Qing Yun left, taking with him a red passion fire lotus flower and a top-rank Yingshu stone. If the alchemist knew that by consuming a lotus he would receive the fire of passion of the red lotus, he would demand the flower back. Suddenly, Qing Yun heard familiar sounds in the forest. Someone was training and testing the strength of trees with their fists. In front of him, the hero saw his classmate. His name was Shang Jie. His talent was average, but he was a hard-working and persistent guy. He came to train every day, so Qing Yun had a good relationship with him. Shang Jie gave the hero bad news. He said that Wang Tian learned about his brother's death and went outside the gate. The young king had to be very careful, because danger could be at every step. Qing Yun's friend was at the 9th layer of the Baohua realm, but was still not a master. He was 20 years old, but he could not make up for the lack of talent so that he could break into the Yingshu kingdom. His situation was like a poplar stuck at the foot of a cliff. The boy had perseverance and faith. To continue your training. Persistence and cultivation and hard work was Shang Jie's character. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the rock wall. That was his weakness. The energy of any life was limited, only by taking a step back, abandoning the experience gained from previous efforts, changing the point of view. The test would be in search of new breakthroughs. While Xinjie was pondering the words of his classmate, Qing Yun seemed to disappear. The young boy was afraid that on the way the king of newcomers could meet Wang Tian's residence and decided that he had to help him. Xinjie ran after Qing Yun and suddenly saw on his way that same enemy of the 4th layer of the Yingshu kingdom. Blood flowed from his hand, and the frightened boy thought that Qin was already dead. The boy couldn't just leave. He had to go through the beginner's path and be stronger. The angry Xinjie decided that it was necessary to fight and attacked Wang Tian with his fists. A boy in the Baohua kingdom fought with a lord in the Yingshu kingdom. It was a real suicide. Master Wang Tian hit the boy with force and seriously injured him. Xinjie had almost no strength to fight. He remembered the words of his brother Ye. The boy no longer wanted to be a stuck poplar and decided to act. Not afraid of death, the boy clenched his fists and attacked the nasty Tian. He was willing to die for brother Ye, but Wang Tian was much stronger and had fighting skills. He hit Xinjie again and he flew to the side. Only by taking a step back could one break through the wall. Xinjie was a true hero. He was badly wounded and bleeding, but was not ready to give up. Concentrating on his internal energy, he felt a second wind in himself. At this moment, Shang Jie broke through the 1st layer into the Yingshu realm. Divine power seemed to heal his wounds, and he no longer felt pain. He was driven by a thirst for revenge. Wang Tian laughed. This was just the 1st layer of the realm. He was tired of playing with the boy, and he decided to send him straight to hell with one blow. Suddenly, a huge fiery hand grabbed Wang Tian, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. The hand squeezed his body, digging its claws into his flesh. Qing Yun came to help his brother. Using his powers, his steel hand slammed the enemy into the ground. Wang Tian was scared. He had never seen such a martial art before. The fiery hand held him tightly, absorbing all the energy of the vile gentleman. Mr. Wang begged for mercy. This was murder, prohibited in the Star Academy. He was a second-grade student, and if Qing Yun killed him, he would challenge the academy. Elder Xing Hong turned white in surprise. His disciple Wang Tian was dying before his eyes. Black flames enveloped the guy, devouring his soul. It was too late to save him. In the Star Academy, only Qing Yun was the only one who did not look down from above, but helped mentor the student Xinjie. It was only thanks to the hero's instructions that Xinjie made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wanted to be Qing Yun's disciple, but he was against it. Suddenly, the angry elder Xing Hong attacked the hero with force. He was always fair, but decided to punish the boy for not following the rules of the academy and killing his student. He dealt the boy a severe blow. Without hesitation, Qing Yun gathered all his strength into a fist and rushed into battle. The elder's blows were too weak for him. If Wan Tian had been strong, the hero would not have killed him, so the boy believed that the battle was fair. The hero was not harmed by the old man's strength. The boy's strength was much greater. His skills allowed him to be not just a fighter, but a real ninja. The old man could not believe his eyes. He hit the Baohua kingdom with all his might, but there was not a scratch on the boy. The elder couldn't afford to let the hero's strength grow. He had to kill Qing Yun. In the midst of the battle, Elder Xing Yi came to check who was offending the young new academy rookie king. The elder ordered Xing Hong to leave. He considered the hero his disciple. It was his duty to protect the boy from scoundrels. Xing Hong was driven out of the forest in disgrace, but merciless blood flowed in his veins. He didn't care about Qing Yun's tricks. He promised to kill the boy no matter the cost. After the battle, the wounded Shang Jie considered himself a true disciple of Qing Yun. His talent was only at an average level, but this point was not the most important point in cultivation. The most important thing was to follow the right path. Shang Ji had good character and perseverance. He was suitable for the art of cultivating the body, so Qing Yun decided to pass on the art of the indestructible Earth Vajra to his student. Shang Ji's fighting spirit was an earthen bear, which suited him perfectly. Martial artists focused on cultivating spiritual power. The young disciple believed that cultivating the physical body did not have much future. It was just brute force. Qing Yun said that such an opinion was acceptable for a disciple. In fact, improving the body, like air, was necessary for the heroes from the very beginning of their training. Young Shang Ji was limited by his talent for cultivating spiritual power, so he decided to train hard and follow the right path. Before consuming someone else's fire, the hero had to accept the red lotus of the fire of passion. Thanks to this, it was possible to suppress someone else's fire. The red lotus flower was incredibly beautiful and had an incredible amount of energy. Qing Yun had a certain chance of obtaining the red lotus passion fire when refining. Having absorbed the red lotus flower of the fire of passion, the hero's heart beat faster. The power of the flower literally flowed through his veins. Qing Yun had now reached the 9th layer of the Baohua realm. After absorbing the passion fire, the hero's 10 demon flames became stronger, but were different from the 10 demon flames from Qing Yun's past life. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and tiles from the roof fell from the ceiling and fell to the floor, breaking into pieces. Qing Yun was scared. He realized that someone had decided to kill him. The boy looked through the hole in the ceiling and saw a gentleman there, hiding his face with a scarf. Strong fire energy threw the mysterious fire from the roof. The hero was simply furious. He had never seen such a brazen attempt on his life. At this moment, Li Lianrong and San Zhu rushed out from around the corner. They blamed the hero for the death of his younger brother and wanted to punish the boy. Kang Yun's cultivation speed was indeed fast, but San Zhu considered the boy to be an unqualified little sprout of the Baohua realm. Mr. Chang Ju wanted revenge and decided to kill the boy. Taking his mighty blade, he powerfully attacked the young rookie king of the academy. Many people wanted Kang Yun dead, but none of them could defeat a true master. He easily dodged the blow, and the enemy did not touch a single hair on his body. By consuming the Red Lotus, the boy received the power of the Red Lotus fire of passion. Now he was invulnerable, and in a second dealt a fiery blow to the enemy. Sanju screamed in pain. The hot flames of the fire burned his body to the bone. The black flame burned the enemy. The smoke, like from a barbecue, formed a huge cloud. The nasty guys needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Qing Yun realized that these guys were from the Demon Clan. Sanju was seriously injured. The force of the fire damaged his body. The black flames were capable of killing an entire army. So the Lord of the Demon Clan tried to save Master Sanju and pull out the fire energy from his body. Suddenly, Sanju jumped up and hit the old servant. He was extremely dissatisfied that the old man of the fifth layer of the Yingshu kingdom did not help him in the battle with Qin. Punched in the face again and again by the young master, he ordered the gathering of all clan members to carry out his bloody plan of revenge. At this time, Shang Jie led his new teacher to the most magical part of the academy. In front of them stood a tower of flames of incredible beauty, which seemed to reach the very heavens with its roof. The first floor of the tower housed numerous furnaces for the academy's alchemists, but usually the academy did not need a furnace to make pills. The thermal field that hardened the flesh was located on the second floor. The third floor was home to the 5 law enforcement elders of the Star Academy. Their status was higher than that of the inner elders. It was rumored in the academy that there was an alien fire under the Tower of Flames, and the 5 great elders had to suppress this fire while living in the tower. Qing Yun needed to make pills on the first floor of the tower, but at this moment his attention was attracted by a third-class alchemist. At 15 years old, his talent was very great. Yinhua grass, Yingshu demon pill, and rank 3 Yingshu stone were the necessary ingredients to create a third-tier pill. The hero threw all the collected components into the magic cauldron, and using the power of fire, the cauldron caught fire with a bright flame. The third-class pill was ready. Its quality was even higher than that of the chairman of the Luoyang City Alchemist Union, and its manufacturing technique was at a high level. Suddenly, Tianxin Dan approached the hero. He was the chairman of the Dan Union and the Alchemist Union at the Star Academy. He was shocked by Qing Yun's skills and invited him to become friends. They were both third-class alchemists, but Qing Yun's efforts allowed him to refine pills much better and have an unparalleled refining technique. Tianxin Dan was obsessed with alchemy, so almost no one ever saw him. He asked the young hero to teach him the technique of internal purification, because such a technique was found only among high-class alchemists. Suddenly, the voice of disciple Ye Qing Yun was heard. Shang Tzu was arguing with the blue-haired gentleman, who was brazenly insulting the newly elected novice king. Shang Zi used the Earth Vajra art, so the young master considered it truly useless and awakened his fighting spirit. Spreading its wings, the bloodthirsty eagle attacked Shang Tzu. This was a battle in which Shang Tzu's disciple had to awaken the true strength of a fighter. The boy was most suitable for cultivation. The master could not believe his eyes. The student's body was so powerful that it could withstand all the blows. Using his fighting spirit, Shang Tzu attacked his enemy with fury. The spirit of the bear and the spirit of the eagle collided in battle. The student dealt his critical blow to the enemy, which was the last in this battle. The enemy was defeated and humiliated. Now Qin's student had crossed the line of his capabilities, and the young teacher realized that he had instructed the boy for a reason. Xu Dongliang was kicked out of the Dan clan in disgrace, blamed Qing Yun for everything, and awakening his spirit a second time, attacked the hero to kill him. The hero was not afraid of the pitiful gentleman. He deftly dodged the blow and struck back at Xu Dongliang. The force of the blow threw the enemy aside. The chairman of the Alchemists' Union invited the hero to go to the dungeon of the blood of the dragon. In the dungeon, there was a skeleton of a dragon, which contained the blood of the dragon itself. Tang Xindan gave the boy a token that could be used to enter the dungeon to the dragon's den, and said that he would wait for him at any time to go there. This proposal interested the hero very much. He had 50 drops of the essence's blood. Qing Yun was very curious about how dragon bones could purify his blood essence. All this time, the nasty Sanju sat in ambush behind a tree and watched the boy. When he wanted to run up to Qing Yun from behind, his servant stopped him. It was too dangerous to attack. Sanju learned that his elder brother would arrive in a few days and decided that he would wait for his brother so as not to give Qin a chance to survive. On the main road from Doomsday City to Luoyang City, the clatter of horses' hooves could be heard. The deputy commanders carried the coffin of the fourth deputy on a cart to inform the commander-in-chief of the heavy loss. A lot of time had passed since the murder of the fourth deputy, and the three soldiers could not find the culprit. When they arrived at the Star Academy dormitory, the guards asked them to wait outside. Commander Lin Bakai possessed the second layer of the Yingshu realm. Seeing the coffin, he was perplexed and asked his servants what they meant when they brought the coffin to him. The deputy commanders-in-chief were shaking in fear, but they had no choice but to admit that Heba Tian was killed by Lord Qing Yun a few months ago. Hearing the truth, Commander Li Ba Kai seemed to seethe with anger. He ordered the coffin to be opened and the seal activated on the fourth deceased deputy. The soul of the fourth reported that the killer was at the academy. Fearing punishment, the deputy commanders-in-chief ran to the academy. Now was the right time to behave well in front of Li Ba Kai, so the boys were ready to kill the culprit. When the deputies reached the academy, they entered the territory of Ye Qing Yun's residence, but the hero student was always on the alert, and with one blow threw the deputy away from his teacher's house. Shang Jie was a very strong newcomer this year. He was trained by the god of war himself. The commander did not believe in such power, and said that he did not want to invade the house but was just following the seal. It took the hero more than a month to consolidate his cultivation. However, after refining the Yingshu pill, the boy could easily break into the Yinshu realm. At that moment, the commander smelled a breakthrough. The door of the residence opened, and hundreds of bright lights blinded him. The powerful Ye Qing Yun appeared on the threshold. He glowed like a polar star. His strength was now at its highest. The hero saw the black market defenders and realized that they had come to find the killer of the fourth deputy. Without hesitation, the boy said that he killed He Batian. Without hesitation, the third and second deputies rushed towards the hero, screaming they wanted to make the boy suffer and leave his life behind. The guys did not have time to strike a single blow. Their four fists were stopped by young Shang Jie. He grabbed them by the throat and lifted them above the ground. The disciple was devoted to his teacher and was always willing to give his life to save Ye Qing Yun. Shang Ji said that the teacher admitted his guilt in killing the fourth deputy. The commander came all this way to take revenge on Qing Yun, so Shang Zi suggested that he just leave and do this way again. Young Master Lin Ba Kai was an outer disciple of the Dark Hall. This academy was nothing more than an anthill in the eyes of the Dark Hall. His faithful servant could no longer listen to insults directed at his master and decided to take revenge. The servant awakened his fighting spirit and gathered all his strength into a fist. Serving him, the poisonous, cold-blooded snake headed towards Shang Tzu. Her eyes burned with a merciless fire. The young newcomer was not confident in his abilities. He had not yet met such strong opponents, but he still decided that he would fight. When the snake was already too close, Shang Tzu used the Earth Vajra art and struck his first blow. The spirit power of the snake was too strong. It caused a lot of damage to him. The beginner's skills were not enough to defeat the enemy. Shang Tzu was pushed aside and could barely stand on his feet. Master Qing Yun couldn't stand by. He told the master that the sixth cultivation layer of the Yingshu realm was littered with pills. People like the nasty gentleman were just small ants for the hero. The gentleman considered Qing Yun too arrogant. He wanted to show the boy the real reality and, clenching his fists, attacked the hero. The hero had real talent and easily dodged the blow. These games only angered the master. He even defeated an expert of the third layer of the Yingshu kingdom, so he was confident in his abilities. He accumulated enormous energy in his fist and wanted to deal the hero a fatal blow. Suddenly, Qing Yun turned around and touched the enemy with his hand. Bloody energy pierced the master from the inside. The master screamed in pain. Blood flowed from his mouth. Demonic flames burned the servant of the Dark Hall with one of the three great forces of darkness. Turning around, the hero saw that the commander-in-chief was scared and simply ran away. The master's body was destroyed, and after the fight, Qing Yun noticed that there was a strange piece of worn-out paper lying on the ground. It was a card of someone else's fire. According to this diagram, there was indeed a foreign fire underneath the Star Academy's flame tower, but Qing Yun was afraid of what level this foreign fire might be. Suddenly something terrible happened. A strong explosion deafened all the people around. The smoke from the explosion spread over several kilometers, and fire appeared above the flame tower. This was a real alien fire attack. The enemy side wanted to destroy the sacred flame tower. A bright fiery core flew straight towards the tower. The mighty tower of flames flared up more and more. The elders of law and order of the tower touched their hands, making a protective circle around the building. They could not allow this alien fire to appear on Earth again. Using all their strength, the elders desperately defended the tower. But the fire was getting closer and closer. If the two flames did not merge into one, many people would suffer. It was already too late. The situation was developing too quickly. With great speed, alien fire flew inside the tower, and the fire flared up with monstrous force. The elders could not cope with the fire. It devoured their spiritual strength, and they seemed to perish before their eyes. One of the elders could not withstand such force and let go of his hands, breaking the protective energy chain. The defenders of the tower needed to act as best they could and gather the formation together again. But at that moment, another charge of alien fire flew into the tower of flame. The force of the fire knocked the elders off their feet, and the entire chain of handshakes was disrupted. The spirit of fire did not consider the law enforcement elders of the Star Academy to be worthy opponents. Having restored his strength, he wanted to get even with each of them. The newborn fatal fire came to destroy the tower along with the spirit of alien fire. Noticing Qing Yun, the fire demoness said, "Next time she will come and take away everything that belonged to her." Unexpectedly, Situ Qiuyu appeared at the scene of the battle. He held the position of Dean of the Academy and was on the 9th layer of the Yanshi Kingdom. He greeted the ominous spirit of fire and decided to make him stay a little longer. The flame of nothingness was enraged, emitting fire from all parts of its body. The dean forced him not to go back to the underworld, but to use the forbidden art that moved the 9 heavens. The dean had the powers of cold and ice. Two opposite worlds literally collided heads. The dean's power was several times more powerful than the power of fire, and it pressed the spirit of fire to the ground. The fire spirit lost its cultivation level and descended to the 9th layer of the Baoha realm. He did not wait for the end of the battle and ran away. The dean promised himself that the next time they met, the spirit would be dead. The dean managed to lower the realm of the flame of nothingness, but he was still not satisfied. He ordered the elders to search the area and bring the spirit back alive. Qing Yun was very surprised by such courage and tenacity. Situ Qiuyu had great talent at such a young age. The decan was at the 9th level of the Yanshi Kingdom, and it was highly valued among the people. At this moment, one of the Star Academy employees informed Qing Yun that the forging of his weapon was completed. "Mrs. Xiaoling asked me to tell you that Mr. Ye could come and pick up the sword." On the way to the academy, the hero realized that the employee was hiding something. His body was trembling and his back was wet with sweat. Only a fool could not understand the master's secret plan. Suddenly, several guys with swords surrounded the boy. They were from the Jin family and wanted to cut off the hero's limbs for the death of their young master. The guys attacked Qing Yun like a pack of stray dogs on a piece of meat. Qin was completely unarmed and found himself in a real trap. The boy could not destroy the dogs with his bare hands. There were too many of them, so he decided to act in a cunning way. In a quick motion, he kicked one of the bad guys and took his sword. Now the battle was equal. The hero swung his sword and began to cut all the enemies into pieces. Blood flew in all directions, and the Jin family members fell to the floor one after another. He left a couple of guys alive. In return, they told him about the whereabouts of the gnome. When leaving, Qin said that he would kill the entire Jin family from Luoyang City if anything happened to Gao Dong. Suddenly, Ye Qing Yun heard a voice from above. The mysterious gentleman looked at him from the roof and suddenly said that by killing Jindapan, the hero would not be able to save his life. The gentleman knew about all the exploits and achievements of the boy, which made him famous throughout the city of Luoyang, but the stranger considered it just nonsense. A second later, the gentleman was already lying on the ground. Ye Qingyun was sure that the gentleman had come here based on someone's tip, and the Jin family had already sent people to the Doomsday City to find the boy. The angry young hero struck his face again and again, asking the master the same question. Qingyun was simply beside himself with anger. He wanted to know if any of the Jin people were in the Yanshi kingdom, and when they sailed. He shouted at the master incessantly, trying to find out the truth. The frightened gentleman had no choice but to tell the whole truth. He said that the Jin family's people had already been on the road for one day and would arrive in Doomsday City very soon, and they kept the gnome in the basement of the family's auction. The hero had no time to think at all. It was necessary to act, because the horse's speed was approximately 1 day. The boy had to shepherd the Ye family and save the gnome. To gain time, the hero created his thunder clone. He had 30% spiritual power, but this would have been enough for the clone to hold out against the force of evil. While Master Jin was fighting with the geniuses, Shangzi was at the academy and, without sparing himself, trained his body, straining his muscles with heavy weights. Suddenly he saw a real clone of his teacher. The clone spoke in Qingyun's voice and told the disciple to follow the Thunder Twin straight to the Doomsday City. When Qin came to the Jin family mansion, he put on a mask to prevent his identity from being revealed. The guards at the entrance forbade anyone to go inside. It was almost dark outside. It was already too late, because the auction had long been completed. Suddenly, a voice familiar to the hero stopped the guards. He ordered to seize the guy, because he was suspected of conspiring with the nasty Ye Qingyun, known throughout the city. The auctioneer appeared on the threshold. He recognized the gentleman under the mask. Last time at the auction, he bought black iron hearts at the highest price, so there was no way the judge could forget the voice of the guy who was so rich. To make his way into the Jin family, the auctioneer needed to make more such wealthy friends. Jin Zhi was the official auctioneer of the Jin Sheng Jin Company. He kindly led the hero through the guards and straight into the mansion. The gentleman who guarded the mansion did not like this disrespect, and he dared to object to the auctioneer and said that the boy should have stayed outside. The small guard had no right to interfere in the conversation of the gentleman, so Jin Zhi punished him with a good slap in the face. If it weren't for the Jin surname, the family wouldn't tolerate Mr. Zhi's stupidity. The guard didn't just want to drive the young man away, because the killer sent a message saying that Ye Qingyun was alive, so every member of the Jin family needed to be on alert. The young genius gained confidence in Mr. Ji. He admired his strong character and intelligence, and introduced himself by the name Ju. As the auctioneer walked the boy inside, he trusted him more and more. He believed that Mr. Ju was different from other people, and could not have anything in common with Qingyun. Making up a story on the fly, the hero said that he came from a family of the imperial family, and the purpose of his visit was the blood of the dragon. Hearing this, the happy Jinji dared to ask what power of the imperial family the wanderer came from. The place was indeed well guarded. The hero knew for sure that Gao Dong was locked in this mansion. He revealed that he belonged to the Gu family of alchemists, which was number 1 among all others. Jinji was overjoyed. He looked like a madman. In his head they were both talented and wise, like a stalking bear and a phoenix. The auctioneer wanted to become brothers with Ju, but the hero considered this madman a simple idiot. Having completely gained the master's trust, Qingyun pressed his curiosity and asked Jin Zhi to show the gnome's habitat. He promised to introduce the gentleman to his family and the gentleman to his Gu family, and he could not resist such a tempting offer. For half an hour the auctioneer led the boy through the ominous corridors of the Jin family prison, but the hero did not see anyone from another nation, and doubted the gentleman's friendly intentions. With his cunning and tricks, the hero could find out any information. Mr. Ji really considered the boy his brother. Half an hour would not have been enough to reach the gnome, because a lot of powerful people were serving time in prison. A man with a very unusual talent was kept in prison. There was a martial artist in the Jin family who possessed a pair of eyes that could see other people's talents. This was his fighting spirit. The master said that the mysterious man's talent could be ranked among the top 5 on the continent. Even though a man with an unusual talent killed the family's younger brother, no one was going to kill him just like that. If he were to go crazy during the full moon, the Jin family would still raise him to be a brilliant figure. Qing-yun said that the master deserved to lead the Jin family. With his talent and incredible intelligence, he had nothing to worry about. The boy offered Jing-zi his personal help and asked for the keys to the prison cells. Mr. Ji's eyes shone with joy. Thanks to the hero's support, he began to believe in himself and, with a crazy smile on his face, gave the keys to the boy. In one of the remote cells, a gnome was sitting on a chain. He had almost no strength to fight death. He was bullied for a long time and his whole body was covered in blood. At this time in Doomsday City, the Yi family was already facing death. This night was destined to become bloody. There was no time to prepare. The Jin family had already arrived and were ready to attack at any opportune moment. There were many of them, and they were much more powerful than the Ye family. Second Elder was not afraid of nasty bastards because there were no cowards in the Yi family. Leading his students, the brave Shi Yaeg went into battle. The battle was on equal terms. The students of the two enemy sides fought desperately with each other. Blood scattered in all directions, but the outcome of the battle depended not only on them. The two powerful elders took fighting positions. 2 different families, 2 different stories, 2 greatest sorcerers were ready to fight to the death. The elders of the Ye family were not weaklings, and they furiously attacked the enemy leader. They were ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Their strength was too small, and the Jin family grandmaster struck them with one swing of his blade. The Yi family elders hit the ground with a roar. The elder of the Jin family said that Qing-yun had been dead for a long time. He offended the wrong person, and the Jin family killed him. The vile old man laughed and could not understand how the small fry of the Ye family could stand up to fight against him. The angry second elder of the Ye family couldn't just listen about the death of the new academy king and decided to fight his archenemy. As Shi Yaeg came closer to him, he gathered his energy and exploded, giving his life for the sake of victory. The blow did not kill the gentleman, but only slightly pushed him away. Smoke covered the entire street. The gentleman valued his golden robe very much and decided to strike back. He grabbed his long golden blade and cut through the air with a powerful blow. Shards of decorative tiles scattered in all directions. The impact broke through the asphalt on the ground, leaving a mark that will last for years. Suddenly, the lord of the Jin family saw something incredible. Thousands of lightning bolts wrapped around his feet. It was like the attack of many snakes. At that moment he saw a thunderous double of Qing-yun himself in front of him. The gentleman froze in place in surprise. He never expected that the boy was still alive. Without thinking for a long time, the thunder double entered the battle and hit the master of the Jin family with great force. The impact pushed him back. The protection of his golden robe shattered. The gentleman did not believe that the boy's sword could kill him, so he did not want to give up. Qin did not like long conversations with his enemies and pierced him with his sword. Scarlet blood spread across the ground. The double had enough strength to cope with the task. Qing-yun's double killed everyone who dared to invade the Ye family's kingdom with a sword. Every nasty bastard Jin was mercilessly killed. This night was indeed destined to be bloody. Left alone, Qing-yun looked for the gnome's camera. He was pleasantly surprised that the double completed the task so quickly. Now he had to hurry up, otherwise the Jin family would receive the message. The hero heard Gao Dong's voice and suddenly saw a small boy in the dungeon. When he saw Qing-yun, he began to get very angry and drive him away. Gao Dong looked simply terrible. His whole body was covered in blood. Not a trace remained of his face. During his entire stay in prison, he received 108 lashes of the whip. Qing-yun got angry and decided to take revenge and make the nasty Jin Dao suffer in pain. With his bare hands, he attacked the disgusting dwarf, wanting to strike him with 108 blows in response. With a magical golden hand, the hero attacked the lord of the sixth layer of the Yingshu kingdom and took from him the black whip of Zhuan, with which Dao beat the poor gnome. One blow of the whip made Jin Dao jump in pain. Qing Yun overestimated the strength of the pitiful little gentleman. After a dozen blows, Dao Jin fell to the floor unconscious. His self-confidence was enough to withstand the hero's merciless blows. The freed Gao Dong wanted to deal the last few blows to the master, but since he was passed out, Qing Yun suggested that the dwarf hide behind the door and knock out the other master of the Jin family when he returned. Before leaving, the young hero covered Dao's body with soot to deceive the prison guards and tied him to a chain, putting a bag on his head. When Jinji entered the dungeon, the dwarf jumped out from around the corner and attacked him with force. He punched him in the back, and the auctioneer fell lifeless to the floor. This man insulted the dwarf race, so the dwarf wanted to kill the master. The heroes had more important things to do than stupid Z. They took the key to the cell and went to the cell of a man with incredible abilities. The interest was breathtaking. Zhao Xiao Yao stood in front of them. His hands and head were chained by a device, which did not allow him to move. Seeing the people in front of him, Zhao Xiao said that he would get out of prison and kill the entire Jin family. The powerful man removed the device from his neck and attacked Qin with his fists. The boy easily stopped his kulak. It was definitely a mutant. Suddenly, a red tail like a reptile's appeared behind him. Qing Yun realized that it was a dragon-like mutant that had passed the first level of mutation. No one knew what to expect from a real miracle of nature. The enraged dwarf considered it his duty to protect the hero. Because Zhao Xiao wanted to kill the boy, the dwarf would beat him to death. When the mutant realized that the guys were not members of the Jin family and were not involved in his imprisonment, he was simply shocked. He regretted everything that happened and bowed low to the heroes. The dwarf told the man that Qin Yun saved him and allowed Zhao Xiao to become his elder brother's younger brother. Gao Dong was still angry, but allowed the gentleman to join their team so that they could eat and drink hot food in the future. Ye Qing Yun decided to help the young mutant and offered to suppress the mutagenic poison in his body, but first they needed to leave the prison area. When Zhao Xiao Yao heard this, he threw himself at the hero's feet and asked him to begin suppression now. It was already dark outside. The mutagenic poison would have caused a lot of trouble, so there was no need to rush. The heroes needed to get out of the Jin family's territory as soon as possible. A letter about the defeat of the Jin family came to Mr. Jin Ye. When the head of the family learned that the entire team in Doomsday City had been destroyed, he was incredibly angry. His ward said that the auctioneer brazenly led the stranger into the territory. When the head of the family descended into the guarded area of the prison, the auctioneer was just waking up from the heavy hand of the gnome. Mr. Jin Ye was Jin Zi's elder brother, and did not expect that a sibling could betray the entire Jin family and be the one who would usually be beheaded for treason. He prescribed a slap for Brother Z to help him wake up. When the eldest gentleman took the black whip for punishment and wanted to strike the dwarf in the bag 10 blows in a row, which was equivalent to death, he heard a voice that was very familiar to him before. The man in the bag screamed loudly. When the head of the family took the bag off the beaten man, he was horrified. He saw his youngest son, Jin Dao. He was beaten with a whip until he bled and cried like a snotty child. Jin Zhi said that there was no Qing Yun in the house. Only a kind masked man came to see Zhao Xiao Yao. The masked man was from the imperial family, so the auctioneer suggested that his brother establish relations with their family. Jin Ye ordered a servant to check Zhao Xiao Yao's cell, and he said that the powerful man had disappeared. Without saying a word to his brother, Mr. Ye hit him with all his might and pushed him outside, breaking the wall in the room. There was wild rage in his eyes. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. He promised to find Ye Qing Yun today and kill him, even if he had to search for him throughout the entire Star Academy. At midnight, Qing Yun came to the forest where the Thunder Double was waiting for him. He settled all matters perfectly, and the hero ordered him to return back to his body. At that moment, he felt a familiar sensation. Thunder Twin could also absorb spiritual energy like a hero, and now the guy had finally reached the 3rd layer of the Yingshu realm. If the double were stronger and accumulated more spiritual energy, the boy would be able to rise 2 levels. At this moment, the head of the Jin family flew to the Star Academy. He said that a student at the Star Academy killed his eldest son, injured his youngest, and freed the slaves of his Jin family. Hearing this, Elder Xing Hong thanked God for hearing his prayers, but in order to protect the Ye family, he said that he would take the intruder straight to the scoundrel Qin. Qing Yun did not hide under the blanket, but went out to Mr. Jin Ye. The boy was not afraid of anyone in this city. He had no equal. He fought against the strongest geniuses and never lost. Clenching his fist of vengeance, the head of the Jin family immediately flew at the boy. If he had not taken his life from him, he would have considered himself insignificant. Suddenly, Elder Xing Yi stopped the master's blow on the fly. He didn't care who the boy killed. As long as he was alive, no one could lay a finger on Qing Yun. This time the hero went too far. His actions caused too much trouble for the Star Academy, and Elder Xing Hong really did not like it. He considered him just an arrogant, impudent boy and was ready to give him to be torn to pieces by anyone. Jin Ye did not listen to the elder's opinion. Using all his magical energy, he wanted to inflict devastating damage on the guy. Someone had to die in this battle. The brave elder could not allow the new rookie king to die at the hands of the pitiful Mr. Ye. He rushed into a fight with him without fear, sacrificing his life. Everyone who insulted the Jin family was already dead, but the Ye family had no cowards. Their advantage was that they stuck to each other like true brothers. The head of the Jin family did not continue this fight and walked away. The elder said that every teacher had to live up to his status and protect each of his students. Without a safe environment for students, the Star Academy could not stand on the continent. Qing Yun had incredible abilities and a strong spirit. Before leaving, the elder told the guy to be more careful outside the academy. The next morning, the hero was joyfully greeted by his students. They were already ready for new knowledge and training, but the young teacher noticed that Gao Dong was not among them. He realized that the dwarf had gone to Xiaoling alone. On the way to the mistress, the guys saw a gnome on the road. He was lying on the ground and covered in blood. The guys needed to take care of the poor gnome because he was just like his grandfather. He always kept everything to himself. Qing Yun left Shang Jie and Zhao Xiaoyao in charge, ordering them to keep an eye on the gnome. The hero had unfinished business, so he had to leave the territory of the Star Academy again. At this time, the son of the Murong family kept Xiaoling locked up. He bought her with a few spiritual stones and tied her mouth and hands. He mocked the poor girl and insulted her lover Gao Dong, calling him a stupid dwarf. When Kang Yun came to this place, he felt the energy of the merciless sword, and suddenly the improved sword took off and flew into the hands of its owner. The hero spoiled all the fun for Mr. Mu Ronghua, and he was very angry. The guy from the Imperial City said the dwarf annoyed him a lot, and he let him be hit in front of Xiaoling and then threw him away like a dog. The ruthless master Qing Yun pounced on Mr. Mu's assistant Ronghua. Now he had finally returned home. The boy used the second form of the merciless sword Dao and struck the master. This time the hero's opponent was really strong. He was on the 9th layer of the Yingshu kingdom and easily withstood Qin's blows. To defeat Hong Ying, the hero needed to take more powerful actions. He decided to use the Sword Shadow World and gathered all his forces together. This all only made the master laugh more and more. The blows of the weapons of the Tianren kingdom were just dust for him. At this moment, the world of sword shadows began to multiply before our eyes. A huge energy seemed to clone the merciless swords one after another. Hong Yi rushed forward, striking each sword with his accumulated strength, but this did not help him at all. There were more and more swords, but Mr. Hong Yi had less and less patience. Even his family's field during the fall harvest was not so tedious. When the swords finally stopped, the gentleman almost suffered from heat stroke and decided to take a break. When he turned around, he saw hundreds of merciless swords above his head. All the swords were pointed directly at Mr. Hong Yi. He found himself in a real trap. Qing Yun had to avenge the dwarf. He wanted to see if the nasty gentleman could survive if he was stabbed several times. The boy gathered all his energy and ordered the swords to kill the bastard. A huge number of swords rushed down at the same moment and pierced Mr. Hong Yi at once, and his bloody body fell lifelessly to the floor. Seeing the dead body, the young master of the Murong family from the imperial city froze in fear. He asked the boy to have mercy and let him go in exchange for forgiveness. The hero did not listen to the nasty guy for long. All such people deserved only death and no mercy. With one move of his merciless sword, he killed the young master. He freed the beautiful Xiao, but the battle was not over yet. The boy knew that the Academy elder was a traitor and was hiding in this room. The Academy's outer elder was very scared. He said that he came to protect Qing Yun, fearing that the student would suffer at the hands of the ruthless Master Hong Yi. Suddenly he pulled out a knife from the sleeve of his robe. On this day he wanted to teach the boy a huge lesson, because he had taught his student almost nothing. The young master was invulnerable. His movements and striking technique were perfect. He threw his sword aside and cut the old man into 2 parts. On this great day, Qing Yun received really good instruction from his teacher. Half a month later, the day came when the Dragon's Blood dungeon was supposed to open. Tang Xingdan came to the hero to go there. The members of the Ye family were at a loss. It was not clear to them why the powerful alchemist, the chairman of the Dan Alliance, went to the cave with a simple boy and an expert of the Yanshi kingdom, who was also nothing more than a bipod for the chairman. At this moment, the servant ran to Sanji Academy to report important news. He informed Sanju that Ye Qing Yun had left the Star Academy and was heading to the Dragon Blood dungeon. His elder brother San Sheng did not know Qing Yun, so he asked his younger brother why they needed to be so careful with the boy. When San Sheng found out that Qin was his brother's enemy, he said that the boy deserved to die. His purpose for the visit was to pick up the demoness, but the demon heart inside the demoness had not yet been activated, so he was afraid that she would not come with him. The beauty Ziyu Ying was in love with the hero, so San Sheng decided that this was the right time to kill him. He was sure that killing the young king could activate the demonic heart of the demoness. When the heroes came to the entrance to the Dragon's Blood dungeon, they saw a stone cave on which there was a huge stone statue of the most evil dragon. To enter the dungeon, they needed a pass token, which allowed 2 people to enter. Another token was needed for Brother Ye, so all 4 masters could enter the dragon's cave. There were rumors in the city that the second token appeared for no reason. All this time, Luo Sun-kun, dressed as a Japanese samurai, was hiding in the forest in ambush. He considered it a waste of time. He never believed in luck and believed that young people should not be tempted by such small profits. His brother said they had to try their luck. Even if they couldn't get inside, they could get the dragon's blood that flew out of the cave. The younger brother seemed to go crazy. He said that he would work hard and train all night. He shouldn't be jealous just because the Jin family sold a drop of blood for 10 million spirit stones. Luo San-kun realized that this was madness. Just 1 drop of blood would be enough for him to be clothed and fed for the rest of his life. With 2 drops, he could build a small building in the city center, and with 3, he could buy an entire island. The heroes used the tokens and went through the dungeon portal. The aroma reminded Qing Yun of the blood of the essence of his past life, but something else was breaking through this smell. Suddenly Zia Yu Ying appeared on his way. Recently many people came to the dungeon, but they were all dead, so Ziyue decided to come to the dungeon alone. The girl decided to join the guys and continue the journey together. A huge golden palace appeared in front of him. It sparkled with 1,000 lights and radiated incredible warmth. In front of the entrance, there was a stone on which a text was written. Qing Yun knew this writing. He immediately realized that it was the writing of the mutant race. 10,000 years ago, mutants were not recognized as humans. Their status was as low as that of the dwarves and elves. Eventually, they formed into a race and created this writing. When the guys wanted to go inside, they saw a crowd of people in front of the entrance. They did not expect that there could be so many people in such an ominous place. They all came to get the dragon's blood. At that moment, an incredible thing happened. The dragon's blood began to fly out of the castle in large drops. It flew in the air as if alive. People in panic began to quickly grab this blood and take it into their bosoms. Expert Mangu was simply delighted with the bright lights. He wanted to go and collect a few drops of dragon blood, but Qing Yun and Tang Danxing sensed something was wrong and ordered no one to move. There were more and more lights. The dragon palace seemed to glow from within and attracted the attention of all the people around. Suddenly, the mutant Zhao Xiaoyao tensed. He felt a smell that was already familiar to him before. The brothers Sanju and Sansheng came to the cave of the dragon's blood. Seeing in front of them a huge golden palace that was spewing dragon blood in all directions, Sanju decided to collect a couple of drops for himself. At that very second, Big Brother stopped him. He used the Hell Eyes technique and realized that the dragon blood flying in the air was very strange. Suddenly the Sands noticed that Ye Qingyun was in the cave. They were dumbfounded because the boy was able to dodge the hellish eyes of Brother Sansheng. Suddenly, the head of the Jin family appeared in the dragon's cave. He did not think that the boy would dare to leave the academy after their last fight. Now the dragon blood dungeon was really busy, and at the entrance to the dungeon, Luo Sankun was still waiting for a free drop of dragon blood. The stupid samurai jumped to his feet. He realized that he had never seen dragon blood and did not know how he could get something like that. Suddenly, he came up with the idea that he could collect blood using a bottle and ran home to get the bottle. Mr. Jin Ye was determined and wanted to fight Qing Yun, because last time the elder intervened in their fight and did not allow the head of the Jin family to punish the nasty boy. Mr. Mangu was on the third layer of the Yanxi kingdom. He decided to stand up for the hero and put forward his candidacy to fight with his fists with the head of the Jin family. The angry Chief Ye was very outraged by this attitude. He was surprised that the great Tadan Xin and Mr. Mangu were on the same team as the young boy. Ye Qing Yun stood behind the powerful union of alchemists, so Jin Ye considered him useless, but feared the power of the alchemists. He left. This time the heroes managed to avoid a bloodbath. Young Qing Yun really had too many enemies. He didn't consider it a problem. There was always someone who would like to destroy the famous hero. Suddenly their attention was attracted by a wild scream. The young man flew into the air and screamed at the top of his voice. The dragon's blood seemed to penetrate through his skin. A drop of dragon blood allowed him to break through several layers of the realm. His strength grew with each passing second, and he mercilessly began to absorb the remaining drops of dragon blood flying in the air. Waiting for what would happen next, all the heroes stood without blinking. They looked at the crazy young man and realized that this was the art of changing mutant bodies. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. The young man's body seemed to mutate. Huge blisters appeared all over his body, and the boy became swollen, like a nasty toad. A few seconds later, the boy's body exploded, a strong explosion scattering thousands of drops of blood in all directions. Mutants were powerful, but they were doomed to endure extreme pain from their bodies forever. Thousands of drops of blood attacked all the people in the cave, and Qing Yun realized that there was definitely a powerful mutant in the cave. The longer they lived, the more they wanted to be ordinary people. Sanju was very scared of the poisonous dragon blood. He wanted to escape from the cave, but his elder brother increased his cultivation level and used his Hell Eyes technique. He couldn't leave the cave without winning. The mighty Sansheng opened the gates of the mysterious underworld and released the prison toad of the underworld. She listened to him as if she were tame, and her poisonous eyes burned through the soul of people. His cultivation level had broken through to the first layer of the Yanxi realm. With the help of the toad, Mr. Shen wanted to get all the dragon's blood. He believed that even the strongest person could not match his strength. A poisonous toad of the underworld attacked the people in the cave, who were injured by the blood of the dragon. She grabbed them with her long, sticky tongue and swallowed them in a few seconds. This increased Sansheng's level more and more. Qing Yun was not afraid of the pitiful toad of the underworld. He told his younger brother that this poor amphibious animal was just dirt. Sansheng wanted to get all the dragon's blood. He called Zi Yu Ying with him because she had demon blood in her. But the girl did not admit it. With her help, Mr. Shen could get everything he wanted much faster. The girl was part of the demonic race but refused to help the demon Sansheng. The master's younger brother could not wait any longer and ordered him to kill Qing Yun. Controlling his underworld toad, Mr. Sansheng pounced on the hero. There was no turning back. and Zi Yuying desperately tried to protect the boy with her body. Suddenly, Mr. Mangu took off and rushed into battle at the Toad. He could not afford to remain on the sidelines and decided to fight the enemy. He was unable to break through the Toad's protective barrier and was thrown to the side with force. This attracted the attention of the ugly beast, and the Toad grabbed Mr. Mangu, using its tongue like a hunter's lasso. Mangu screamed in pain, his tongue squeezing his entire body and depriving him of the chance to survive. Mr. Mangu was not eaten. The Toad threw him to the side with force, and the young master fell to the ground. He was badly wounded and bleeding. The master was very powerful, but his strength was not enough to stop the nasty Sanshi. The Toad could purify the blood of martial artists, even those who were poisoned, so it greedily devoured one after another. Qing Yun knew that the dragon's blood was not poisonous and the Toad would not be able to digest it. Younger brother Sanju was very scared, but Sansheng did not believe in the hero's stupid tales. He considered his plan to be incomparable. This didn't last long. Qing Yun was confident in his knowledge and strength. He was not afraid of the stupid master. When the Toad was almost there, the hero counted to 3, and a real miracle happened. As if with a snap of his fingers, the Toad began to inflate like a balloon. Her stomach was filled with air, and Sansheng did not understand what was happening. He tried to get out of her body so as not to die. The Toad grew bigger and bigger every second. It grew to an incredible size and left a huge shadow on the ground. All the martial artists were scared and ran away because it could explode at any moment. A strong explosion filled the entire cave, and the Toad was torn into thousands of pieces. The force of the explosion was so great that the asphalt on the ground broke and pieces scattered to the sides. An explosion was heard even outside the dungeon. A huge amount of energy came out of the portal, and the blood of the dragon splashed the people outside. Everyone ran out of the dungeon in horror. At this time, Samurai Luo San Kun came into the dungeon with a bottle. Raising his head, he saw that the dragon's blood was not in drops, but looked like a swarm of fireflies. It was not surprising that people ran out of there in horror. Running out of the dragon's blood dungeon, the stupid samurai ran home to get a bag so that he could collect such a huge amount of blood. Exploding in a sealed hole, the Toad left behind a lifelong shame and a destroyed dungeon. Sanju saw a huge bloody pit and realized that his older brother did not have time to get out from under the Toad and died. He was simply furious, his eyes bloodshot and pained. He decided that he had to avenge his brother's death and kill Qing Yun. Desperate Sanju took a risk and began to consume all the dragon's blood. This was a real suicide. If mutant blood were so easily absorbed, then the number of mutants who were able to successfully use the body-switching technique in the past would not be so rare. Mr. Mangu managed to survive, but he was seriously injured. The Toad took a critical amount of energy from him. He was worried about his life and regretted what he had done earlier, but Qing Yun promised that he would protect him. Stupid Sanju was already filled with dragon blood. Blisters appeared on his body like that same Toad. Nothing would stop him, and he attacked the hero, swinging his sword. Unexpectedly, Ye Qing Yun used his skills, and with only one hand, released the power of a lion, thanks to which he stopped the nasty guy. At the same moment, the hero pulled out his thunder sword in one motion and directed the force of the blow towards the enemy. The ferocious thunder snake emitted thousands of lightning bolts and pounced on the enemy. Sanju had already broken through several layers of his cultivation, absorbing the blood of the dragon. He could not simply give up, but suddenly something incredible began to happen to his body. The guy was puffing up from the inside like a nasty toad of the underworld. The new novice king did not expect that the enemy could hold out for so long. He swung his sword and hit his enemy with force. The master was thrown back. Green slime suddenly appeared from the hole. It crawled out in a column, as if it were alive. Qing Yun stood in a stupor. He had never seen such a phenomenon before. When the green slime crawled out of the hole, San Sheng's head appeared. He managed to survive and was now one with the slime. His face was green, and his hellish eyes no longer showed any signs of human life. The mutated San Sheng wanted to kill all the people around him in the dungeon and leave Qing Yun for dessert. Expert Man Gu said that it was impossible to kill Qing Yun because he was a third-class alchemist, but the mutant no longer needed pills. Without thinking for a long time, the mutant attacked Master Mangu at breakneck speed. This was his first victim and there was no turning back. The Yanxi realm expert was not strong enough to resist the mutated devilish creature. San Sheng chose Zhao Xiaoyao as his next victim. He wanted to destroy everyone who was in cahoots with the hero. Zhao Xiaoyao was not afraid of the mutant. He was like that himself. Scales came out of his skin, and a real dragon tail grew from his back. His body was remarkably similar to that of a dragon. Suddenly, a drop of dragon blood flew back into the palace unnoticed. It was like a ghost, but Qing Yun understood what the matter really was. The hero needed to do something, and he decided to act. Hundreds of drops of dragon blood flew in the air, leaving behind bright traces. The boy gathered all his strength together, and a golden 9-story tower appeared above his head. All the art masters in the dungeon were killed. The dragon's blood consumed their souls and, like poison, took the lives of each of them. The golden 9-story tower glowed with a bright radiance and attracted the nimble dragon drops. Qing Yun absorbed every drop into his body, his strength growing more and more. The hero was already filled with dragon blood, but this amount was still not enough. Some of the blood flew out through the entrance portal. Sticking his hand through the portal at the entrance, Qing Yun felt the accumulation of dragon blood energy next to him, and decided to take possession of all this blood. The boy climbed out of the magic portal, and saw Luo San Kun in front of him. With his incredible abilities, he absorbed all the blood from the samurai's bag in one movement. Mr. Luo San Kun was simply furious. The young hero trampled all his hopes to smithereens, and the samurai dreamed of never meeting this insolent person again. When he looked into his bag, he found that Qing Yun had taken everything, leaving only 2 unfortunate drops of blood. The gentleman spent 2 days preparing for this day. This drove him wild, and he specifically spent the money to buy a large special bag. He decided to take revenge on his sworn enemy and teach him a cruel lesson. Luo San Kun threw his bag over the entrance portal to the Dragon Blood dungeon. In this way, he wanted to get all the blood that was inside. When the dragon's blood flew out of the portal, it would immediately fall into his bag. At this time, Qing Yun continued to absorb the power of the dragon's blood. His body hung in the air and became stronger and stronger. The actual transfer of the bloodthirsty dragon's body was taking place. Suddenly, the hero was transported to a parallel world. There was nothing around but blue energy space and deathly silence. In front of him, Qing Yun saw the skeleton of the most ruthless dragon. This place was not familiar to him. The boy was very surprised. At this moment, the skeleton dragon suddenly turned its head and bit the hero. The dragon's bite contained strong energy. 15 minutes later, an angry San Sheng was jumping in all directions to collect every last drop of blood. He began to get used to his body of an unsuccessful mutation and went crazy with joy. The head of the Jin family knew that soon all the fun would have to end. Once San Sheng and Qing Yun were defeated, Jin Ye would be able to reap the benefits after their deaths. The mutated San Sheng wished death to all the people around him. He decided to return to his sinister plan and destroy Zhao Xiaoyao. He wanted to deal him a strong energy blow. At this moment, the mutant was interrupted by the young rookie king, who struck him in 1 second and pushed him aside. San Sheng fell to the ground with force and a roar. The hero's body was covered with scales like a reptile. A tail was visible from his back. The mutation passed on to him turned out to be a rank 10 mutant. Now the boy was one with the body of the bloodthirsty dragon. The unsuccessfully mutated San Sheng simply froze in place in bewilderment. Seeing the boy's body, he realized that Qing Yun was to blame for his unsuccessful body. He took the best variant of the mutation for himself. The nasty San Sheng attacked the boy with force. He wanted to force Qin to return everything that belonged to him. Without thinking for a long time, Qing Yun pointed his fist towards the enemy. His scaly hand began to change before his eyes. Claws grew from his nails, and his entire hand turned into the paw of a real dragon. The hero pounced on the enemy and threw him into the ground with his huge dragon paw. A huge force destroyed the entire floor of the dungeon, and thousands of fragments rose into the air. San Sheng hit the ground, and a strong pain ran through his entire body. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he still wanted to reclaim all the stolen dragon blood. Thanks to his new dragon body, The hero's blade had even greater power. He never spared his enemies, so he pulled out a merciless sword and was ready to pounce on the mutated creature. He ran closer to the enemy, and with one movement of his sword struck him with a sharp blade as he walked. Green, sticky goo sprayed out in all directions and left a mark on the weapon. The enemy's body seemed to be bound in chains. Thousands of drops of the dragon's blood came out of him upward and took his soul with them. As Ye Qingyun began to absorb every drop of blood, his body became even stronger. He took 49 drops of the blood of the past life essence. Together with those acquired earlier, he received exactly 100 drops and moved to the 9th layer of the Yinshu realm. The head of the Jin family was very angry at this ending. He decided that he had to quickly get out of this damn cave so as not to be killed. When Jin Ye was about to leave, Qing Yun was already breathing down his back. Previously, the boy wanted to destroy the Jin family in 3 months, but now he was sure that he would only need 1 moment to kill the master. The frightened gentleman fell to his knees in front of the hero and frantically began to beg for mercy. He begged the ruthless boy not to harm him and the Jin family, but it was already too late. Each enemy of the hero had to answer for his words with his head, so the boy swung and hit the head of Jin Ye and his assistant with force. If Qing Yun did not have such strength, then Mr. Ye would not leave him alone. The enemy hit the stone wall of the cave hard and was seriously injured. His strength would not have been enough to fight on equal terms with such a strong young hero. He had lost all his cultivation, so he said that he no longer posed any threat to Qing Yun. The gentleman wanted to quickly escape from the cave through the portal and asked the boy to leave him alone. When the gentleman jumped through the portal, he fell into the samurai's bag and was in a real trap. Stupid Luo San-kun thought that he had caught Ye Qing and wanted to send him to hell. The samurai beat the bag with all his might. He wanted to beat Qing Yun to death for stealing his dragon blood. Qing Yun looked at the fool from the portal and was perplexed. Suddenly, Luo San-kun remembered that the hero still had dragon blood in him and could not just let him go. He decided to return home and find a way to extract blood from him. The samurai believed that his happy life was already half in the bag. Qing Yun stood in front of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was sure that someone lived in the palace, so he made up his mind and shouted to the elder to show himself. At that moment, someone coughed inside. An old man appeared on the threshold. He was coughing from lack of air and 2 sword hilts were sticking out of his shoulders. The old man was sitting in a wheelchair and seemed to be living his last seconds of life. The wounded old man approached the hero to thank him for saving him from suffering. In response, Qing Yun thanked him for all the pain that now belonged to him. If Qin had not done this, all but one of the boys would have died. The boy realized that the reason the old man was in pain was because he had absorbed blood that he should not have absorbed. Since the old man gave the boy the dragon's body, he should also have received the secret of the mutant's body. The old man was no longer a mutant, so the recipe would no longer be useless for him. A huge flow of knowledge passed from the old man to Qing Yun, and the energy of 9 transformations absorbed the boy. Seeing Xiao Xiao Yao, the old man called him over. He did not expect to see his descendants during his lifetime and decided to talk with the young mutant. Tang Danxing walked towards Mangu's bloodied body. A close friend would always be the first to defend if his friend was in trouble, no matter how strong the opponent was. Mangu was a true hero. He gave his life to save his friends. Tang Danxing considered him his brother. He decided to take his body to a safe place. Leaving his brother Jiao Xiao Yao to talk to the old man, Ye Qing Yun decided to leave the cave, but the sweet Ziyu Ying decided to talk to the boy. He pushed the girl aside, not wanting to talk to her. The hero said that he didn't like the girl at all. This upset her greatly, and tears flowed from her eyes. At this time, there was a real celebration on the streets of Luoyang. The city was decorated with Chinese lanterns and red traditional decorations. With an air of importance, Jin Xiaoming rode on horseback. On this day, he was supposed to be the groom. Behind the respected Xiaoming rode a red festive tent, from which the sobs of a young girl could be heard. She was dressed in a festive red robe with patterns and covered her face. The crowd watched the wedding ceremony with interest. It was rumored that this was the 99th time that Jin Xiaoming had forced women to marry him. He was the son of Jin Luo, the brother of the head of the Jin family. No one dared to contact him in Luoyang except the Star Academy. He was very angry with the bride's crying. He got off his horse and looked into her tent. Xiao Ming angrily told his concubine to be happy and stop crying. Suddenly the horses became agitated and stopped the movement of the tent. When the gentleman turned around, he was simply furious. Young servants were carrying a coffin along the road for burial. An angry Jin Xiaoming kicked the coffin. The entire city of Luoyang knew that today was a holiday, so the master didn't care whose coffin it was. He wanted to destroy the owner of the coffin and his entire family. When he opened the coffin, he couldn't believe his eyes. He recognized his uncle, and there was surprise on his face. Xiao Ming asked who was the brazen killer of his relative. The master's young servant said that before his death, Jin Ye sent a mental message. When they came to rescue the head of the family, they found a samurai who stuffed him into a sack and beat him severely. The samurai's cultivation level was very low, so Jin Xiaoming did not believe that such a pitiful dwarf could kill the head of the Jin family. Luo Sangkun was very scared and denied his involvement in the murder. He was caught in the act, so there was no point in denying his guilt. It was better to leave this matter to Master Jin Luo to come and make a decision himself, but the enraged Xiao Ming was cruel. He threatened the servant with death and ordered the death of the arrogant dwarf in the hat. The samurai's fate should have ended at that very second, on this road. The young martial artist swung his sword to cut off Luo Sankun's head. Someone's voice was heard, and suddenly Qing Yun intervened in the execution. He forcefully pushed the master away and saved the samurai from death. He didn't need gratitude. The boy didn't intervene to save the pathetic samurai. He came to wipe out the entire Jin family from the face of the earth. The Jin family's guards were beside themselves with anger, and one of them was wounded by the hero's hand. They were confident in their abilities and wanted to kill the boy. Qing Yun did not consider them strong opponents. He had too much skill and incredible striking power, even without his sword. He hit the most arrogant and talkative guard, and he flew back. Jin Xiaoming was very scared and could barely find his words. He told the hero that today was his wedding day and politely asked Qing Yun not to make trouble. In return, he promised to find a place for him at the table, as for an honored guest. This all brought Qing Yun nothing but joy. He laughed mockingly and told the master that none of his family would eat dinner for 3 days. He was not afraid to threaten Fat Xiaoming because he considered him a stupid dog. Today, Jin Xiaoming's wedding ceremony collided with the coffin. The Lord couldn't imagine a wedding worse than this one. He advised the hero not to contact him and threatened to call someone. The young master had no intention of leaving. All threats towards him were useless. Jin Xiaoming ignited his arrow and said that a huge force was about to come and kill the boy. Time was running out. The arrow was about to explode soon. The hero did not wait for the explosion. Without hesitation, he swung and hit the pitiful gentleman. Blood flew out of his mouth, and a lit arrow flew into the air. The force of the blow was so great that the exhausted Mr. Jin Xiaoming fell to the ground with a roar. The burning homemade arrow circled in the air and landed directly on his buttocks. The young guards watched in horror what was happening. The gentleman screamed in horror in pain, and at that moment the arrow caught fire and quickly flew into the air. Qin Yun saw real golden fireworks in the air. This disgraced Jin Xiaoming in front of all the people and saved the boy from having to look for them. The hero brought Jin Xiaoming to the main square to humiliate him in public. But the Jin family was very unhappy with such antics of the guy and ordered him to let Xiaoming go. Jin Luo came to protect his brother's son. He ordered the hero to let the boy go. In return, he promised to forget everything that happened before and said that the members of the Jin family would never bother him again. The Jin family could not afford to let Qing Yun go because he had killed their master. The enraged Jin Dao could not believe that his father was killed. Jin Dao decided to verify the boy's words and look into the coffin. When he saw his mutilated father in the coffin, he was simply furious. His body was pale and hungry. His eyes were now closed. The greatness of the Jin family could not be discredited. The 3 great elders had to do their duty and kill the boy. It was impossible for the Jin family to cease to be considered the most powerful because of some pathetic youth. Qing Yun expected this from the Jin family. Human life was worth nothing to them, unlike profit and reputation in front of the entire city. Jin Xiaoming's life was still in his hands. The hero decided not to hesitate. He grabbed Jin Xiaoming's head and crushed it. The boy's head burst like a juicy, ripe tomato. Seeing this, the three elders were very angry. Killing a member of their family was always equivalent to execution. They decided to kill the boy and the samurai in the name of revenge for Jin Luo's son. Scared to death, Luo San-kun jumped into the wedding palanquin. He was very afraid of the incredible strength of the elders of the Jin family, so he decided to flee. At that moment, he noticed the same bride inside the tent. The girl cried loudly, and the samurai looked at her with frightened eyes. She thought that this was her salvation, and thanked the hero who had come to save her. She was an ordinary girl from the common people, and did not want to marry an arrogant fat man. If she had had the help of a samurai, she would have become the wife of a tyrant and would have hated him every day when she opened her eyes. The girl wanted to see the face of her savior and asked why her hero covered his face. Luo San-kun said that the culprit was a wound near his mouth, which caused him discomfort. The scar from the wound was similar to the one worn by the bandits. He attracted a lot of attention and trouble, so he had to wear a mask. When he was still a child, he accidentally fell from the wall of his grandmother's house nearby and was badly injured. Since then, he has worn this scar on his face and recalled the story with a smile. At this time, the elders attacked Qing Yun. They promised to kill the entire Ye family within 3 days. They believed that a family from such a small place did not deserve the right to exist and should have been wiped off the face of the earth. Qing Yun was determined. He was ready to fight for his family to the last drop of blood. The boy activated his new mutation abilities, with the help of which he wanted to finally exterminate the entire Jin family. The hero's eyes filled with the dragon's anger. His body became covered with scales, and a dragon's tail grew from his back. The fury of the dragon's power filled his body from within and gave him incredible, devilish strength. The Jin family were very strong, but the samurai told the girl that he and Qing Yun had come to restore order to the Jin family and teach them a lesson for life. The hero's strength exceeded any expectations. Skillfully wielding a merciless sword, he cut all enemies into 2 parts, and the dragon's hand allowed him to withstand any blow from his opponents. Now the mighty Ye Qing Yun was invincible. The Jin family did not understand what was happening around. All the elders were mercilessly killed by the hero. Their strength would not be enough to cope with such an experienced and strong boy. His striking technique was excellent, and his weapon was perfectly crafted. Young fighters and masters of art were doomed to death. It was a bloody battle from which no one could come out alive. They had no choice but to flee, scattering in different directions. Blood scattered in all directions. Seeing all this, Mr. Jin Luo was very confused. He was not ready to face such force face to face. All his soldiers died one after another. Qing Yun cleared a path forward for himself and killed all the enemies around him. It was Mr. Jin Luo's turn. The boy grabbed him and literally burned through him with his crazy gaze. The old man begged him for mercy, but it was already too late. In this bloody battle, everyone died. The bloody bodies of the Jin family guards lay scattered at every step. It was a fateful day on which Mr. Jin Luo himself was killed. The young hero completed his mission and punished all the geniuses who stood in his way. For many years, the people of Luoyang City were under the tyranny of the Jin family. Now they were finally free and rejoicing in victory. All the people thanked the hero for saving him, but he was the only one who was not happy. The powerful evil Qi almost deprived him of his mind. The mysterious gentleman did not like this method of saving innocent people. He believed that this way of interceding was actually just a brutal mass murder and was no different from the actions of demons. The arrogant samurai did not lift a finger in the battle but took credit for the victory. A huge crowd gathered around him, thanking him for the rescue, and he just smiled brazenly and accepted the praise. At that moment, someone's voice was heard. A mysterious monk in a hat was flying straight towards the hero. He considered him a demon and wanted to send the boy straight to the underworld. Qing Yun was incredibly agile and without hesitation took a fighting position. He easily stopped the master and their fists touched in battle. The master was very dissatisfied with Qing Yun's behavior. He committed the most heinous crime of all, and the master wanted to execute the boy at that very moment. Frightened by another battle, Luo San-kun said that from now on he did not owe the hero anything, and their paths had to diverge. He walked away, following the beautiful girl. The monk's assistant decided to stand up for the hero and told him that he was very mistaken. In fact, the boy was a genius and only the Jin family was to blame for the crimes. These words offended the monk. He never believed in fairy tales. His assistant stood up for the demon and now was for the master the same traitor to humanity. He struck the young man with force. Ye Qing Yun was very angry at this act. The master could not call himself a monk if he killed innocent people. The monk did not listen to him. He was motivated only by a thirst for justice. He considered the boy a demon and a deceiver of the people. The monk wanted to catch the boy and kill him for the good of the people. Suddenly he rose into the air and the energy formed a purple tower above his head. The hero immediately realized that it was a soul-sucking demon pagoda. This was a real demon monk. Purification Pagoda was an attempt to drag the boy into the demon pagoda. Ye Qing Yun found himself in a real monk trap. Sha Ta-ying was from a demon temple. He imprisoned the boy in his tower and decided that he would take him for the residents of the city of Luoyang. The hero's evil qi was so thick, so the monk hoped that this time, thanks to the boy, his strength would increase. Taking the demon pagoda with him, the monk fled from the battlefield. He was clearly as strong as the elders from the Jin family. All this time the samurai watched in ambush. He could not believe what he saw. He was indecisive and would not dare to come out to help. Luo San-kun didn't understand why the hero didn't fight back against the pathetic monk. Without thinking for a long time, the monk decided to come to Mr. Ye Qing Yun's residence that same day to tell his family about the situation. The monk told Qing Yun's brothers that an evil demon monk had tricked the hero into stealing him and put him in the demon pagoda. The boy needed to be rescued urgently, but Gao Dong considered the samurai a thief and did not want to believe his words. These words offended the samurai greatly, and he turned to the exit to leave. He didn't care whether the boy was saved or not. The wise gnome immediately changed his mind and stopped the samurai. He apologized for judging people by their appearance and asked Luo San-kun to tell the whole story in detail. When the samurai told them the story from beginning to end, the guys still doubted his words. This was strange for them because Qing Yun had incredible strength and fought against the strongest masters. He could not lose to the monk. Unexpectedly, Gao Dong said that no one would lie and admit that he had beaten the head of the Jin family to death with his fists. No one would have the audacity to say that he was afraid of death and hid in the bride's palanquin, as if the dwarf was reading thoughts. The demon monk temple was located in the city of Shanghai. Shang Jie was ready to save his elder brother and said that in order to save the master, the guys needed to immediately hit the road. The city was full of experts, and most of them were from the Yanshu realm. Qing Yun's godbrothers decided to save their brother. There was no time to prepare. They needed to increase their strength as soon as possible and go to Shanghai City to find the monk's lair and save the hero. Xiao Xiaoyao was at the first word of the Yanshu kingdom. He was the strongest in this room. Xiao Ling did not have any cultivation level, but the dwarf was at the 9th layer of the Yinshu realm. The boy Shang-jie was at the 6th layer of the Yinshu realm, but his body was very strong. He pumped it with heavy weights every day. His advantage was that he could fight the 1st layer of the Yanxi realm. The heroes decided that they would go on the road and train along the way. On the way to Shanghai City, they could stop at a branch of the Shang family. Luo San-kun was at the 8th layer of the Donling realm and would not be able to defeat anyone. The demon monk temple in Shanghai City had enormous power. There were about 3,000 temples in the outskirts alone. The monk was the only one who saw the demon monk, so the guys forcefully dragged him along the way. Qing Yun saved the monk's life, so he had no reason to refuse. But Luo San-chin was very worried about his cultivation. He believed that he would be useless and drag the entire team down. At this moment, The fragile Xiaoling said that she would start cultivating from today. Looking at the girl's enlightenment, the guys had nothing more to add. All this time in the residence of the academy, Zi Yuan was thinking about a difficult task. She was contemplating a decision that would change her life forever. She had the purest blood of demons flowing in her, so one of the representatives invited her to join their demon race and was waiting for an answer from her. If she joined the demon clan, she would never regret it. They were ruthless killers, but no one could stop them. In return, the demon clan promised to forgive the girl for what happened to Sanju's brother. Zi Yuying knew that the demon clan members tricked Ye Qingyun into taking Ye Qingyun. She agreed to join their clan only if they saved Qingyun and brought him back home. The demon did not agree to accept her on such conditions. He said that once the girl joined them, the demons would provide her with cultivation resources. After that, her strength would be enough to fight the demon monk herself. 3 months later, the guys were supposed to reach the mountains that were located east of the city of Xinghai. The view from there was incredible, with huge rocks towering above the dense forest. For 3 months the hero had not purified himself, and Sha Tanying was simply furious. At first he wanted to burn the boy to death, and then cleanse and suck his blood. The monk's strength was deadly, but he was not as smart as young master Qingyun. Qingyun sat inside the burning demon pagoda in absolute peace and tranquility. The 9-story purification pagoda was capable of absorbing the fighting spirit of the pagoda type. It was no wonder that the hero wanted to enter this demon pagoda. The fighting spirit of the Yanshi kingdom could become real. The subconsciousness enveloped the hero, and Qingyun instantly realized that today he could break through. Sha Tongying did not hear any sounds. The boy was thinking about his cultivation, so he sat in silence, in complete harmony with his body. Therefore, the master decided that the boy had finally burned to the ground and wanted to absorb all the blood of his essence. The arrogant monk put his hand to the demon pagoda and began to absorb the blood of the entity, but suddenly realized that he could not absorb any blood into himself. His body began to literally fade away, and his fighting spirit became weaker and weaker. The spiritual energy was dissipating, and the demon pagoda was losing its strength. It was cracking as if it was bursting at the seams. The monk did not understand at all what was the matter. Suddenly something frightening happened. The monk lost his cultivation, and the ominous demon pagoda broke into pieces. At that same second, the energy of the pagoda returned Qingyun to the real world. Now he was even stronger than before and broke through to the kingdom of Yanshi. Hearing this, the monk became furious. He wanted to destroy the boy with his bare hands. Qingyun took away everything he had and deprived him of the opportunity to cultivate. He attacked the boy with force, wanting to grab him by the throat. Qingyun stopped the monk with just one finger. He possessed incredible demonic strength and lightning speed. The hero used his new skills and raised the Eastern Emperor's finger up. Bright flashes of light rose up and seemed to reach the very clouds. The energy created real chaos and destruction around. Bright flashes of light were visible high above the forest and rushed into the sky. Seeing this, the young monks were shocked. They wanted to find out who dared to behave like that on their territory. They realized that this was the mountain abode of Sha Tanying. Suddenly the monks noticed a boy in the forest. They were very angry at this behavior of the hero. No one had the right to make noise and commit robbery in their forest. The angry monk did not wait for the enemy to attack himself. Gathering all his anger into a fist, he attacked Qingyun. Qingyun was determined. He never talked to his enemies for a long time, and always punished anyone who stood in his way. The boy cultivated his energy and directed his power towards the enemy. At that moment, a huge hand grabbed the monk and began to squeeze. The big, strong fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, taking the monk's life. Qingyun controlled his hand expertly, and the huge, magical hand carried out his orders. When the other 2 monks saw that their brother could not withstand the pressure from the fist and his head exploded, they took off and rushed into battle. They considered the boy a demon and wanted to send him back to hell. Ye Qingyun was invincible. He hit one monk with his strong fist, blood and teeth scattered everywhere. A second later, the hero knocked out the second monk. His strength was enormous, and his striking technique was perfect. The boy thought through his every move and was always one step ahead of his enemy. Suddenly, Lord Sha Tangdi appeared on the battlefield. He stood up for the young monks and came to take revenge on Qing Yun for his brother Sha Tangying, who was mercilessly killed at the hands of the hero. Seeing the master, the young monks were very happy. Hope appeared in their eyes. With the help of the great Sha Tandi, they could become part of the demon clan. The great monk wanted blood and revenge. He armed himself with his strong sword and flew into the air to attack the boy with force. As expected from Sha Tanying, this demon was stunned by his powerful aura even before he struck. Qing Yun stood face to face with his opponents. His powerful strength was at its limit. The dragon mutation awoke in him, and his hand took on the already familiar appearance of the paw of a powerful dragon. The evil chi was now several times stronger. When the monk saw that the hero's strength was several times greater than his own, he was scared. He suddenly realized that his skills were not enough to defeat such a strong opponent. In place of the frightened Mr. Sha Tandi, only a ball of dust remained. He was not at all confident in his abilities and ran away. The monks were stunned with horror. A real demon appeared in front of them. Qing Yun looked like a devil in the flesh. His skin was shining, and his body was saturated with dragon energy. His hand was several times larger than his body. With enormous force, the hero lifted himself off the ground and flew into the air, leaving behind only the wind. His power knocked the young monks off their feet, and they decided that they had to immediately report everything to the top. Qing Yun quickly flew high into the sky. He was heading after the monk who had fled the battle in disgrace. When he caught up with Sha Tandi in the sky, he wanted to destroy him at that very moment. At this time, the monks ran away in horror in order to survive. They considered the demon Qing Yun extremely dangerous and cruel, so they fled until someone from the top came to their aid and destroyed the demon. Suddenly the monks froze in place and seemed petrified with horror. The great monk Sha Tandi fell dead right in front of them. The frightened youths fell to their knees before the greatness of Qing Yun. They begged for mercy. The monks promised that they would fast from today, pray to the Buddha, and be worthy monks. They were ready to give up ballistic cultivation. The cold-blooded Ye Qing Yun did not listen to the pitiful monks. He had no soul, and he never pitied his enemies. He destroyed each of them with his bare hands. While Qing Yun was dealing with his enemies, 3 months had already passed. There was no news from him, and on the other side of Shanghai City, his disciples Shang Jie and Jiao Xiaoyao were tormented by grief. They had lost count of the day Qin disappeared. The guys were never able to find their brother, but all three were adapting to life in the city of Shanghai. Shang Jie's family temporarily accepted them into their home. There was a restaurant in the very center of Shanghai City. When Qing Yun wanted to go inside, he was met by a gentleman at the entrance. Entrance to the restaurant was prohibited without a Tianzhao pass token. The master considered the boy a hillbilly and kicked him out. On this day, there were very important guests in the restaurant, and no one was allowed to enter. But Qing Yun had to go inside, so he created real problems and pushed the gentleman aside. When Qing Yun walked inside, he saw 2 guys in front of him. They looked at the hero with surprise and considered him a newly arrived madman. Unexpectedly, young master Murong Yuan noticed an intruder who hit his employee. He was on the 6th layer of the Yanshi kingdom, so he was too self-confident and bloodthirsty. He wished the boy death and attacked him with his fists. The young master was not afraid of anyone from the Yanshi kingdom. He had much greater skills. With a deft movement, he stopped Mr. Murong's blow in a second and threw him back. Murong Yuan was shocked by what he saw. He was forcefully pushed back and could not stay on his feet. He was tormented only by the question of who this mysterious young boy with the skills of a real master was. At that moment, Shang Jie's student came running from the 2nd floor to the noise, and when he saw his teacher, he was very shocked. Shang Jie was incredibly happy. He ran up to the master and attacked him with questions, but Qing Yun only asked about the whereabouts of Gao Dong and the rest of the guys. All the restaurant guests looked at Qin in surprise. He was only at the 1st layer of the Yanshi kingdom, but had already defeated Prince Murong Yuen, who had reached the 6th layer. They were surprised that the lord of the Shang family was this hero's disciple. The hero beat the man who worked for Murong Yuan. He told the boy Shang Jie that he did not care what kind of relationship he had with young Qin. The gentleman wanted to take revenge on the master for such terrible behavior. This made Prince Murong very angry. There was no point in arguing. He decided that he would deal with both guys. He ran and attacked Shang Jie with force. He would not have stopped without a fight. Just as Mr. Murong was about to strike his opponent, a beautiful angelic voice sounded. The princess of the Qinghai Empire herself appeared in the room. The magnanimous Luo Yao ordered the gentleman to stop the fight immediately. Princess Qinghai Luo Yao is very strict but fair. Since the hero was Master Shang Jie, she suggested that everyone go up to the 2nd floor together and discuss recent events. Qing Yun did not intend to listen to the princess. He refused to go to talk with her. The boy said that there was no need for this, because this restaurant was no longer a place for food. He ordered Shang Jie to return home. Having learned that the hero wanted to take part in the tournament, the generous princess offered to help him participate, and promised that she would give him a Tianjiao token to participate. The hero was not interested in children's toys. He looked at the princess with disrespect, so Mr. Murong Yuen considered this a real insult to the Qinghai royal family. He decided that he had to punish the guy and defend the honor of the princess. Enraged, Murong Yuen used the 5-finger celestial spirit technique to kill the boy. It was one of the 3 martial arts of the Murong family. With one blow, it was possible to kill a real master. All the people who watched the fight knew that the blow would have killed the ignorant boy. The Murong family could not be provoked or ignored. People around him thought that Qing Yun was too proud and said that he deserved to die. In one motion, Ye Qing Yun pulled out his merciless sword from its sheath. All the nasty people who stood in the boy's way or insulted him had long been feeding the worms underground. Qing Yun expertly swung his sword and dealt critical damage to the cursed Lord Murong Yuen in a second. One of his best striking techniques was the surprise attack. Murong Yuen was defeated, and the master's perfect movements amazed the 2 assistants of Princess Qinghai Luo Yao. They believed that Mr. Murong had been cunningly deceived. Otherwise, the great 5-finger heavenly spirit martial art would not be so weak. The angry Murong was severely wounded. Qin deprived him of his arm, and he bled to death. Whatever the cost, the gentleman was determined to take the guy's life. He gathered his strength and attacked Qing Yun a 2nd time. Now he only had one hand to fight with, but he did not lose hope. One swing of the merciless blade and loud screams were heard. Mr. Murong Yuen lost his leg in a second. If he had continued to harass the boy, he would have lost the rest of his body. The princess wanted to get all the information about the hero. Shang Jie was originally mediocre, but now he could fight against the Yanxi realm with his physical body. This must have something to do with him as a master. When the heroes left the restaurant, Shang Zi told the master that all this time he and the rest of the guys had been training hard. Gao Dong broke through to the 3rd layer of the Yanshi kingdom, and Brother Luo broke through to the Yinshu kingdom. It was Brother Luo who told them that Qing Yun was taken to Qinghai City. He said that he was a good friend of the hero. Shang Zi calmed the guy down by saying that Luo San Kun was treated well at home. Qing Yun sensed something was wrong. He asked his disciple to take him to the place where Gao Dong practiced his skills, and later he was going to meet Brother Luo. Shang Jie was surprised, because he thought that the master was best friends with Luo. When Shang Jie brought the master to the place where Gao Dong was becoming a real fighter, he said that the dwarf was now very strong. His skills had improved so much that he had defeated quite a few of the Shang family's youths. At this time, a wounded dwarf lay in the battle arena. His opponent turned out to be much stronger than him and considered Gao Dong to be an inferior race who only deserved death. He stretched his steel fists and prepared to take the dwarf's life. When Lord Shang Huayu saw that the dwarf had not yet died from his punches, he pulled out his golden python sword, which shone with bright golden flames. A huge force of weapons rushed towards Gao Dong to pierce its tip directly into the heart. The gold python sword looked like a real cold-blooded snake, its blade-sharp fangs thirsty for more blood. The sword saw nothing in front of it except a new victim. At that moment, Gadong jumped to his feet. He was not ready to give up just like that. Grabbing his divine hammer, he hit the snake on the head with incredible force. Now Gao Dong was not a simple, defenseless dwarf. His strength was enough to defeat the enemy. On his hammer there was only a bloody mark from the python. The power of his ancestors awakened in the dwarf, and his eyes burned with insane fire. Qing Yun was absolutely calm for his brother. He was completely confident in his abilities, because the dwarf had an innate berserk skill. Thanks to his innate skill, a warrior who dedicated himself to the god Odin could become enraged before battle. Gao Dong was filled with enormous power and rushed into battle with his opponent like a madman. Shang Guayu was very frightened. He could not believe his eyes, because he had just almost beaten the gnome to death, and now it was as if a second wind had opened in him. A second later, the heavy hammer of the gnome smashed Mr. Guayu's face. He screamed loudly, and his body was thrown far back. Gao Dong was a ruthless fighter, driven by a thirst for justice and the spirit of an ancestor. Suddenly, Uncle Shang Jie intervened in the battle. He possessed enormous strength. When he saw that the dwarf had brutally beaten a member of the Shang family, he was simply furious. With a huge concentration of strength, he stopped the dwarf and, using only his fist, dealt him a strong blow. He wanted to kill the gnome and intercede for Mr. Shang Huayu. The frightened Shang Jie tried to stop his uncle, but he could not intervene in the fight. He rushed between two families. His relatives entered into a battle to the death with his brothers in spirit. There was no time to think at all. The heroes needed to do something urgently to save the gnome. Qing Yun rushed forward and used the great one-finger heavenly spirit art. Old man Xu received a strong blow and flew to the side. There was real chaos at the battle site. Clouds of dust reduced visibility, and fragments of asphalt scattered in all directions. Mr. Shan Shu was stunned by the force of the blow. He could not understand who this boy was. Qing Yun was ready to protect Gao Dong. They were connected by something more than just a brotherly bond. He told the dwarf that Gao Qian would be pleased if he saw how the dwarf performed in battle. The wounded Shang Huayu asked his father to kill the hero. His strength would not be enough to cope with such a demon. His father blamed himself for being late and allowing his son to get hurt. He promised to take Huayu home as soon as he killed the dwarf. Hearing this, Shang Huayu was very angry. He had already disgraced himself enough in front of all the people. He shouted at his father and ordered him to kill the dwarf right now. He didn't need empty words. He wanted to see the dwarf's blood first. The father fulfilled all the requests of his son, so he decided to kill the gnome. Since childhood, his son had not received such severe injuries, and the dwarf dared to injure him. There was no turning back. The master awakened his hellish, fiery fighting spirit and attacked Gao Dong. When Shangzi saw his second uncle's serious attitude, he could no longer stand aside. He attacked his uncle, screaming to stop him. His strength was not enough to stop the strongest member of the Shang family. The incredible energy dealt a large blow to the boy and threw him into the wall. Shang Shu was determined to avenge his son and used the five-finger celestial spirit technique to defeat the arrogant dwarf. This was a battle that Gao Dong might not have survived. He couldn't handle it alone. At that moment, Qing Yun decided to stand up for his dwarf brother. The power of the dragon awoke in him, and a huge paw of a merciless dragon grew from his hand again. The boy stopped the nasty enemy with his paw. This surprised Mr. Shanshu, because the boy had a real battle treasure. The mutated power of the dragon did not give the master the opportunity to get closer to Qin, and this drove him into a wild rage. When anger had already filled him from the inside and his blood was boiling in his veins, a huge demonic force flared up in him, and he attacked the hero. He considered him only a small ant of the kingdom of Yanshi of the first layer, who was not worthy to walk on the earth. Qing Yunya knew that the enemy would not leave without a fight, and someone had to come out of this battle lying. Suddenly he realized that the enemy was only half a step away from the kingdom of Wuhan, and decided to try to hit him again. He stood opposite his enemy face to face and prepared himself for what was his last chance to defeat his enemy. When the hero was fully prepared and the enemy was close enough, Qing Yun gathered all the strength in his dragon arm and pounced on his opponent. He was coolly calm. His main goal was victory. At the moment when the two enemies were about to touch fists, a gentleman suddenly appeared. He stood between the two heroes and stopped them. He didn't want any battle, so he decided to stop this fight. Qing Yun recognized the gentleman. He realized that it was Shang Jie's father, a warrior of the Wuhan kingdom. Mr. Shanhua was a very strong opponent, but a very wise and prudent father and leader. Shang Shu told him that the boy had injured his son and was worthy of punishment. But he stopped thinking about teaching other people's children as soon as something happened to Hua Yu. Mr. Shanhua was only worried about who injured Shang Jie. Confused, Shang Shu admitted that in a fit of emotion he pushed Shang Jie aside and he injured himself against the wall. The wise Lord Hua was willing to forget about it after he healed Hua Yu's wounds. Seeing Master Qing Yun, Mr. Hua was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that his son's master was so young. The hero had the abilities of a real martial artist of the highest level, so everyone around him did not believe in his age. Shang Shu led his son back home. He indulged his every whim. Qing Yun looked at this with shame. He felt that having such a father was simply humiliating. At this moment, Shanhua invited the young master with him to talk. The generous Mr. Hua wanted to help the hero and offered him participation in the tournament, which would be held in the city of Shanghai. But yet Qing Yun was not interested in this, so he refused. Participation in the tournament was useful, and those heroes who would prove themselves in the tournament in the city of Shanghai would be able to join the Shanghai Academy for further training. Mr. Hua wanted to interest the guy in this, but Qing Yun was not interested in participating. Shanhua said that the opportunity to enter the academy was a great opportunity for development, and the reward for the tournament was a certain alien fire. Qing Yun wanted the master to simply tell him what he really wanted. Chief Hua was pleasantly surprised. His son told him that his master had a very good mind, so the master was amazed by his quick thinking. The spiritual power of the 8 Desolation Fortress was several times greater than that of the outside world, and in order to maintain the concentration of spiritual power and prevent abuse, the Lord of the 8 Desolations decreed that a token was required to enter. Shanhua revealed that this time, the top 20 finalists would not only enter the academy, but would also have the opportunity to obtain this 8 Desolation token. The master's main goal was this 8 Wasteland token to enter. Qing Yun suddenly realized that the mad sword kid from his past life should be in the 8 Desolation Fortress. Also, his 10 demon flames still needed to absorb a lot of other people's fire. These thoughts made him think. Hearing this story, Shang Jie realized that it was all connected with the death of his mother. This upset him, because the wound from his mother's death had not yet healed in his chest. Without thinking for a long time, Qing Yun decided that he could not miss this chance, which would solve many of his problems, and agreed to participate in the tournament. When Shanhua heard a positive answer, he was incredibly happy. He asked what the master would like to receive in return for his participation. Qing Yun said that he did not need anything other than a spare room for the night. On the same day, Qing Yun came to meet Gao Dong. The dwarf told the boy that there was a mysterious place at the Shang family training ground that he would like to show him. Gao Dong revealed that the reason why their cultivation skyrocketed was actually not only due to hard training and fighting, but also due to the gravitational field. All the time while the hero was punishing all his enemies in the city of Shanghai, his brothers trained in this gravitational field. In fact, there was nothing interesting in the Shang family other than the 9-story gravity field. The dwarf led Qing Yun to a mysterious place. There was a huge bottomless hole in the ground, as if it was a round trace of a meteorite. A stone tablet was floating in the air right above the hole. It was a gravitational field. The first head of the Shang family was able to withstand 9 levels. Gao Dong said that the first head of the Shang family had withstood all 9 levels of the gravitational field. He believed that Mr. Shanhua was nonsense, and the strongest Qing Yun could easily crush him. The two gentlemen looked at the guys with contempt. Now they didn't need a head to boast, so they considered the two heroes simply worthless fools. Sanbin was not happy with what he heard. From what he had seen over the past few days, Gao Dong was not a braggart, although he had a bad character. The master wondered if the young hero Qin could reach the legendary 10th level. The brothers decided to go for a test and jumped into the pit together. As they fell down, they saw the hieroglyphs left by the Master of Words. No one knew who the real wordsmith was, but Qin assumed it was someone from the Shang family. The hole was truly bottomless. The heroes flew down into absolute uncertainty and darkness. Only the light from the hieroglyphs slightly illuminated their path. It was as if the heroes had passed through a portal at the bottom of the hole and were transported to an unknown place. There was nothing around except a few rocks and a deserted desert. The bright sun burned like heat from a fire. The gravity increased. Gao Dong said that this was the first floor of the gravitational field, which means their test has already begun. The brothers walked down the deserted hill under the scorching sun. Continuing downward, gravity would increase until they could go no further. The stopping place was the gravitational field floor. The heroes continued down the hill through rocks and sand, Gao Dong telling his brother that his previous limit was on the 6th floor. At this time, the samurai Luo San-kun hid behind a rock and was shocked that he heard a voice that was already familiar to him. The dwarf said that the gravitational field was the reason why the brothers improved their cultivation, but Qing Yun was surprised that the floor was completely empty and deserted. This was only the first floor. The effect of the gravitational field here was too weak, so no one would walk here after all. The martial artists were no longer children. Cultivating in this place would be quite humiliating for great masters. Ye Qing was very interested and asked how far Luo San-kun had gone. The gnome told the boy that the gentleman came in only once and soon said that he needed to go to the latrine and returned back. Since then, Luo San-kun has not returned. At this moment, Gao Dong realized that the elder brother really knew Luo San-kun. He had been wrong about him all these days. When he first saw the samurai, he felt strange, and every day he felt worse and worse. All this time, the nasty Luo San-kun was hiding from them all over the floor. Gao Dong said that when he saw the samurai for the first time, he thought that he had come to Shangjie's house to eat at someone else's expense and wanted to expose him. While the dwarf told the hero about all the secrets, time flew by very quickly. Their journey was soon to end, because there was a stop ahead of them. Soon they found themselves on the 5th floor, where there were green meadows around and thick grass and trees growing everywhere. The most people trained on this floor. The dwarf told Qing Yun that the tablet contained information about 9 floors, but he heard that in the deepest part of the 9th floor, there was a 10th floor. There were rumors that the 10th floor was sealed by a peerless, bloodthirsty beast. All the people on the surface watched on the tablet the results of each hero who went to the test. They were very surprised that the 2 brothers got to the 6th floor so quickly, although they should have been slower and slower. These were 2 amazing results. The guys were already at the 7th level, and the tablet congratulated the new heroes on their new level. Each floor was like a completely different 9 worlds. On the previous level, the guys were hiding from the sun, and on the next, the frost burned through the body to the very bones. Loose snow rustled under their feet, and all around there were only icy caves. Suddenly, Gao Dong fell behind the boy. His strength would not have been enough to reach the end. He didn't feel good, so he told the hero to go on alone. The heroes were already on the 8th floor, and the hero wasn't even out of breath. The dwarf was surprised by his brother's self-control and fighting spirit. The people outside looked at the table with their mouths open in surprise. Qing Yun gained momentum at an incredible speed and rose higher and higher. Finally, after a long, snowy journey, Qing Yun reached the boundary of the 8th floor. To get to the next floor, it was necessary to go through a magical portal. The boy touched the portal with his hand and easily passed through it. The spiritual power here wasn't very good, but it was perfect for cultivating a hero's physical body. This was a decisive floor for the guy. He was preparing to pass it with ease, like the previous 8. Suddenly he stepped into something slimy and vile. It was a stinking swamp. The hero was very surprised. On the 9th floor, the gravity was several times higher than on the 8th. Even the mountains seemed very small there. This place was truly amazing. Qing Yun had finally achieved what he wanted. Today he needed to cultivate the Sword Heart Tao in this place. The people above were simply shocked. They could not believe their eyes. The hero reached the 9th floor, comparable to the family master. The boy was very strong, although he was on the first layer of the Yanshi kingdom. Suddenly, Qing Yun felt something was wrong, and a slight chill ran through his body. The wind picked up, and thousands of fallen leaves swirled around him. The hero had too many enemies, so his heart was brave. The boy took out his blade and watched the wind blow. Having met an enemy or god in front of him, he killed him. Strong energy surrounded Qin, and he felt incredible strength within himself. Using the sword heart, he cultivated the sword Tao and sent a crushing blow into the air. Now the powerful god of war Ye Qing Yun has reached the 2nd layer of the Yanshi realm, and the hearts of his merciless sword have entered the Qidao realm. He became what he was in the past. The boy was a true strongest master. There was nothing around the boy except swampy terrain. The emptiness pressed on his head. Suddenly, at the end, he saw strange energy cubes that hung motionless in the air. As he got closer, he noticed that the cubes were like holographic diamonds. They glowed and did not move at all. The cubes beckoned with their beauty and mystery. It was an incredible phenomenon. Qing Yun touched one of them and his hand smoothly went inside. Suddenly he felt a huge destructive force and pulled his hand back. At that moment, the hero decided that he needed to act differently, and with the help of the dragon mutation, awakened the power within himself. His hand again turned into a bloodthirsty dragon's paw, and claws grew from his nails. Suddenly, the masters who were observing the results of the test noticed that the hero's name had disappeared from the table. They were very surprised because it seemed to evaporate through the ground. All this time, Shang Jie was patiently waiting for the brothers upstairs. Suddenly someone screamed, and Gao Dong flew out of the hole of testing. Several great elders were shocked by what they saw. They heard people screaming and came to deal with the problem. Shang Haoran was the first elder of the Shang family. He asked the people what was the matter. A frightened boy from the crowd told the great elder that Ye Qing Yun's name was originally at the 9th level and then suddenly disappeared. He assumed that there was a mistake on the tablet that threw off the whole test. At that same second, the sound of a strong explosion echoed throughout the pit, and when the elder turned around, he saw that the magic tablet had exploded into thousands of pieces. Huge pieces of stone fell into the hole. The frightened Shang Jie stood rooted to the spot. He was very worried about Master Qin, because he was still inside the pit. The dwarf said that he went through the floors with Qing Yun. But when an incredible force came at him, it pushed him to the surface. The guys looked into the hole, and their souls sank with emotion. Now they could not know whether the hero was alive, and whether everything was fine with him. Doubts never left their minds. They had no choice but to simply wait. This was the most secret place for the Shang family. Even Mr. Shanghua himself would not be able to enter there. He assumed that Qing Yun might have entered the most secret 10th floor of the gravitational field, but the master did not understand at all how the boy managed to do this. The elders were unhappy that an outside boy dared to delve into the secrets of the powerful Shang family. They decided that as soon as the hero left the gravitational field, they would capture him and execute him for such behavior. Shang Jie's father wanted to protect the hero, so he tried to stop and convince the great first elder, but Shang Haoran was firm in his decisions. At this time, Qing Yun was in the gravitational field and finally reached the end of the 9th floor. There was absolutely nothing around him except a flat surface. It was like a parallel computer world. In front of the hero, there was only one ice rock. When Qing Yun came closer to her, he saw that there was a huge headless giant sword in the ice block. He looked intimidating, and it seemed as if the ice had protected him all his life. The hero looked at the ice in amazement. The giants were smaller in life, so the boy realized that this was a mutation of the fighting spirit. The bright rays of the sun burned the skin, but the ice did not melt at all. Suddenly, Qing Yun noticed a bright glow in the sky. It did not look like a ray of sunshine. The glow quickly flew down like a shooting star. A second later, the glow was already very close, and the hero saw that it was a real sword. He pierced the ice floe at great speed, and the ice began to crack. Suddenly, something incredible happened, and the last pieces of ice fell to the ground. The mighty sword awakened the fighting spirit imprisoned by centuries-old ice. The spirit spoke with a human head and said that it had not seen strangers for a long time. Qing-yun looked at the powerful spirit and realized that he was very strong, but unfortunately, he was just a piece of his soul. The strongest spirit ordered the boy to shut up. He said that the boy had a disgusting smell. He smelled of the blood of a bloodthirsty dragon. Suddenly, the mighty sword transferred all its energy into the giant spirit. Some kind of transformation began to occur in his body, and the headless spirit acquired a magical head. The gentleman with the mustache ordered the boy to introduce himself. When he heard Qing-yun's name, he was simply furious. He really didn't like that the boy bore the name of the god of war. In his past life, under the guidance of the god of war, he emerged from his own imprisonment and became an ancient, headless giant sword. Then the master was a minor servant, and the god of war was already the arbiter of destinies. The god of war killed a golden dragon for his disciple, forged a sword for his beloved Luo Ling, and went through fire and water for his younger brother. Qing-yun listened in surprise. The god of war was an idol for the spirit. He said that if he were a woman, he would be as brave and desperate as a moth to a flame. Qing-yun realized that this gentleman was his fan, but he had absolutely no memory of everything he heard. The gentleman said that at that time, if a woman heard Ye Qing-yun's name, her heart would be torn to pieces. Many women were jealous of Luo Ling, but she stabbed him with a sword forged by his own hands. The hero could not remember his name and stopped his story. Shang Tianma literally flared up with rage. He believed that the boy just wanted to get him closer to him. The young boy was still in the womb when the master had already traveled 1,000 miles for the first time, so he did not believe that the boy did not know his name. All this was given to him by the god of war Qing-yun. He considered it a shame that the boy bore such a great name. The gentleman no longer cared about the smell of dragon blood, so he suggested that the hero change his surname and become Shang Qing-yun. The hero was not going to listen to the arrogant spirit. He had a strong character, so he said that he was Ye Qing-yun. Hearing this, the gentleman became very angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were burning with hellish flames. He wanted to defend the name of the god of war and destroy the pathetic boy. At this moment, the desperate Qing-yun, without hesitation, pulled out his merciless sword and charged at the enemy with great force. He decided not to wait for the spirit to attack first, but decided to attack first because he was the real god of war. The hero flew near the master with wild speed and struck him with his merciless sword made of hellish steel. He had too many enemies, so he always killed those who clenched their fists in his way. Suddenly the gentleman smelled a familiar smell. It was the smell of the real god of war Ye Qing-yun. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible for an ordinary boy to know the merciless sword of a god. Shang Tianma had too many questions in his head, but the hero did not answer any of them. This infuriated the master even more. He attacked the boy and demanded to know what his secret was. Qing-yun never fulfilled the demands of his victims, but decided to reveal the truth. He showed Lord Shang Tianma his 10 demon flames. The gentleman could not believe his own eyes. The flames of the 10 demons were incredibly bloody. In fact, the boy was the reincarnation of the god of war. Hearing this, Shang Tianma was simply delighted. His eyes shone with happiness, and his heart beat faster like that of a girl in love. He was incredibly happy to meet his favorite idol again. He was in love like a girl and was ready to kiss his idol. He said that he was ready to help Qing-yun if he needed something. The hero was not interested in all this. He warned the master that he had taken one of the first sons of his Shan family as a student so that he would not object. Qing-yun said that out of all the disciples of the family, Shang Jie was given the honor of being the disciple of the god of war. When the master heard this, he replied that if it were a girl, he would betroth her to him. The founders of the Shang family were Shang Tianma and his brother. The brother betrayed the master and changed his surname to Zhu. The Zhu family was one of the 8 great families in the 8 desert continents. After this, the master was forced to take back part of his clan. The master had to cleanse the blood from the giant's body. His fighting spirit mutated and turned into a headless giant sword. His brother's bloodline mutated and took on the bloodline of the Golden Giant King. Since then, his brother's descendants were descended from the blood of giants, and the descendants of Shangtanma were stronger in flesh. No one knew that the brother wanted to kill them all. After fighting for 10 days in a bloody battle, Shangtanma was defeated. Now the master was just a remnant of a soul that no one believed in. His time was running out and the soul was soon to dissipate. Qingyun could not leave his master in trouble and wanted to help him. When the hero tried to calm him down, Shangtanma seemed to turn into a cute kitten that melted with every touch. In fact, Mr. Tanma was not dead. His main soul was in the Ju family. She suffered there day after day, making his life worse than death. The gentleman pulled out 2 magic tokens. He assumed that the hero knew about them. The young god of war agreed to help the poor spirit. Only with his help could Shangtanma return to life, because his body was taken by Zhu Xingwan to the fortress of the forest thicket, and the hero needed to find his body. Ye Qingyun was ready to find his body. Nothing was impossible for him. The boy walked away, saying in parting that his identity was to remain a secret from everyone. At this time, on the surface of the entire gravitational field, people were still waiting for the hero to appear. First, Elder Shang Haoran was very angry. Quite a lot of time had already passed, and he thought that the boy might have just run away. At that moment, Ye Qingyun flew out of the pit at great speed. Everyone looked at his appearance as if it were the appearance of a god himself. The first great elder was simply furious when he saw the boy unharmed. He shouted at the hero at the top of his voice and ordered him to return all the skills that he acquired in the gravitational field. The old man wanted to take everything that belonged to the Shang family. Qingyun had never seen this old man and did not know who he was. Shang Haoran believed that it did not matter. He only wanted to get back the things that rightfully belonged to the Shang family and threatened to kill the boy. Shang Jie could not afford for his relatives to lay a finger on his spiritual brothers again. He decided to stand up for his master and stopped the elder. Mr. Shang Haoran was not impressed by the news that it was the boy's master. He ordered him to search his master's body and take away all the things that belonged to the Shang family. Seeing the merciless sword in Qingyun's hands, he ordered it to be given up immediately, because the boy had no evidence that it was his sword. Qingyun was not alone. His brothers Shangzi and Gao Dong decided to intervene and help their master. They would never forgive themselves if someone offended him again. Great Elder Shang Haoran did not listen to stupid boys. He did not see anyone on his way and wanted to achieve what he wanted. With a wave of his hand, he struck Shang Jie with a strong blow. Thinking quickly, the boy created a block with his hands and resisted the old man's blow. The force was powerful, but Shang Jie remained on his feet. Shang Jie and Gao Dong were the people of the god of war and helped him, so the elder did not want to waste his time on them. He believed that the ruthless weapon belonged to the Shang family, so he decided to take it by force if the boy did not give it up voluntarily. The heroes stood in bewilderment because the merciless sword really belonged to Qingyun. Martial arts masters could not choose this weapon for themselves so easily. The sword itself chose its owner and served him. This whole circus only made the young master laugh. For him, the elder was nothing more than a clown. He knew that all the words were just threats, and the old man would not have been able to climb to the 10th floor of the gravitational field and reach its limit. The Shang family could not do anything about the history of their relatives, but Qingyun immediately learned everything about them. He mocked the elder and said that he was just trying to bury his shame. The boy knew how to control the emotions of his enemy perfectly. Shang Haoran could no longer listen to the hero's insults. His anger was already at its limit. Rolling up his sleeves, the old man swung his fist with great force to hit the boy. Suddenly, at that moment, Manhua flew up, and in one movement he stopped the nasty elder's fist, directing all his strength and courage at him. Manhua no longer wanted to be the head of his family, so he went against his relatives. The old man was shocked by what he saw. His strength was not enough to repel Manhua's power. He fought with all his might, but his opponent's fist seemed to be made of steel. Gathering all his strength, Shang Haoran pushed the master away and inflicted great damage on him. With a cry, Mr. Shanhua flew to the other side. Shang Haoran was like a madman. He believed that individual dignity was more important than family history. Seeing all this, Lord Hua renounced his great status as the head of the Shang family. He was not ready for such ruthlessness and bloodshed. After hearing this, the elder was ready to do anything to kill the nasty boy, because of whom the head of the family resigned from his position. When he was about to strike the hero with his powerful blow, an unknown force seemed to fetter his body. Something incredible was happening. A fiery, devilish force wrapped around the old man's body like a noose, and did not allow him to take a step towards the young hero. The higher heavenly powers seemed to be helping Qing Yun cope with the evil, and the fiery rope dealt strong blows to the old man's face. The elder was seething with anger. There was not a single drop of regret in his eyes. Suddenly, the head of a giant sword spirit appeared next to the young god of war. Shang Tianma helped him and told him that the boy had to do the rest himself, but he was not sure whether the idol could save his enemy's life. If Qing Yun was at the same level as Elder Shang, he would have crushed him long ago. The family's great elder had been cultivating for 80 years and said that even if they had the same level, Shang Haoran would tear the boy to pieces. The young god of war was very reasonable. He decided to give the old man a chance, and ordered the spirit of the ancestor Shang Tianma to put him down and suppress his cultivation base to the Yanshi realm. The great elder felt insulted and humiliated when he heard the name of the ancestor, considering it complete nonsense. Gathering together a huge amount of energy, he attacked the hero with his fists. This only made Qing Yun laugh. The strength accumulated over 80 years was completely insignificant for the boy. He easily stopped his opponent's fist and laughed in his face. In all the thousands of fights in his life, Qing Yun had never felt such ease. This was his fastest and easiest victory of all time. In a second, Ye Qing Yun twisted the arrogant old man's arm, and he fell to the ground with incredible pain. The impudent Shang Haoran deserved to die. There was only one moment left before victory. Using all his strength, Qing Yun swung and mercilessly punched the elder in the face, pushing his head into the ground. Shang Jie watched his master with joy. His technique excited the mind, and his ingenious thinking and sleight of hand made the heart beat faster. The boy considered him his idol and was proud to be his student. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice. He turned around and saw a beautiful girl. She said that Master Qin was too good, and asked to introduce him to her. Gao Dong was not happy about her appearance. He said that in order to worship his elder brother, the girl still needed to achieve a lot, because Qin was not keen on female beauty. This is exactly what Zhao Xiaoyao saw in the dungeon, dragon blood. While Gao Dong and Shang Jie were deep in conversation with the lady, Qing Yun held his enemy at gunpoint with his powerful fist. He considered the elder an empty place who was not allowed to talk about his strength. The young genius did not want to stop. He wanted to make the old man regret his words, and then mercilessly take his life. He was pressing on the old man's face, as if pressing his eyes into his skull, but suddenly someone called the great elder. The giant sword spirit, Shang Tianma, appeared in the sky, looking the same as in the portrait. People looked at him with open mouths and could not believe that they were seeing a real ancestor. First, the spirit of the ancestor decided to take care of the elder. From today, he deprived Mr. Shang Haoran of the position of great elder. The old spirit of the ancestor was furious. He could not forgive the elder for his disgusting act. The hellish flames of the ancestors erupted from all parts of his body. The ruthless Shang Tianma grabbed the elder and clenched his fist more and more tightly. From that day on, Shang Haoran was no longer a great elder, so the ancestor said that he needed to be punished. He sent the old man to the cliff to think about his action. The Shang family needed a new head of the family. So Shang Tianma decided that the next head of the family would be Shang Zi, although he did not understand why Qing Yun took him as his disciple. The other two elders did not contradict the great spirit of the ancestor and decided to obey his instructions so as not to offend the powerful giant. Before leaving, The fire giant sword spirit ordered the second and third elders to behave well and find out what the Shang family needed and what they didn't need. After these words, the spirit of fire returned to its gravitational field. Sometime later, on the back slope of the Shang family mountain, Shanghua brought the hero to tell him some of the family's secrets. 10 years ago, Shang Jie's mother was kidnapped by a man from the fortress. Shang Jie said that he remembered little about this incident, but knew that the man's name was Ju. At that time, his father was still young and too weak. He tried to resist, but there was nothing he could do, so he allowed the nasty Mr. Ju Yanlian to take his wife. This was a turning point in his miserable life. Shang Huan said that in the end, it was his wife who desperately begged the kidnapper for mercy. The Shang family was saved from destruction. After hearing the tragic story, Qing Yun understood everything. He told the Shang family to go and do their training further, and he wanted to take over the rest. The hero handed Shang Huan 2 tokens to enter the fortress from the ancestor. They didn't need to worry because Qin had promised to take care of everything. From today on, Shang Jie was the head of the Shang family. Mr. Ye was not so simple, so if the new head listened to him and cultivated his body, then the Shang family would eventually prosper thanks to him. Desperate Mr. Shanhua could not wait any longer. He decided to give up everything and go to the fortress of the 8 Wastes to find answers to all his questions. Hearing this, his son decided to go with him, but Shanhua strictly forbade him to leave. It was too dangerous and could have resulted in death. He gave his son 1 token and told him to follow Mr. E and return to the fortress only when he was stronger. When the brothers got together, they were very depressed. Shang Jie cursed the bastard who had committed a terrible act and stolen his mother, and Gao Dong was simply furious when he imagined that he could face such a thing. Qing Yun ordered his brothers to get ready. They looked at him in bewilderment, but Qing Yun did not bring them together for sob stories. Today they were supposed to participate in the Xinghai tournament and win a replacement token. Half a month later, the brothers actively trained and practiced their skills to increase their strength levels. They pumped their bodies with heavy weights and learned new striking techniques while also improving endurance and patience. All this time, they were waiting for Zhao Xiaoyao and brother Luo to appear. They left half a month ago, and there was no news from them at all. They were confused because together they were already a family. Shang Jie wanted to be like his teacher, so he trained from morning to night. His training has been killer, and he has already broken many training stakes. Master Ye Qingyun was not happy with such diligent practices and was angry with the student. The young master said that the Shang family participated in a tournament in Xinghai City. He believed that his student Shan had to be at this tournament, thanks to which he could achieve something more than just pumping up muscles of steel. Qing Yun was going to enter the tournament with Gao Dong in the replacement competition to gain classification into the tournament, but right now he just needed a fight. He called his students with him to show them how to fight. This made Gao Dong laugh. He was confident in his abilities and considered his endless sky hammer invincible, so he said that it was impossible to fight against Master Qin together. The training battle has finally begun. The dwarf struck first. He had good skills and knew a lot about the correct technique of striking with a hammer. Knowing all the tricks, he jumped into the air and swung his heavy weapon, striking Qin. Qing Yun did not give in to his brothers. He was very fair, but he wanted to teach his students how to fight for real. Using his refined skills, he easily stopped the endless sky hammer and threw it aside. At that moment, Shang Tzu ran into the master from the other side. His steel fist was aimed straight at the young hero's face. Qing Yun was a true genius when it came to war. Without hesitation, the hero with a sharp movement pulled out a sheath with a blade and threw it at his student. This was only a demonstration training, so the master did not use naked weapons, as when fighting enemies. The weapon hit Shang Tzu with incredible force. It was a surprise effect, and the boy was thrown back. He was strong in body, but the master was always one step ahead. It was time to end this battle. The brothers had to learn their lesson. Qing Yun grabbed the endless sky hammer and took his merciless sword with the other. He looked like a merciless ranger who could control any weapon. Shang Jie was not afraid of the hammer and the naked, merciless sword. He ran up and wanted to ram the master with his strong body, but the heavy hammer of his ancestors prevented him. His strength was not enough to move Qing Yun even a centimeter. At that same second, the blade of the sword touched the dwarf's throat. The god of war, like a soldier, was trained in all tricks and tricks. He had incredible speed and had perfect control of his weapon. The master defeated his brothers too easily. There was no such thing as an absolutely perfect person in this world, so every person had a weak point. Qing Yun told them that they only needed to hit the weakest point. His mission was completed. He did not tell the students exactly how they could find the weak point of their enemy in order to neutralize him. The master told the brothers to continue their training and reach the answer on their own. The brilliant Ye Qing Yun was not just an excellent teacher for them, he was a real idol for them. They never doubted his words and carried out orders without question. At this time, in the city of Shanghai, alien fire entered the territory of Murong. Seeing him, Mr. Murong Sheng was at a loss. He did not understand what the purpose of the fire's visit to his territory was. Hellish alien fire put its hand on the old man. An incredible fiery energy enveloped the gentleman. Inside he felt a strong burning sensation, as if the fire was burning him from the inside. The merciless spirits of fire visited the old man with a special offer. They trusted Mr. Murong Sheng and said that they could make his Murong family the #1 force in Shanghai City. When Murong Sheng felt the strength in his hands, he finally believed them. Now he was a truly strong master, and had broken through to the first layer of the Wuhan kingdom. The spirit of fire in a cunning way wanted to get all the necessary information, and while the old man was deprived of his mind, he asked him if there was any news about someone else's fire in the city of Shanghai. At this time, the tournament began at the replacement arena in Shanghai City. In a huge area under the scorching sun, there were many people who were expecting battle and spectacle. The Shanghai tournament was held by Shanghai Academy every year. His main goal was to select the best and strongest heroes. Only those who had a Tianjiao token could participate in it. The only option for those who did not have a token was to enter the replacement competition. The suddenly angry gentleman said that the replacement was like a fish jumping to the top. Those who would win a replacement token would be in the same category as with Tianjiao. Qing Yun did not listen to such nonsense. This was the best way to get to the 8 Desolation Fortress. There were 3 replacement arenas in total, and the first arena would eliminate most of the participants. The Great Elder was in charge of holding this tournament. He announced that the tournament had begun, and the next participant was to be Yuntian. Hearing his name, the boy was incredibly happy. Finally, it was his turn. He climbed onto the pedestal and struck the sacred stone. His punching power amounted to 900 pounds. He failed the test and was kicked out. It was time for the next participant, and the old man called Ye Qing Yun into the arena. At that moment, a voice was heard from the crowd. A young man shouted and asked them to wait. Xinghai Tiancheng was Xinghai Luoyao's cousin. He interrupted their ceremony and asked to register his friend Yang Kan in the admission book. It was completely inappropriate, but he believed that there was nothing wrong with it, since he considered the participants to be a small bunch of commoners. Everyone knew that in the city of Shanghai everything could not be fair, but only this replacement competition by order of the emperor had to be carried out absolutely fairly, because this was the only chance for the commoners. Xinghai Tancheng was simply furious with what he heard, because the old man dared to use his uncle's name to put pressure on him. He decided that he should have replaced him long ago with his own candidacy. Angry, Mr. Tancheng ordered Yang Kan to take part in the competition so that the commoners could see what he was capable of. His sister was about to marry Mr. Tancheng, so he decided to give him a chance to take off. Even if Yang Kan didn't pass this replacement competition, he would still consider himself chosen among a bunch of scum at the very bottom of the social ladder. The young god of war was not one of the cowardly guys, so he did not give up his place. He stood in the way of the impudent Yang Kan and ordered him to get away. This angered the boy even more. His heart beat faster, and he shouted in a voice that was not his own. He believed that no one dared to tell him to get out. He considered himself the best and frightened the hero with his sister and her husband. Yang Kan could no longer contain his anger. He literally began to boil in front of the whole crowd, his fists clenched with anger because Qing Yun was not going to let him into the test without a turn. the boy decided to punish the impudent Ching Yun. Without thinking for a long time, the hero turned in his direction and hit the stupid guy in the face with great force. His strong fist knocked Yang Kan back. The crowd watched in surprise what was happening. They received spectacles and considered the boy a real bull. But only one gentleman carefully watched the hero. He saw in him incredible courage of spirit. When Xinghai Tanche saw that his servant was beaten so easily, he decided to take revenge and punish the insolent boy. He grabbed his sword and prepared for battle, because he considered him the same pathetic commoner. There was no turning back. When the young prince wanted to pull out the sword, unexpectedly General Cao intervened in the battle to stop him. General Cao ordered the prince to stop immediately. He was simply carrying out his duties and His Majesty's orders. This was the case year after year, and all the residents of Xinghai knew it. The general appeared before all the people and pulled out a new decree from the king. His Majesty ordered that no noble should attack a commoner here and now. His decrees were to be carried out without question. In this matter, General Tao was simply following orders, but in reality, he was born a commoner. After these words, Prince Xinghai Tancheng was very angry. He considered the gentleman a traitor, because for the sake of the people he went against the prince himself. All his life, Qing Yun avoided such arrogant turkeys who considered themselves superior to others because they came from the imperial family. The young prince said that it was only thanks to the imperial protection that the commoners lived a little better than the pigs. When the people heard these words, their expressions instantly changed. General Cao's heart was wounded. He was disappointed by the disgusting prince's terrible act. Xinghai Tancheng had no intention of retreating. He still believed that he was better than others. He ordered Qing Yun to kneel down and bow in front of Prince Xinghai. The hero was very outraged by this behavior. His knees were too hard to stand on them in front of the prince, so he decided to lower the boy to the ground and tell him where that very empire came from. He said that the fall of an empire was often accompanied by the rise of an empire, and the people who made the empire rise were those people whom the prince arrogantly called commoners. The prince was very offended by these words. He was ready to smash the hero to smithereens so as not to listen to his insulting humiliations anymore in front of all the people of the city of Xinghai. When Xinghai Tancheng wanted to pounce on Qin and tear him to pieces like an angry dog, the general stopped him with a sharp movement. He looked down on the prince because he tried to ignore the rules of Xinghai City. Despite His Majesty's orders, Xinghai Tancheng swung his hand and gave General Cao a good slap in the face. For the sake of his own whims, he was ready to question the words of the king of Xinghai City himself. General Cao was humiliated in front of all the people. He clenched his fists angrily and wanted to punish the nasty guy, but his position did not allow him to raise his hand against the royal family. Otherwise, his head would be cut off from his shoulders. The prince had the most disgusting character traits. He knew that a general in the service would not dare to hit him, so he took advantage of this and insulted whomever he wanted. Before leaving, he told Qing Yun that he remembered him and would wait for the boy at the Xinghai tournament. If the hero had not won the replacement token, the master would have killed him in front of everyone. Qing Yun thanked his savior. He was very pleased that the general offered his face to prevent the prince from killing him. Now it was finally the turn of the young hero. The old man called him to the pedestal. To pass the test, Qin needed to hit the test stone slab with a force of 800 pounds. As the old man explained the basic rules, Qing Yun walked towards the slab at breakneck speed and delivered his crushing blow. At that moment, the stone slab shook, the old man literally petrified with surprise because the table showed an incredible figure. The hero struck the test slab with a force of 30,000 pounds. Suddenly, something incredible happened. The top of the stone slab exploded, and a huge boulder fell to the ground. The crowd watched with their mouths open. They had never seen such power before. The upper limit of the test stone slab was only 30,000 pounds. The hero's strength was incredible. Qing Yun realized that using 50% of his enormous strength was a mistake. Magical energy swirled in the air, creating a real hurricane around. The old man raised an enchanted shield which enveloped the stone slab. The creation of the dome took a toll on the old man. There was chaos and whole clouds of doom all around. He said that the hero had completed the first stage in the replacement competition and could join the next one. 3 days later, Qing-yun returned to the competition arena again. During all this time, he took first place in the first 2 arenas and was already recognizable among all the people of the city of Shanghai. Everyone admired his talent, but did not understand who he really was. The 2 gentlemen from the crowd wanted to destroy the hero. The first strength and the second speed were personal, but they believed that the 3rd arena would be completely different. One of them said that they had to follow the instructions of the young prince. Qing-yun was not afraid of these fools. He was very determined, because he knew that the prince still had many such loyal evil dogs. One of the young men could not stand such an insult and became angry. He wanted to attack the boy at that very second and tear him to shreds. When the heroes were already standing face to face, their conversation was interrupted by the great gentleman and asked for silence. Today was the last game of the replacement competition for 50 replacement tokens. The rules of the game were very simple. 50 replacement tokens would be thrown over the arena, and after 10 minutes, the 500 participants holding the token at the end would qualify. At that moment the gong sounded and the old man said that the game had begun. All 50 tokens were thrown into the air. Bright golden tokens flew into the air and shimmered from the rays of the sun. A real war began. Hundreds of young guys caught the tokens by stepping on each other's heads. This was their only and last chance to be among the 50 winners. Qing-yun was the only one among them who did not run around in a panic and did not catch the tokens. Gao Dong called him to try his luck and catch the golden token, but the boy was calm as a boa constrictor. He still had 10 whole minutes before the end of the game. The dwarf could not wait any longer. He did not listen to the master and grabbed his hammer of the endless sky in order to get at least 1 pass token. The dwarf furiously attacked the crowd. Swinging his hammer, he mercilessly hit the ground with it. The ground shook underfoot, and the stone floor crumbled into huge pieces. People stumbled, and this prevented them from catching the tokens. 2 guys who served the prince noticed the behavior of the gnome. Their main target was Master Ye, but the dwarf aroused great enmity among them. They decided that the dead dwarf would not cause them problems. They believed that as long as they were at the game, Qing-yun would not receive a single token. But the hero was very dissatisfied with their long tongues. They were really playing with fire. Suddenly, the hammer of the endless sky flew straight into the face of one ugly young man. His face was literally flattened like a pancake. Gao Dong wanted to destroy him for daring to insult him. The second young man was very angry. He decided to teach the gnome a lesson and destroy him with the help of someone else's hands. He ordered all the participants in the game to attack Gao Dong and kill him at any cost. The warrior Gao Dong, who dedicated himself to the god Odin, was incredibly furious. The fire of revenge burned in his body. He was ready to kill anyone who dared to touch him, so the dwarf awakened his rage before the battle. This test was not between life and death, so the berserker's rage was unnecessary. Qing-yun took matters into his own hands and pulled out the merciless sword from its sheath. In a second, the boy scattered everyone who stood in his way. This was too easy a job for the hero. The young prince clearly underestimated him by sending such useless garbage. There were too many people at the game. The second young man was too self-confident and directed a new crowd of guys towards the hero. They were all experts of the Yanshi kingdom, so the young master was confident of his victory. At this time, the prince's first servant had just woken up from a heavy blow from the endless skyhammer. Gao Dong almost killed him with his crushing strength. Qing-yun only had a few seconds to tear apart a new stream of opponents. His technique was excellent, and the reaction of a predator allowed him to remain invisible. The pile of those beaten to death by the enemy was replenished with another body. The hero beat the prince's first assistant. He was like a warrior alone in the field. Suddenly Gao Dong joyfully ran to meet him. A bright glow could be seen through the smoke. The dwarf said that he finally received 2 replacement tokens. In absolute silence, someone's loud steps were heard, as if an iron knight was approaching the heroes. Through the smoke they noticed huge steel boots. A huge giant approached the hero from behind. His body was several times larger than a human, and his steps made the earth shake. In front of him, Qing Yun saw Tao Liu. He grabbed the boy by the shoulder with brute force, as if he wanted to kill him. Qing Yun hated the young prince, so the giant praised him and said that he was glad to finally meet the hero in person. The Shanghai tournament was supposed to take place the day after tomorrow, so Tao Liu suggested that the hero join forces. It would be nice to have 2 extra hands. The Shanghai tournament had 2 stages. The first stage was hand-to-hand combat. However, teams could be formed, and the last 20 people out of the 200 standing in the ring would be selected to participate in the second stage. Qing Yun was interested in this proposal and agreed to participate. The boy decided to take the student of Shangjie and Gaodong with him. When Tao Liu saw the gnome, he was a little surprised by the tournament participant, but agreed to take him with him as a participant. With these words, the heroes agreed and became a full-fledged team. They joined forces to win the famous Shanghai tournament. At this time in the kingdom, Prince Shanghai Tancheng was simply furious. He humiliated his servants, whom he sent to the tournament to kill Qing Yun. He called them a bunch of losers and threw everything he saw in front of them at them. He spent a lot of energy supporting them, and did not expect that they could not cope with one boy at the early stage of the Yanshi kingdom. He was the ruthless heir to the Shanghai kingdom and drove the young men away. The young men could not contradict the prince. They knew that a terrible punishment awaited them, so they only had despair in their souls. It was as if they were preparing for the death penalty, but they could not do anything against the young prince. The young guys were stripped naked. All servants who upset Prince Shanghai Tancheng were punished with strong lashes. The whip went deep into the skin, creating a deep, bloody cut in it. At this moment, Qing Yun sat in complete silence to reach the energy level, where he met the giant sword spirit. Seeing the idol, he was very happy and excited, but Qin simply remained silent. Trying to tune in, Qing Yun squeezed all the juice out of himself. But the spirit did not give him rest and asked him about his training. He asked the boy what technique he used and praised this sacred place for training. The hero could not stand it and took off in order to quickly escape from this place. There he had no peace and no opportunity to put all his thoughts in place. The giant sword spirit was a good friend, but noisy, like a living person. Qing Yun fled and decided to come to another place for privacy. The hero practiced the Heavenly Eye technique. It was the innate martial art of the Heavenly Eye people. It was obtained from killing the Heavenly Eye King in a past life. There were 9 levels of the Heavenly Eye technique, and the 3rd level was the Devouring Eye. It could actually devour other people's eyes. To practice the 3rd level Heavenly Eye, the hero needed to look at the sun, so Qing Yun chose a suitable place for himself on the roof of the house. At this moment, the sun's rays should have been directly opposite him. The hero looked at the sun without blinking. The bright rays burned the cornea of his eyes, and blood was already flowing from his eyes. He was almost there and did not retreat. His strong character forced him to go to the very end. Suddenly he noticed a bright glow in the sky. The boy realized that the man of the Heavenly Eye had also come to him. The glow in the sky looked like a small magic portal. Suddenly the hand of a man of the Heavenly Eye appeared from it. In his hand was a magic eye staff. A gentleman who looked like an alien came out of the magical portal. He had a 3rd eye and looked completely angry. He came to find out who was practicing the 3rd level Heavenly Eye secret practice. Seeing the mysterious gentleman, Shang Tzu bombarded him with accusations. He wanted to protect his teacher, so he said that he would tear the man of the Heavenly Eye to shreds. No one should have angered the heavenly servant. He was offended by these words. Flying into the air, his power swirled through the air at great speed. The man of the Heavenly Eye wanted to teach the dwarf and young Shang Tzu a lesson. He ordered them to get lost and used his secret technique to strike. One blow was enough to warn the heroes not to get involved in this matter. After practicing the 3rd level Heavenly Eye, Qing Yun was completely devastated. He had spent a lot of energy to succeed in cultivating the secret technique that belonged to the Heavenly Eye Man clan, so he considered the boy to be just an insolent person. At this time, a strong blow from the man of the Heavenly Eye caused severe damage to the heroes. The dwarf was much shorter, so he withstood the blow, but Shangjie was severely wounded. The secret striking technique angered him with great rage. This made the dwarf very angry. He grabbed his iron hammer of the endless sky and rushed straight at the man of the heavenly eye. His eyes filled with the blood of his ancestors, and the rage of a berserker awakened in his body. He decided to beat the man to death. Gao Dong mercilessly attacked the master. His strength had no limits. Turning around, the Lord of the Heavenly Eye noticed that the iron hammer of the ancestors was very familiar to him. The Heavenly Lord realized that this was a real dwarf artifact, the hammer of the endless sky. He was absolutely calm because he owned the incredible secret techniques of his clan and had great knowledge. Without hesitation, the master stopped the iron hammer with his weapon. His fiery energy would have easily destroyed the hammer. His heavenly eye sword was the first discovery and a real find. The incredible strength of the sword easily withstood Gao Dong's onslaught. Suddenly, the depicted eye on the sword began to emit strong energy that came out like fog. At this moment, the man of the heavenly eye used the secret technique of deadly silence. Energy surrounded the gnome on all sides and formed a real dome around him. Gao Dong was at a loss. He could no longer control his hammer. Shang Tzu looked at the dwarf's battle in panic. He noticed something was wrong and wanted to help his brother, but his knowledge was not enough to intervene. There was no time to think. Strong energy surrounded and pulled the gnome inside, leaving him no chance to survive. He needed to do something urgently, otherwise the energy would not allow him to escape. It was already too late. A huge ball of energy pulled Gao Dong into the very center, where the poor dwarf lost control of his body. He tried his best to get out, but the force pulled him in more and more, so he had to unclench his hand. Gao Dong desperately resisted, but the man of the heavenly eye did not help him. In one movement, he grabbed the falling hammer to punish the dwarf. The angry gentleman furiously hit the ball of energy, depriving the dwarf of all opportunities for salvation. With great speed, the ball flew to the side and flew into the roof of the building. Gathering a huge cloud of dust, the ball scattered into thousands of pieces. The man of the sky's eye did not intend to kill the dwarf. He only wanted to teach him a lesson. His ball of energy seriously injured Gao Dong. The dwarf was simply furious and wanted to return his hammer, no matter what the cost. The gentleman just laughed at the poor gnome and looked at his new prize. He had no intention of giving up the endless sky hammer, because only he could maximize its power. At that moment, a young genius flew up to the master. His spiritual power was incredibly powerful, so he decided to help his brother. The heavenly eye man was surprised by his strength. He did not understand how such a young boy dared to practice the techniques of his heavenly eye people. He believed that the boy could no longer be cultivated to the third level. If he continued to study the secret technique, he would face death. Qing Yun did not listen to the master. He only ordered him to give the endless sky hammer back to the owner. Gao Dong was seriously injured. Xiao Ling helped him down from the roof of the house. She was very concerned about his condition, because the dwarf could barely move his legs. The arrogant master of the heavenly eye was not going to give up the hammer. He believed that this was not necessary, and all strangers who observed the heavenly eye technique should have been destroyed. At this moment, the merciless blade flew past his head. Qing Yun decided not to listen to the master's stupid nonsense and struck him first. The bloody hammer of the Endless One fell to the ground with a roar. The young hero had already given the master a chance and warned him. The boy never spared even the weakest opponents. He did not have long conversations with his enemies, so in a second he deprived the man of the heavenly eye of his hand. Now the iron hammer finally returned to its owner, and Xiaoling deftly grabbed it. She was simply delighted that justice was on their side. When the master saw that he had lost his hammer, he attacked the poor girl to take back the new weapon. He was a ruthless, evil man. Even a little girl was not a hindrance to him. At that second, Qing Yun quickly reacted and stood up for the girl. He pulled out his merciless sword and threatened the insolent person. The gentleman was very determined. He was not going to give in to the young boy. He possessed secret techniques of his kind, so he used the second discovery, the one-eyed beast. By lifting his heavenly eye sword into the air, incredible energy awakened in his body and awakened a true evil spirit. The sinister one-eyed beast looked like a toothy old man, but when Qing Yun saw it, he immediately realized that it was a monster of the second heavenly eye of death. The beast obeyed everything ordered by the man of the heavenly eye and was ready to pounce at any moment. The Eye of Death had incredible power and could penetrate the subconscious of its victim in a matter of seconds in order to suck out the entire soul and find the most vulnerable places. The hero could hardly see the beast because his eyes were still filled with blood. The boy needed to confront the evil monster as soon as possible, so he fought with all his might to open his eyes. Chin gathered all his strength together and with great pain opened his eye, which lit up like a celestial star. Seeing the poor wounded boy, the one-eyed beast was very upset. He suddenly realized that he and the boy were very similar. This touched him to the depths of his soul, and his only eye suddenly became sad. The upset monster did not kill the young hero and stopped obeying the man of the heavenly eye. The master called him to obey all his orders like a trained dog, but the beast only decided to return back to his space. This made the man of the heavenly eye very angry. He ordered the one-eyed beast to immediately come out of the portal and carry out the order, but the monster went further and further through the magical portal back to its world. The angry gentleman felt that he had been blatantly abandoned. He blamed the young boy for everything, so using his last hand, he grabbed the sword of the heavenly eye and attacked the hero with wild anger. Without thinking for long, Master Chin activated his new acquired skills after practicing the secret technique of the heavenly eye. Although he had lost his sight, his second eye radiated incredible energy and glowed like a polar star. This was the third level of the heavenly eye technique. When the gentleman saw the pure white devouring eye, he seemed petrified with surprise. He was not prepared for the fact that the boy had such power. Without hesitation, the Lord of the Heavenly Eye decided to act first and kill his opponent, so as not to leave him time to prepare. The secret technique of the third level allowed the hero to use the devouring eye fixation and instantly identify the enemy. His white eye seemed to act as a real sight. If Ching Yun had an automatic attack, he would easily defeat the master. From what he saw, the man of the heavenly eye stopped in place and froze, and was very surprised that the boy was so knowledgeable about the technique of the heavenly eye, which belonged to his clan. Even without normal vision, Ching Yun was absolutely confident in his abilities. He mastered fighting techniques even with his eyes closed. He said that if the master recognized the hammer of the endless sky, he should have guessed who the young hero really was. The gentleman suddenly became stupefied with horror. His heart beat faster and his breathing quickened. At that moment, he realized that standing in front of him was the god of war himself, the powerful and invincible Ye Ching Yun. At that very second, Master Chin pulled out his merciless sword. When he ran very close to the master, with a slight movement of the sword, he cut off his head. The bloody, headless body fell to the ground with a roar. The boy easily defeated another of his enemies. No matter who stood in his way, whether it was a martial artist or the king himself, he would be mercilessly killed by the boy. The brothers came to visit the master. They were delighted with the incredible battle. The master lost his sight, so Gao Dong told him that the Shanghai tournament was about to begin very soon. Chin gave up his sight in exchange for the secret technique of the heavenly eye, but he still continued to see. The boy blindfolded his eyes with a red bandage. Now the young master has become a real blind hunter for justice. At this time, a whole crowd of people gathered at the site of the Shanghai tournament. They all wanted spectacle and blood. The lack of eyes was not the reason why the hero did not come to the Shanghai tournament. His advantage was that he could smell the enemy a kilometer away. Seeing the boy, Shanghai Tancheng only mocked his eyes. The prince considered this real retribution. He himself wanted to deprive the boy of his eyes, so he was very glad that someone did it for him. At this moment, Ching Yun was making his way through the crowd to get to the very first row of the arena. He pushed the young prince as he passed by and told him to make way. The prince's assistant was very angry at this behavior of the boy. He believed that the hero should have bowed his knees at the sight of the young prince and did not dare ask him to give way. For this, the assistant decided to punish Chin. The master awakened his fighting spirit, and a huge bloodthirsty panther appeared above his head. Her eyes burned with fire, and her sharp fangs were like a blade. The panther's spirit was very strong and had great speed. The ugly master dared to go against the great god of war, so Xinghai Tancheng could not stand aside and decided to protect his teacher. His ferocious bear-fighting spirit attacked the enemy with force. Their fists touched in battle. It was a real war for Master Qing Yun. Both heroes were strong, and their chances of winning were approximately equal. Thanks to long training with Master Qin, Shang Jie had some skills and was able to resist the enemy well. The prince's assistant was not going to give up, so he said that he would kill the boy with his next move. Qing Yun did not interfere in the battle. He gave his disciple a chance to show himself. The hero only told him not to hold back and immediately kill the enemy. Shang Jie fought desperately, remembering all the advice of his master. He found the most vulnerable spot of his enemy and, controlling his fighting spirit, hit exactly the weak spot. The assistant no longer had enough strength, so he retreated and called the prince for help. At this moment, young Shang Jie gathered all his strength together and channeled the energy into his fighting spirit. The furious bear attacked the master with force. With his huge paws, he literally trampled the enemy into the ground. The job was done. Shang Jie destroyed his enemy, and Qing Yun was very pleased with his work. He realized that it was not in vain that he trained the boy from the very bottom. Unexpectedly, the prince's second assistant saw the body of his partner and decided to punish Shang Jie for such a disgusting act. His anger was at its peak, so without hesitation he attacked the boy. Gao Dong told his brother not to get involved in battle. He decided to kill the master with his own hands and protect his god brothers. The dwarf grabbed his iron hammer of the endless sky and, with the wild fury of his ancestors, attacked the master. The guys had a very strong team. Brother was ready to give his life for brother. Gao Dong jumped into the air and swung his heavy hammer, landing a critical blow on his enemy. He was truly different from others. He was a real berserker. Qiao Liu was delighted with such a team of fighters. He thought that Qin would have brought mere weaklings to the Xinghai tournament. But after seeing the skill of the brothers, he was very pleased. The first round of the Xinghai tournament took place today. General Chao said that 20 people would be selected to participate in the second round. These 20 people would also become participants in Xinghai Academy. The rules of the tournament were simple. The first round consisted of hand-to-hand combat. Soon the heroes were to experience the strength of their opponents. The gentleman showed the heroes an illusory world, but for all participants, it was real. Every 10 minutes the master would announce the number of people left inside, so this was the last chance for the cowards to escape from the tournament. Qing Yun couldn't see anything with his own eyes, but he looked at the illusory eye with admiration. He didn't understand how the illusory array master appeared in this lower world. The brothers were ready to participate in the competition. They decided that they needed to be the first to go inside the illusionary eye in order to get a head start over other participants. Qing Yun was preparing for a new test. Even without sight, he was not afraid to go inside. He was only interested in one question: whether he had a chance to devour the illusory eye. The young genius killed the prince's servants with the hands of his brothers, so Xinghai Tancheng was determined. He wanted to destroy Master Qin and all his brothers, so he decided to also go inside the illusory eye. At this moment, Murong Yuan grabbed him by the shoulder. He was very worried about him and decided to find out what young Xinghai Tancheng was angry about. The gentleman's hand was wrapped in white cloth, like a mummy. The young prince did not like this very much. He was very angry because no one dared to touch him. At that moment, a woman's voice attracted the attention of the young prince, and a young girl appeared before his eyes. Her legs were of heavenly beauty, and her skin resembled the first fallen snow. The girl's beauty made it difficult to breathe. Her curls of red hair sparkled in the sun, and her white skin smelled of love. Her gorgeous bust revealed her soul. The girl looked like the first spring flower. The beautiful girl was an illusory transformation of the fatal fire. The son of the Murong family was also delighted with the girl's beauty. She attracted him with her charm. Young Master Murong Yuan was very good. Qing Yun cut off his hand in battle, but it was restored back. The guys were fascinated by the lady and seemed to be under hypnosis. After the battle with Qing Yun, Murong Yuan lost his hand, but the Great Lord helped him and attached someone else's hand to him. Xinghai Tancheng believed that he was the main one in their couple. He wanted to get everything, and even decided that the beautiful lady was presented to him alone. The young prince melted in front of the red-haired beauty. He introduced himself to her as the prince of the Xinghai Empire and asked her to tell her his last name. This was a real bait, because the fatal fire was already behind them. The spirit of fire quietly crept up to the prince and interrupted his sweet conversation. He asked who had just spoken to him. The angry Master Xinghai was not happy about such a meeting and drove the spirit of fire away. The cunning fatal fire offered the master a favor. He said that he could give the prince a certain power, thanks to which he could kill the sworn enemy Qing Yun. This proposal interested Xinghai Tancheng, and he agreed. Having received the power, the young prince went to the illusory world. But Murong Yuan doubted such vile techniques. He believed that what Fatal Fire did was a completely terrible thing. But Fatal Fire did not pay attention to his whining. Having broken through to the 9th layer of the Yanshi kingdom, Prince Xinghai was ready to destroy the pathetic Qing Yun to smithereens. His eyes burned with hellish fire. Now he was no longer the same young prince who was before. The battle within the illusion formation had begun, and the competitors fought desperately to win the first stage. They fought with their fists to see whose strength was truly worthy to advance. The watching crowd of people were very interested in such a spectacle. The battle inside the illusionary formation seemed very fierce. All people believed that this battle was even greater than in the present reality. At this time, inside the illusion array, Qing Yun tested his strength. Like a blind ninja, he fought with his opponent. He used already familiar techniques and used his insides instead of eyes. For the first time, the hero was left without his main weapon, vision, but thanks to this, he discovered a new ability, the secret technique of the heavenly eye. Dexterity and perfect technique allowed Qin to shed the blood of his opponent. Of all the participants, only 100 people remained. At that moment, the young man crept up to the hero and attacked him from behind. Qin did not expect this and was completely ready to repel his blow. No one dared to attack the young genius, so Gao Dong immediately ran up to his brother, driven only by the desire to take revenge and finish off the enemy. Swinging his hammer of the endless sky, he hit the guy, and he flew into the air with great speed. The dwarf was a real warrior who was not afraid of any obstacles. Someone's loud footsteps were heard. Qing Yun didn't see who it was, but his gut never failed him. He already knew from the steps who it was and told the gentleman to come out to him. The young prince Xinghai Tancheng turned into a real devil. He brazenly laughed at his brothers because he did not believe that they could enter the academy. The prince was a ruthless man. There was literally nothing alive in his soul. All those who offended Mr. Xinghai were forever doomed to humiliation and shame among all the residents of the city of Xinghai, because the prince considered himself the best among them. The desperate Shang Jie awakened his fighting spirit. He decided to act quickly and attacked the prince's servants. His young blood was full of adrenaline, and thanks to Master Qin's lessons, the boy was now not afraid of anyone. The bloodthirsty bear attacked the spirit of the prince's assistant. With its huge paws, the bear inflicted dozens of strong blows on the rhinoceros spirit. Shang Jie's strength was enough to knock his opponent down. At this moment, Gao Dong did not stand aside. The fury of his ancestors sent him to fight. The dwarf raised his heavy hammer and hit his enemy on the head. The strong blow caused stars to appear in the young man's eyes. Suddenly, Tao Liu seemed to mutate into a monster. His body was covered with strong armor, and a real snake could be seen from his back. His body was strong, like chains, and the giant easily pushed all the people away from you. Qing Yun didn't see it, but realized that it was the Iron Snake King's mutant. The giant's strength was enormous, and his steel body could not be easily penetrated. After what he saw, Prince Xinghai Tancheng realized that he urgently needed to take everything into his own hands. His subordinates were not able to carry out all his orders, so he used the power that the fatal fire gave him. The power of the fire was merciless. Hot tongues of flame burned the body in a second, burning to the very bones. The hot fire literally melted the skin before our eyes. The ruthless Prince Xinghai Tancheng considered all his servants and competitors to be a bunch of useless creatures. Its flames burned people to the ground, leaving no one a single chance to survive. Suddenly, the prince's servant, burning, pounced on Qiao Liu. He wanted to destroy him and take him with him to hellfire. The young man ran up too stealthily, so Qiao Liu was not prepared for such an attack. The hero felt something was wrong and came to the aid of his friend. With a sharp movement of his sword, he pushed the nasty young man aside and saved the giant from death. The young prince's servants died one after another. The survivors rushed throughout the competition arena and begged the prince for mercy, but Xinghai Tancheng did not spare anyone. The brothers were dissatisfied with the behavior of the prince. He killed his people with hellfire because he considered them insignificant ants. For the prince, his servants were as dead as straw. There was no pity or regret in his soul. The prince's main goal was not his employees. He wanted to take revenge on his main enemy, Qing Yun. There was no turning back. The prince decided to act and turned his firepower into a fireball that was stronger than thousands of his blows. The fireball of hell could have killed Ye Qing Yun, and this would have been his last day. The merciless Xinghai Tancheng forcefully threw the ball directly at the boy, dreaming of destroying him. A burning, hellish ball flew straight at the hero. Its power was so great that the air parted in front of him. When the ball was already very close, something incredible happened. Qing Yun remained motionless and suddenly ordered the fire to go out. It was like madness. All the people around watched the magical phenomenon in horror, because they had never seen such power in nature. The young master had crazy abilities. Thanks to secret techniques, his body was stronger, and his skills reached the limit. Using only one finger, Qing Yun controlled the fire like a fire mage. Xinghai Tancheng was already half made of hellfire, so every movement of Qin's finger brought great pain to the prince. He writhed in pain and could not do anything to stop his mother. With his eyes closed, Qing Yun subdued the merciless fire and created a ball of completely different energy from it. With his cunning and knowledge, he wanted to destroy the enemy without the help of his weapons. This brought the prince unimaginable pain. His body was twisted from the inside, and his face was covered with blisters. He wanted to kill the boy and tear him into pieces, but the energy of the fire was killing him from the inside. With his bare hands, the hero directed the enemy's power towards the enemy himself. He decided to inflict concluding damage on him and shot his power at Xinghai Tancheng with one finger. Another enemy of the master was defeated. People watched the illusory world through the screen. They were very surprised. They understood that changes had begun in the Xinghai Empire. Suddenly, the hero felt a burning sensation on his shoulder. The smell of fire forced him to take off his bandage to see what it was. When the master took off the bandage, the fatal fire from his shoulder quickly flew away, leaving behind only a piece. Without thinking for a long time, Qin grabbed it and swallowed it whole. Strong energy penetrated his body. Thousands of lightning bolts surrounded him from head to toe. The energy was very violent, and no one had ever been able to purify it for use and survive. Fatal Fire was very angry with the boy. He believed that he was playing with death. The god of war broke through into the third layer of Yanshi's kingdom, so the Fatal Fire decided to destroy the boy. The piece of fire rightfully belonged to him, and no one dared take it away. The angry Fatal Fire wanted the insolent boy to spit out his fire back. The weakest participants in the Xinghai competition had already been killed, and the strongest were invincible. There were still 24 survivors, so 4 people had to be killed before the end of the stage. To win, it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, the ruthless Fatal Fire went into battle. He said that 4 people were supposed to die at his hands and chose his servants as his victims. At that moment, the Fatal Fire heard the sounds of a fight behind him. Turning his head, he noticed a huge cloud of dust. He suspected something was wrong, because his third servant seemed to have fallen through the ground. When the smoke cleared, they saw a huge hand mark on the ground. People were simply in shock, because the third servant of the Fatal Fire was swatted like a fly by the giant's huge hand. Something magical was happening. Suddenly, a huge living hand jumped to the ground with force and slammed the second victim. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was a real mass weapon. The bloody hand moved as if on orders, and a second later the third subordinate of the fire was killed. Huge pools of blood surrounded the master of fatal fire. A real bloody mess scared the master, and he did not understand whose it was and who was moving it. Scared to death, Murong Yuen clung to the gentleman with a death grip, shaking with fear like a leaf in the wind. He prayed to the master to help him survive. The great master controlled the giant hand with the help of magical power. Suddenly, all the heroes were congratulated for successfully reaching the second round of the Shanghai tournament. The second stage was supposed to take place in 3 months. Mr. Huan was a teacher at Shanghai Academy. He said that the first stage was successfully completed, and from today all participants were students of Shanghai Academy. At this moment, the passage to the illusory world opened again, and the heroes who had passed the first stage came out into the testing arena. Qing Yun was very angry. He decided that if Mr. Huan wanted his devouring eye, then the boy was going to devour his illusory eye. The fatal fire was not going to retreat. It was going to deal with Mr. Huan as soon as it consumed the cultivation of several more people. After the battle, General Tao came to the arena. Seeing Shanghai Tancheng's body, he turned white with horror and could not say a word. Suddenly, Murong Yuyan ran to the general in a panic. He said that the killer of Shanghai Tancheng was the vile Qin Yun. For such a crime, he deserved to die. But Qin paid attention to his healed hand and threatened the son of the Murong family. After these words, Mr. Murong was simply furious. He did not want to let the boy get away with this crime. More than 20 people had seen the young hero kill a man, so Murong Yuen believed that he deserved to die. Gao Dong decided to stand up for his older brother and said that it was obvious that Mr. Shanghai simply blew himself up. All of Mr. Murong's people considered General Chao a reasonable person. He would not believe such nonsense. A crazy plan appeared in the hero's head. He stopped the gnome and decided to take everything into his own hands. The boy looked at Mr. Huan like a panther at his prey, his eyes shining with incredible beauty. People did not understand why Qin looked at the master like that, but he strictly followed his plan. Suddenly the boy made up his mind and said that it was he who killed Shanghai Tancheng. After interrogation, the boy finally admitted his guilt, but General Chao still just watched silently. This angered Murong Yuen even more. He demanded the immediate arrest of the nasty boy. Everything went according to plan. Qing Yun went out to General Chao first, and coming face to face with him, gave him the opportunity to cuff his hands. Looking at him, the general was very disappointed, but handcuffed his hands. Master Qing Yun was no longer the same as before. He learned to transmit information without the help of sounds. In his mind, he told his brothers that he would be fine, and they needed to be the first to return to Shang's house. The brothers did not expect such a secret technique, but decided to carry out the order of their teacher without question and return to the house. 3 days later, news of the death of the young prince of the Shanghai Empire spread throughout the city. People said that the killer was a very tough guy who had powerful abilities. The young prince was the son of the emperor's favorite brother, and everyone associated with the hero would be eliminated. So the people of Shanghai City considered this a foolish act. At this time, General Chao was quickly making his way through the crowd. In his hands he carried a new order from His Majesty, so the people realized that he was moving towards the prison. The inside of the prison where Qing Yun was imprisoned was completely empty and damp. After 3 days, no news came from above, and the person watching the cameras believed that the empire would like Qin to disappear without a word. The boy was very lucky because he killed the young prince, but his family was not executed. The beholder approached the hero's cell and said that he could have saved his life. Opening his bag, the gentleman released the bloodthirsty bees. The boy's flesh was so strong that the master decided to use it to allow his healing insects to move forward. Several pathetic insects easily entered Qin's cell through the thick bars, causing the boy to wake up abruptly. The guillotine awaited the young hero as punishment, so he could not die right away. Mr. Beholder said that he did this on purpose to allow the bees to devour the boy piece by piece. He could not rely on insects because the god of war was truly invincible. To defeat the pathetic bees, he did not have to use his hands. With just his gaze, he set the insects on fire. A hot flame engulfed every pitiful bee, and the strong energy of the fatal fire allowed the hero to engulf the steel handcuffs in fire. The looking gentleman could not believe his eyes. All his insects were dead, and the handcuffs instantly melted and Chin's hands were now free. At this moment, General Chao attracted their attention. He finally came to the prisons and asked the looking gentleman to open Qing-yun's cell. The gentleman was very pleased with his arrival. He could not believe that General Cao himself had come to personally escort the boy to the place of execution. He believed that now the boy's time had finally come, and his death was already close. At this time, Mr. Huan came to Emperor Xinghai's palace to stop the emperor's decisions. He asked the emperor if he was afraid of death. The majestic emperor was very angry that the impudent Huan decided to prevent him from killing a commoner. No one dared to contradict the words of the emperor and so brazenly break into his mansion. Mr. Huan's main goal was not jokes. He wanted to show the emperor his place. Using the devouring eye fixation technique, he identified his opponent and decided to act. A magical skull wearing a protective helmet appeared as if from underground and attacked the great Emperor Xinghai. Out of horror, the frightened emperor could not stay on his feet and fell back. Deciding to scare the emperor with the ominous skulls, Mr. Huan used all his skills. He believed that the emperor had been in his position for too long and ignored Xinghai Academy, so he forgot who he really was. The emperor was scared but was not going to bow to the nasty Mr. Huan. He believed that in order to kill him, the enemy needed to ask Xiantian. Xiantian was the one who requested the Qing sect. His Majesty the Emperor contacted him in order to expel Lord Huan from the empire. He pulled out a couple of his tokens, hoping that the master would be afraid and would not touch him. But Huan was only determined to kill. With enormous power, the Lord directed his furious energy towards Emperor Xinghai. The flow of power did not allow the emperor to even move, making it impossible to get out. He said that if His Majesty behaved well, he would not die. Mr. Huan decided to tell the emperor something cruel. He planted not only the toxins of his Xinghai Academy, but the toxins of the Qing sect into his body. The ruthless gentleman accomplished everything he had dreamed of for months on end. Now His Majesty was just a puppet in the hands of his master. He told his elder brother that he could not do anything about such a curse. It was simply outrageous, but he had no choice but to comply. He asked ninth brother to speak quietly, because the enemy could be somewhere nearby, but Xing Ming considered it his duty to intervene. He wanted to take revenge on the master, but without his brother's help, he would have turned to the people in the temple of the demon monk for help. The great demon monks were ready to do anything if they got women and money, so ninth brother Xing Ming decided to go to them for help without hesitation. The Xinghai tournament was the fairest and most equal competition in the empire, where death and injury were inevitable, but all participants were treated equally. By the will of heaven and the dictates of fate, the emperor ordered that Qing-yun be declared innocent. The prison guard couldn't believe his ears. Emperor Xinghai pardoned the boy and gave him a chance to live. The gentleman did not understand what the origin of this boy was. Having become innocent, he could finally be a full-fledged student of Xinghai Academy. When Master Beholder realized that Qing-yun was now free, he had no choice but to bow before the young master. Qin was in a good mood, so he did not brazenly kill the gentleman. Now Qing-yun could go straight to Xinghai Academy where all his friends were. He was just about to go there and called General Chao with him. On the way to Xinghai Academy, Qing-yun met Her Majesty the Princess of Xinghai City in the bamboo forest. She didn't expect her father to show sympathy and let the boy go. The guy did not understand whether the princess wanted revenge or was simply mocking him, so he began to listen to her and walked away, following his own path. All this time, 3 young men were sitting in ambush in the forest. They possessed the 8th and 9th layers of the Yanshi kingdom. When Qing came too close to them, they attacked the boy from behind. The hero had his new clear vision, so he immediately noticed them. 3 angry guys attacked the boy together, but suddenly realized that their blows passed through the air. There was no one beside them except Qing-yun's thunder double. He had incredible abilities and, like a ninja, disappeared from under their noses. Qing-yun was much more cunning and stronger than these 3 guys. although he was several levels lower in the Yanshi realm. Using his perfect skills, he aimed his fists of vengeance at them. Giant fists grabbed the two impudent guys and squeezed with great force to make it impossible for them to get out. At this time, Qing-yun directed his counterpart to mercilessly beat the third bad guy. These were supernatural skills. With only two hands, Qin controlled several skills at the same time. Powerful hands pressed the guys to the ground to completely squeeze all the juices out of them. At that moment, their battle was interrupted by Her Majesty Princess Xinghai Luoyao. She decided to make an important deal with the hero, but Qin was not interested in her proposals. Alien fire was in the top 10 of the list. Alien fire seed would not be able to detect alien fire. Princess Luoyao knew the specific location of the 3 sacred lights out of the dozen, so the boy suggested that she go and get them herself. There were some restrictions that prevented cultivators above the Yanshi realm from going inside. The princess said that these people were at the feet of the hero. The summoned geniuses of the kingdom of Yanshi could not withstand a single blow from him. The princess wanted to persuade the boy, so the terms of the deal were simple. In exchange for a heartfire chip, he would tell the hero about the location of someone else's fire. Xinghai Luoyao was very surprised that the boy knew that her body was Xuanyin. She said that the Xinghai Empire looked powerful, but was just a lackey of the Xinghai Academy. The princess cried desperately. She didn't want to be swallowed up by Xinghai Academy. She just needed a heartfire chip to help her improve her physique. Qing-yun asked the girl to let him know when she left. When Qin returned to the Xinghai Academy dormitory, all the students thought he was cool. The entire Xinghai Empire now knew about his exploits. The hero was a 4th-class alchemist and gave his friend Tao Lu a purified pill. With its help, it was possible to remove all toxins from the body. Following his instructions, the brothers were guaranteed to be able to eat and drink. 5 days later, Qing-yun planned to go to the Xinghai mountain range, so he told his brothers that they needed to train as best as possible to endure the hard journey and overcome all obstacles. Tao Liu did not understand why he had to go to the mountain range, but Gao Dong quickly shut his mouth. The orders and advice of the young master were to be followed without question. Choosing the right time when the sun was exactly in the middle, Qing-yun climbed onto the roof and again practiced the secret devouring eye technique. Opening his shining eyes, a huge fireball appeared in front of the boy. He showed the hero a secret multi-story tower. There was nothing inside this tower but space. There were many steel chains that held the girl hostage. Her limbs and body were handcuffed so as not to give the girl more than one opportunity to move. Qing-yun's absolutely white eyes allowed him to see what others could not see. The girl was in a real trap. Her face seemed very familiar to the boy, so he decided to fly closer to see her. The girl in the tower was protected by an all-seeing eye. Noticing the boy, the eye directed its murderous energy directly at him. The energy of the eye passed through the tower and the golden core and fell with force onto the hero. Unknown forces surrounded Qin on all sides. If he dared to look into the secret worlds again, he would be a corpse. The brothers came running at the loud sound. The silt of the eye created real chaos around. The boy did not die. The eye only slightly frightened the impudent boy. All this time, Mr. Huan watched the boy from the side. He believed that this vision of heaven and earth was after the awakening of the devouring eye. He was tormented by doubts, but he knew that the unique eye was truly extraordinary. He had heard that if people wanted to possess the devouring eye, they would need to absorb the heavenly eye clan. Mr. Huan never thought that he would meet a person with a devouring eye in his life. It has been 100 years since Luo Ling was imprisoned in the tower. The eye told her that the boy had long ago lost his soul, and it was time for her to give up. Her sister, with her own hands, pierced his heart with the sword that belonged to Luo Ling. Luo Ling never wanted to give up, but the eye still insisted that the guy would not come back. The magical eye was going to slowly move everything from the girl to itself, and she just needed to stay in place. While at the reincarnation site, Empress Luo Lin did not believe that Brother Ye had died. She had already reincarnated one soul, but still did not know if she would see him again. There was a sadness in her soul that she kept inside for 100 years. She missed Brother Ye, and the longing made her heart tremble with pain. At this moment, Ye Qingyun felt very bad. His heart beat faster and caused a wild pain in his chest. 5 days later, there was a meeting at the Xinghai Academy arena. This time, the academy announced that the Sanyang sacred fire was in the Xinghai mountain range. Whoever obtained the sacred fire of Santian would possess it forever. Princess Xinghai Luoyao herself appeared in the square. She only knew the details of the location, so she only relied on Master Ye and was sure that he could not help but know how important it was to have a head start. Suddenly, a young man from the crowd shouted loudly and called Luoyao. He was simply furious when he saw that the princess was not on the same team with him, but with the nasty Qing Yun. At this moment, Mr. Huan's voice sounded. He said that today he would take the heroes to the Xinghai mountain range, and everything related to the sacred fire of Sanyan, the guys had to comprehend for themselves. Mr. Huan had incredible skills and mastered the secret technique of the heavenly eye. Using his thoughts, he conveyed to young Master Gu Ming to keep an eye on Xinghai Luoyao and Qing Yun. The boy could be very useful. There was no point in staying in this place anymore. Qing Yun was determined to participate, having absorbed the Santian sacred fire and received the fortress token. He wanted to leave. At this moment, the furious red bird screamed at the top of its lungs and ran straight towards Mr. Huan. He said that everyone could ride his fierce bird Peng. The Peng illusory bird was the illusionist's favorite demonic beast. She possessed magical skills with which she was able to create illusions. Seeing the huge bird, all the participants stood rooted to the spot. The bird was supposed to take everyone to the Xinghai mountain range, so Mr. Huan told all the kids to ride the bird. Gao Dong was delighted with this beautiful bird. He dreamed of seeing it up close and imagined how long he could eat such a large leg of meat. When Shang Jie greedily pounced on the bird's leg, something strange happened. The furious bird's leg was like computer graphics. The ghost bird Peng had the power of illusion, so what they saw could be an illusion. Qing Yun immediately knew everything about this, so he immediately mounted the bird and called his stupid brothers to come up. The heroes reached the Xinghai mountain range. Everything around was foggy and very damp. They were surrounded only by mountain ranges and the remains of destroyed rocks. To reach the sacred fire of Sanyan, the heroes had to walk along a rocky path. The master directed everyone to go forward to one of the caves in which the fire was kept. With great speed, all the people jumped off the bird and headed forward. Each of them considered himself a winner and was ready to do anything to get there first. Only Master Qin was patiently waiting for the right moment. Mr. Huan decided to go back and study the method of transmitting the devouring eye. His furious bird flapped its wings and headed towards the academy. With the help of the devouring eye, the master wanted to return to the fortress and rise to power. When the heroes entered the cave, there was nothing around except huge stones and sand. One of them noticed a bright glow in the distance. It was a bloody iron stone. He decided that he was now very rich and decided to take this stone. As soon as the young man reached the bright stone and touched it with his hand, hot flames immediately engulfed his hand. He desperately tried to tear his hand away from the stone, but his hand seemed to be glued to it and continued to burn. The young man's body was completely consumed by the sacred fire. He was burning and asked for help, but it was already too late. It was a stupid death. Gu Ming told his men that they were not allowed to act without his orders. When Qin approached the body, it was burned to ashes. He realized that the stones still had the smell of the sacred fire of Santian, so the heroes had to be very careful not to touch them with their bare hands. Suddenly, Princess Xinghai Luoyao decided to go astray. She found a secret passage in the wall and called Qing Yun and his brothers to follow this path. The hero did not know whether he could trust her, but decided to follow her path. The passage went deep into the wall. The princess was already here and said that the people of Xinghai Academy had known about this place for a long time. The young master did not trust the princess's words. He knew what kind of person she really was. He did not understand why entry into this path was allowed for them, because it was better for the rulers to allow people who met the requirements there. Suddenly Qin stopped in place. At that moment he realized what the secret was. Mr. Ye felt an inexplicable force around him when he stepped inside. A sacrifice was necessary to move on. This was the power of the forbidden Santian sacred fire technique. If more than 50 people came to the cave, or if there were cultivators above the Wuhan realm among them, they would be killed directly by the forbidden technique. In fact, the goal of the academy was not the sacred Santian fire, but the mysterious person imprisoned in the cave. He was kept in chains, deprived of white light every day. When Xinghai Luoyao found the mysterious man and tried to save him, he said that he needed a sacrifice to open the forbidden chains. Now Qingyun finally understood why the academy kept inviting people over. Xinghai Academy was very vicious. The people of the academy pretended to be other people, but in reality, they were in a pit. Qingyun doubted that Princess Luoyao's father came to the cave. If Luoyao's father came and died in this place, then everything would be over. Princess Xinghai believed that Emperor Xinghai looked powerful and domineering, but in reality, he was nothing more than a weakling, a puppet, a dog-like servant of Xinghai Academy. The heroes had to hurry to get the sacred fire of Santian before the mysterious man was saved yet. After hearing the story, Qingyun told his brothers that they should have been more careful with the princess. At this moment, the fatal fire was walking along its path in search of the most valuable. Suddenly he smelled the Santian sacred fire right in front of him. The nasty Morong Yuan could barely keep up with his devilish command, barely moving his legs. He didn't understand what the identity of the fatal fire was, because he was so strong and felt the soul of someone else's fire. At this time, in the depths of the sacred cave, Gu Ming reached the place he was looking for. A mysterious man was held on the hot lava. His arms and legs were chained. The mysterious guy was not who he really seemed. He was just waiting for the right moment. Gu Ming brought 3 of his most loyal and powerful brothers with him to save the man. Suddenly, something incredible happened. A mysterious man released a real bloodthirsty monster from his body. Opening his mouth, hundreds of sharp fangs came out. His body radiated frantic energy. Gu Ming's brothers were only supposed to be a victim. Gu Ming was a merciless man. His brothers were very scared and asked for help. Even family and siblings were not as important to Gu Ming as he was to the sacred fire of the Santian. The mysterious prisoner directed his inner demon directly at the 3 guys. The monster bloodthirsty devoured them, turning their bodies into slime. This gave the person more and more strength, and his body was saturated with energy. Thanks to the 3 sacrifices, the devilish mysterious master gained a certain amount of strength and recovered 40%. Now the chains were not such a problem for him. His strong hands easily broke the iron chains. He possessed insidious strength and freed his body from 100 years of imprisonment in the cave. Now the gentleman was finally free. His eyes glowed with red fire. He looked like the demon of the underworld himself. The reason he didn't kill Gu Ming was because he was in a good mood. Gu Ming bowed to the demon. He did not ask him for the sacred Santian fire. He didn't want the master to misunderstand him, but he was very worried that someone else might take the fire. In ancient times, the master of the sacred fire, Sanyan, drove a monstrous youth from the fortress of the 8 Wastes to this cursed place. Although the guy was called by him, he also got it. Now the sacred fire had no owner, so the guy wanted to swallow it. If the young man had swallowed fire, he would have moved forward. When foolish Gu Ming turned away, the Devil Lord summoned his Guijian beast to feast on the new food. A bloodthirsty, toothy monster appeared behind him. At this time, in the other direction of the cave, the princess led Qingyun to an ancient skeleton. The chip on his forehead was actually a heartfire chip. The hero had to help the princess get this chip. In return, she promised him that she would tell him the exact location of the sacred Santian fire. Qin did not agree with such conditions. The first thing he wanted was to get the location of the fire. Princess Xinghai Luoyao was outraged by the boy's mistrust, but Qingyun insisted on his own. Under other conditions, he would not have begun to fulfill his part of the agreement. There was no point in lying to the girl. She showed the boy the forbidden platform. The sacred Santian fire was sealed in it. Qin needed to remove the heartfire chip for the band to be opened naturally. After hearing the thug, Tao Liu believed the girl and decided to complete this task on his own. He believed that the princess could not lie to them, so without hesitation he went to put away the fire chip. Desperate Tao Liu did not doubt his abilities. He was sure that after this he would become a real hero. Qing Yun tried to stop the giant, but it was too late. When he touched the heart fire chip, sacred fire immediately flared up and captured his hand. A second later, his body was enveloped in hot flames, as if taking his body with it to the other world. Her Highness Xinghai Luoyao deceived the hero. She did not tell him the most important thing. Qing was simply beside himself with anger. The last time the princess was in this place, she felt that there was something wrong with the bones and did not dare to take this test. What was said in the ancient books was true, and when she saw the heart fire chip, Xinghai Luoyao was delighted. She had been waiting for this moment for many years, and having received the long-awaited chip, her eyes shone with renewed vigor. She suddenly realized that in order to get the chip about the fire of the heart, a sacrifice was really needed. The hero could not tolerate such impudence. The princess took advantage of his trust and deceived him in order to get a magic item. Qing Yun was thirsty for revenge. He awakened strong energy within himself and activated the sinister dragon mutation in his body. His blood literally boiled with rage. The dragon's hand was already burning with fire to strike the nasty princess. This was a real betrayal, and the master wanted to punish Luoyao. She had no forgiveness for such a terrible act. The princess just laughed sarcastically in his face. She got everything she wanted. She didn't care about other people's lives if it was beneficial for her power. She touched the hero and quietly directed her fire energy at him. Qin noticed the heat of the fire and jumped aside in horror. The princess burned him, and at that moment the boy realized that the power of the sacred fire was Santian. The sacred fire of Santian turned out to be one with the heart fire chip, and the princess's body absorbed this unknown power. The demonic power of fire gave the girl enormous strength and power. With its help, she was invincible. The devilish appearance of the fire princess terrified the brothers Shengjie and Gao Dong. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a phenomenon. They had no chance. Xinghai Luoyao set them up from the very beginning. With his bare hands, Qin could not defeat the sacred fire because it killed in a second. Having consumed the fire, the princess was very strong, but the hero decided to use his merciless sword to destroy her. Without hesitation, Qin took out his sword and attacked the fire princess. He had to make Xinghai Luoyao answer for his terrible deeds. The princess easily stopped the sword with her hand. She did not intend to kill the boy because she did not even consider him a worthy opponent. Liao suggested that he stop fighting and just leave, but the enraged Qin used the thunder sword technique. Thanks to his skills, the hero released 4 thunderous doubles. All of them pointed their swords at the princess and rushed into battle. Normally the enemies would have already been killed, but Princess Xinghai was very strong. Her capabilities had no limit. All the boy's blows were just toys for her. The girl fired 4 volleys of fire and easily destroyed his doubles. Qing Yun had many enemies, but none of them were as cruel as Her Majesty Luoyao. She used her fierce strength and pushed the boy back, becoming the first to fight back against Ye Qing Yun himself. The blow did not kill Qin, but only pushed him away. He remained on his feet. He was fine because Luoyao didn't let him die. If she had hit him with all her might, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, Xinghai felt magical energy near her. Its source was somewhere nearby. Luoyao realized that the one she had been waiting for so long had finally arrived. A huge, bloodthirsty monster was approaching the cave. It looked like an amphibian and had incredible speed. When the beast entered the cave, Xinghai Luoyao saw that Gu Ming and the great man who was imprisoned were sitting on horseback. Xinghai Academy was founded to find a mysterious man, and because of him, Luoyao's father had to kill her mother. Gu Ming argued that if the girl purified the sacred fire of Santian, then the entire Xinghai Empire would come to destruction. But even if the princess did not absorb it, the empire would come to an end. The princess was simply furious. The ominous fire awakened in her again, and she rushed towards the bad guys. Demon Guini knew that the princess was the daughter of a puppet. She was too impudent and caused him too much trouble by stealing the sacred fire. Turning into a real cruel monster, Guini attacked the girl. Her Majesty was confident in her abilities. She knew that the sacred fire made her a real, unkillable fighter. When the enemy flew too close, Luoyao was ready to deliver her critical blow. In this battle, two strongest opponents and two strongest energies collided. With just one blow, Guini caused the girl severe pain and threw her aside. The princess could not stay on her feet, and the blow made her fall. The girl was not going to give up and was ready to do anything to punish the vile devil. The girl was not afraid that Guini would destroy the entire Qinghai Empire, so the monstrous gentleman decided to hit where it hurt and said that he could kill her father. She would be grateful if he killed her father, so Guini considered her a crazy devil woman. Since she took his sacred Santian fire, he decided to kill her and finally take the fire back. The second place in the ranking of the Fortress of the Eight Wastelands was occupied by Guini, nicknamed the King of Ghosts. He had a double fighting spirit and incredible strength that no one knew anything about. People knew that he had recovered to the fifth layer of the Wuhan Kingdom. His mysterious powers allowed him to fight against the most powerful opponents. His huge sword was several times larger than normal. It was like a samurai's magical blade. Grabbing his weapon, Guini attacked the girl. He awakened his secret skills, and enormous power came out, heading towards the poor princess. The huge magical monster dealt a strong blow to Luoyao. Opening its mouth wide, it was ready to swallow the princess whole. Her strength was not enough to withstand such a flow. Her Majesty Princess Qinghai Luoyao flew straight into the wall at great speed, pain coursing through her body. She had not yet fully mastered the power of the Santian sacred fire, and she could not be an equal opponent for Guini. There was no time to think. The enemy was too strong. She had no choice but to flee. The girl ran with all her might, but the cruel Mr. Guini ran after her faster and faster. At this time, the fatal fire reached this place and, seeing the princess, ordered his people to catch up with the girl. He could not believe that the sacred fire was consumed by such a weak human being of the female gender. Guini was pleasantly surprised when he saw that someone else's fire, transformed into a human, was chasing the princess. The woman next to him was also transformed by someone else's fire. Guini was very pleased with this. He believed that heaven was helping him. Suddenly, the ruthless monster Guijian went on the hunt, and his first victim was Mr. Guming himself. He was the monster's owner's man, so he thought that the beast would not touch him, but the bloodthirsty grabbed him by the neck with his long tongue. The bloodthirsty monster lifted the gentleman into the air and was ready to swallow him whole. Opening his mouth wide, thousands of sharp teeth appeared. The gentleman desperately called for help, but Guijian immediately swallowed him. Qing Yun sent his brothers to go ahead, but he himself wanted to come later. He asked Shang Jie to take the dwarf away, but at that moment the boy noticed a huge monster. Taking everything into his own hands, the hero ordered the brothers to get away. Armed with his sword, the boy was determined to destroy the nasty monster. Qin gathered all his strength together and calmly attacked the monster. With his merciless sword, he dealt the first blow to Guizan and cut his body. The frightened monster screamed in pain. He tried to escape and ran away from the hero, but the powerful Qing Yun would not retreat back. Sweat was already dripping from the hero's face. He was desperately fighting for the disgusting monster. He decided that it was necessary to act sharply and mercilessly. In one motion, he jumped on top of the monster and plunged his merciless sword into it. The monster roared in pain and scarlet blood flowed from the wound. The wounded monster wanted to run away from the hero in order to survive, but sensing the smell of blood, the ruthless Qing Yun could no longer stop. He decided to suck all the blood from the servant Guini. There was no point in fleeing. The hero chased the monster to get all his blood. Qin seemed to have turned into a real demon. His eyes sparkled with red fire, and his heart longed for the taste of blood. Guijian ran away from the hero as fast as he could. Making his way through stone rocks, he demolished everything in his path. The powerful boy was gaining ever closer. At this time, Princess Qinghai Luoyao tried to resist the evil Guini. He caught up with her too quickly, and the girl was in a real trap. Outside the cave, there was no forbidden suppressive force. The princess finally broke through to the Wuhan Kingdom. Her advantage was that she absorbed the sacred fire and the heart fire chip. This allowed her to possess new strength. The bloodthirsty demon had not yet restored his cultivation after being imprisoned in a cave for a long time, so Loyao did not consider him a worthy opponent. At that moment, an unknown energy surrounded the heroes. It crawled along the walls, creating a huge magical dome around the entire cave. This was the greatest illusion technique without four sides, which covered the entire space with great speed. Instantly, all the heroes found themselves locked under a magical dome. A disciple came to the cave under the leadership of Mr. Huan. He knelt down in front of Gui Ni and paid his respects to the Ghost King. The disciple was dissatisfied with Xinghai Luoyao's behavior. He said that her Xuanyin body had disappeared, but the princess replied that her body had only turned into a Yansuan body. Considering the princess to be just an arrogant, ungrateful girl, he released his fighting spirit and several cold-blooded killers rushed into battle. The power of the bloodthirsty snakes was very great. Princess Luoyao fought with them and tried to stop them with her fire energy. Alien lights simply watched the battle from the side, but Luoyao's practice and experience were not enough to resist the student. The girl said that they could not be at enmity. It was necessary to join forces to fight together and defeat the enemy. Someone else's fire did not go to battle on its own. It sent its assistant there. She had to easily cope with the illusionist. The most important thing was to destroy the enemy's illusion. The illusionist's power came face to face with the power of the ominous alien fire. While the fiery girl was resisting the energy of illusion, the Ghost King attacked the alien fire with his fists, who had transformed into a guy. The master's illusion technique was amazing. He had excellent mastery of his skills. But the fatal fire girl was channeling her fire energy towards him with all her might. Mr. Illusionist did not consider the girl a worthy opponent. He said that she was too weak, and half of her essence had clearly been taken away from her. This made the fiery lady very angry, and she attacked the enemy with renewed vigor. This dangerous battle was a real battle of the Titans. They fought each other with all their might and were ready to do anything to come out of the battle alive. At this moment, Qing Yun had already overtaken the monster, and a frenzied animal rage awakened in him. The boy grabbed the monster with sharp fangs, and a small amount of blood entered his body. The boy's power was now even stronger, an unknown demonic energy penetrating his body. Suddenly, his clothes on his back were torn and real bone wings grew from there. All that was left of the man in him was his clothes. The boy looked like the almighty devil himself. His body was bursting with evil energy. His human mind was turned off. He only wanted blood. Qin was no longer human. He drank all the monster's blood and gnawed its body to the bones. The thirst for blood beckoned him and clouded his mind. But at that moment another energy appeared out of nowhere and penetrated his body. The young vampire suddenly came to his senses. His eyes took on their usual appearance. Strange energy surrounded him on all sides. It blinded him and did not give the boy the opportunity to move. Suddenly strange things began to happen to his body. His bloodthirsty dragon arm and bone wings were mutated. It was a fusion of two mutations. Qing Yun emitted strange energy and the stones around him pulled him inside. Seconds later, Qin found himself under a rubble of cave stones, and a real unknown miracle happened to his body. After a while, Xinghai Luoyao's father appeared before the main court. Mr. Huan said that the girl watched her father die, but did nothing. If Xinghai Luoyao did not return to Xinghai Academy, her father would be executed soon. The King of Ghosts grabbed the Emperor and lifted him above the ground. Gui Ni was ready to kill him right there, because the princess said in the cave that she would be grateful if her father was killed. The Emperor did not feel much affection and brought trouble upon himself. If the imperial family was so cold-blooded and heartless, then the puppet emperor deserved to die. There were rumors that he killed his own brothers to gain the throne, and in the end did not even spare his wife. Princess Xinghai Luoyao watched from afar, standing on a high tower. She hoped that he would not have died, and that she would still see him again in the future. A few days later, Xing Ming came to the sphere of influence of the Demon Monk Temple to ask the teacher to accept him as one of his students. Seeing Xing Ming, the teacher was surprised because all the people of the academy had to return to the fortress. The teacher felt that Xing Ming did not enjoy life in the imperial palace, but came to his humble home. The young man bowed to the teacher. He said that the Qinghai Empire ceased to exist and he was the only one who escaped from there. No one dared to laugh at Xingming because he saved the teacher's life. Xingming was incredibly happy to hear this and decided that the teacher's cultivation had increased. Master planned evil deeds and was determined. He asked Xingming if he was interested in becoming the emperor of the Qinghai Empire and ordered him to think about it. Xingming's son was killed by a teenager, but he was not interested in revenge because he knew that the killer was dead. Otherwise, he would have gladly taken his life with his own hands. The Qinghai Empire continued to exist. Xingming appeared before the people and announced that he was now Emperor Qinghai, waiting to see if there was anyone who was not happy with this decision. From today on, Yang Qi from the Demon Monk Temple was the state master. All the people of Qinghai City had to surrender and submit to the new emperor or face death. For the entire month, Gao Dong and Shangjie desperately cleared the rocky rubble. During all this time, they dug up thousands of tons of stones, but they never found the missing Qing Yun under them. They hoped that the master was okay because he had very strong bones. Suddenly, the servant ran as fast as he could to the heroes with new news. He reported that the Qinghai Empire had been restored and now Shi Mil was the new emperor of the city, and the Demon Monk Temple was the force supporting Lord Xingming. Having heard the news, the guys continued their excavations. They were not interested in the cursed Qinghai Empire. They only wanted to find their master as quickly as possible. The servant tried to convince the head of Shangjie that this was really important. The Demon Monk Temple had a grudge against young Qing Yun. After hearing what he heard, Shangjie agreed and decided that the master needed to be found even faster. Gao Dong was literally going crazy. He was looking for a hero under every stone. Emperor Xingming should have been very happy with his new position. Servants courted him from all sides, but now he had neither power nor influence. His subordinate advised His Majesty to remain silent about this, because if this became known to the state master, it would be bad for everyone. At this moment, a soldier from the Qinghai Empire burst into the emperor's house without knocking. The state master wanted to ask him how to deal with Cao Yixiao. This angered the emperor very much, because no one dared to enter his house with impunity. Xingming's subordinate said that Cao Yixiao was too provocative and deserved to die, so he sent a soldier to do a favor for the state master. Young Emperor Xingming was surprised that his subordinate still understood him because he couldn't say it. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a loud noise. They saw that same soldier from a strong, unknown blow. He fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the steel fist pierced the wall, and it shattered into several pieces. When the smoke from the dust cleared, Master Ye Qingyun himself appeared. It was a legendary return of a genius. Seeing the impudent boy, the emperor's subordinate awakened his fighting spirit, a cold-blooded killer. Opening its mouth, the fierce snake rushed to attack Qin. At that same second, the powerful Qing Yun grabbed the servant by the throat. He squeezed his hand more and more, depriving him of the ability to breathe. His strong, mutated dragon hand grabbed the fighting spirit by the throat, and the snake, choking, spat out its poison. His Majesty Emperor Qinghai could not believe his eyes. He recognized Ye Qingyun in the boy, and his anger filled his entire soul. The hero continued to squeeze the throat of the emperor's servant. The veins on his body burst, and his eyes popped out from the tension. Xingming was simply furious. He shouted that the boy had brazenly killed his only son. The thirst for revenge overwhelmed his feelings. He wanted to kill the boy. The main purpose of the hero's visit was not the pitiful emperor. He was only interested in the location of Qinghai Luoyao. With one finger, he directed the strongest killing energy into Xingming's head. The power brought the emperor great pain. Under such torture, he could not stand it, and decided to tell everything to Qing Yun. The hero was extremely puzzled. During the entire time he was in a coma, much had changed in the world. Qinghai Academy fled, and Qinghai Luoyao fled with it. At that moment, the state master entered the room. Xingming was very happy about his arrival and immediately said that Qin had brazenly burst into his room. He asked Yang Qi to help kill the boy. Yang Qi tried his best not to let his anger control him. He decided to overcome himself. The master believed that if the heart did not move rashly, then the person would not move, causing pain to his body and damaging his bones. Rage still took over his body and mind. The enraged state master insulted the boy. He could not stand it any longer and decided to kill him and his entire family. There was no time to talk. Qing-yun did not have good negotiation skills, but he was excellent in his ruthless sword technique. He pulled out his blade and attacked the impudent enemy with tremendous force. Yang Qi was not the type to fall at the first blow. He used his magical skills and created an energy barrier. The merciless sword made of hellish steel hit the barrier with the speed of the wind. At that same second, the hero's sword began to interact with the sign of the Thor god. An incredible energy was formed that pushed Yang Qi back. This made the state master very angry. His heart was beating like mad. He was ready to do anything to kill the boy and ordered his servants to fight. At that moment, 4 evil guys attacked the hero. They were true martial artists and possessed magical powers, but Qin was not afraid of them. The fearless god of war used the power of the Thunder Sword to kill them. The hero did something incredible. The power of the Thunder Sword released 9 thunder dragons to hunt. The 9 stunning entities had a beautiful, thunderous appearance and the abilities of real monsters. Bloodthirsty animals grabbed their victims and chewed them into 2 parts in a second. Blood splashed in all directions, and the 4 pathetic enemies were destroyed. Yang Qi turned white with horror. He was not prepared for the fact that the young boy had the superpower of thunder, but there was no turning back. Qing-yun was determined and moved closer to his opponent. At this moment, the state master closed his palms, and the energy of the spirit of heaven and earth awakened in him. He was not going to give up on the boy, so he decided to kill him quickly and painlessly. Yang Qi opened the gate of the demon pagoda. He laughed at the boy and considered him a nasty demon, because Qin had done evil and unforgivable sins, and now he wanted to kill one of the saints. The boy was not afraid that he would be struck by lightning. The young genius did not listen to the master's insults. He decided to strike first and struck him with his merciless sword. His blow did not cause any damage to the enemy. The protective pagoda was impenetrable. This made the master laugh even more. He suggested that the boy retreat immediately. In exchange, he would be saved from death. The hero was not interested in this proposal. He would never have backed down and activated his dragon fire skill. Thanks to the strongest demonic energy, the boy put his hand through the magical pagoda and grabbed the enemy by the face. The energy of the devil himself completely engulfed Yang Qi and sucked out his entire soul. Now the enemy was finally defeated, and Qin's advice was clear. The warrior who could defeat the great god of war had not yet been born. Qin decided to check on his brothers. When he arrived at the residence of the Shang family, he was stunned with horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. The entire empire of the Shang family was destroyed. All the houses were broken, and people were lying on the ground, killed. The hero could not understand what was happening in the Shang family while he was in a coma. He panicked greatly and decided to find the headless giant sword spirit. As Qin desperately searched for Shang Qianma's spirit near the testing pit, he noticed that one young man suddenly woke up. He looked around and called Qing-yun. At the same moment, Qin raised the boy and gave him a pill with which he could restore his strength and remove all the damage that was caused to him. The boy felt bad, but told the master that Shang Jie and Gao Dong had been captured by the Murong family. The ruthless Murong family came along with a group of people who claimed that they were from the 8 Desolation sect, the 8 Desolation fortress. Qin listened carefully to the young man and told him to take good rest, and eating the pill would allow him to recover from his injuries and also increase his cultivation level. The hero gave the young man glass bottles filled with such pills. Now the surviving people of the Shang family depended only on the hero. On the same day, Qing-yun went to Murong Yuan to find answers to all his questions. Mr. Murong hated the boy. He lost his hand because of him. He believed that the boy died successfully. Otherwise, he would have killed him even with his one hand. When Mr. Murong turned back, he saw a great hero in front of him. Qing-yun gave him a good blow to the face. The merciless boy flew up to the master with great speed before he could fall. He grabbed him tightly by the throat so that he wouldn't go anywhere. There was no mercy for such an arrogant and vile gentleman. Murong Yuan fell to the ground with a crash. He was very surprised that the boy was actually alive. The boy had already taken his hand away once, and now he was ready to take his whole life. Whatever the cost, the boy needed to find out the location of his brothers, but the vile Murong Yuan, even under torture, was not ready to tell the truth. He said that a hero could only dream of knowing the truth. There was less and less time left. The young hero urgently needed to do something. He used his secret celestial eye technique to force his enemy to tell the truth. Under the influence of the heavenly eye technique, Mr. Murong was as if under hypnosis. He said that Shangjie and Gao Dong were taken by the young master of the 8 Desert Fortress sect, and it was unknown where they were now. However, the hero could ask the young master's younger brother about this. This guy was bullying the geniuses on Shanghai City Street. After these words, Murong felt that strange things were happening to his body. The heat of the fire enveloped his body and seemed to be sucked into the abyss. He said everything he knew, so Qin no longer needed him and decided to burn his soul to the ground. On the streets of Shanghai, the cruel Zhao Guo chose geniuses as his new victims. He didn't expect that they looked like ordinary, pathetic ants. In 5 days, they were all to become his commoners. Zhao Guo was a heartless killer. He knew that there should have been many more geniuses, because he wanted to get the life of each of them. There was nothing sacred in his soul. It didn't matter to him who stood in front of him as long as it concerned his greatness. As a new victim, he chose an old, lifeless old man and his little daughter. The innocent girl asked her dad why she was chosen. They were both supposed to die that day. The old man could barely stand on his feet. He was 1,000,000 times weaker than his master, but he was ready to give his life to save his baby. He looked into the little girl's eyes and told her that she needed to run. Suddenly, Qing Yun appeared at the most opportune moment. He belittled this attitude towards people and believed that the master had simply found a way to show himself in front of people who were not as good at cultivating as he was. The hero was on the 9th layer of the Yanshi kingdom and was ready to punish the one who offended the weak. He was sure that Zhao Guo had never met a person whose cultivation was higher than his, which was why he was so self-confident in front of the poor. This only made the nasty, cruel gentleman laugh. He was too confident in his greatness, so he considered the boy nothing more than a mosquito. No doubt an angry Zhao Guo flew into the air. He hoped that the boy would hold out for at least a few minutes. His body explored the frantic energy. The hero immediately realized that he possessed a flame-based fighting spirit. Huge flames flew out in all directions. Mr. Zhao awakened his fiery fighting spirit and emitted fire from all parts of his body. He directed this deadly force directly at the hero so that the fire would kill him in a second. Zhao Guo's self-confidence gave Qin even more strength. He was absolutely calm, because his strength could not be defeated so easily. The boy was a true invincible god of war and easily stopped all the evil qi with one movement of his hand. No one should play with fire in front of the great master. To teach the enemy a lesson, Qin took away all of his firefighting spirit in a second. Only with cunning and intelligence could such a nasty gentleman be punished. Qin did not take away the power of fire forever. When Zhao Guo was very close, the boy flew into the air and directed all the energy at the enemy to return it back. A strong stream of fighting spirit fire struck the master and caused him critical damage. In this way, the hero punished his opponent with his own weapon. Qin not only had perfect mastery of his skills, he also had good ingenuity. His Majesty Prince Zhao Guo was severely wounded and begged for mercy. He told the hero that Shangjie and Gao Dong were stolen by his elder brother. Qing Yun had a lot of enemies, but he did not spare any of them. Such a cruel Zhao Guo deserved the cruelest death, so Qin decided to kill him. At that moment, the clatter of hooves was heard, and the elder brother Zhao Guo himself rushed to the street of Shanghai City along with his servants. Zhao Gong was the young master of the 8 Desolation sect and had great power in the city. Qing Yun was not afraid of Zhao Guo or his elder brother and servants. He directed his power at the master, and his body seemed to be pierced by thousands of knives. Zhao Guo fell lifelessly to the ground. Prince Zhao Gang's assistant immediately attacked the boy. He possessed the 9th layer of the Wuhan kingdom and was quite strong. He used a glowing ball of energy to kill the boy. He jumped on his warhorse and rushed past the hero to knock him down. Qin's agility was excellent, and he dodged the blow within a second. The prince's servant suddenly noticed that when he ran past, the hero, like a ninja, cut his throat with his merciless blade. People on the streets of Shanghai were negatively opposed to Qing Yun and armed themselves with swords. For the murder of Prince Zhao Guo and for the harm caused to Vice Captain Zhao Gong, they were ready to take the boy's life. Angry people rushed in a crowd at the hero, waving their weapons in all directions. Qin was prepared for anything. He prepared himself for a ruthless battle and used the power of the Thunder Sword. The boy summoned several of his Thunder counterparts and ordered them to fight. The Thunder copies fought desperately, repeating all the ideal striking techniques of the hero himself. Sharp swords easily pierced the enemies, blood flew in all directions, and the opponents fell lifelessly one after another. With the help of his Thunder Sword skill, Qing Yun dealt with all the opponents. He told Zhao Gang to go down to the battlefield. If he didn't, he wouldn't have another chance. At this moment, the second servant of the vice captain of the Eight Wastes dismounted from his war horse. He decided to stand up for his master and deal with the insolent boy himself. He was on the second layer of the Wuhan kingdom, and using his lightning sword, he jumped up and attacked the hero with force. Qing Yun took out his merciless sword without hesitation. It was a really intense battle. The heroes had to compare the strength of their swords. When the servant saw the hero's weapon, he could not believe his eyes. For him, it was simply impossible. The young master activated the Tao of the merciless sword and decided to use the Sword Shadow World technique. He directed all the energy towards his enemy, and several throwing energy discs flew towards the pathetic servant. The Sword Shadow World only made Zhao Gang's servant laugh. He considered it just child's play. Without difficulty, he threw away all the discs with his sword. This did not help the young man. Energy charges headed towards him with renewed vigor. They flew too close to him, making it impossible to escape death. The superior technique of the Shadow World blew up another servant of Zhao Gang in a second, but the master was not at all worried about their lives. He told the boy that everyone associated with him would die because he had killed too many famous Zhao people. Master Qin could not just let the nasty Zhao Gang go, because he brazenly stole his brothers and had to answer with his head for such an act. The magical hand of the fire dragon was almost ready, and the hero offered the master two options. Lord Zhao Gang had to let the innocent Shangjie and Gao Dong go. In return, Qing Yun would let him go. The second option was instant death. This made the senior master of the Eight Desolation sect laugh. He considered himself great and told the boy that his men had taken Shangjie and Gao Dong to the Eight Desolation fortress. The hero would never see them again. The rage of the golden dragon awakened in the hero. A mutated tail grew from his back. His skin was covered with golden scales, and his hand was already the familiar form of a dragon's paw. The boy was ready to fight, but the enemy was strong. His fighting spirit was the bloody skull. The self-confident Zhao Gong thought that the boy had learned his position. But Qin told him that the first option was cancelled. Now the enemy could only die. Using the Sky Eye technique, the hero identified and suppressed the enemy. Zhao Gang's mind seemed to be calm and hypnotized. Suddenly, Qing Yun flew into the air and gathered all his strength together. Using the Eastern Emperor's finger technique, he sent incredible power towards his enemy. A crazy stream of energy moved forward and destroyed the Bloody Skull's fighting spirit. Great Zhao Gong, the master of the Eight Desolation sect, was destroyed. The great god of war was again the winner. The man who could humiliate and kill the hero had not yet been born, because he was superior to the devil himself. At this moment, there was a serious conversation in Zhao Palace. Zhao Xiaoyao's mother came to her child's father, the emperor of the Zhao Empire, to ask for mercy for their son. The great emperor was unhappy that Luxia wanted to do this. Lu Xia cried bitter tears. Zhao Xiaoyao was their common child, and the emperor wanted to sell him to the mutation pavilion. The poor woman knew that he really wanted to kill the boy. The great emperor slapped the woman in the face. He said that she should not have acted with impunity and given orders just because the emperor gave her a name. He was a ruthless man without a heart of stone beating inside him. At that moment, the emperor's servant came running to the imperial court, bringing terrible news. The servant said that the Empress's son, the great prince, was dead. The Emperor and Empress turned white with horror at this news. The Empress was simply furious. She decided that the scoundrel Luxia had sent her people to kill her son. She grabbed the girl by the hair and pulled her with all her might. She mercilessly struck the girl again and again, making her cry. The cruel Empress believed that the Low Maid was jealous of Zhao Han's talent and made sure that Zhao Xiaoyao was on the throne. Suddenly, Qing Yun grabbed the Empress's hand and saved the innocent girl. He pulled out his merciless sword and with one swing cut off the Empress's hand. The Empress was bleeding, but Qin always helped the innocent. He asked her to leave and introduced himself as the killer of their son. The angry Emperor was literally seething with anger. The rage in his eyes was burning with fire, but Qing Yun was only concerned about the condition of Zhao Xiaoyao's mother. When the hero calmed the woman down, he told her that Xiaoyao was his friend and the boy was ready to save him. He asked the woman to just hide away. The great emperor cursed the boy. He was in the third layer of the Wuhan kingdom and possessed the emperor's sword fighting spirit. He was a strong opponent, but Qing Yun was not one of the weak. The mutation of the two strongest techniques awakened in him. The hero was on the 9th layer of the Yanshi kingdom, but had monstrous strength. He said that Zhao Han slaughtered innocent people and treated human life as empty space, so he was worthy of death. The emperor thought this was nonsense. His son was a member of the imperial family and had an outstanding status. Even if Zhao Han wanted to destroy the city, his decision would be correct. The heroes touched their swords in battle. The imperial family was born for supremacy. The emperor said that if the kingdom of Zhao did not shelter the commoners, they would not be able to live safely. Swinging his crazy emperor sword, he decided to kill the boy, because the insignificant person killed his crown prince Zhao and deserved to be executed. Without hesitation, Qing Yun immediately created a magical barrier using his new mutation of 2 skills. The magical dragon bones stopped the blow of the imperial sword. The battle was equal, but one of the heroes had to finish it. The hero decided to end this battle and focused on his energy. When the merciless sword was charged with killing power, Qin pounced on the emperor and struck his sword. The emperor couldn't believe his eyes. His sword shattered into 2 pieces. Now his fighting spirit was destroyed. The emperor lost all his strength. Qing Yun threatened him with his sword and said that the poor commoners were holding the entire empire on their tired bones. He had no mercy for such behavior with women. At that moment, the hero swung his merciless sword to kill the nasty samurai, but suddenly he was interrupted by a female voice. Luxia asked the boy not to kill the emperor. They had been in the same boat for 100 years, slept in the same bed for 100 years, so the woman did not want him to die. This surprised Qin very much. After all the beatings, Luxia helped the emperor. Qing Yun grabbed the emperor to find out where Zhao Xiaoyao was. The frightened emperor said that the people from the mutation pavilion took him away. Even the 8 Desolation sect did not allow themselves to insult the mutation pavilion. Recently, people from the mutation pavilion had left in the direction of leaving the city, so Qin needed to find them as quickly as possible. Liu Xia could not have done otherwise. The emperor was cruel, but she still had warm feelings for him. She still considered him her family. At this moment, Zhao Qifa approached the emperor. He was the top of the 8 Desolation sect and the teacher of Zhao Gang. When he learned that his disciple had been killed, he immediately came to find out who the unpunished murderer was. The angry empress immediately told him that the murderer was Ye Qingyun. The emperor released the murderer of their son. Suddenly, an unknown shadow appeared behind the empress. The mysterious shadow had excellent fighting kendo and swung its blade, stabbing the one-armed empress to death. This shadow was Mr. Zhao Qifa's martial art. The mysterious shadow obeyed all his orders and could kill any person. The emperor's martial soul was destroyed. He was now useless, so Zhao Qifa ordered his master to kill him. His student was killed, and the emperor released the killer without permission, so he deserved to be executed. When Luxia saw His Majesty the Emperor bleeding, she could not hold back her tears. At that moment, her soul was torn into pieces. She took a sharp knitting needle from the sleeve of her robe. The woman could not stand such pain. She decided to accompany the great emperor along his long corridor of death. Having stuck a sharp knitting needle into her heart, she replaced mental pain with physical pain. At this time, the people from the mutation pavilion were transporting poor Zhao Xiaoyao like a real beast. They locked him in a cage and shackled his hands and feet, fearing his strength. Zhao Xiaoyao tried to get out on his own because there was very little time. He quietly handed the key to the samurai, who accompanied him all the way, but suddenly someone touched the samurai on the shoulder. The young man told Luo San-kun not to worry. This time he had to follow them to accompany the mutant. It was a great achievement. The boy said that in the future the samurai could enjoy life in the mutation pavilion. Luo San-kun said that then he needed his brother's kind words. He was born in the outback, so he didn't have much. He handed the young man a black, mysterious box. At this moment, Qing Yun himself appeared on the road. The servant of the mutation pavilion told the boy to immediately get out of the way, because he was blocking their passage. Anyone who was involved in the kidnapping of Zhao Xiaoyao deserved the death penalty. The people of the pavilion did not consider him a human being. Qing Yun furiously attacked the young man to kill him. The young man thought that it was an ordinary robber who had too much impudence to rob the people of the mutation pavilion. Qing Yun attacked the young man with force, and finally their swords touched in battle. At that moment their attention was attracted by someone near the cart. Luo San-kun knocked out the second guard with a wooden hammer. When he left, he said that nothing good would come from meeting Qin, so he ran away and left the keys with Xiao Yao. Without thinking for a long time, the young hero killed the man of the mutation pavilion. He was incredibly glad to see his old friend, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Zhao Xiaoyao was indeed the son of the emperor, but inherited his grandfather's mutant body. The man who was in the dragon's blood dungeon was actually his grandfather. Therefore, the old man was not allowed into the imperial family. Suddenly the sky lit up with a bright flash. A wild animal cry was heard, and a huge fiery bird appeared in the sky. She created a circle of fire in the sky, and thousands of lights rushed straight towards the city with great speed. A terrible natural disaster engulfed the entire city. The mad red flame burned everything in its path, burning all the buildings. The merciless fire rose higher and higher above the city. The heroes made their way through the burning buildings, and suddenly Zhao Xiaoyao saw his family. The emperor sat on his knees, bowing his head over his mother. On that day he realized that he had lost the most valuable thing in his life. Zhao Xiaoyao couldn't believe his eyes. His mother was cold and dead. Hot flames surrounded everything around him, but the boy saw nothing but his mother. The pain of loss made his heart break. All this time the bird circled in the sky, sparkling with its fiery wings. It was like a phoenix bird. It continued to throw volleys of fire at the city. The beast in the sky was Zhao Qifa's supreme animal. Qing Yun did not know this gentleman personally, but it was obvious that the bird was sent to the city on his orders. Qing Yun decided to take matters into his own hands. He could not allow the beast to burn the entire city to the ground. The boy awakened the dragon mutation in himself and rose high into the sky to kill the naughty bird. Noticing the hero, the bird activated a magical fire core. With the help of the cannonball, the bird wanted to destroy Qing Yun. It grabbed him with its beak and attacked the boy. Mighty Qin grabbed his merciless sword and rushed to attack. At that moment, the bird unclenched its beak and a magical fiery core flew towards the hero. The young master immediately stopped him with the dragon's hand. He was not afraid of the evil power of fire. He was confident in his abilities. The boy used his abilities and endowed the core with his demonic energy. The boomerang effect worked, and the core flew straight into the bird's throat. The poisoned core caused the bird to vomit blood, and while the bird was distracted, the hero needed to deal a critical blow to it. Using Shadow Wind Step, he flew high into the air. At great speed, the hero flew down straight towards the beast. His merciless sword pierced her body, and blood scattered in all directions. After the fight, all that was left of the bird were feathers in the air. Qing Yun killed Zhao Gong, so it was not surprising that Zhao Qifa wanted to bury the imperial palace with the dead. The distressed hero admitted that it was he who killed Zhao Xiaoyao's parents, but the boy did not consider him a murderer. Zhao Qifa had a long-standing desire to kill his father. Even if this did not happen, Qifa would still try to kill him. When Zhao Qifa saw that his beast was dead, he could not restrain his rage. His veins were filled with blood, and he wanted to punish and destroy the heroes. At this moment, Qin realized that it was a deception. Zhao Qifa was not a real person. It was just a clone of him formed by condensed spiritual meaning, so the hero would not allow him to communicate so brazenly and attacked the fire clone. With a strong swing of his sword, the hero cut the double into two parts. But the blow did not cause him any harm. It was only a magical substance that did not have a physical shell. The double regained its normal appearance. Zhang Qifa always complained about his dead student, so the hero told him that he was actually the student's killer. The hero was a very smart person. He killed the most powerful geniuses, so he immediately guessed that it was a shadow-fighting spirit. The boy saw right through that a shadow double was standing behind him, and thrust a merciless sword into him. Zhao Qifa's double didn't like this. The Lord was a member of the Eight Desolation sect, and no one dared to kill him. If the Pope himself stood in front of the hero, he would be ready to kill him. He always punished bad people. It would not be difficult for him to kill the pathetic double of Saifa. Suddenly, the clone Zhao Qifa decided to flee. He was ready to forgive the boy for killing his student and forget the past. In exchange, he wanted the hero to let his clone go, but Qing Yun resolutely chased after him. The boy did not listen to stupid Zhao Qifa. As he flew closer to him, he stabbed him with his infernal sword. The double screamed in pain, and scarlet human blood poured out of his body in a stream. Qin punished his enemy. The double was destroyed. The boy believed that before you killed someone, you had to be prepared for the fact that you could be killed. The strong blow of the merciless blade caused Zhao Qifa severe pain. He was incredibly angry because he had lost 2 levels of cultivation. This was not the end. The gentleman vowed to take revenge on the pathetic insolent who dared to touch him. The top of the Eight Desolation sect had indeed suffered greatly after the battle. The hero's sword chi was very powerful. The boy carried powerful chi within him like a real god of war. He needed to kill this child immediately. Otherwise, his chum of the Eight Wastes would definitely have a strong enemy. The wounded Zhao Qifa decided to come to his older brother for help in order to join forces. When he walked inside, his older brother was not very happy to see him. Zhao Qifa came to him with a big request. He wanted his brother to release the demonic beasts from his bag into Zhao City in the Zhao Kingdom. The brother was not happy with this request. The risk was too great. He had hundreds of demonic beasts in his large demon storage bag. If they died in the process, he would have lost too many. He had no choice but to help his brother because he had a debt to him. He decided to repay the debt and released 10 demonic beasts. One by one, the bloodthirsty demons flew out of the bag and flew high into the air. The master raised his finger to the sky, indicating to his demonic beasts the place where they needed to fly. With enormous power, the demons flew through the magical portal, which was supposed to take them straight to the city of Zhao. The sky became overcast with blue thunderclouds, and a strong storm began. A huge crater appeared in the sky, and lightning strikes caused the earth to shake. The funnel had incredible power and seemed to pull the sky into itself. It got very dark outside, and night fell in the city. People were scared and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, demonic beasts began to emerge from the portal, their eyes burning with hellish flames. Seeing the demons, people were simply shocked and watched them in horror. 10 hellish creatures came out of the portal one after another. Furry and winged creatures destroyed the city with great speed. In a second, flames engulfed the city of Zhao and people ran away in panic to find shelter. Soon, the entire city would be destroyed, so Zhao Xiaoyao decided to save everyone. Although he was not a prince, he was a member of the Zhao imperial family, and could not just watch from the sidelines as people died in the fire. Qing Yun was a brave warrior and a true god of war. It was his duty to help his brother. He believed that the creatures were coming for him, so he was ready to protect the city from disaster. The heroes fought desperately with hellish monsters. The creatures were strong opponents and lived through their devilish gaze. Qing Yun beat the beasts using his merciless sword. Suddenly, a strong demonic entity attacked Zhao Xiaoyao. With its hot flames it pushed him aside, and the boy did not have time to parry his blow. Zhao Xiaoyao was not injured, but was only slightly wounded. Things were bad. The situation was getting worse. There were too many monsters, and the hero's strength was not enough to kill them with one blow. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyao realized that the demons were much stronger. He noticed that the bloodthirsty monster was moving straight towards defenseless people. The little boy clung to his father and tearfully begged General Zhao Yong to come to their aid. When Zhao Xiaoyao heard these words, he rushed towards the enemy monster without hesitation. He was driven by adrenaline and a thirst for justice. He directed all his energy towards the beast. Defenseless people were saved. Zhao Xiao was a true hero and was willing to give his own life in exchange for saving them. Suddenly the boy saw something terrible. A fireball was flying straight at him at great speed. It seemed to him that the situation was hopeless. Qing Yun reacted quickly and came to his brother's aid. He deflected the fireball, and the ominous energy dissipated. The brothers were a real brave team. They acted together, as if they read each other's thoughts. At that moment, the rescued boy ran straight to the heroes. He was sure that the great General Zhao Yun had sent the heroes and asked Qing Yun when the general would arrive in the city. The hero was very surprised and wanted to tell him that they did not come from the general. He was immediately interrupted by Zhao Xiaoyao, who sat down next to the little boy. He didn't want to upset the child. He had too kind a heart. Therefore, he said that the great general had sent them and ordered them to obey their father and go into hiding. The boy was incredibly glad that they were sent by the general and came to save people. His father quickly took him away so that they would not get hurt by the general. Zhao Yun was once the great general of Zhao, the hero of Zhao, and the uncle of Zhao Xiaoyao. 3 years ago he disappeared. No one knew whether he was alive, but Zhao Xiaoyao searched for him for a long time. Uncle Zhao Yun has always been a pillar of support in the hearts of the people of Zhao City. As long as this support existed, there was hope for the Zhao people. All this time there was chaos all around. Rabid demons were destroying the entire city. But suddenly the sound of hooves was heard, and a mysterious horseman appeared on the horizon. The warrior had incredible fighting techniques and fought desperately against the demons. With his long spear he fought against evil like a ninja. The warrior shed the blood of 10 demons. His strength allowed him to easily cope with the hellish creatures, but they were not yet dead. No one could extinguish the last hope of the people of Zhao City. The same great General Zhao appeared before the city. Riding on a warhorse, he had a view of the entire city. He was a true hero. At that moment, the bloodthirsty creatures attacked the little boy and his father with renewed vigor. There was fear of death in their eyes. The merciless monsters screamed at the top of their lungs and were ready to swallow people whole. Qing Yun immediately shielded them with his body. He arrived just in time to save the innocent villagers. He directed his strong stream of fiery energy directly at the monster. When Qin was ready to destroy the enemy beast to smithereens, but suddenly he had knowledge. He saw the master of the demonic beast. He would kill the boy if he killed the monster. The hero never said that he was scared. He could not be frightened by ordinary threats. Qin was not even afraid of death, so he delivered his fiery blow directly to the monster's mouth. The great general Zhao Yong was delighted when he saw the young hero. He was captivated by the boy's courage. Now they were on the same team and had to defeat evil. Zhao Yun decided to act immediately and directed his power towards the last hell monster. Their mission was completed. Now all the demonic beasts had finally been destroyed. Young Zhao Xiaoyao was incredibly happy to see his uncle after so many years. He introduced his elder brother to him, and the great general said that Qing Yun was the person to follow next. At this moment the sky turned black even more. The magic funnel began to spin with renewed vigor, and 2 unknown entities teleported to Zhao City at high speed. The leader of the 8 Wasteland sect, Zhao Qifa, appeared in front of the heroes. He brought his brother with him. These demons belonged to the ruthless Hai Lao. He was simply furious to see his pet dead. The heroes had to be very careful with him, because Hai Lao was on the 9th layer of the Wuhan kingdom and was the elder of the Hai sect of the 8 Desolations. It was only because he was poisoned by a beast as a child that his body looked like that of a small child. Yahello was simply furious, but Qin did not understand his indignation. When the master released the demons into the wild to eat and harm people, he had to be prepared for the fact that these animals would eventually be dead. The enraged gentleman wanted to punish the impudent boy. These were his favorite demonic beasts, and he considered people to be pathetic dead bodies. He believed that the boy did not dare to kill his pets. And for the people who were eaten by them, it was a great honor. Suddenly, Yahello opened his capacious bag and released his pets. Many furry and winged demons scattered in all directions. There were so many of them that the master could have settled in this city. At this moment, old man Zhao Qifa was heading straight towards Qing Yun. He came just in time because he promised to kill the boy. When the great Zhao Yun saw the enemy, he immediately rushed into battle. With his long spear, he deftly stopped the blow of the nasty enemy. The powerful general always protected the people of Zhao City and was not afraid of being killed. The angry Zhao Qifa was not happy with the general's action because he had the audacity to appear again. He introduced the general to the 8 Desolation sect, but the coward simply ran away. The great Zhao Yong was born in the kingdom of Zhao, joined the army at the age of 10, was a centurion at the age of 12, a general of Zhao at the age of 20, and never lost a single battle in his entire life. He ran away from Zhao Qifa that day for a reason. When he was loyal to his country and protecting his people, high-ranking officials created chaos in the Zhao kingdom. Zhao Qifi's bluebird loved to eat human flesh, so he fed it to the Zhao people day after day. The people of the city were screaming about injustice and living in poverty. They all needed help. So the great Zhao Yun did not want to work for the 8 Desolation sect anymore. The great general decided to take everything into his own hands. He ordered his son and his friend to leave. He wanted to fight his sworn enemy alone, but the heroes did not agree. There was no time for negotiations. The angry Yahello told the 3 of them to stay and be food for his demonic beasts. Using the shadow windstep, the top of the 8 Desolation sect decided to act first. He furiously attacked Qing Yun, wishing him death. Brave Qing Yun was prepared for a tough battle. He pulled out his merciless sword and desperately resisted the enemy's blows. The sound of swords scattered in all directions. When Zhao Xiaoyao saw that his brother needed help, he immediately rushed to help. He could not stay away. He and Qin were already one family, but suddenly his uncle grabbed his hand and ordered him to get away. With great force, the general threw Zhao Xiaoyao aside, and the boy fell to the ground with a crash. He couldn't put the innocent heroes in danger and ordered the magical portal to open. A huge magical funnel immediately appeared in the air and captured the boy. The funnel rotated with incredible force and took Zhao Xiaoyao further and further with it. He tried his best to get out of there, but the unknown energy was stronger. General Zhao Yun told Qing Yun to get out too, but the young hero was determined to fight to the end. The hero replied that the general should not have spent energy on opening a spatial passage, but should have spent it on his enemies. Zhao Yun met such a brave teenager in his lifetime. Now the 2 great masters fought shoulder to shoulder against the demonic evil. This was no longer an ordinary battle. They were competing for the number of demons killed. As Qin bravely fought the monsters to kill as many as possible, the general sent his hand to his head and channeled his energy. Zhao Qifa sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave, but Yahello immediately stopped him. He immediately guessed that Zhao Yun was ready to lower his cultivation level. It couldn't have been better. Qing Yun's cultivation base was still weak, and killing these demonic beasts was quite difficult. The consequences of this transfer of power were very serious. Zhao Yun told the boy not to resist. The hero could help if he ascended to the Wuhan kingdom, so he did not need to feel guilty, but confidently absorbed the energy. Qing Yun's body became increasingly saturated with power. It penetrated his body at great speed and gave the hero more and more confidence. The hero desperately asked the master to stop, but the strength was not yet enough. Great General Zhao met him for the first time, but he felt as if he had known the boy all his life. He decided to give the hero a great gift. An incredible force consumed the boy's body from head to toe, as if it was piercing him from the inside. Now the hero had reached the third layer of the Wuhan kingdom, and the general was pleased. Finally, Qing Yun was ready to compete. At this moment, the merciless Hai Lao ordered his younger brother to immediately kill the hero. Zhao Yun descended to the 8th layer of the Wuhan kingdom and would not cause problems, so Hai Lao decided to deal with him on his own. Qing Yun was a true brave hero. He always looked fear in the eyes and had great strength, but with the help of the general, he was truly invincible. Using the devouring eye fixation, the hero stopped his enemy. Pulling out his merciless sword, the young master stabbed Mr. Zhao Tifa. He considered it his duty to protect the entire city and the great general. The ugly Zhao Tifa used the shadow wind step technique and deceived the hero, leaving only a shadow behind him. He laughed in the boy's face because Qin was just a child of the Wuhan kingdom of the 3rd layer. The top of the 8 Desolation sect believed that he was practically immortal, but Qing Yun acted in cold blood. He had the ability to find an approach to every enemy and always won. The dragon's huge hand grabbed Mr. Zhao Tifa with force. The hand tightened its grip on the 8 Desolation sect leader, but this made him laugh even more. He said that it was a dog's paw that could not kill him, but Qin stuck to his plan to the end. At that moment, something incredible happened. Strong energy completely enveloped the hero. The Tao of the merciless sword grew and literally merged with the boy. Now they were one, and with this, Qing Yun could easily kill the enemy. The merciless fire consumed Qing Yun from head to toe. His body completely fused with the sword, and the flames gave him even more strength. At this time, the almighty Hai Lao stood face to face with his sworn enemy. The general dared to kill 12 of his demonic beasts, so he deserved to die. They didn't have time to talk, so Zhao Yun was ready for battle. Suddenly, magical funnels appeared in the air. They emitted strong energy. At the most inopportune moment, steel chains appeared from the portals and tied the general's legs. It was a real trap, because the chains wrapped around the leg like snakes. Great General Zhao Yun desperately resisted the power of the steel chains. The enemy was indeed a very strong and experienced master. The general was a brave warrior, so he used his spear to cut the chains and free his legs. The enemy turned out to be much stronger. His strength was similar to divine. The chains tied the general's arms and legs with enormous force, making it impossible to move. He could not resist such force, and the chains lifted him high above the ground. The cruel Hai Lao would not retreat without victory. He ordered his magic portals to pull the chains more and more. He did not spare any of the people, and was motivated only by the desire to take revenge on the general. At this moment, the portal lit up with renewed vigor, and several demonic entities teleported to Zhao City. The hungry demons furiously attacked General Zhao. When the situation was already hopeless, Qing Yun noticed that the general was in great danger. The desperate hero took off and rushed to his aid. He was ready to risk his life to save innocent people. Suddenly, an unknown force threw the hero back. He was trapped. A real magical cage formed around him which did not give him the opportunity to get out. Qing Yun was simply furious, but General Zhao ordered him to stop his hysterics. The chains contained the words of the word master, so Zhao Yun could not break them. He wanted to surrender to his enemy and give his life in exchange for saving the inhabitants of the city. This amazed the hero. He said that he was very glad to meet the general. Although there was very little time, the boy was happy to meet such a person. Qin said that General Zhao had good talent and a very big heart. One day, during an adventure, Zhao Yun received an ancient ring. This ring could be twisted into a speck of dust. The general was going to send the boy away and, in parting, told him not to rush to avenge him, because life was much more important. With the help of an ancient ring, the general created an energy funnel in the air, which swirled the trapped Qing Yun. The ring was supposed to take the boy away from this place. The angry Qing Yun was not ready to submit to this force and run away like the last coward. At the beginning of the battle, he promised that he would save the general no matter the cost. This made Hai Lao furious. He was very unhappy with such a battle, and did not understand how killing the third layer of the Wuhan kingdom could lead to such a mess. The magic hand could have deprived Mr. Zhao Tifa of his hand, but he freed himself from the dragon's paw. When he saw that Qing Yun had simply disappeared, he was furious and thought that the boy had simply run away out of fear. After hearing this, the general only grinned. Unable to tolerate such impudence, Zhao Qifa hit the general in the face. He was offended by Zhao Yun's laughter, so he considered him just an idiot. He said that the general had missed his chance to rise and stood on the side of the commoners in vain. Yahello believed that there was no point in talking to the pathetic general. He had killed his demonic beasts and was now about to become a blood sacrifice. Steel chains were tied around the necks of demonic creatures. Zhao Qifa immediately ordered them to pull, and dozens of demons pulled the hellish chains with great strength. These were the servants of the real devil in the flesh. The chains twisted ever tighter around the general's limbs, the iron tearing the skin, and would soon touch the bones. This caused Jia Yong severe pain that burned through his body, but General Zhao held on tightly to life with both hands. A true warrior was born in the kingdom of Zhao. At the age of 10, he joined the army. At the age of 12, he was a centurion, and at the age of 20, he was a general. In his entire life, he had never lost a single battle, so he could not bow his head to the nasty Yahello. He was a powerful warrior and was not afraid of anyone. He was only offended for the people of the Zhao kingdom. Among the water and fire, they could have been defenseless and could only watch the mortality in their city. At that moment, the general laughed loudly and forcefully pulled his arms and legs out of the chains. Scarlet blood splashed in all directions, and a severed bloody hand appeared in the sky. Now his conscience before the people was clear. All this time, Qing Yun was in heavenly space, where the ancient ring transported him. When he saw the dead general, he could not restrain himself and screamed at the top of his lungs. Tears flowed from his eyes. His soul was overcome by sadness. 3 months after the battle, Zhao City turned into a ghost town. By this time, demonic beasts had settled in the city and turned it into a real nightmare. Innocent people were dead, and only occasional rays of sun illuminated the remains of the city. At this time, the alliance of bandits was inspecting the entire city of Zhao. They found the Zhao Imperial Palace, but the young master didn't understand why their alliance of bandits never dared to even inch closer to the Zhao kingdom. Kailan was a bandit, but he called himself a young master. The bandit alliance was the northern power of the Zhao kingdom, and was considered one of the strongest alliances. The young master did not have a good relationship with his brother. He hated his cold air. His brother told him that Kailan had forgotten the one who was holding back their alliance in northern Zhao, preventing them from budging. This man had long been a dismembered corpse. The Northern Alliance considered the deceased general simply a pitiful, arrogant man. The cruel master, with a grin, asked his servants to take out the remains of his body in parts so that he would hang them in front of the gates of the Union. He hated the general so much that he was ready to humiliate his remains every day. At this moment, Qing Yun appeared among the ruins. He held the body of the great general in his arms. His limbs were reattached using energy, but it did not help him. Qing Yun considered the bandit alliance to be complete non-entities. When General Zhao was still alive, they did not advance an inch, and after his death they brazenly insulted Jia Yong. 3 months ago, Zhao Yun was dismembered by demonic beasts. Yahello only laughed at his death, and Zhao Qifa was unhappy that the hero fled into battle, although he should have fought shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yun. The brothers believed that it was human nature that those who did not take care of themselves were punished by heaven and earth. The ruthless Zhao Qifa promised that the next time he met with Qing Yun, he would kill him first. All this time, Qing Yun watched the death of the great general. He already considered him his elder brother, so he promised to take revenge on the enemies who brazenly took his life. He was locked in a magical cage, but suddenly noticed that the boundaries were gradually being destroyed. He found himself in an empty space and did not know the way out. The hero wandered for a long time along the mysterious corridors. There was nothing around except iron walls and deathly silence. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a huge door on which a human skull hung on a chain. This gate made him feel excited. When the boy realized that this was the right way out, he decided to unlock the gate. The mysterious skull immediately activated and seemed to come to life. A terrifying spirit appeared and sent its enormous power straight towards Qing Yun. He found himself in real danger. The magical spirit had incredible power and did not spare the boy. Strong energy penetrated the body and sucked out all the blood. Using his celestial eye powers, the hero directed his powers towards the devil's mask. At that moment, the heavy stone door opened. Qing Yun couldn't believe his eyes. He was transported to a completely different place. He found himself on the other side of the stone gate. He didn't know why he was here, but he realized that the mysterious mask was sucking his blood to find out the owner of the stone ring. At that moment, the stone horseman came to life before his eyes and, waving his weapon, rushed straight at Qing Yun. At high speed, the warhorse carried the wanderer towards the enemy. When the horseman was already close enough, he thrust his spear into the boy with force. The spear pierced his body but did not cause any pain. Qing Yun had no idea what this place was or what he needed to do. The energy enveloped his body completely. The mysterious energy penetrated into his body more and more. It was much stronger than in his previous life. This place was very mysterious and concealed many secrets. The rider again stood in his original place. Qing Yun noticed that strange small portals had appeared near him. A voice from nowhere told the boy that he was now the new owner of the stone ring. Qing Yun became very interested in these things and decided to touch the secret portal. Fiery energy swirled her in the air. Every second was a new mystery. The hero was immediately transported to a new mysterious place. In front of him stood huge wooden shelves with ancient books. This brought the boy into even greater shock. Sword technique was a middle-class art. Palm of Destruction was a high-class art. Nine Shadow Illusion technique was an unknown class, creating 9 shadows for invisible killing. The books described all the martial arts of the earth. All earth techniques above the earth rank, as well as some alchemy techniques, were described in detail in ancient books. This was a real paradise for a master, but Qing Yun suddenly realized that it was the power of space and time. This space actually had the power of space-time. The speed of time was 10 times slower than in the outside world. The hero was interested in who was the owner of this palace and what was in the other 2 secret teleports. The master was very angry that Qing Yun had invaded his bandit alliance territory. No one dared to enter here without permission, but Qin told him that this territory belonged to the Zhao kingdom. Kailan didn't want to talk to the hero, so he pushed his brother away and attacked Qing Yun. He awakened his fighting spirit and the huge, fierce leopard charged. At that moment, an unknown force stopped the enemy. He did not have time to strike another blow, and suddenly a huge hand appeared in the sky. She flew straight towards Kai Lang with great force. Qing Yun used his skills and experienced technique. He released a fierce palm of destruction that was capable of killing an entire army with its weight. The enemy had no chance of salvation. The palm of destruction had enormous power. At the speed of light, she fell straight onto the disgusting young master, and the earth shattered into pieces. The enemy was left lying in a huge, dusty pit. He advised Qin to let him go, but the hero only laughed in his face. Kai Lang had too little strength to kill the real god of war. After what he saw, Kai Lang's brother was simply furious. He considered the boy a minor cultivator of the Wuhan kingdom of the second layer, and ordered the hero to let his brother go. Qing Yun was a brave warrior and was not afraid of him. He pressed on Kai Lang's head with great force and killed him. This angered the master even more, and he took out his blade to punish the boy. The enraged gentleman attacked the hero. This matter should not have ended in ordinary death. Qing Yun immediately reacted and deflected his blow with his merciless sword. The battle was intense. The master wanted not only to dismember the young master's corpse, but also to find out his family background in order to kill one by one all the people who were associated with him. Qing Yun used the 9 Shadow Illusion technique and immediately stabbed his sword into his opponent. He considered their union to be just a bunch of bandits who were not confident in themselves. Now there was only a trail of blood from the 2 brothers. The hero buried the great General Zhao Yunnan on the back mountain slope of the Zhao Imperial Palace. He loved the general as his own brother, The boy wanted to take his heir as his student regardless of his qualifications. Since the general did not answer him, Qing Yun considered silence as a sign of agreement. Now Zhao Yun could deservedly rest underground. The hero vowed to destroy the two Zhao brothers. At that moment, the clatter of hooves interrupted his peace. A crowd of horsemen rushed into the clearing. The general's subordinates immediately bowed their heads at his grave. At this time, the teacher was guiding little Zhao Li on a new path. It was impossible to have life and righteousness at the same time. Those who gave their lives for righteousness knew that righteousness was morality. The teacher asked the boy how he would rule the country. Zhao Lei said that the difficulty of governing a country was to know virtue and not to be virtuous oneself. It was important to strictly follow the law, to put the people first, the state second, and the king third. In this world, no emperor could lower his influence. The little boy was afraid that he had not completed today's assignment, but the teacher simply ordered him to get a good night's sleep. All this time, Qing Yun listened to their lesson in surprise. Although this little guy did not cultivate his body, he was very good. He would make an excellent official. And the old man next to him was a strong man of the Wuhan kingdom and looked after the boy. Suddenly, the great teacher left the room and loudly closed the doors behind him. He noticed Qing Yun and invited him to talk. The hero's fame was too well known, so the teacher recognized him without difficulty. The teacher said that 3 months ago, 100 beasts loomed over the palace of the Zhao kingdom. A teenager and a general fought side by side with a spear and a sword in the curve of the sky. There were rumors that the teenager had run away, but the teacher knew that this could not be true. The great teacher bowed to Qing Yun's feet, but the young hero immediately raised him to his feet. He believed that he did not deserve such an honor. He did not need to interfere with this bow. In all the heavens, no one could force the great general to fight next to him. The teacher considered the boy to be Zhao Yong's brother in life and death. To some extent, Qin was his master. When the teacher saw Master Qing Yun, it seemed to him that he had met his master. Zhao Yun lived a glorious life and worked hard for the Zhao kingdom, but fate decreed that he did not preserve his body. The teacher bowed his head even more. He would not be able to take away his master's body. This upset him greatly. In fact, the teacher also couldn't show his face in order to preserve Brother Zhao's only bloodline. There was no need to blame himself. Qing Yun collected Brother Zhao's body and all his clothes and buried him on the back slope of the Zhao imperial palace. This news made the great teacher very happy. He could not believe that it was the absolute truth. He thought that Qin had come to take away little Zhao Lei, but the hero replied that this was not the case. The young hero said that the boy loved to read books, but was not very good at martial arts, which made him very different from others. Qing Yun felt relieved that the teacher was looking after Zhao Lei. At that moment, the teacher felt something was wrong. He heard a loud sound and realized that his soundproof barrier was broken. The strange old man held Zhao Lei above the ground. He looked very scary and scared the little boy. The old man did not expect that in pursuit of Ye Qing Yun, he found out where Zhao Yun's son lived. At that moment, brave Qin opened the doors and flew into the room. He could not allow the impudent man to kill the son of the general himself. The old man was not going to just let the boy go. His 2 sons died so tragically that he decided to kill first Zhao Yun's son and then Qing Yun himself. There was no time to think. Every second counted. Qing Yun decided to immediately act and use the 9-shadow illusion technique to save the boy. At that moment, an unknown energy rushed past little Zhao Lei, and all the heroes froze in place in surprise. A second later, the boy was already in Uncle Meng's arms. He looked like a giant and held a huge bloody sword in his hand. The angry old man could not believe his eyes. Zhao Meng returned to the city, although he should have left for the outskirts of the city. This made the old man very angry because the steel sword deprived him of his hand. Zhao Meng immediately swung his blade and cut the old man into pieces. Death wouldn't solve anything until Uncle Meng's brother was avenged. Blood scattered in all directions. The merciless, great, and terrible Uncle Meng was ready to kill anyone who insulted his brother. When the master learned that the young hero was the famous Ye Qing Yun, he could not hide his shock. The general himself gave the boy an ancient ring, so the one whom the general valued could not just run away. Little Mr. Jiaolei did not feel very well and was completely tired. Qing Yun put him to sleep and sent some divine thought at him to protect him. The hero did everything he could and hoped that the boy would be happy. The hero felt much better that Uncle Peng and the teacher were with little Zhao Liesi, so he decided to leave. In Luoyang City, near the back of the mountain, not far from the Flame Tower, there was a Star Academy. There were rumors among the residents that all the people from Xinghai Academy had fled. They believed that it had something to do with Xinghai Academy, otherwise this place wouldn't be so depressing. The young hero came to the academy to find out how the old man was doing. At that moment, the old man jumped out from behind the fence and attacked the boy. He was clearly still possessed. The distraught elder Xing Yi rushed at the boy like a mad dog, but the hero desperately resisted his blows and deftly dodged to the side. The young master needed to do something urgently. He used the ancient five-finger technique and directed the energy towards the elder. This force immediately stopped Mr. Xing Yi, and he came to his senses. Seeing the boy in front of him with a sober look, the elder could not believe his eyes. He was simply delighted and rushed to squeeze Qin's cheeks. For the last 6 months, he worried every day about the young man's health and could not sleep peacefully. The heroes comfortably settled down in a clearing in the forest, lit a fire and fried juicy chicken carcasses. Qing Yun told the elder everything that had happened to him during these 6 months. On this day, Ye Qing Yun came to say goodbye. The hero's story amazed the elder, but he had long known that the sky of the city of Luoyang did not belong to the boy, just like the sky of the city of Xinghai. Sooner or later, the hero would break free. The young god of war had been through a lot in the past 6 months, but he had never dined like a human. He was going to leave right after he tasted the fried chicken. At the same moment, Elder Xing Yi stopped the boy. The hero was about to go to the 8 Desolation Fortress, so this scared the old man. The boy couldn't go to the fortress at this moment. First, he wanted to get a fortress token in another country. Xing Yi immediately pulled out the required token and handed it to Qing. Qing Yun didn't expect that the old man had this token, but there was nothing strange about it. After all, it was the great elder of the academy himself. He asked the boy only one thing. The hero needed to meet with Situ Qiuyu. She was the dean of the academy and also went to the Fortress of the 8 Wastes. She needed help, so Xing Yi asked the young hero to help her. Taking his token, the boy promised to find the girl in the Fortress of the 8 Wastes and help her, no matter what the cost. In parting, the old man said that once Qing Yun reached the 8 Desolation Fortress, it would be difficult to return, so the hero needed to visit his family first. When Qing Yun returned to Doomsday City, he met a janitor at the doorstep of the Ye family's house. The young man immediately stopped him and said that entry was prohibited for outsiders. The hero did not introduce himself and asked the boy Wang Dai to go to the head of the family and say that he had returned. At that moment, the door to the palace opened, and the young master hit the servant in the face with great force. The young man fell to the ground with a crash. Seeing Qing Yun, the cruel Ye Di said that he was just teaching his dog a lesson. He knew where the trouble was, but he didn't know what would happen next. The angry boy, using the power of thoughts, conveyed to Qing Yun the information that this brat was always arrogant, and when he was not in a good mood, he beat people. This guy was not to be messed with, so the servant advised the hero to leave. Ye Di was the strongest outer first son of the Ye family. He possessed the cultivation level of the Yin Shu realm of the first layer at the age of less than 16, so he always considered himself superior to others. Qing Yun did not use voice transmission with thoughts, so their conversation did not work out. The hero had a high cultivation base. He told the servant to follow him to be safe. Ye Di was unhappy with this act. This servant was his dog, and no one was allowed to take his dog with him, did not greet the owner. The hero did not listen to the narcissistic, impudent man. From that day on, the servant belonged only to him. He said that if Ye Di needed help, he could not hesitate to ask for help. The young servant said, "The Ye family intended to recruit young people with potential, and if they were willing to serve, they would be given the status of an external first son, given the surname Ye, and their status would be the same as the first son." Ye Di was the outer first son. His real name was Hua Di. The young hero did not want to fight, so the cruel Yedi decided to kill the boy. He didn't care what cultivation level his opponent had. Using his palm technique, the hero pushed away the nasty Yedi with one blow. The force dealt him critical damage and pain pierced his entire body. With one blow, the hero crushed his bones and veins. Yedi asked for it himself. The hero said that defeating him with the palm of destruction was easier than killing chickens with a cow cleaver. This was worthy of the status of the Ye family's outer first son. At this moment, the servants of the Ye family appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the hero like real wars. The great elder of the Ye family suddenly appeared from behind. When the elder saw Ye Qingyun, his smile stretched to his ears. He did not pay attention to the first outer son, because Qingyun was the true hero and genius of the family. Grandfather ordered Yedi to go to the wall and think about his behavior. From now on, he was forbidden to go outside the Ye family, and the position of first son was removed from him. Qingyun finally returned to his family. Now he was a completely different person and had the cultivation level of the Wuhan kingdom of the third layer. The young hero gave the great elder all the books about low earth-class martial arts techniques and extraordinary things to give to the trusted disciples of the Ye family. Such gifts made the old man incredibly happy. The Ye family was originally one of the 8 great families in the 8 continent of the 8 wastelands, but was destroyed by the Shangguan family. The Yi family of Doomsday City was restored by the surviving family members. Qingyun decided to go to the 8 Desolation Fortress to get answers to his questions. The old man said that revenge could be taken at any time, but the hero's safety was above all. The next day, Ye Qingyun finally arrived in Donghuang City. He was surrounded by buildings of incredible beauty. Everything around was built by his ancestors. An entire city was built for the teleportation array. When Qin found the teleportation array, he wanted to put his token in its proper place. Suddenly, the old man guarding the massif said that the boy should come tomorrow, because all 50 places were already occupied. The hero did not believe the old man and put the token in its place. At that moment, only light smoke surrounded the boy, but nothing else happened. The old man was sitting here for a reason. Without the power of his formation, this token was just a piece of iron. Qingyun wanted to ask the old man for help, but he considered the boy too rude and asked him to call him master. At this moment, 50 heads galloped towards the teleportation array. They had all reserved a place to enter the array, so they chased the guy away. Qingyun could not tolerate such impudence in communication and forcefully pushed one of them away. The gentleman fell to the ground with a crash. Mr. Huxiong was disgraced in front of all the people. Today he was in a good mood, so he decided to let the boy go. After gathering all the tokens into a pile, Huxiong gave them to the old man, who happily used his skills to activate the portal. A magical teleport appeared at this place, and all the riders rushed inside one after another. They entered there as confidently as if they were there every day. The hero had no other choice but to come the next day. The young hero came to the cafe to try his favorite beef noodles. Suddenly, he heard a conversation between 2 young men. They said that Feng San Feng was a very picky person, found a girl and was now an elder. There were rumors that the girl could no longer control the ominous phoenix. The Feng family was just a branch of the phoenix family. They couldn't take so many resources to suppress this girl's evil qi. At that moment, it dawned on the boy. He realized that this girl was his sister Rower. The young man told him that Feng San Feng went to the strongest alchemist in the city of Donghuang. He refined the hypopill to suppress Ye Rao's evil qi. Ye Ru was very ill. For 6 long months her brother never visited her because he did not know that she was seriously ill. Every day she believed and waited that one day he would come to her. The young master told her that he sent a man to Doomsday City to tell Qingyun about the sad news, but he never came. The young man believed that Qingyun was indifferent to the fate of his sister. Suddenly, a frightened servant approached him and said that a certain gentleman outside had struck their men without a word. The young master was in a bad mood, so he decided to meet a new guest. At this time, Qingyun was beating all the people of the Feng family with particular cruelty. One by one, the pitiful youths flew away. The young master was simply furious when he saw his people killed. No one dared to come to his territory and create problems, so he wanted to kill the intruder. Ching Yun was absolutely calm. He only wanted to see his sister Ru. He thought that by handing Rower over to them they would be able to suppress her sinister phoenix, but he was greatly mistaken. The young man always wondered what brother Yahello was capable of, so he attacked the boy with force. He believed that Ching Yun truly deserved to die. Feng Mi possessed the fifth layer of the Wuhan kingdom. He did not want to let the boy see Ru, because in 6 months he had never visited her. If he had not allowed Ching Yun to see his sister, the hero himself would have entered their house. The angry Mr. Feng Mi pulled out his sword and attacked the boy, but Ching Yun deftly stopped his blow with his merciless sword. He was not in the mood for a bloody battle, so he advised the gentleman to simply walk away. At that moment, the beautiful Rower appeared on the threshold. She was very glad to see her brother alive and unharmed, but her legs could barely support her body. The girl collapsed to the ground. Chin abruptly picked up his sister. She was so weak that she could barely get out of bed. In a weak voice, she said that she was now strong and could protect her brother. She needed help. There was no time to talk. The hero gave the girl a purified pill that could cure her. The pill worked. Now the sinister phoenix in Rao's body was suppressed. So it was time to go home. Rower always knew that her brother would never let her down. Everyone in the Feng family said that he had abandoned his sister, but she knew that Chin could not do such a thing. Her body was still weak, so the hero used the heavenly eye technique. Calmness of spirit should help her. The angry Feng Mi was dissatisfied, although the pill helped Ru suppress the evil phoenix, but he believed that it was better for Ru to be in the house. If Feng Mi had not said anything, the hero would not have remembered what Feng San Feng of the Feng family promised at the very beginning. Ching Yun decided that today they needed to settle scores and called Feng with a wild cry. The angry elder of the side branch of the Phoenix clan went outside. He was ready to punish the boy because no one had such impudence to come to his Feng family and commit outrages. At the same moment, Ching Yun used his incredible skills and forced the master to kneel. Feng San Feng was very surprised by such strength. The aura was very powerful, and he could not believe that the boy had traveled all the way to the kingdom of Wuhan in 6 months. At the very beginning, the elder promised to take care of Ru, but she had not been able to get out of bed for 6 months. Ching Yun was simply furious and hit the gentleman on his bald head with great force. The elder of the Phoenix clan tearfully asked the boy to stop. He said that Ru was the future of his clan, and they would never allow anything to happen to her. She had already been taking Master Shan's Phoenix Hypo pills for half a month. The hero continued to strike the old man on the head, and his head already looked like a tower. The Phoenix Hypo pill could suppress Yero's evil chi, but the boy was sure that if the pill was working, Rower would not be like this. At that moment, a mysterious old man approached them. He said that he had been refining pills for 20 years, and this Phoenix Hypopill could really suppress the sinister phoenix in the girl's body. Master Shan was a 4th-class alchemist. The reason the girl was in this state was because she didn't take enough pills. If she took enough for a month, she could expel the poison with poison. After hearing this, the boy became even more angry. He ran away from the old Master Shan, and the old man was thrown into the wall with force. He did not like this approach to treating his sister. Everyone around froze in place in surprise. The hero despised the alchemist and his entire union. He considered him trash. He would be able to say this even if the president of the Alchemist Association was there. The old alchemist was very angry. No one dared to disrespect the president of the alchemists. He was a core member of the Alchemist Union and handed the boy a special union token. The old man could easily report Ching Yong to be sent to the purgatory of the union. Feng Mi was very scared. He ordered the hero to stop immediately, because if Master Shan were offended, he could drive Ru out of the city. Young Ching Yun was persistent and did not listen to any of them. His confidence gave him strength. He used the 9-shadow illusion technique, and the Thunder Double immediately dealt critical damage to the old man. At that moment, the hero noticed an angry gentleman behind him who awakened his fighting spirit. The huge, fiery phoenix opened its wings, ready to pounce on its opponent at any moment. The hero was not afraid of the old master. He immediately used a new technique for killing the blood drop seal. An extraordinary force immediately shot at the enemy, and 3 bloodthirsty dragons flew out to hunt. The old man could not believe his eyes. The dragons miraculously penetrated his protective energy field, burning everything inside to the ground. The hero's strength was unique. Bright tongues of flame engulfed all the enemy's energy and burned it completely. There was no turning back. The bloodthirsty dragons were invincible. Qing Yun had no one except Sister Rower. She was the most precious person in his life, so he grabbed her in his arms to take her home, no matter what the cost. The elders were unhappy with this act. The head invited the boy to stay in their family with his sister. The brave Feng Mi decided to stand up for Rower and asked his father to let the hero and Ru go. In exchange, he made Qin promise that he would cure his sister. Now, finally, the family was assembled. The boy brought Ru to the hotel and rented the best room there. He paid with middle-class spiritual stones and ordered that no one be allowed into the room. If Qin had come a little later, he would have lost his sister. He didn't understand how the idiotic Feng family allowed Ru to take the Phoenix Hypo pill for half a month. Suddenly, the boy saw something terrible. His sister's entire skin was covered in fiery traces after the evil Phoenix Chi in her body. He realized that Ru really needed help. The hero urgently needed to get the best medicine, so he left his thunder double to guard Ru's peace. She needed to rest. Qing Yun went to every alchemist shop in search of the necessary medicines. He needed to get phoenix tail grass, spirit bloodstone, and 3-part phoenix grass, but all the merchants said that they did not have these goods. All the merchants drove the boy away. No one wanted to sell him such goods. Suddenly, Qin noticed that they were all looking at some piece of paper and suspected something was wrong. The boy realized that this was an order from the vile Master Shan. He forbade all alchemists to serve Ye Qing Yun. The hero decided to outwit the master and offered the merchant something valuable in exchange for herbs. When the stupid merchant agreed to the deal, Qing Yun immediately grabbed his face. He ordered the gentleman to tell about the whereabouts of the old master. The merchant was a weakling, so he was afraid of the powerful hero and immediately split. The gentleman was sure that the boy would have died at the hands of Master Shan. When the hero finally came to the Alchemist Union in Donghuang City, he immediately went inside. Several young men met him on the threshold, but he did not want to kill anyone, so he simply told them not to disturb him. Suddenly he noticed 3-part phoenix grass and a spirit bloodstone on the counter. The hero immediately grabbed the necessary items for treatment. At that moment, something magical happened. A strong energy enveloped the Alchemist Union Tower and created a protective pillar around it. Qing Yun immediately realized that this was the formation. The nasty old man had trapped him. Once entering Old Man Zhang's formation, even a fly would not be able to fly out. Fang Shi told the old man to kill the nasty Qing Yun. The hero used the first level of the 6 absolute kill formation. Once the weakest formation was activated, it could kill the 5th layer Wuhan Kingdom War in a matter of seconds. Old Man Zhang said that in Donghuang City he used the 6 absolute kill formation 10 times, and each time he dealt with strong people. At this moment, Qin drew magical symbols on the floor. Formation masters were not strong enough to fight, but they could create formations, and a strong formation master could kill strong martial artists with their formations. This was just a first-level nameless sword formation, so the old man couldn't call it 6 absolute kills. Qing Yun was an excellent master and possessed incredible knowledge. The hero only laughed in the face of his enemy. Now it was his time to deliver his critical blow. 10 nameless swords moved towards the old man with great force and pierced his body right through. In just a minute, the enemy would be defeated. The boy was sorry that it was a first-level formation. If this was at least a second-level formation, Old Man Zhang would have a chance to live. When Qin learned that Fang Shi had used the Phoenix Hypo pill to suppress the Phoenix, he couldn't wait to kill the old alchemist. The boy activated the sludge of merciless alien fire and directed it at the old man. The tongues of demonic flame completely enveloped Fang Shi. The hero had already given him a chance to live, but he did not value it, so he was deprived of his life. After all the culprits were punished, Qing Yun went to the 2nd floor to find a pill-making furnace. He threw all the collected ingredients into the magical flame. At this time, something bad was happening in Rower's room. The hero's double heard sounds outside the door and realized that there were enemies nearby. With the help of his superpower, the hero immediately felt danger in his soul. He realized that his sister needed help and immediately rushed in the direction of the hotel. Behind the door to Rue's room stood two bandits. They were sure that the girl was alone. She was full of evil qi and very weak. They looked for her for a very long time and were ready to pounce on poor Rower. When Qing Yun returned to the hotel, his Thunder Double did everything for him. He destroyed two bad guys who had nasty thoughts. The heroes could not linger in the hotel any longer, because the people of the Phoenix family were already in the city. The boy gave his sister a purified pill. After absorbing it, Rue should feel better. Time was running out. They needed to go to the fortress as soon as possible. Because Ye Qing-yun killed the formation master of Shenghuan City, Ye Qing-yun and Ye Ru had to go to the nearby Shenghuang City to enter the fortress. Although the three flames rotating phoenix pill could suppress the sinister phoenix in Rower's body, it was only for a short time. If the evil phoenix in her body exploded, the consequences would be dire. Qing Yun hoped that there was pill grass in the 8 Desolation Fortress. If it wasn't there, he would have to go to the lower divine world. There was only one teleportation token, so upon arrival the hero asked the gentleman for an extra token. The boy was ready to buy it at any price. He told the old man that his sister was very sick and he needed to find grass in the fortress of the 8 Wastes. The old man said that it was too dangerous in the fortress, but Qing Yun was ready to give his life for his sister. The old man took pity on the boy and decided to tell him that there was only one way to get a token in the city of Shenghuan. At this time, a real competition to the death was taking place in the arena of Shenghuan City. Brave masters fought against the devilish creature. The audience watched with appetite as the bloodthirsty monster turned geniuses into a bloody piece of meat. They wanted spectacle and shouted from the stands, humiliating the losing people. To become a guest of honor, one had to pay 100 silver cards, which was an annual fee. During the year, the guest of honor could come and watch the game at any time, but Qing Yun wanted to be a contender. The girl at the entrance was pleasantly surprised that the guy was not even 16 years old, and he already wanted to be a contender. There was no fee for applicants, so On this day, there was a promotion in the arena. The hero needed to kill 3 demonic beasts in a row, and one could get a high-grade spirit stone. The boy was not interested in this. He wanted to challenge the strongest monster. Qing Yun immediately chose the hardest action, killing 10 demonic beasts in a row. One could get an 8 Wasteland Fortress token. The first beast was 2 levels below the challenger, and the next beast was 1 level above the previous one. The people around him looked at him in surprise. They did not believe in his strength. At this moment, Qing Yun burst into flames to prove to everyone that he had enough strength and was ready to begin the fight. Wang Yiju from the Wang family and Shangguan Kane from the Shangguan family laughed at the young boy. They believed that he would not last even 5 minutes. They came up with a cunning plan and decided to add some ingredients to the battle. Using the power of thought, Shangguan Kane told his plan to Liu Xiaoyao and asked her to add a few ingredients. The girl told the hero that preparing the corresponding 10 demonic beasts was a bit troublesome and would take a little time. Qing Yun needed to show adequate strength to prove his qualifications. The hero was left alone in an empty room. Suddenly a pungent smell entered the room through the ventilation, and Qing Yun realized that it was the smoke of the Soul Eater Purple Powder Pill. The Soul Eater Purple Powder Pill was a 4th-grade pill. The user's strength was doubled. The smoke of the pill had the side effect of causing loss of sanity. The hero was a brave warrior. He was not afraid of small tricks. Using his celestial power, he turned the energy around him black and went to the ring. Seeing the boy in the arena, Wang Yiju decided to add some highlights. He was sure that the boy could not cope and bet 5 goals. Shangguan was surprised that the energy was black. After taking the purple powder pill, the energy should be purple. Despite his suspicions, he bet 8 goals. At this moment, the battle in the arena had already begun. The huge door opened and a ferocious brown bear entered the ring. His body was simply huge, and his eyes sparkled with hellish fire. When the bear was already very close, Qing Yun, without hesitation, used the power of the Palm of Destruction and struck the bloodthirsty bear. The spectators watched the battle in horror. The strength of the young master was so great that the clouds parted to the sides, revealing the blue sky. The bear roared in pain at the top of his lungs. The hero easily defeated the second head. The pitiful reptile was just dust for the god of war. He struck her without difficulty. The brave Qing Yun was invincible. He fought with the strongest opponents for 6 months. When the hero easily defeated the 8th monster, the second level of mutations opened. The brothers watched the young hero in surprise. Such a person was not often encountered, even in the fortress of the 8 wastes. Wang Yizhu said that if the boy were stronger than her, he would be comparable to 10 villains. Qing Yun broke through to the 5th layer of the Wuhan realm, and at that moment, the 10th demonic beast appeared in front of him. The Scarlet Anaconda was a cold-blooded killer and possessed the 1st layer of the Wantian realm. Using the already familiar technique, the young master pulled out his merciless sword and headed towards the enemy anaconda. When Qin hit the snake, it was thrown to the side with force. The demonic beast was strong and had steel scales, which allowed it to be invulnerable. There was no time to think. The hero needed to do something. As the devilish anaconda descended below, Qing Yun used the 9-shadow illusion technique and sent his counterparts to fight. While the anaconda was chasing the doubles, the hero flew high into the air. When he reached her head, he opened his demon eye and used a calming technique. The hero activated the 3rd form of the merciless sword Dao, and energy surrounded his body. He gathered all the frenzied energy together and directed a murderous, bloody rain at his enemy. The strongest uncontrollable energy came out, and thousands of merciless swords pierced right through the devilish beast. When the enemy was defeated, the crowd rejoiced with delight. The brothers of the Wang Yizhu family invited the boy to join their families to be one of them. Qing Yun only asked to receive his well-deserved token, so Shangguan Khan opened his robe and threw the token to the boy. Without answering a single question, the hero took off and flew into the air. By his action, he refused all 3 brothers. By this, he surprised the crowd of people, but Qing Yun did not have time for this. With his strength and age, he could have made a name for himself anywhere, and would have inevitably achieved heights. But the 3 brothers were very offended by such disrespect. They decided to immediately catch up with the impudent boy. When Qin returned to the teleportation fortress, Rower rushed into his arms. He was gone so long that his sister thought she no longer needed him. Qing Yun apologized to the old man for the long wait and gave him the token he received. Having thanked him for everything, the hero had to go inside. The old man admired the boy. He received a badge through such a test he could become a great warrior. Suddenly the old man froze in place, an arrow pierced his body and blood flowed from his mouth. The old man's body fell lifelessly to the ground. Before his last breath he wished the boy good luck. He really hoped that the hero would go all the way. The brothers had only 1 step left to get inside, but the portal closed. Shangguan Khan ordered his servant to lead people to Dongwang City and enter the 8 Desolation Fortress. The order of the fortress had to be replaced with life, but the old man did not regret anything. He considered the boy a good brother and reminded him of his youth. The hero needed to go to the fortresses of the 8 wastelands as soon as possible to find a cure. This was the only way the old man could die without regret. Yunhai Kangsai was the smallest of the 8 desert fortresses, and although it was small, there were many martial artists located here. 100 years ago, a man named Yunhai appeared there. He stood out among the 8 great families of the fortress. Previously, Kangsai was named after Yunhai. 100 years ago, the path to the lower divine world was blocked, and anyone who tried to reach the lower divine world died. Since then, people have called the path to the divine world the path of death. One day, Yunhai broke a centuries-old legend and walked through the road of death alone, entering the lower divine world. Since then, he has disappeared. Yunhai Kangsai is in decline, and the Yun family is one of 100 families. The young master was planning to go to the 100 Families Festival to fight for the Yun family, but the teacher told him that he couldn't go to the festival like that because people would laugh at him. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Qing Yun and Ye Ru appeared on the threshold. The boy asked the master for a place to use. The young master allowed the guests to go inside. When the young master saw that the girl was badly injured and suffering, he immediately took out the family treasure. He couldn't leave the wounded girl to die, so he wanted to give her the Phoenix Pearl. The Phoenix Pearl obtained by Yun Hai during his early years of training was left in the Yun family as a family treasure. When he was on the path to the divine world, she could cure all diseases. Qing Yun was sure that the pearl was taken by Feng Meiyan to break through to the middle divine world, so he did not understand how the pearl could end up in the desert fortress. At that moment, a real miracle happened. Rower easily woke up and was in strength opposite the heroes. She still needed to rest, so Qin asked her to lie down. The young hero was very grateful to the people. It was a serious illness, but thanks to the pearl, Ru felt much better. The teacher was very unhappy. This magical thing was very valuable to their family. The angry Mr. Wang demanded that the pearl be returned. He said that one could not trust a stranger who simply wanted to get the pearl by trickery. The young master did not agree. He said that the pearl had the mark of his soul, so no one could take it away. He decided to leave the magic pearl with Ru until she recovered. The young man had to go to the banquet of 100 families, so he told Qing Yun to stay in the house. He would not be able to use the pearl while the hero was at home, so Qin decided to go with the young man. On the way to the banquet, the young master said that they were in a fortress called Yun Hai Kansai. At that time, the Yun family was the #1 family in this fortress. The Yun family's people were leading the banquet of the 100 families of the 8 desert fortresses. At that moment the horses stopped, and the cart shook in its sleep. The wheel burst. The young master said that they would walk, but Old Man Wang was worried that they would be late for the banquet, so he suggested not to walk. They couldn't stay there because they were almost there. They took a shortcut in order to reach the holiday in half an hour. Suddenly, Qing Yun rushed up and pushed the young master away. Enemy arrows flew past at great speed. The heroes were in danger. Grabbing one of the arrows on the fly, the boy noticed the enemy and threw the arrow at him with force. A crash was heard and the enemy was shot down. At this moment, an angry Mr. Wang appeared in front of them. He possessed the 8th layer of the Wuhan Kingdom and awakened his fighting spirit. The saber-toothed tiger attacked the guys with force. Qing Yun easily parried his blow. The young master did not understand why Old Man Wang tried to kill him, but he just laughed. He promised to tell the boy the reason when he died. Suddenly, 3 bad guys appeared out of nowhere. With great speed and anger, they flew straight at the heroes to take their lives. Qing Yun immediately realized that his appearance had disrupted the plan of the nasty Old Man Wang. The boy pulled out his merciless sword and in 1 second cut all his opponents in half. His strength exceeded the old man's capabilities. Old Man Wang was shocked by such a talent in martial kendo. An ordinary teenager had tricked him around his finger. The hero put his blade to the throat of his enemy. The hero did not have time to kill the old man. Suddenly an arrow flew past the sky and pierced through the head of Old Man Wang. A mysterious shooter stood in front of him. He hid his face and was clearly an excellent shot. The hero was simply furious and wanted to pounce and kill the impudent boy, but suddenly he noticed fire drops on his body. A strong explosion stunned the hero. The energy from the explosion swept across the entire clearing. This guy was very determined and left behind only a puddle of blood. In fact, the human heart was sinister. The young master didn't need to think much about it. After all, Old Man Wang was not worth his sorrow. When the heroes came to the festival, people were not happy when they saw Yun Tian. He wasn't even a member of 100 families, and he was still trying to be arrogant. Qing Yun said that you should only listen to yourself and never give up. He called those people who were discussed behind their backs as ordinary idiots. The gentleman was literally seething with rage. No one dared to call him an idiot. He ordered his servants to immediately kill the impudent guy, and several guys rushed to attack. Using only his fists, the hero easily killed both of his master's servants. It was too easy for him to spend much time on it. The angry master was very unhappy when he saw his servants dead. But he did not dare to confront the hero's power on his own, so he walked away. Big changes were about to happen. The heroes entered the house, but they were not greeted by happy faces. They were clearly not expected at this holiday. A stern gentleman met them at the threshold. He remembered the baby from past times and did not at all expect that the Yun family would dare to come again. The young gentleman recalled with pain in his soul the past when he was driven out of this place with his father in disgrace. The same gentleman beat and humiliated his father in front of everyone. Yun Tian was very angry when he saw his sworn enemy. He was very small and looked pitiful, but he dared and challenged Zhou Tiandao to a fight. Rower was very worried about the boy. He needed help in battle. The battle had finally begun. The young master was 2 layers of cultivation lower than his opponent, but he fought bravely. Zhou Tiandao struck the boy with his first blow, and he immediately flew into the air. Yun Tian struck the old man again and again, but he was too small to defeat the enemy. His short legs did not even reach his opponent's shoulder, and his small hands could not have caused damage to the old man. The cruel old man grabbed the boy by the leg and hit him on the ground. He said that his loser father's bones were bad. That day, Zhou hung his father on a pole for an hour, but he still did not die. The young master was almost defeated. He was lying in a pool of blood, and the nasty old man was insulting his father worse and worse. The boy had to walk this path himself and protect his body. The power of the blood was about to awaken. The boy stood up and attacked the old man with renewed vigor. Zhou Tiandao immediately used a block, and the incredible energy threw them in different directions. Zhou Tiandao was furious because the boy had gone beyond what was permitted. He grabbed his sword and attacked the boy, but the young man tried to parry the blow. Young Tien was a real punching bag. The old man kicked him from head to toe like a soccer ball. The boy was almost devoid of hope, faith, and life. Master Qing Yun had already seen enough. He decided to help the boy. He only possessed the 5th layer of cultivation, but no one was yet familiar with his war god skills. The hero used his palm of destruction and aimed it at the enemy. The magic hand immediately hit the old man with great force, and he turned over in the air several times before collapsing to the ground. Qing Yun told the boy to protect his dignity with his own fists and transfer magical energy to him with one finger. Yun Tian now possessed the skills of steel fists. The king's invincible fist only had one movement and style. The wind of the fist was like a sword, and was as fast as lightning. The energy consumed the boy, and he attacked his sworn enemy. Suddenly, Qing Yun smelled a familiar smell. It was a 4th-grade healing pill. Once absorbed, it would restore all wounds. The enraged little gentleman was determined. He was driven by superpower, and there was no turning back. When he was very close to the enemy, he aimed his steel fist at him. After swallowing the pill, the old man regained all his strength and was ready for battle. He used his spear as a magical shield. He was confident of his victory. At that moment, a real miracle happened. The boy's steel fists aroused such anger in him that his strength was enough to break the shield. The blow sent old Zhou Tiandao flying to the side. After killing his father, the boy vowed to destroy the old man. He broke through to the 9th layer of cultivation and awakened the spirit of a wolf with ghostly eyes. Tien literally radiated anger from his entire body and rushed at the enemy with enormous force. Now, thanks to his new strength, the boy dealt a critical blow to his enemy. The power of the clan was finally transferred to him, and with the help of awakening, he gained incredible strength. Suddenly an old man appeared on the battlefield. He came completely unnoticed, as if he had teleported from another world. He acted from behind and decided to kill the boy. At that very second, Qing Yun took off and left the nasty grandfather. He told him that Yun Tian was only taking back what was rightfully his. The old man was simply furious and insulted his mother. Those who humiliated others would always humiliate them. Qing Yun was a real warrior and fighter for justice, so he laid the ugly old man on his shoulder blades, where he belonged. When little Tian Yun wanted to kill the old man, an unknown youth appeared. He told the boy to stop immediately. The gentleman flew into the air and decided to attack the boy from behind. Using his skills, he hit the boy with the palm of death, which would send him to his death. Poor Tian Yun fell to the ground screaming, pain piercing his entire body from the inside. At this moment, Qing Yun immediately ran up to him and stopped the unknown gentleman. He could not allow his little friend to be killed. Mr. Wang Luo was very angry. He decided that the friends should have died together and be in a mass grave. He directed his strong energy towards Qin. Wang Luo was the first son of the Wang family. The Wang family was one of the great families, their distinguishing feature being the Wang spears they wielded. All of the family's martial spirits were in the shape of a spear. Qing Yun immediately realized that Wang Luo had sent his men to sneak up on them. He asked Wang Luo why he didn't take the pearl from Yun Tian's hands himself. The master's subordinates screwed up and were killed like dogs. The Wang family was very powerful. The first son of the family was a ruthless person and allowed the hero to die from his Wang spear. Pulling out his weapon, the cruel Wang Luo awakened his fighting spirit, and the huge golden dragon immediately woke up. Using the rare divine spear wags its tail technique, the master pounced on the enemy. Divine spear wags its tail. This technique could only be practiced by the main sons of the Wang family. All the surrounding people watched the fight in surprise. They did not expect that Wang Luo used this technique. Qing Yun was not afraid of the enemy. He was invulnerable, very fast, and had real talent. With a deft movement, he jumped onto the master's spear and found himself face to face with him. Wang Luo's greatest spear cracked into 2 pieces. Qing Yun did not consider this to be anything important. There was nothing special about it. The hero was much more experienced, but Mr. Wang Luo ordered him to show humility and kneel down to put his head on his leg. In return, the Wang family would not touch the boy. Qing Yun immediately hit him on the leg, and the gentleman could not stand on his feet. When he was already near the ground, the boy grabbed his face. Taking this as a slap in the face, Wang Luo was simply furious, his face burning and hurting. The blow left him with only a red mark on his cheek. Qing Yun decided to show the nasty Wang Luo what a real blow was. He swung and struck him in the face with all his might. The situation was hopeless. The master needed help, so several servants ran to his aid. If they had not moved, the young master would have died. Young Yun Tian stood in their way to help his friend. He awakened his bloodthirsty fighting spirit. He mercilessly struck every master's servant. Qing Yun took pity on Wang Luo and did not finish off his opponent. Now his face was the same on both sides, and the hero simply threw him aside. Mr. Wang Luo cried like a child. He was injured and his face was swollen. He couldn't even speak, so his servants had to urgently take him to the house for medical attention. The servants of the Wang family were very angry. The Wang family was one of the great families. The servant ordered Qing Yun to kneel down and bow to the young master. Otherwise, the family would behead 9 generations of the hero's family. They were too noisy and caused too much trouble. This angered the hero. He pulled out his merciless sword and cut the servants in 2. There were no more people in this house who had offended Yun Tian's father, so the heroes walked away proudly. When there was no one else around, the great elder approached Wang Luo to support him. When he touched him, he suddenly realized that the gentleman was dead. The news of Wang Luo's death would soon reach the Wang family. But because of the name of the 8 great families, the Wang family should not pursue anyone else until they caught the culprit. Yun Tian decided to join Yun Kong's Holy Land. Qing Yun didn't want to go with him, so they would have to separate for a while. Besides the black forces in the 8 desert fortresses, there were 3 main forces on the surface, equal in level to the 8 great families. Yun Kong's Holy Land was located in Yunhai Kongsan, and was also a strong force in the entire surrounding world. Although the Holy Land and Yun Kong and the Wang family were on the same level, they did not necessarily have to quarrel with the Wang family over little Yun Tian, so they could protect him for a while. In parting, Yun Tian decided to give the hero the Phoenix Pearl because the guy taught him the fist of the invincible king. Qing Yun did not accept the gift. He decided to follow the boy until he found a way to suppress Ru's injuries. A high staircase led the heroes directly above the clouds. When they were almost there, the top of the mountain could be seen in the clouds. After climbing this mountain road, they would find the Holy Land of Yun Kong. At this time, a servant ran into the Wang family hall and brought bad news. He informed the master that Wang Luo was brutally killed by Yun Tian. It was rumored that Yun Kong Mountain originally had the highest mountain peak, until one day a tragedy occurred. One day, 100 years ago, the sky changed and the clouds rose and fell as if it were day and night. Suddenly, a blinding red light flashed across the darkening sky. At that moment, Mount Yun Kong lost its peak. What followed was an endless stream of furious energy that enveloped the mountain, as if the peerless Asura lived in the mountains. Yun Tian said that some of those who were present at that time were now madmen, while others were the top leadership of the Yun Kang Holy Land now. At that moment, a huge sword stabbed into the ground, and Yin Nuo appeared on the threshold. It was an ordinary disciple of the Holy Land. He said that this land belonged to them, and the heroes could not climb the mountain without permission. Yun Tian bowed to the master. They didn't want to break their rules, they just wanted to register to be disciples of the Yun Kang Holy Land. The master drove them away and ordered them to come when he finished his practices. The people of the Holy Land were cultivators going against the heavens. Their cultivation should never end. Yin No turned around sharply and launched his sword straight at the young rower. He was a master and used the art of 3-foot lightning. The hero reacted sharply and immediately pushed the weapon away with his sword. The hero was unhappy. This act was very vile. Yun Tian decided that they needed to leave this holy land as quickly as possible. But suddenly a sword quickly flew at him from a height. Using the art of 3-foot lightning, Qing Yun immediately threw the enemy's sword aside and saved the boy. It was just an Earth-class martial art. The hero only needed to see it once to repeat it. The opponents attacked each other like wild animals. Qing Yun was sure that the gentleman had trained for years, but still did not master the essence. He had no talent. Groy was very strong. He pushed the enemy away with great force, and Yin Nuo flew straight into the wall. His strong character and courageous spirit allowed him to fight any opponent. When Yin Nuo struggled out of the wall, he wanted to attack the boy, but was suddenly stopped by Mr. Yun Yifei. It was Holy Land Outer Sect Elder Yun Kang. He decided that the young master had come to join the Holy Land, so he said that he did not need to undergo the test. The hero could immediately become an elite disciple of the Holy Land. But Qing Yun was not interested in this. For the sake of his brother, Yun Tian also refused to be a disciple of the Holy Land. The mentor was surprised, because the person next to him was only at the 5th layer of cultivation. At his age, his talent was too poor, and he was a failure. Loud laughter rang out, and Yun Jin appeared before the heroes. He invited Yun Tian to enter their holy land of Yun Hai, since the boy did not want to go to Yun Kang. Yun Kang's holy land was divided into 3 powers: the holy land of Yun Zi, Yun Hai, and Yun Fang. Although they all belonged to the Yun Kang Holy Land, they were unwilling to obey each other, which meant that the 3 supreme overlords were indistinguishable in strength. Yun Tian agreed to join the Holy Land of Yun Hai on the condition that his elder brother Qing Yun and Rower would also join them. The guardian of the Holy Land agreed to such terms of the agreement. Yin Nuo was dissatisfied with this ending. He did not understand what was wrong with the Holy Land of Yun Kang. Holy Land Yun Kang used the power to speak, so the Lord threatened the heroes to be careful in the future. When the angry Mr. Yin No walked away, an unknown person threw a stone at him. It left a mark on his face and made the guy even more angry. He immediately returned and turned to the great guardian Yun Jin. The young master endured his bullying for a long time, because he was a guardian, but his patience came to an end. The great guardian of the Holy Land said that if Yin Nuo dared to slander him again, Yun Jin would show him the real rules. Even if there was a master nearby, this case would not be an exception. At parting, the guardian told him that Yun Tian was now an elite disciple of the Holy Land, so the master needed to correct his attitude and pay attention to his status. The heroes were temporarily separated. Yun Tian had to go up to the pavilion to register. From now on, he would become an elite disciple of the Holy Land. The servant of the Holy Lands showed Qing Yun his new sleeping place. It was an ordinary stable. He said it was a good place for a servant. The hero could not tolerate such impudence and did not listen to the humiliation of the insolent youth. He gave him a good slap in the face. The servant was very angry. He wanted to awaken his fighting spirit and take revenge on the boy, but Qin immediately hit him again. He knew that it was Yin Nuo's man. The enemy fell to the ground in humiliation. The servant was afraid of the boy's strength and decided to give up. He took the young master and Rower into the house and showed them their new room. At that moment, something terrible happened. Little Rower rose into the air, and an unknown force completely absorbed her body. She was as if under hypnosis. Burning gold ribbons tied the girl's body from head to toe. She was silent and did not move at all. An unknown energy controlled it, and Qing Yun immediately realized that the Phoenix Pearl itself recognized its owner. Suddenly, Ru's body turned into a real mummy and a mysterious creature came out of her body. Now the evil phoenix was forced out. He abruptly took off from his place and flew in an unknown direction, punching a hole in the ceiling. Immediately, young rower came to her senses. She no longer looked like her former self. The girl seemed to have matured and acquired a completely new look. Her hair was white as snow and her clothes resembled those of a princess. Suffering from the cold, Ru clung to her brother, her magical phoenix towering over her, which no longer looked intimidating. Qing-yun needed to help her, so he activated the second form of the bloodthirsty dragon body. Bone wings grew from his body and blood flowed down his back. The boy ordered the phoenix to leave because now Ru would be safe. Suddenly, at the top of Yunkang Mountain, the elders of the Ye family smelled the scent of a phoenix. Elder Feng's voice told them that they didn't need to go there, so Old Man Zhou and the other two elders walked away. Ru cultivation suddenly rose to the Tanwang realm. There was very little of the evil phoenix left in her body, so she promised to protect her brother. Rower was no longer young, so Qin said that it was time for her to find a mate. In a couple of days, he was going to send her back to the Yi family to see her grandfather. This upset the girl very much. She always wanted to be like her brother and was not afraid of danger. She just wanted to always be by Qin's side. On the same day, the hero came to the main house to see Elder Feng. At the gate, he was met by a servant who said that entry was prohibited for outsiders, but Feng ordered him to be allowed in. When he went inside, he saw a beautiful bamboo forest. The girl said that the hero was the second person to enter here. She let him in because she smelled the scent of her Phoenix clan. She thought that it belonged to Qing-yun, but suddenly realized that she was mistaken. The spiritual energy in this place was 10 times greater than that of the outside world. She told the hero that he had a connection and could practice here, but only for one day. At this time, in the outer regions of the Yunkang mountain range, Lord Feng Lingqing was desperately trying to reach the Yunkang Holy Land. The man with the heavenly eye told him that the Phoenix girl was supposed to lead the Phoenix clan and bring it to the top again. Mr. Feng was supposed to reach the place in 10 days. In the spiritual world, Qing-yun felt excellent. His cultivation levels rose very quickly and now he was already at the 7th layer of the Wuhan realm. The Feng spiritual world was like a real paradise, surrounded by beautiful forests and waterfalls that flowed into the lake. Qin bowed his head to the lady and thanked her for such a gift. The only thing that was ugly in this world was the formation in the sky. Qing-yun felt that the formation's aura was dark and evil. Elder Feng praised the hero. At his age, all the geniuses on this continent did not have such a base for cultivation. She said that this formation led to the spirit of gods and demons. The girl was actually Empress Feng Meiyan. The hero said that he heard her name in childhood. He hoped that she would not offend him and would show leniency towards him. The boy's name was not familiar to the Empress. Qing-yun forgot that she was born before he was born, and entered the middle divine world before the hero made his name. Suddenly, Feng Meiyan sensed her daughter's aura. Yunhai had been in the formation aura for a long time, so the Empress had no choice. If he didn't come out within a year, she would have to go in and find him. Qing-yun walked out of there in thought. When the young master saw him, he was simply furious. He couldn't believe that Her Holiness Feng let the boy in. Without hesitation, the gentleman immediately threw his sword at the boy's back. He did not consider the hero a worthy opponent, so he considered himself the greatest in Yunkang. The sword did not wound the hero. He used his skills to jump high into the sky. A stab in the back was the act of a real rat, so he decided to teach the enemy a lesson. The enraged Li Jian possessed the 5th layer of the Tianwang kingdom. He was dissatisfied with such injustice and decided to see if the boy was worthy of life. Their swords clashed in battle. Before he could land a single blow, Li Jian screamed in pain. Hundreds of blows pierced his body as if someone had decided to turn him into a sieve. At that moment, the voice of Her Holiness was heard as if from heaven. She told Li Zan that he had disgraced Yunkang's holy land by mocking the disciples. When the young man heard that the eldest had taken Qin as her student, he was furious. He believed that the boy's talent was weak, his cultivation was weak, and his strength was clearly inferior to his. Her Holiness gave the hero a special token. It was her personal token thanks to which the boy could save his life. Suddenly it dawned on the hero that the Empress reminded him of someone. he suddenly realized that the Empress was very similar to Ro. When Qin returned to his room, the news that he was the Empress's first disciple spread throughout the city. Yun Tian was simply delighted because many people dreamed of being her disciples, but even the proud son of the Holy Land did not do this. Li Jian was very jealous and could not allow others to be treated better than him. There was nothing wrong with this because even his father, the great elder, would not dare to make a scene in front of the Empress. The next day, Yun Tian led the hero to the Valley of the Heavenly Rift. This was a land of abundance for cultivation, so the Holy Land used the evil qi of this place for training. This was the only place that met the criteria. Qing Yun jumped in without hesitation. In the abyss of the Valley of the Heavenly Rift, the hero discovered a huge young man who looked like a spirit. His head and limbs were firmly nailed to the wall. The young man said that he was thrown into the Blood Demon's cave by General Mo Huatian. His body was split into 9 pieces, and his cultivation level had dropped to the lowest level, so he did not kill the demon general. At that time, they were not enemies. The general wanted to subdue the young man in order to find the 8 parts of the sword. The youth was born as his master's sword, so the general was furious and cast a demonic sword formation on him. At this moment, the demon formation came out of his head, and the bloodthirsty dragon head pounced on the young man. The monster grabbed his head with its fangs, and the boy seemed to be cracking into pieces. The demonic sword formation limited the movement of the spiritual body, but it did not restrict the work of the master's blood energy. Qing Yun bravely directed all his magical energy to help the young man. A stream of incredible formation tore off the hero's limbs, but he would not retreat easily. He was going to reach the end and pull the young man out of the abyss. A strong explosion enveloped the entire area of the Heavenly Rift Valley. Red clouds of smoke came out and a stream of energy rose into the sky. At this moment, an unharmed Qing Yun reappeared at the Heavenly Rift. Several Feng people approached him. They ordered the boy to give up the found artifact. The gentleman only laughed at the hero when he realized that the boy had no cultivation. Before the fall of Qin, he was on the 7th layer of the Wuhan Kingdom, but gave up his spiritual power for the sake of an artifact. The hero did not listen to stupid ridicule and immediately attacked the master. He hit him with his steel fist, but the enemy did not fall. The enemy possessed the enormous power of his weapon. He awakened the fighting spirit of his spear. Wang and the cold-blooded killer aimed his poisonous ones at the hero. Qing Yun swore that in 3 seconds his enemy would be killed. So after counting to 3, the boy rushed at Mr. Wang and punched him in the face. As Mr. Wang fell to the ground, Qin took out his merciless sword and stabbed him in the back. Only a few cowardly creatures were afraid of the Wang family. The hero was about to leave but Mr. Yin suddenly stopped him. He was going to teach the hero a lesson, so he invited him to fight to the death. Yin Nuo challenged Qin to a fight in the arena. The heroes stood face to face in the arena. Qing Yun was confident that if he possessed his cultivation, the enemy would not dare to come out to fight. Without further ado, Yin Nuo pulled out his sword and threw it at his opponent. If Qin lost, the artifact would go to Mr. Yin No. The gentleman decided not to delay with the guy without cultivation. He awakened his fighting spirit and attacked the boy with great force. This was his devastating blow. The impact created a huge explosion and the hero found himself in a huge hole. The self-confident Yin No just laughed, glad that he had killed the boy. At that moment, the young genius jumped out of the pit and took a fighting position. Now his merciless sword was ready for a brutal murder. He used his past skills and from a distance killed the enemy with one swing of his sword. Now Yin Nuo was dead. Suddenly, Mr. Yun Yifei grabbed him by the throat. He wanted to fight Qin in one duel to the death. Even the most elite students were no match for the elder. Qing Yun did not take into account the status of the master and his power. He was completely confident in himself. This made Yun Yifei laugh. One extra movement, and he would have killed and destroyed the boy to smithereens. At this moment, the sharp blade of the sword neatly cut the head of the outer Holy Land sect elder Yun Kong. His head slowly slid to the ground. The spirit of the sword came to thank its savior and repay him in kind. His cultivation power had returned and he was now incredibly strong. Li Jian was the former first handsome son of the family. He was literally seething with anger after what he saw. He believed that by relying on the sword's fortitude, This victory was unfair. The young master was not allowed to make impulsive decisions, so he did not enter the arena of life and death. He decided to let the boy go, but would kill him when the spirit of the sword dissipated. When Qingyun returned home, he found himself inside an ancient ring. The same mysterious horseman stood in front of him again. He suddenly remembered that his limbs were torn off in the abyss. Although the five-element demonic sword formation could seal spiritual powers, martial spirits, and mutant bodies. However, she could not seal the power of flesh and blood. Thanks to this, Qingyun regained his limbs. At that moment, he realized that the martial arts world had completely forgotten about the physical arts. The hero touched the second portal and was again transported to the Library of Knowledge. Forgetting that before the emergence of the spiritual power cultivation method, those great powers that crushed the void and soared into the sky all achieved their Tao through physical bodies. The hero found a mysterious book with the solution to an immortal demon. Opening it, an unknown energy surrounded his body. The magical book contained many secrets and thoughts. Qingyun couldn't believe his eyes. A completely different reality opened up before him. At that moment, the hero saw a huge demon in front of him. He was merciless and very strong. His body was huge and his soul was long dead. Suddenly, the demon grew even larger in size and attacked the boy. Qingyun deftly dodged and the demon did not reach him. For the first time, the hero was stunned by fear of such a strong demon. He was simply incomparable. So Qin decided to choose him. Without much thought, Qingyun went to the very depths of the Kongyun mountain range. From the very beginning, in this world, in addition to spiritual strength, there was also physical strength. An immortal demon's solution could absorb the muscle power of demonic beasts or martial artists. It was much faster than self-cultivation. The hero decided to look for a couple of demonic beasts to try it out. Walking through the thicket of the forest, he noticed a ferocious monster. Several cultivators tried to kill the bloodthirsty monkey. The former handsome son Li Jian was strong and was not afraid of the beast's tricks. He used his skills and dealt critical damage to the monster. Blood scattered in all directions, and with a loud roar, the monstrous monkey fell to the ground. Something amazing came out of her head. Everyone froze in place. They did not suspect that the Monkey King had a golden pill inside. She rose into the air and quickly rushed in the other direction. All this time, Qingyun stood nearby, and when the golden pill was right in his hands, he easily tossed it into the air and swallowed it. Li Jian miscalculated and wasted the small realm demonic beast pill. All his people ran away in panic. They were afraid that after the hero exploded, the karma from the monkey's offense would discredit their Tao. After absorbing the golden pill, Qingyun's body did not explode. He was enveloped in an unknown energy, and he realized that it was powerful muscle power. Li Jian's men were acting on orders and wanted to get their pill back, so they attacked the guy to kill him. They shouldn't joke with Ye Qingyun. He was merciless but very fair. A second later, the boy beat up the impudent gentleman who dared to touch him. Li Jian wanted to kill the hero with the wrong hands. He was afraid to go out with him to fight, because the boy used the help of the spirit of the sword. To deal with him, Qingyun did not need a sword spirit, so he challenged the enemy to a fight. The master knew the heart of the sword and used the art of swordsmanship to defeat the enemy. His sword flew towards Qin with great speed. Now Qingyun activated the immortal demon art. He used the immortal defense to stop the sword, and then a demonic attack to break the enemy's weapon with one hand. Initially, the hero did not want to kill the young master, but he caused him more and more problems every day. Qin grabbed his face and slammed him against the stone wall. When the boy wanted to deal the last critical blow to the enemy, someone dared to intervene and put up a jade protective disc. Qingyun saw two gentlemen in front of him. One of them was Li Jian's father. The second gentleman was Zhao Qifa, who couldn't believe that he had met the vile Qin in this world. In the past, Zhao Qifa lost his arm because of him, but since then they have not seen each other for several months. The gentleman was pleasantly surprised that during this time the boy's cultivation fell down. Even if the hero were to lose all of his cultivation, he would kill his archenemy. He didn't need his previous strength. He pulled out his merciless sword and pointed it into the sky. A stream of energy descended from the sky, and an angry sword spirit immediately appeared and rushed to attack. An incredible force pierced the one-armed Zhao Cifa. The brave Qing Yun was determined to punish everyone who stood in his way. He pointed his sword at young Li Jian, and the sword spirit immediately launched an attack. His father took off and ran to help his son. He used his power to stop the spirit. It was already too late. His son had lost his hand. At the most inopportune moment, the Holy Earthmaster Yun Li appeared. Great Yun Rongli watched what was happening in surprise. Suddenly, young Yun Tian came to the clearing. He brought with him the Holy Master Yun Chichu. He was the master of the Yunhai Holy Land and was in the second layer of the Huangji Kingdom. When both masters were in place, the great Yun Zhutian appeared in the sky. He was the eldest holy master of the Yunji Holy Land. Now this place was truly lively. Li Jinghong immediately told them that his son had suffered at the hands of Qing Yun and that the supreme genius of their holy land had died. Great Saint Master Yun Chishu was very angry. He was not happy with the master's words. Qin did not deserve to die just because he deprived Li Jian of his cultivation. Li Jinghong bowed to the master. He said that there should have been no more deaths. His son had excellent cultivation, and now he lost it. It was a loss for the entire Holy Land. When the nasty Li Jinghong saw Ru, he was pleasantly surprised. He ordered the hero to give the girl as a concubine so that with his strength in a few years, he could definitely add a few more geniuses to the Holy Land. At that moment, a huge flow of energy from above fell on the master like a stone. An unknown force completely enveloped Li Jinghong. The voice of Her Holiness was heard. She told him to hit himself in the face. The Empress's strength exceeded their expectations. She forcefully demolished huge stones from the mountain, which hit the ground and destroyed everything around. There was real chaos going on in this place. A second later, the two bodies, burned to ashes, fell to the ground. Empress Feng's incredible strength went beyond the limits of perception and destroyed Mr. Li Jinghong and his son. After the bloody battle, Feng Meiyan called the hero for a conversation. Qing Yun sent his sister home and went to the forest hut. When the boy came inside, they sat down at the table. Her Holiness said that she and Rower had a special bond. Ru was her daughter. The Empress asked the boy to do her a favor. She asked him to take care of Ru. In return, the hero could ask for anything he wanted. The necessary pills, weapons, or martial arts techniques. The hero recalled how Ye Ru cried as a child because her parents didn't need her. She was picked up by Qin's father, so she believed that she would never see her family again. He did not need any pills or weapons. In return, he only asked that the Empress meet with Ru. He said that, unlike some, he was ready to give up his flesh for his sister. Feng Meiyan was indebted to her trust. Qin's father found the girl in the forest and saved her from death, but the Empress was sure that Ru could not be in any doomsday forest, only in the abyss of gods and demons. The abyss of gods and demons was the intermediate point between the world of people and the spirits of gods and demons. There were many different tribes there, but people were the weakest of them. It was very likely that Qin's father had visited this place. That year, the Empress and Yun Hai went to the abyss. When they were about to send to the main spirit, they were suppressed. At that time, she was holding the newborn Ye Ru in her arms. When they were completely weakened, they had to send Ru to the outskirts of the abyss. The Empress put a formation on the girl that would trigger any murderous intent. He said that his father probably went to that place and took the girl, but Qing Yun replied that his father was dead. This was impossible because only higher beings could enter there. No one had seen his father's corpse, so it was likely that he was still alive. The hero wanted to leave, but Feng Meiyan decided to help him unlock the demon sword formation inside his body so that he would regain his previous cultivation. It was rumored that those who broke through the formation on their own had increased their cultivation and were able to enter the demon sword cave to obtain the demon sword. The Empress said that by obtaining one of the 9 demon swords, one could enter the spirit city of gods and demons. The demon sword cave was in the abyss. There were 6 fences in the abyss of gods and demons. It would be difficult for a hero to survive there, so the Empress wanted to create a small defense formation for him. Rower had been calling her brother all day, so Qing Yun decided to go to her first before going on a new trial. Yahello was very happy to have her brother back. She had never cooked fried food, but when Chin came into the house, she set a whole table of food. The hero told her that he would have to leave the city for a while and go alone to the test. This time he needed to leave to find answers to all his questions. After the heartfelt meeting, Ching Yun was ready. The Empress placed a formation on his chest. The hero needed to pat his chest in order to leave his current location. Once inside, he had to be wary of everyone he met. Feng Meiyan gave him 3 phoenix feathers made of spiritual power. By breaking one of them, the hero would receive the help of the Empress. A magical portal would take the hero to the outskirts of the 6th level of the abyss. The journey would be safe. Ching Yun went to a cruel but very interesting place without hesitation. The hero teleported to a hellish place. Opposite him, he immediately saw a bloodthirsty beast. The wolf with 5 claws of the wind attacked the boy with fury. At this time of omens, Elder Feng Lengqing came with his army to the Holy Land of Yunkang. He ordered the cultivator to report his arrival to the masters. Young Master Feng from the Phoenix clan came to them with a request. The Feng family's divine weapons sensed the Phoenix girl's aura a few days ago, so he came as ordered. The Phoenix fan was a second-class divine weapon, and was the fan of the head of the Feng family. The person holding him was acting according to the will of the head of the Feng family, so Yun Zhoutian asked the master to follow him. Seeing the girl, Feng Lengqing said that it was time for them to go. Young Rower promised to find her brother in person when she became stronger and protect him next time. During all this time, the hero coped well in the abyss of gods and demons. He learned to cope with the monsters of the abyss. Ching Yun had already killed 89 demonic beasts. Now he was absorbing muscle power faster and faster. This immortal demon art seemed very strong. When his strength was almost restored, he felt a mysterious energy. In front of him he saw an incredible phenomenon and immediately realized that it was the World Tree. All fighting spirits came from this tree. It was rumored that the World Tree bloomed with the flower of peace, which bore the fruit of the soul every dry year. By consuming the fruit, the hero could gain a new one-time or permanent morale. Ching Yun flew to the very top of the World Tree. Using the Heavenly Eye technique, he identified one soul fruit inside and flew even closer to it. At this moment, a cold-blooded killer appeared in front of the hero. He looked like the devil's own mockingbird, but Ching Yun realized that it was a 3-eyed, merciless python. When a soul fruit was born, it was accompanied by a demonic beast. The hero needed to use his sword and defeat the beast. The hero pulled out a merciless sword, and his true world of shadows opened. The second form of Tao activated, and hundreds of swords headed straight towards the monster. Ching Yun didn't have to get his hands dirty to kill the monster. His best friend's sword destroyed the enemy python from the face of the earth. At this moment, the mysterious gentleman used an illusion technique and took away the soul fruit. He believed that the boy was not worthy of the fruit because he did not even have a drop of cultivation and was simply practicing body tempering. He was a spiritual formation man, a natural-born master with 2 eyes of illusion and outstanding talent. He decided to destroy the hero with the help of his formations. Having lost his cultivation, the hero gained new strength. He used the immortal demon art and attacked the enemy. No force could destroy the hero. He took the fruit of the soul, which belonged to him by right. In exchange for his life, the spirit formation master took the hero to a place where all human formation masters gathered. Their path was blocked by Lin Yaohui. He was the captain of the Genling city, on the outskirts of the 6th level of the abyss. The gentleman immediately complained to him that the impudent Qin had beaten him and stolen the fruit of his soul. Without hesitation, Ching Yun immediately cut off his head, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Seeing the corpse of his clanmate, Lin Yaohui was simply furious. He decided to punish the insolent person. The powerful captain used his formations to release 8 sky-facing dragons. This energy was supposed to destroy the enemy. The hero was curious about how strong his body was, so he flew into the very center of a cluster of ominous dragons and activated his immortal defense. He truly had a very strong physical body. The strongest energy emanated from his body. All the ice magic dragons burst like crystal saucers. At this moment, Ching Yun directed destructive energy at the master, and with great speed, the spear pierced his body. City Captain Lin Yaohui was dead. After the battle, the hero saw the training base of the Spirit Formation Masters. He realized that the people of this city were indeed Formation Masters. When he went inside, he saw a huge testing arena there. The Masters of Spiritual Formations tested their new formations on each other there. The young hero considered them to be scum who considered themselves deities above the rest. They saw themselves not as people, but as gods. Suddenly, a strange gentleman approached him. He said that any person in this city who did not have the power of formation was a stranger to the masters. They caught strangers with impunity and treated them like cattle. The hero possessed a small amount of formation power, so he did not attract attention yet. Suddenly, a heavy load was brought into the arena. It was a huge steel cage with a new stranger. Qing Yun couldn't believe his eyes. The deputy of the deceased General Zhao came out of the cage. He looked like he had been infected with rabies. The brave hero immediately ran into the arena and stood face to face with the enraged Zhao Meng. Qing Yun immediately realized that the master was under the formation of a bloodthirsty demon spirit formation master. The hero could not stay away and used his skills to save the master. The boy apologized to him and stabbed him in the neck. At that moment, the young boy entered the arena. He said that no one dared to invade a spirit formation master's training base for the sake of a beast. Qing Yun activated his demon skills and attacked the enemy. The youth used the most powerful defensive formation to deflect the blow. He immediately realized that Qing Yun was a master cultivator of the body, or rather, an outsider. His brother Lin Wudong watched with delight from the stands. He was pleasantly surprised by his brother's skills, as he could even withstand the attack of the Wantian realm's demonic beasts. The hero easily broke through his magical python shield. The protective formation shattered into thousands of pieces. Seeing that his brother was in trouble, Lin Wudong immediately took off and flew into the arena. A mysterious gentleman stood in his way. The mysterious gentleman in the blue coat did not like unnecessary words. He immediately threw Lin Wudong from a great height to teach him a lesson. A little more, and Qing Yun would have killed the master. But the man with blue hair intervened in the battle. He told Qin that if the young master were to die, the hero's head would also fly into the air. An angry Lin Wudong ordered that Mr. Zhao Meng be released from the cage. General Zhao's man fell to the ground exhausted. In the past, Lin Wudong had cast a demon formation on him. He said that there were scary night roads in this abyss, so Qin had to beware of ghosts. The master decided to kill the boy and used an earth shield. The hero's cultivation powers would not be enough to kill the enemy, so he used the third form of the merciless sword. His strength was enormous, and his aura exceeded any expectations. The Spirit Formation Master protected himself with a circular shield of earth. He thought that he was safe in the huge ball, but the merciless sunset sword stabbed into him with great force. A strong explosion hit Lin Wudong's body. The explosion filled the entire space in the arena, and scarlet blood scattered in all directions. Suddenly, an ominous energy pierced through Mr. Zhao Meng. It completely consumed his body, and the pain made him fall to the ground. The ugly Ling Tao was the lord of Zhenling City and the king of the Spirit Formation. He used his strongest formations to avenge the murder of his descendant and kill Zhao Meng. Qing Yun could not tolerate such impudence. He decided to destroy the enemy and attacked him with the sunset sword technique. Ling Tao could not strike back at him because the consequences would be dire. Not afraid of the consequences, Ling Tao decided to use only one move. He surrounded the guy with strong formations to create a dome around him. Using his merciless sword, the hero desperately tried to break through the ball, but when he reached the edge, he realized that the power of the ball was too strong. The boy did not understand what was happening. The formation surrounded him more and more, and there were now 3 balls around him. At this moment, the magic balls burst from tension and a strong explosion enveloped Qing Yun's body. The force of the explosion injured the hero and threw him aside. Lin Tao laughed at the boy. The hero was very brave, but was not a real opponent for him. The boy did not have the strength to back up his courage. All this time, the mysterious Mr. Lon was nearby. He helped the boy not to die. He opened the Azure Blood-Eye bloodline, which could only be opened 3 times in a lifetime, to save the teenager. Although the master had discovered the bloodline, his cultivation was still limited. Ling Tao decided to kill him along with Qing Yun. He activated his destruction formation. If the Overlord had found out about this, he would have killed Ling Tao. It was rumored that the Lord of Demons and Gods was seriously injured. Even if he found out, there was nothing he could do. The Lord was furious. He was going to use his strongest move to defeat his enemies with ease. Dozens of magical rays pierced the boy's body. Lin Tao punished him. He said that Qing Yun needed to politely ask for mercy so that he would not die a painful death. This only made the hero laugh. He was not afraid of this goat's stupid threats. Qing Yun had no choice but to use Feng Meiyan's gift and crushed all 3 phoenix feathers with his hand. At the same moment, the hall darkened, leaving only a small light in the arena. The strongest formation of Lord Ling Tao was destroyed. The hero and Mr. Lan were freed from evil forces. Everyone around them turned white in horror. The insidious heavenly energy swallowed up the young master, his body emitting blue, fiery energy. This was no longer the same Qin as before. The Empress did him a favor. Now the young man was possessed by the Lord of Gods and Demons. Otherwise, he would not be so terrifying. For all the words spoken and the pain caused by the Lord, the possessed Qing Yun forced Ling Tao to slap himself. According to the master's character, if he knew the original reason, he would have killed Ling Tao long ago. Mr. Lan was sure that the one who possessed the young man was not a master of gods and demons. The possessed Qing Yun ordered the Lord to continue hitting himself in the face with great pleasure. This made him laugh very much. After these words, he decided to leave. Lin Tao suddenly realized that this was not the Lord of Gods and Demons. He had been tricked and humiliated in front of all the spectators in the city. The murderous formation awakened in him again, and he launched a cannonball at the guy. A mysterious gentleman wearing a demon mask suddenly appeared in Qin's place. He introduced himself as the boy's father and wanted to punish the gentleman. The mysterious gentleman in the mask threw an energy core directly at the gentleman. A huge explosion created an incredible spectacle in the arena. Qing Yun intended to take his life later, so the masked man did not kill Ling Tao. A year later, near a high mountain, people were overcoming a difficult path through the forest. In 3 months there was to be a meeting of the 8 heaths. By then, Tianzhao's ranking should have been revised. Young Qiu Shuang was sure that Yun Tian was there because he was the #1 young master in the fortress. Ao Shize was not interested in hearing about Yun Tian. Demon Saint Ziyin, poor man Qing Yong, General Zhu from the giant family, and many other people were stronger than Yun Tian. Qiu Shuang still believed in Yun Tian. Everyone except the demon saint was contentedly old, but Yun Tian was only 17 years old and had enormous potential. At that moment, a magical teleporter appeared in the sky. After scaring people to death, Master Ye Qing Yun himself crawled out of it. The hero fell to the ground with great force directly on young Ao Shiji. The impact created a large hole in the ground and Qin was injured. Qing Yun received a strong blow and needed an ambulance, so Old Man Zhang decided to help the young man and sent his healing power to him. After that fierce battle, Qing Yun and Master Lan passed through the portal. The hero had to pretend to be a master so that they could escape. At that moment, Ling Tao's power overtook him, and he was stuck in the spatial tunnel for a whole year. The boy was separated from Lan, and he had too many questions to which he did not have time to find answers. When Qing Yun finally woke up, he saw small people in front of him. Qiu Shuang said that it was fate, because there were many demonic beasts in this forest, so the hero needed to follow them. The young girl was very glad to meet the hero. She gave him a restorative pill so that he would quickly restore his health. In order not to feel like a debtor, Qing Yun gave the girl a book. It was a martial art with an earth-rank movement processing technique. As they set out, Grandpa Zhang said that casually pulling out earth-rank martial arts was simply wasteful, but very generous. The hero couldn't believe that he had been trapped in the spatial storm for a whole year. He needed to hurry up and return to the Holy Land of Yunkang. Little Qiu Shuang decided that the boy was the son of one of the great families, because he pulled out a martial art so easily, like Auntie the green onion vegetable seller. She told the hero that a legendary event was about to happen. The 8 Desolation Gathering was the largest event in the 8 desolate fortresses, and they determined the places on the Tianzhao list. There were rewards for first place. The winner could absorb the spiritual energy left by the deceased person. The girl said that 100 years ago, after death, A man with 6 arms retained his spiritual energy. At that time, Shangguan Qianshu broke into the Huangji realm because he absorbed this power. At that time, the man's body was jointly obtained by the Shangguan family, the Wang family, and the Zhu family. These 3 families persecuted Qing Yun for life. The 8 desert fortresses were the closest to the inferior divine world, and the pinnacle of power was in the 8 desert continents. The 8 wastelands was the most central place in the 8 desert fortresses, where the 8 wastelands gathering was held. In the city, young Qiu Shuang encountered Mr. Shangguan Ruoji. He liked the girl's little legs, so he invited her to sleep with her. This offended the girl. She thought that the Shangguan family, one of the great families, had produced a weak-minded, lustful fat man. There were rumors that Mr. Ruoji was mentally retarded, and all the girls who slept with him were still virgins. An insolent, lustful turkey insisted on sleeping with a young girl. Suddenly 2 young men noticed that Miss was in danger and attacked Ruoji. Shangguan Ruoji's assistant had excellent fighting techniques and easily threw the enemies aside. They clearly overestimated their strength. Without hesitation, Qing Yun prescribed a blow from the other world for the lustful assistant. He always protected the innocent, especially the little ladies. Shangguan Ruoji believed that the girl would be blessed to be with him tonight. His assistant mocked the girl to force her into pleasure. The brave hero considered them weak-minded turkeys. He did not wait for the battle and hit the master. The boy hammered his head into the ground, like a seed into the soil. Qing Yun was sure that the lustful Shangguan had more than once forced poor women to sleep with him, so without hesitation, he cut off the organ he thought he had. Shangguan Kani's cousin came running to the scream. He looked in surprise at Ruoji's bloody pants, and he said that his baby was no longer there. Seeing Qing Yun, Mr. Kane couldn't believe his eyes. At one time he wanted to take him in, but now he told the boy to leave his belongings and woman in exchange for life. Suddenly, Shangguan Kane jumped up and attacked the young hero. His strength was left by Old Man Zhang. He created a magical protective dome and threw the young man away with force. Old Man Zhang was very strong. He could have entered Huangji's list long ago. He grabbed the nasty young man and ordered him to get away. He needed to think carefully about the way he spoke. Young Ao Shidze intervened in the conversation. He learned that Shangguan Kane had lost his Earth-rank martial art. From this, he concluded that Qing Yun had brazenly stolen a book on martial arts. He demanded that the hero return the martial art of the Shangguan family, but Qing Yun was sure that the book did not belong to him. People from the 8 great families were not so shameless. Qing Yun said that the stolen 50 cards were in Shangguan Kane's ring. The hero suggested that he take out the contents of the ring and show it to everyone. The gentleman was simply furious and accused the boy of slander. Frightened by the general shame and humiliation, Shangguan Kane pulled out a bag from the ring and gave the hero 50 gold cards. Considering that Kane had disgraced the Shangguan family, Qing Yun tossed him 1 gold card as a reward for their meal. He said that the gentleman needed to remember that one could be poor, but one could not be stingy with ambition. The hero needed to finish his business, so he went to the alchemist's shop on his own. A nice lady met him behind the counter, and he said he needed some weed. Suddenly, Qin heard the voices of visitors. They said that Gu Xin had gone mad after absorbing the earthly demonic fire. Even the great elder of the Gu family could not suppress the evil fire qi in his body. Originally, Gu Xin was the #1 genius. His family offered a reward to whoever could solve Gu Xin's demonic fire. The family also promised to pay with one of the 3 alien lights remaining in the pavilion of alien lights. The hero immediately changed his mind. He told the girl that he wanted to see Gu Xin immediately. The girl hurriedly ran upstairs to tell Master Gu Shang the news. Hearing this, Master Gu Shan was simply furious. He slapped the poor girl in the face. He decided that this poor child could not cope with earthly demonic fire. Qing Yun was ready to intercede for the young girl and stood face to face with the master. He said that his strength would be enough to cure Gu Xin, but he suddenly changed his mind. The master's soldiers surrounded the hero from all sides. Qing Yun was not afraid. He just suddenly remembered that the Union Guards were forbidden to be rude to any guest of the Gu family. The hero pulled out the Gu family's token. It was the order of the elder himself which would allow Qing Yun to be safe. but Master Gu Shang ordered his soldiers to capture him. At this moment, Great Elder Gu Dan came down. No one dared to touch the family guest, so he ordered the guards to retreat away. Gu Shang told the elder that he had poor eyesight for giving the boy the family token, because the highest-ranking alchemist of the Gu family called him master. Qing Yun decided to show everyone what level of mental power he currently possessed, so that these complacent people could wake up properly. The hero was a 5th-grade alchemist and possessed a rank 58 mental power. He could advance to the 6th grade at any time. In all 8 desert continents, there were only 2 6th-grade heroes in the Gu family. The hero heard that there were 3 foreign lights in the Gu family's foreign fire pavilion. In exchange for treating Gu Xin, the boy needed to receive not 1, but all 3 alien fires. Great Elder Gu Dan promised the boy to give all 3 foreign fires. Gu Xin was the son of the patriarch, the most gifted descendant of the family. If the patriarch knew that someone would cure his son, he would agree. Young Master Gu Xin felt worse and worse. After seeing the hero, he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Qing Yun told Gu Xin not to do anything, just lie down and relax. He didn't have to resist and later pretend like nothing happened. At this time, Shangguan Cain came to his cousin to complain about Qing Yun. He said that the boy had gone too far. He humiliated him and deprived Zhouji of the most important thing. The young genius did not leave the room all night and finally found a cure. He cured Gu Xin. Suddenly, the great patriarch himself came to check. Grand Patriarch Gu Tianhe was the president of the Alchemist Union. He did not believe that his son was healthy. He was literally speechless. Gu Xin's earthly demonic fire actually went out. Ye Qing Yun saved him. The patriarch expressed his gratitude to the boy and awarded him the status of the great benefactor of the Gu family, but the hero only trusted old man Gu. The hero's mental strength was high, so the great patriarch invited him to his union of alchemists. With the boy's strength, his position in the alliance would be the same as Gu Dan's, and the alliance materials would be free. After hearing what Gu Dan had nothing to add, he was not against it and appointed the boy to the position of vice president of the Alchemists' Union. When Ye Qing Yun returned to Niancheng Hotel, people were already waiting for him. Yemen's 3 subordinates were elite assassins. They possessed the 4th layer of the Wangtian realm. They came on orders to kill the boy. Everyone was worried about the hero because the 3 killers of heaven, earth, and man were real professionals. It was better for him not to mess with them, so everyone wanted Qin to escape. At that moment, 3 bad guys burst into the room with a roar. They were ready to destroy the boy. Qing Yun was not afraid of the pitiful dogs. He showed them the vice president's badge and asked if they were willing to kill a person with such a status. The brothers did not believe his words. They decided that he had stolen the token. With great aggression, they attacked the boy to kill him and report to the Alchemists' Union. At that moment, the old man ran up to the young hero and pushed the enemies away. The 3 pathetic guys were thrown into the wall with force. Pan Lun was the captain of the 3rd detachment of the Guard of the Alchemist Union. A furious rage awoke in him, and he ordered the 3 brothers to kneel down. The brothers begged for mercy. They said the guy's badge was a fake. After hearing this, the merciless Pan Lun grabbed one of the young men and hit his face on the ground. He had to carry out the order and protect Qing Yun. At this moment, Shangguan Sane and Yemen came down to the screams. Seeing the young hero, Mr. Sane was simply furious. He still wanted to punish the guy for humiliating him. The stern Captain Pan Lu would carry out any order of the hero, so Qin was in a winning position. He told the captain that Shangguan Cain insulted him in public and openly provoked the Alchemist Guild. Without hesitation, Pan Lu pounced on his opponent and struck young Song in the face and threw him into the air. The boy immediately flew high and, breaking a hole in the ceiling, looked at the sky. Shangguan Yemen was next in the role of punching bag. The captain received an order from the hero to beat the nasty gentleman so that he would understand his place. Just a moment later, Shangguan Yemen looked like a juicy tomato. There was no living space on his face, but no one asked him to contact the vice president. Qing Yun wanted to finish this battle himself. His archenemy, Shangguan Cain, did not take his chance and landed back on the ground, so the hero pulled out his sword to kill him. Suddenly, a mysterious gentleman left him. He wanted to find out what was happening. It was the great Shangguan Qianqiu, the patriarch of the Shangguan family. Pan Long told the great patriarch that Shangguan Kane and Yemen wanted to kill the vice president of the Alchemist Union, so he punished them. The patriarch felt that the master had too much insolence to dispose of other people's lives and used a murderous palm to throw Pang Lu aside. All the visitors came running at the loud noise. They watched with interest the showdown between the Shangguan and Gu families. Among them was the ugly fat man Luo San Kun. The great patriarch did not want to tolerate these games. He gathered all his energy together and attacked the boy with rage. The situation was almost hopeless. Seeing something was wrong, General Pan Lu rushed to save the young hero. He grabbed him to push him aside and save him with his body. At that moment, a strong crash echoed throughout the hotel. The floor under the heroes began to crack and crashed onto the first floor with enormous force. The Niancheng Hotel was in real trouble. The building was collapsing, and all that was left of the ceiling was a huge hole and real devastation. The patriarch could not kill the vice president of the Alchemist Union. But Shangguan Kangqiu did not kill Pan Lu because he was the captain of the Alchemist Union, so he advised him not to rush things. Suddenly, Gu Dudao, Gu Tianhe, Great Elder Gu Dan, and Gu Shang arrived. All the great people gathered in the building. They were unhappy that the Shangguan family wanted to start a war against the Alchemist Union. Grand Patriarch of the Gu family said that Qing Yun had been promoted to the position of vice president of his Alchemist Union. Shangguan Kangqiu had no right to simply kill the people of the Gu alliance. Shangguan Yemen was furious. He said that Qing Yun would have been a corpse if not for his Gu family. The young man challenged the hero to a duel to the death to test his courage. Everyone around them could not believe their eyes. They were blinded by incredible energy. Qing Yun used the pill to prove his greatness. Suddenly, a magic pill rose above his head. The boy announced that he was looking for someone to fight Shangguan Yemen. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would receive this 5th-grade pill. Young Qiu Shuang was very offended by the hero. She herself wanted to get this beautiful pill. The boy had a kind heart, so he decided to give the pill to the little girl. Suddenly, a real miracle happened. It shocked everyone. The hero, with one movement of his hand, created several more 5th-grade pills for the chosen fighter. There was no spiritual power in the vice president's body, but Shangguan wanted to fight him to the death. Pan Lu put forward his candidacy to punish an offender who was below his rank. The hero said that the leader was still too weak to fight, and gave him one of his pills for his courage and endurance. Suddenly, the young genius reconsidered his decision and changed his mind. He found a way that could help him and decided to kill the enemy himself. The conditions of the battle changed. For victory, Qing Yun wanted to get Shangguan Yemen's life, but if he lost, the hero would have to prepare any 3rd-class pill. Shangguan Yemen reached the 5th-layer Wangtian kingdom in the Tianzhou list, being in 20th place. He struck his first blow to the enemy, but Qing Yun was very agile and dodged the blow. Mr. Yemen decided to strike a second time, so he gathered the energy together, and a huge stream of energy was directed towards Qing Yun. At this moment, the hero landed in a completely different place. No one knew that he had actually been a body-tempering practitioner for a long time. Using the demon's immortal defense, he was unharmed by the blow. Yemen's blow was just a light massage. So Qing Yun decided to show him the real move. The power of an immortal demon awoke in him, and the boy struck the enemy with a swift blow. Shangguan Yemen flew up. The hero hit him harder and harder, spinning him in the air like a helpless dog. At this moment, Shangguan Kangqiu rushed out to save his son. He pushed him aside and decided to destroy Qing Yun. When his fist was almost next to the hero, Gu Dudao intervened in the battle and deflected his blow with his steel sword. He did not like such a shameless act. Suddenly, Qing Yun saw that his main enemy was completely defenseless, so he decided to act immediately. The hero ordered his small sword to kill the enemy, and the merciless weapon pierced Shangguan Yemen's body right through. The fight was over. Gu Dudao protected the winner with his body, because the conditions were met. It was a duel to the death, and the loser Yemen was the only one to blame. The head of the Shangguan family had no choice but to accept the loss. He was incredibly angry, so he destroyed the second loser Shangguan Kong and walked away. After a fair fight, everyone gathered in the 8 desert continents at the Gu family's home. Young Gu Xin was finally healthy and bowed to the hero as a thank you for saving him. Mr. Ye was so strong that he was able to suppress even the intractable earthly demonic fire in the body of elder brother Gu Yiqian in one day. The younger brother did not like the hero, but still bowed at his feet. Previously, Patriarch Gu promised the hero 3 alien fires. Gu Tianhe warned him that the alien fire was generated by heaven and earth. Its energy was so terrible that even the best alchemists could not swallow the 2 fires. These 3 fires were left by the Patriarch's ancestors before his death. The Thunder Flame ranked 60th in the list of alien lights. The Earth Flame Heart Fire ranked 40th on the list of alien fires, and the 3,000 fires ranked 6th. Gu Tianhe led the hero to the Pavilion of Alien Lights of the Great Gu family. To open the Pavilion of Alien Lights, 3 types of alien lights were needed. The Patriarch called the great Gu Dan and Gu Shang to him, so that there were 3 of them. At this moment, they activated 3 magical alien lights, which finally fell into place. Elder Gu Dan believed that the hero had quite a chance to succeed because he had already absorbed half of the fatal fire, and it did not harm him at all. This surprised Gu Tianhe and Gu Shang very much because the energy of the fatal fire was very violent. An ordinary martial artist absorbed it and was not dead, not even half. If he dared to absorb it, it would be death, not life. Qing Yun found himself in a mysterious dark place with only 3 lights illuminating the room. All these 3 foreign lights were left behind after the death of one of the Gu family members, so the hero realized that a trace of the previous owner's thoughts still remained. When the boy came closer, the alien fire of the Thunder Flame seemed to come to life. A real spirit appeared within him, which said that he could not be consumed at will. The alien fire of the heart of the earthen flame was also reborn. He laughed at the first fire because he said stupid things. Qing Yun did not listen to the stupid arguments of other people's lights. He had to absorb them all. The boy immediately grabbed someone else's thunder flame and swallowed it. At this moment, Qing Yun felt a familiar energy, and the devilish alien fire itself appeared in front of him. His intentions were bad. He was going to get ahead of the boy, and happily began to absorb the 2 remaining alien fires. The young genius desperately tried to stop him. Suddenly the boy seemed to break. Pain pierced his whole body. He could not move. The alien fire only laughed at him. He said that the boy suffered because he was not cleansed after absorbing the alien fire. At that moment, Gudu Dao flew into the room to help the boy. He couldn't give up without a fight, so he grabbed the fiery lord by the throat. With a wild laugh, the alien fire easily escaped from the hands of the commander of the internal guard and flew out. It was invulnerable and completely streamlined. The situation was really strange. Gu Xin didn't understand how this man left without a trace and how he knew the location of the Pavilion of Foreign Lights. The hero said that it was not a person, transformed by someone else's fire in human form. There was a rat in the Gu family, which told the master about the opening of the pavilion today. The great family patriarch and Gu Shang couldn't believe it. Gu Shang said that the Gu family was so strong because of their teamwork. All the people in the family were firm and unbending. He decided that the hero was simply exaggerating. The young genius already knew the whole truth. He turned to the family's younger brother Gu Yitian. Qin sensed that there was an aura of fatal fire on the knell. It was not easy to detect, but Gu Yitian would never be able to hide it. Frightened, Gu Yitian denied all the accusations. He was born into the Gu family, so he said that he would never betray her. The great patriarch also smelled the trashy smell from him and directed his energy. At this moment, Gu Yiqian vomited blood and revealed his true core. He was just one of the flame puppets, so he suffered the injury from Gudu Dao's blow. Gu Yitian was simply furious. He wanted to be the first to absorb the demonic fire of the earth and did not want to give it to a stranger. The merciless Gudu Dao took out his sword and cut Gu Yitian into 2 parts. The one who offended the patriarch was worthy only of death. At this point, the case was closed. After the battle, Old Man Gu invited the hero to talk. Mr. Ye was going to attend the 8 Desolation gathering to pick up the corpse. The old man said that the main event this time was the Xianwu Palace, which would choose disciples for itself. At this moment, Qin remembered how his lover from the lower world, Luo Lin, came to Xianwu Palace to appeal to the young palace master. The Xianwu Palace was the hidden power of the 8 desert continents. The hero realized that this was not the Xianwu Palace of the world of the gods, but it only had that name. It was clearly somehow connected with the palace from the lower world. The old man's nephew Gu Shu went there and never returned. Old man Gu's main request was that the hero needed to go to the palace and find him. The dark gathering of the 8 desolations was organized by the black markets of the 8 desolations, and behind it also stood the shadow of a dark hall. However, there are many incredible things there that even the Alchemist Union did not have, so the old man suggested sending them early. Gudan said that Yun Tian, who had made the most noise in the past year, was supposed to be at the meeting. In the holy land of Yun Kong, there were 3 holy sons, and all 3 were the successors of the holy masters. A year ago, Yun Tian had defeated one of them and was now the new holy son. It was rumored that he possessed an extremely rare ghost-eyed wolf bloodline and was a descendant of Yun Hai. Qing Yun and Old Man Gu went to the dark meeting of the 8 wastelands. It was located in the westernmost part of the 8 wastelands. The whole area belonged to the Dark Hall. When talking about the Dark Hall, it was impossible not to mention Qing Yun. At that time, he killed the man from the Dark Hall. People said that he was still a prominent figure in Doomsday City. Little Chu Shuang went with them to see her brother. At the entrance, they were greeted by a guard who said that in order to enter, the participants had to pay 10 high-grade spiritual stones. This made Chu Shuang very angry. She considered the guard to be a robber. 10 top-grade spiritual stones could buy 30 acres of spiritual land in her hometown. It's a dark gathering where the value of the items inside was much higher than the entrance fee, so the guard wanted to kick them out. At this moment, Qin threw him a capacious bag containing 3 dozen spiritual stones. The eastern zone inside was for herbs and medicines, the southern part for weapons and equipment, and the western part for slaves. Qing Yun was shocked that people were being sold in this place, but the dark assembly came from the word dark, so everything was there. If a person had enough spiritual stones, he could even buy a woman of a different race. Suddenly, Cho Shuang saw a beautiful dress. She had a great eye. This dress would look gorgeous on her. The merchant said that the price was not high, only 20 top-grade spiritual stones. 20 top-grade spiritual stones were too expensive for a girl, but Qing Yun took care of it. He was ready to give her all the necessary amount. At this moment, a gentleman, the son of the president of the 8 Wastes Chamber of Commerce, approached the trading tent. He said his girlfriend had her eye on the dress. Although the store was small, Mr. Trader knew the rules of buying and selling. Qing Yun was the first to buy it, so the merchant decided to give the dress to him. It was rumored that the young playboy owner of the 8 Desolation Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Shueliang, treated his women well, like his own siblings. His girlfriend Gigi was very upset about the dress. The gentleman offered the merchant 200 top-class spiritual stones for the dress. For the sake of his beloved, he was ready to give even a larger amount. In his eyes, it was priceless. He said that all his girls were reasonable, kind, and loving, so they would not be angry at such a worthy deed. Their relationship was too vanilla and sweet. The amount was too large, so the merchant suggested selling Xiao's dress first, and then giving Qing Yun a discount on the next product. Qing Yun was not ready to just surrender to the master. He wanted to get the dress no matter what it cost him. The stakes increased more and more. The hero gave 600 stones for the dress. Mr. Xiao Shueliang offered 1,000 top-class stones for the dress. He did not spare such a sum for his beloved, because his feelings could not be measured by these dirty stones. Qing Yun was not so stupid and did not continue the competition. He approached another merchant who was selling the same dress for a starting price of 20 stones. The hero humiliated the master with his intelligence. 1,000 spiritual stones to buy clothes was an act worthy of the rich Xiao. Intuition led the heroes to the western side, where slaves were sold. An unfamiliar gentleman immediately approached them and asked what level of objectivity they required. The gentleman had in stock the cultivation levels of the Wuhan Kingdom, the Wantian Kingdom, and the Huangji Kingdom. The slaves of the Wuhan Kingdom were the cheapest and cost only a couple of top-grade stones. Also, as a last resort, the master had slaves for people with a fetish. Qing Yun didn't need a slave and wasn't looking for trouble, So the hero handed the master 10 spiritual stones and said that they just needed to look around. Some people were born from humble origins. If they had the opportunity to have a good master, they could live a carefree life in the future. Finally, the gentleman said that without their profession, these people would not have had a chance. The heroes came to the golden prison. 2 more golden cages with people were soon to be brought. People were waiting with interest for new slaves. At this moment, 2 golden cages were brought to the site, which stood opposite each other. The chief gentleman said that the appearance of 2 cells at the same time meant that the cost had increased. From 10 million top-grade spirit stones, the cost rose to 30 spirit stones because one of them was about to die. The slave yard has extraordinary strength and enormous potential, being on the 6th layer of the Wantian kingdom. It was a real battle to the death, which gave people great pleasure. The crowd rejoiced. A huge guy came out of one cage. He possessed the 6th layer of the Wantian realm and had an excellent physical body. This fight was not equal at all. The young master was forcibly taken out of the 2nd cage. He looked exhausted and also possessed the 6th layer of the Wantian realm, but his body had no physical strength. Master Gudan could not bear to see such injustice. The young man clearly would have come out of the battle feet first. So the old man directed his mental power at the strong man to stop him. Old man Gu walked into the arena without hesitation and said that he was taking the boy. The fair-haired young man was his own nephew. The master was not going to give up his slave in the middle of a battle. He said that even if the old man was the vice president alchemist, he couldn't just take the boy and leave. He would give his slave only under certain conditions. The fight had to continue, and if the boy won, the old man could buy him back for a high price. The old man was not going to put up with such rules. He grabbed the insolent gentleman and was ready to tear him to shreds. No one dared treat his nephew like a commodity. The gentleman was intimidating one old man Gudan with a whole crowd. It was too unfair. Ching Yun put forward his candidacy to stand up for the old man. In business, there was always a risk of getting caught by bandits or influential people, so it was quite normal for them to hire security. Ching Yun agreed with this, so he said that the Alchemist Union could also hire some bouncers. People couldn't believe their eyes. Ching Yun pulled out a pouch that contained 128 grade 4 pills designed to enhance cultivation and heal wounds. Suddenly, one of Mr. Wukanan's servants was hit by an unknown force. The young man flew to the side, but no one saw the enemy. At that moment, a mysterious wanderer appeared as if from underground. He was wearing black clothes and hid his face well. Master Wukanan tried to talk to the young hero, but his provocation of the Alchemist Union and attempt to assassinate the vice president was a clear problem. Ching Yun ordered to find the owner of these dunces because he didn't really have much to say. The hero offered the pill as a reward for killing Mr. Wukanan. It was a water spirit pill, a 5th-grade white samosa. Yao Jie immediately put forward his candidacy and rushed into battle. He was called the King of the Desert, but no one knew his true power. People knew that he was ranked 10th on Huangji's list. Using his long weapon, he instantly dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Ching Yun kept his word and awarded the mysterious Yao Jie a 5th-grade pill. The battle was not over yet. One of Wukanan's people got angry. He said that the boy should not have just killed his master. This would have consequences. The hero did not listen to these snot and offered a flame sprout pill for killing him. Literally a second later, a strong-bladed weapon waved in the air, and the gentleman who served Wukanan was on the ground. Fearing that the pills would run out, people attacked each other with rage. A real bloody battle began. The owner's people fought for their lives with all their might. Suddenly the people parted, and the owner himself appeared in the arena. He didn't come with bad intentions, so he didn't say a word. Ching Yun achieved what he wanted. He took the old man Gu's nephew from this place. The owner still stood silently. He only ordered his people to make way. The hero thanked his assistants in this battle. They fought bravely for his honor. He promised to contact them in the future if necessary. Yao Jie had the spirit of a desert giant. Although he was ranked 10th on Huangji's list, Shangguan Kongqiu, who was ranked 3rd, did not dare to tease him. Some people did not bother to leave their names on the Huangji list. People called Yao Jie the King of the Desert. South of the 8 Desolations was the 8 Desolation Divine Desert, and along the Divine Desert was the entrance to the sealed Nether Divine World. 100 years ago, a certain Yun Hai broke through this passage, and many experts from the 8 desolations went there, but unfortunately, only Yun Hai came out. Everyone else either died inside or came out as complete fools. Old man Gudan said that none of the people knew what was stored there or why so many people died. This all happened when the great god of war, Ye Qing-yun, died. When the hero returned to the room, he was about to clear the thunderous fire and break through the shackles of the demonic sword formation. The formation could seal the spiritual power, but there was a chance of breaking it on its own. His assistant said that if you collected the 7 demon swords, you could synthesize the eternal sword. Those who received the sword would have the task of killing each other and taking the demon swords. Qing-yun crushed the thunderous fire in his hand and the energy spread around him. After absorbing the lightning fire, the 10 demon flames could burn almost over 80% of the objects in the world. Strong energy enveloped the hero completely. He absorbed all the divine power with his body and finally felt a new breakthrough. After so much time, the young genius finally overcame the stage that he had dreamed of for so long. Now the boy possessed the first layer of the Wangtian kingdom. Suddenly the boy noticed a teleportation formation near him. His assistant said that the legend of the 7 demons was true. This should have been a teleportation formation to the location of the demon's sword. At this moment, the energy of the formation swirled in the air and headed straight towards Qin. She hit him right on the head, as if bestowing him with some gift. Ye Qing felt a strange power in his head. It was a very majestic spiritual power. The teleportation formation became a seal. Now the boy could go whenever he wanted. At that moment, Great Master Gu Dan entered the room. He wanted to check on the boy, but he sensed spiritual vibrations in the room. Seeing the hero, he literally turned white with surprise. He saw the boy's enormous strength. Gu Tianhe and Gu Dan called the hero to talk. They were pleasantly surprised that he jumped to the Wantian realm so quickly, but this was just the first layer, so the hero reassured them. Suddenly, Gu Xin and Gu Shu walked into the room. The hero did not understand their intentions. They knelt before him and bowed. Their main goal was for the hero to accept them as his students. The great god of war never turned his nose up. He did not want to be their teacher, so he invited them to be friends. He promised to teach them in his free time, and there was no need for a bow. Their conversation was interrupted by Qiu Shuang. She was very worried and asked for help. He said her cousin was beaten. Although he was hot-tempered, selfish, and offended the hero, Qiu Shuang asked Qin to save him. At this time, the young man mercilessly bullied and beat Ao Shidze. In exchange for his life, he demanded young Qiu Shuang from the boy. Otherwise, he would beat him to death. Brave Ao Shidze desperately tried to resist the enemy and defend the honor of his sister, but the enemy was stronger. The enemy destroyed all his protective barriers and dealt strong blows. The boy was severely beaten and almost lost all his strength, but at that moment his sister brought Qing-yun to the battle site. The hero gave the boy a 4th-grade healing pill to restore his strength. The ugly young man was not afraid of anyone on his way. He was confident in his abilities and decided to teach Qing-yun a lesson. He created a formation of 10 thunder swords to destroy the enemy. At that moment, the fair union of alchemists rushed in and the young man had to finish his deeds. In parting, he said that in a few days, at a meeting of the 8 wastelands, each of them would be dead. Senior Gudu Dao ignored the impudent boy because a strong expert from the Huangji list was hiding next to him. If you fought him, there was a 50-50 chance of winning. Number 1 on Huangji's list was the first sword god. Every time people heard his name, a huge stone fell on everyone's heart and they could not breathe. At that time, Gudu Dao, who was ranked 2nd on Huangji's list, did not receive even half of the blows from the crazy sword. Gudu Dao said that even those powerful people who were hiding in the darkness and bothering to participate in the Huangji ranking did not have enough confidence to fight him. He disappeared a year ago, and his whereabouts were unknown. Some said that he went to the divine desert to open a passage. Others claimed that he hid his name and became ordinary. When the heroes returned back, Gudu Dao was surprised that Zhang Sanfeng was among them. The gentleman took 2nd place at the last meeting of the 8 wastelands and measured his strength with a crazy sword. He was the only one who caught the sword under the universal god, and then did not appear in the 8 wasteland gatherings. Now, Fengzi's cultivation level had fallen to the 3rd layer of the Huangji kingdom. The old man said that year he went to the line of earth and sky where the Aoshi family lived. It was a quirky family, and it was inhabited by Aoshi Jie and Aoshi Hao. Aoshi Hao was one of Aoshi's first sons, and he came to find Qiu Shua, presumably in order to keep Aoshi's mad spirit inside her. Qin's spirit assistant said that Aoshi's mad spirit could only be used 3 times in a lifetime, meaning that if the girl used it 3 times, she would die. Qiu Shuang's father's surname was Chu, but her mother was from the Aoshi family. There was a change in Aoshi's family, and it affected her mother. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare treat her like that. The old man said that Aoshi Hao was the 2nd expert among the young people of the Aoshi family. It was the mutant Aoshi, an insane water dragon who had reached his 2nd form and was arrogant by nature. Aoshi Hao was ruthless and merciless. If he took part in the meeting of the 8 wastelands, he would turn it into a deadly conference, splashing blood on everyone. The 8 Desolation Banquet was supposed to take place tonight, and it was traditionally hosted by members of the Gu family. The patriarch of the Gu family invited the hero to lead its implementation, and Qing Yun agreed. Many people gathered at the banquet. The gentleman took an empty seat, but suddenly Li Guichai approached him. He ordered the boy to get away from his place, but he had no intention of leaving. The huge blue sword pushed Li Guichai away with great force. It was the genius of the Li family who ranked 10th in the last 8 wasteland gathering. At that moment, a gentleman from the hall rushed to the noise. He was furious when he saw the fight. No one dared to riot at the banquet of the 8 wastelands. The spirit standing next to the young man suddenly appeared and said that today he was in a good mood and did not want to see blood, so he drove the gentleman away. The young man did not believe that there was at least one worthy opponent in this place. It was time to end the games. The host was coming soon. Suddenly the wait fell silent, and the new host of this banquet, Ye Qingyun, came onto the stage. People were unhappy that some small child was given the honor of hosting a banquet. A young man came out to the hero. His face seemed already familiar to Qin. The young man heard that the vice president was stern and talented in alchemy, so he invited him to measure his strength. It was impossible to fight at the 8 Desolation Banquet, but Qing Yun pounced on the master and used his mental strength to strike. If they were not at the 8 Desolation Banquet, Qin would have done much more than just destroy his Diantian. The hero pushed the punished bastard away from him in disgrace. The huge Zhu Jiang told the boy that he had great authority, so if he spoke, people had to obey. For a second, the hero remembered that Shang Tianma's head was thrown into the forest thicket of Zhu Xingyuan from Zhu's chest. The boy was at a loss as to where Shang Jie, Gao Dong, and Zhao Xiaoyao were now. There were many dissatisfied people in the hall. Mr. Wang Yizhu ran up to the stage to punish the boy for his arrogance, but Qin immediately directed his merciless energy at him. Now all those who killed the old man near the entrance to the fortress of the 8 wastes were put to death. The old man could finally rest in peace. Wang Kui was ranked 2nd on the Wantian list. He was unhappy that the younger family members were killed, so he pointed his spear at Qing Yun. At this moment, a huge sword leaned against his face. Gudu Dao said that the 2 killed were just contradicting Ye Qing, and the banquet of the 8 wastelands was hosted by the Gu family, so provoking the host and vice president was a good reason for murder. Qing Yun felt that Gudu Dao had acted properly, since the rules stated that assault was prohibited at the 8 Desolation Banquet. When the banquet ended, Qing Yun asked Gudu Dao for some practice. The master didn't know what level the master was at in terms of sword intent, but he was willing to lower his sword intent to the required level. The young hero showed him that he was in the kingdom of Jianxin. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed impossible to him, because cultivating sword Dao intent was not like achieving cultivation quickly. Their training battle had already begun. The eldest only had to descend into the sword realm above the heart of the sword and strike the boy with his first blow. Qing Yun was confident in his abilities. Such fights gave him even more energy. He easily parried the blow with his merciless sword. The heroes fought like real martial arts masters. The commander's sword was called the Golden Dragon. It was passed down to him from his ancestors. Finally today, he met his worthy opponent. Qing Yun's skill was excellent and pleased Gudu Dao. In the hero's generation, he was clearly #1 in the weapon Dao realm. After an excellent fight, a servant came to Qing Yun with new news. He reported that Ye Ru was brought to the Feng clan a year ago by a man named Feng Lengqing. When Qing Yun came to the 8 Desolation meeting, a sufficient number of people had already gathered there. The 8 Wastes gathering was only held once every 5 years and was divided into 3 categories: top 100, top 50, and top 20. Gushu told him that every year, more than 3,000 people took part in the 8 Wasteland gathering. The first round was to determine the top 100. There was no rule here that you couldn't land a killing blow. However, if Qin were to encounter people from Xianwu Palace, he would be better off not getting involved with them. At this moment, their path was blocked by the narcissistic Xiao Shuiliang. He didn't expect to see Ye Qing Yun himself here, who forced him to buy an expensive dress. But Gushu called him just a petty fool. This made the gentleman very angry. Last time the boy got away from under his nose, but this time he could not avoid death. He ordered his 2 bullies to kill the boy. Suddenly the sound of a gong sounded. Gushu asked for everyone's attention and said that the 4th grade pill from Qin was a reward for killing the petty fool. Instantly, a strange young man in a mask flew out of the crowd. He was wearing a mask that looked like a frog. With great force, he attacked Xiao Shuiliang and pressed his body into the ground. The green-headed youth deserved his pill. He said that he punished evil and especially loved to beat small fools. Number 4,887 was called to the arena to fight against number 5,182. This was Gushu's number. The monk took pity on the young man and asked him to give up. But Gushu considered this competition to be very important, and giving up would be hypocrisy. Although Gushu did not have a high level of cultivation, he was a good fighter, so the result was not long in coming. Number 1 was called into the ring next against number 1991. It was Ye Qing Yun's number. His opponent thought that he was very lucky because he believed that the hero's martial arts should have been average. A huge, strong energy flared up with a bright flame. The enemy struck his blow to destroy the boy. Qing Yun had excellent skills, so he immediately used the protection of the immortal demon to deflect the enemy's blow, and then struck back with his palm of destruction. The enemy overestimated his strength. He could not withstand such energy and admitted defeat. He still had some common sense. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a change of hairstyle. Number 3,521 was called up next against number 5,555. Li Yan, 5th in the latest Wantian rankings, entered the ring. His opponent just laughed at him. He did not understand how such a person could be 5th in the ranking and considered this list unreliable. Li Yan was simply furious. He attacked the enemy using the technique of the spread wings of the Peng bird, but the enemy turned out to be very experienced and deftly dodged the blows. It was the cruel master's turn to strike. In a second, he dealt with his opponent and inflicted critical damage on him. The boy fell to the ground dead. At that moment, the gentleman could not stand such a disgusting act and flew into the ring. He wanted to strangle the little bastard who had beaten the boy. At this time, the mysterious old man grabbed his hand with a death grip and directed him in the other direction. They quickly flew down at great speed. They landed right in the center of the ring, and a huge explosion filled the entire field. The young man considered them all to be worthless craftsmen and guards. On the orders of the main ones, the head of the Li Shitang family attacked the boy. He did not care who the boy was as long as he killed a member of the Li family. At that moment, a huge monster appeared from around the corner. It looked like space slime with a mouth and teeth. He defended his young master and attacked Li Shitang. Li Shitan desperately resisted, but the monster grabbed him with its fangs and threw him aside. The gentleman hit the ground with force. Brother Gudu appeared in the ring. He covered Li Shitan with his body and invited everyone to forget their past actions and take a step back. The organizer said that the tournament was still going on. Everyone had to try not to kill anyone. In the case of premeditated murder, if discovered, the tournament participant would be disqualified. The results of the first stage of the 8 Wasteland meeting will be known in 5 days. It was undoubtedly a protracted battle, and after today's victory, Qing Yun and the others prepared to leave this place. Voices were heard in the arena. The holy son of the Holy Land, Yun Kung Chufei, entered the ring. A holy son was not uncommon, but his opponent was Yun Tian, who was also a holy son of the Holy Land. Holy son Chufei considered the boy a brat from the wilderness who was just lucky, but today the master was going to tear Yun Tian's muscles and veins. The boy realized that this battle would be great. He awakened his ancestral fighting spirit. The ferocious wolf with ghostly eyes opened its mouth to kill the enemy. Yun Tian never hid his strength. It was just that no one asked him about it. He gathered his frantic energy together and, using lightning speed, rushed at the enemy. When the boy ran very close, he attacked the enemy with the fist of the invincible king, and Chufei ordered his fighting spirit to swallow a powerful energy blow. Chufei was simply shocked, because the little impudent man had pierced his fighting spirit with his fist and walked straight in to strike. At this moment, Ye Qingyun appeared in the arena. He decided to speed up Chufei's fall and threw a pair of magical killing stones at him. Chufei's life talisman was destroyed, so the master could not stand such an act and jumped into the arena to his student. His body could no longer be saved. Suddenly, the desert king Yao Jie also entered the arena. He had not seen Qin for several days, so he decided to find out if he still had pills to earn money. The master could not believe that the boy Qin was the chairman. All the people laughed at him because he was stupid for not knowing the number 2 person in the alchemist union. Qing Yun said that the chairman since ancient times was the head of the Gu family, not him. These games made the master very angry. He was simply beside himself with rage. Desert King Yao Jie was ready to tear the master apart at any moment. Thanks to the pills, he broke through to the 9th layer of the Huangji kingdom. Qing Yun asked him not to worry. He wanted to solve everything by talking. With his cunning, the hero completely confused the master. He said that there were no restrictions, so that the vice-chairman of the Alchemists' Union should not be a member of the Gu family. The guy laughed in his face and told him to get his sword. The confused master bowed to Qing Yun and said that he was mistaken. He asked Chairman Ye to forgive him and give him a chance to live. Walking away, the master angrily turned around after them. He promised in the future to repay the young genius for everything.